What you're about to watch may be the most complete training ever created on the subject of creating your reality. My team and I went through more than 250 episodes of the podcast, extracted the most important insights, and organized them into a single masterclass, carefully structured so that each lesson builds upon the last, giving you a complete framework for understanding how your reality is created and how to consciously create a new one. For more than 20 years, I've studied consciousness, neuroscience, human behavior, quantum theory, and the world's great wisdom traditions. I've shared these ideas with millions of people through my books, videos, programs, and live events, and I've distilled everything I've learned into what you're about to experience. By the time you finish this masterclass, you'll have a completely new understanding of how reality is created. You'll see the hidden forces that have been shaping your experience, you'll recognize the patterns that have kept you trapped in the same timelines, and you'll possess the tools to begin consciously creating a different future. Principle number 1, society isn't truth, it's an agreement you were born into. See, society isn't something you choose, it's something you woke up inside of. And this is what's challenging for so many people. We've been inside this box called society since the day we were born. It's like a fish in water. All of its life probably doesn't know that it's in water. And most people assume society is reality, but it's not. It's just a shared agreement that's been repeated long enough to feel really solid. I want you to think about this. Money only works because we agree it does. I mean, the paper itself is worthless, if you even use paper anymore. Otherwise, it's just zeros and ones in a bank account where the money isn't even actually there because the bank has loaned out your money to other people. But everybody agrees money has value, and so you can walk into a dealership and trade your fundamentally worthless zeros and ones for a brand new BMW. And think about status for a minute. We put people on pedestals, athletes, musicians, rich people, successful people. Why? Because that's what we do. That's what we've always done. And you look around and everyone else is doing it too. But why would you pedestal someone because they run fast or because they put a ball in a hoop, as opposed to elevating someone because they're just a good person? Well, because that's what we've always done. It's really distorted. It is a distorted model when you think about it. None of this actually exists in nature. I love looking at nature and using it to get a fundamental understanding of how our reality should work. Animals, trees, rivers, mountains, they don't apply for approval. Nothing in nature waits to be validated. But because of the rules that we were born into, we live in a prison of permission and are afraid to step outside of the lines and do something different. And this is where people get trapped because they mistake repetition for reality. They mistake agreement for truth because once something is reinforced long enough, it just stops being questioned. And questioning it starts to feel dangerous, even when questioning it is really logical, because emotionally it feels terrifying to step outside the system. So much so that people will actually defend systems that drain them. You're going to start a business. That's pretty risky. You shouldn't do that. Just keep your job, says person miserable with their job. Right? You shouldn't live with such excesses. You know, there are other people out there going without, says broke person. So here's the thing, you don't actually feel trapped because the rules are powerful. You feel trapped because they're invisible. So the moment you see that society is an agreement, not a mandatory set of rules, you can step out of the matrix and start creating within it. I mean, think about this. What an advantage it is when you stop buying into all the structures and rules that everybody else is buying into, and you create psychological and emotional freedom, knowing that you can follow your own path, your own gut, your own instinct. In fact, that's actually the secret of the top 0.01%. They stopped playing by the rules and they stepped outside the structure and started creating their own game that we all now live in. And so when you realize this, you stop assuming this is how life works and you start thinking outside the box. This was a huge shift for me. I was 20 years old when I graduated from college. I got an internship working for a big television station. And I hated my job. All I was doing was like filing folders all day long. I saw everyone else really not enjoying their job, spending 8 to 10 hours a day in cubicles. And so I decided to start my own business. And people said, hey, this is risky. And it's like, well, looking back on it, I was 20 years old. Like, what did I have to lose? Your 20s are when you're supposed to take quote unquote risks. But they aren't really risks when you understand what they are. I started my own business. I learned a lot. I leveraged that to get an amazing opportunity to move to Italy. I started up the internet business for an Italian motorcycle company called Ducati Motorcycles. I spent 2 years there. I had a performance-based Compensation, I was making like $250,000 a year. And then because I kept thinking outside of the box, I came back to the US and I raised $4 million for another idea I had. Because I realized I didn't want and I didn't need to follow what everyone else was doing. So when you see that these are just agreements and then you don't have to agree, something very powerful comes back online, which is choice. And you get your freedom back, not because you had to resist the system or the rules themselves, but because you saw them for what they were in that awareness. And in that awareness, it opened up a new world of possibility. Principle number 2, school, work, and success were not designed for you. They were designed for predictability. So most people think the system failed them, and it actually didn't. It did exactly what it was supposed to do. So modern education and work systems are intentionally built to create an efficient, predictable, and scalable workforce. It was never designed for financial prosperity or fulfillment. And so school, in many ways, effectively trains obedience to external authority before it ever trains self-trust. You're rewarded for staying in the structure. And work is the same thing. Work rewards reliability rather than originality or creativity. Success is defined really narrowly, so it can be measured, it can be ranked, it can be controlled, and within that system, you're just looking to advance in the ranks. But the ranks are controlled. And if you get out of line, then you risk being removed. And so people are shaped to fit roles before they even understand who they are. And over time, identity literally collapses into job titles, income levels, and a bunch of other useless labels. And so without realizing it, people stop asking, what do I actually want? And you'll notice that the more intuitive, creative, or independent someone is, the more friction they feel in the workplace, the more out of place they are. And usually these people either step back in line and end up feeling really suppressed and oppressed by it, or they end up doing what I did, leaving the system entirely and bettering themselves for it. But the shift happens when you separate who you are from what you do. Because the moment your identity isn't sourced from a role, you no longer fear losing it. And you start to align yourself with and attract opportunities that are in alignment with what you're passionate about and who you truly are. And this is identity first transformation. And the cool thing is results follow who you're being, not the other way around. And in that, your work or your job stops being a cage that you crawl into for 40 hours a week, and it starts being an expression of who you are. And from that, the money, and most importantly, the joy has to follow. Principle number 3, hustle culture isn't about success, it's about control. So effort is glorified for a reason, not because it works, but because it keeps people busy and because it keeps a few people who can hustle hard enough at the top. So you just look around today. We've got a Navy SEAL, hyper-masculine, male hustle culture, both in work and on YouTube and on social media. It's this idea that if you're not working hard every second of the day, someone somewhere is, and when you meet them, they will win, right? It's pretty nuts. But we've been so indoctrinated into the fact that you have to work really hard and burn yourself out to be successful that we've created another set of rules that says if you don't do that, whatever you're doing isn't meaningful. I mean, think about how crazy that is. And so effort and hustle and grinding becomes an identity. I'm a hard worker instead of I'm someone who enjoys my life, or I'm someone who knows who I am. I say yes and no to the rules to stay in integrity with who I am and what I believe. The system benefits when people try harder instead of living authentically. And a lot of these rules around working hard or sacrificing yourself or doing it all is really about something that people never look at, which is your emotional state. See, humans don't make decisions. They make decisions from emotional states. And different states produce completely different realities. So what I would describe as primal states are survival-based states. And they create urgency, scarcity, comparison, fear, shame. And powerful states, they're abundance-based. They create clarity. They create presence, trust, wealth, decisiveness, and hustle culture keeps people locked into primal states by constantly activating the nervous system. Pressure around money, pressure around time, pressure around performance and status. It keeps us in survival mode. And a nervous system in survival mode does not create. It complies. And so from that state, effort feels necessary because safety feels uncertain. And this is why over effort is rewarded, because it plays off of a fear that we are all falling behind. But the moment you believe you're behind or running out of time or you need to catch up, you've entered the game. And outsmarting society doesn't start with more effort. It starts with a shift in perspective, a shift in values, and a shift in your emotional state. And when alignment starts to replace force, you step into a different reality. Timelines collapse, there's less intensity, there's more momentum, and always better results. Principle number 4, the real trap isn't rules, it's permission. So the deepest conditioning isn't actually obedience, it's conditioning someone to wait. So it's conditioning someone to have to ask for permission to rest, or permission to pivot, or permission to want more, or permission to want something unconventional. Most people aren't stopped by force, they're stopped by imagined consequences if they don't get permission. And that comes out of fear of judgment. It shapes the decisions more than logic ever could. And so hesitation gets framed as being responsible, but most of the time it's just a fear of standing alone. I met a woman years ago who wanted to leave her job. She was working in the hospital to do what she was really passionate about. It was her artwork. She wanted to open up a retail store, but she was super afraid to do it. And she told me she has a teenage son and it would be, quote, irresponsible of her to do that. And so I asked her, I said, hey, what's more important in terms of what you model for your son? How much money you make and financial security, or following your dreams and pursuing your passion? So she paused for a moment and she said, 100%. Modeling independence and pursuing her dreams was the most important thing to model for her son. And so I asked her again, what is responsible then? Staying with your job or following your passion? See, most people get it completely backwards. And here's the thing, the system doesn't need to stop you. It just needs you to doubt yourself. The people who make the moves, they aren't smarter or faster. They're just not divided internally. The moment someone stops waiting for permission, momentum shifts immediately. You start noticing how often hesitation has nothing to do with readiness and everything to do with getting approval or permission. And what every person who has escaped the matrix will tell you is that all you need to do is decide. A decision is not reckless. A decision is a command. And when you decide, your reality begins to reorganize. That's why in Scripture it says, thou shalt decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee, and the light shall shine upon thy way. That's why in the very beginning of the Bible, there's the first command. God said, let there be light, and there was. When you decide, life responds differently. When you start deciding and stop asking to be allowed, your entire reality can change. Principle number 5, you don't win the game by escaping it, you win by no longer being ruled by it. Now, outsmarting society doesn't mean rejecting it, and it definitely doesn't mean fighting it. Fighting the system keeps it central in your mind. It keeps your energy entangled with it. What you pay attention to just gets more prominent in your reality. And that's why so many people who realize they're trapped in the system stay stuck, because they spend the rest of their lives trying to fight it. But real leverage comes from seeing the rules without emotional attachment. You can participate in systems without letting them define you. You can still play the game, but according to your rules. And because everyone else is playing according to the system, you literally start to look supernatural inside of it. Remember Neo in the Matrix? Like whenever he logged back into society, he had capabilities beyond his wildest imagination. And that's what happens when you red pill yourself. When your identity is no longer locked into the old rules of the game, and society loses its grip when it stops being your reference point. You stop reacting and you start engaging strategically. And this is what the powerful people in the world are doing right now. They're manipulating the system because they sit outside of it. And what's beautiful is that it's not just powerful people anymore who are opting out of society's rules, it's people like you and me. That's why I believe in the certainty of the goodness of the future. That's why this mindset work and identity work is so important, because as your identity restabilizes internally and you let go of the fear of being different, the external world loses power over you. You don't need to escape the game. You just need to stop mistaking it for the only reality. So if there's one thing I want you to take from today's conversation, it's this. You're not broken. You're not behind. You're not stuck. You've just been playing a game that you didn't consciously choose. And the moment you see that, a new possibility unlocks. Your clarity comes back online, and you stop trying to earn a place you already belong in. You don't have to fight society. You don't have to escape it. You just have to stop letting it define who you are. And when that happens, everything changes. Your decisions get cleaner. Your energy stops leaking. Your work starts reflecting truth instead of fear. And just watch how differently life responds when you start playing the game consciously.
So in nature, a shoal of fish, which is one of those big bundles of sometimes hundreds of thousands of individual fish, it moves in perfect unity as if it shares one mind. And here's the interesting thing. There's no head fish, there's no communication, there's no planning. Yet every single fish turns simultaneously and swims in perfect harmony with all the other fish. And biologists discovered something shocking. The shoal always follows the fish with the strongest and clearest directional impulse in the group. It's not the biggest fish, it's not the fastest fish, but the one fish with the strongest internal intention acts, and the whole shoal locks onto it. The fish with the clearest intention literally becomes the superintelligence for the entire group. And this is the same with flocks of birds, swarms of bees, crowds of people, even large-scale social movements. There is a collective superintelligence that emerges when many units synchronize to a dominant signal. So what does this mean for you? Well, humans have the capacity to synchronize and influence each other in exactly the same way that fish do. We synchronize based on the strength of our vibration, which is a byproduct of our intention, our emotions, and our thoughts. In other words, you're like a broadcast tower, and your signal becomes stronger the more you're focused and intentional about whatever it is that you're thinking and feeling and what you're wanting to create. Now, the challenge is that most people have a really weak signal. You know, one moment we're broadcasting that we want more money. The next moment we're scrolling through social media. The next moment we're worried that we don't have enough time or that we're not good enough. And so for the most part, human beings are really weak in terms of our ability to focus our intention and attention on something. So most of us are really living scattered lives. And I know you feel that. I feel that too. Even being in this work, there's a tremendous opportunity for me to hone and focus my attention. And it's important. If you go back to the #1 best-selling book on success and wealth in the history of the world, Napoleon Hill's Think and Grow Rich, Hill talks about the importance of this focus and the ability to influence others when he talks about having a burning desire. So he talks about a burning desire at great length. He says, you got to find something that you're so passionate about that you can't stop thinking about it, that you obsess about it, that you can't let go of it. Because that's how you increase your signal and strengthen your broadcast. But what most of us can't let go of is fear. What most of us can't let go of is scarcity. And so that becomes the predominant broadcast. And not only are we unintentional, we're attracting and creating circumstances and situations that will make that fear a reality. But when you're able to raise your signal and focus it, your broadcast is actually received by other people. And they unconsciously start to align their actions and their behaviors to line up with your intended outcome, just like the shoal does. There was an experiment with multiple grandfather clocks all swinging in a room together, but all swinging out of sync. They were all doing their own thing. And within hours, they all synchronize. Hours later, what happens? How did they get into perfect unison? Well, the clock with the strongest, most consistent pendulum pulls every other clock into its rhythm. Now, I might be outdating myself. I'm not talking about digital clocks, by the way. I'm talking about those big grandfather clocks. But this is an incredible example of entrainment, right? The weak rhythm collapses into the strong ones, and human beings do exactly the same thing. So if your frequency is scattered, you get pulled into someone else's agenda. If your frequency is coherent, people start assisting you unconsciously. So I just want you to check in with yourself right now. Do you think that your predominant vibration and frequency is scattered or unscattered? Do you find yourself in your head a lot and not being present to what's actually going on, jumping from topic to topic to topic? Well, then there's an opportunity for you to improve this, because odds are you're being influenced by external forces and you're having very little internal influence on the things around you. But this is why, when you're focused and aligned, people seem to help you magically. Like, you ever set a goal and then suddenly the right people appear to help you achieve it? It's not coincidence. It's not luck. That's what's called entanglement. When you're able to focus your thoughts and your emotions towards your intention for an extended period of time, your vibration becomes the dominant field. And people with weaker or unfocused fields synchronize to you. Think about how powerful it is. They help you without even realizing it. As your inner reality starts to bend their outer one. As you build this capacity in your nervous system, you become the field that they entrain to. You literally become the field that they lock into. And what's even more shocking, this ability to bend reality by learning how to create consistent and powerful coherence in your inner state of being, it transcends the limitations of time and space. That means you influence people no matter where they are on the planet and even outside of this present moment. So in physics, there's a phenomenon called quantum entanglement. And that's when two particles, they become connected. Doesn't matter if they're inches apart or on opposite sides of the universe. The moment you change one, the other responds in the same way instantly. And Einstein called this spooky action at a distance. And even though he had the theory for it, he thought it was impossible. And then in 2022, 3 physicists won the Nobel Prize, proving that the universe is connected by invisible fields. Not space, not time, but fields. I want you to think about it as if there was a big blanket laid out across the universe. And then 2 objects are set on it. And by making an adjustment or movement to one, immediately the other one feels it because they're connected by this fabric and makes the same shift. Now, in a moment, I'm going to share with you a powerful technique for honing your attention so that you immediately become the field that influence others around you. But it's also important to note that you are also a fish in the shoal. That means you can be influenced when your mind is scattered. And so my question to you is, how focused is your mind? And have you noticed how many distractions are being put in front of you, from social media to pandemics to financial crisis to the always on 24/7 cycle of fear shock news? That is not by accident. The more scattered your mind is, the easier it is to entrain you to someone else's agenda. So we're not just talking about how to create influence over others, but developing the capacity to focus your energy and attention, because this is the way that you protect yourself from outside influence, from forces that don't share the vision and intention you have for your own life. So the question is, how do we build this powerful force field from within, which you can use to broadcast your noble desires into the world? And it's a powerful technique that I call, appropriately, shoaling. And this has become one of my recent practices. I think it's the most powerful practice that I've ever engaged in. And it works like this. You notice when you're scattered. You notice when you move into stress or anxiety or overwhelm or feeling like you're a victim of the environment around you. You notice when your thoughts are jumping from one to the other, feeling like you're not enough, to not having enough time, to not being able to get all the things done, and not being as far along as you should be. And you notice this because what's happened here is you become scattered. And the intention here is to bring yourself back to an image of the shoal. And so if you need to get on Google Images and take a look at a picture of a shoal of fish, do that, right? We've got a couple we've shown you if you're following along on YouTube. I want you to imagine the shoal around you. So you close your eyes and you imagine yourself being connected to the shoal, connected to all the fish around you, and then expand that to acknowledging that you are connected to all things, that all of life is energy, that we are vibrational, that there's a quantum reality here, that there's a fabric that permeates everything, that you're in the grid and you're connected to all of it. You're connected to nature, you're connected to people, you're connected to time and space and the earth and the galaxy and the universe, that you are connected to this matrix. And in that, I want you to appreciate the life around you. Appreciate the nature around you. Bring to mind the beautiful people and circumstances around you. I want you to recognize your shoal, because that's what you're doing right now. You have attracted people, circumstances, situations, reality around you that is your shoal. And now what we want to do is strengthen it. But again, I want you to imagine all the fish, all the people, all the circumstances, realizing that they're synchronizing to you. Bring yourself back into the shoal. This could be a 2 or 3 minute practice. And then I want you to notice as well that things show up in the shoal that don't belong. You could call them problems. That could be certain people, certain circumstances, a crisis going on in your life. But because you're in the shoal, as long as you stay connected and feel that connection in your nervous system to the shoal, that so many things are working for your greatest growth, your greatest prosperity, your greatest evolution, that thing that came into the shoal will leave the shoal. It'll be ejected from the shoal. That's exactly what happens in nature. A fish that doesn't belong comes bumping along into a shoal that is coherent and organized, and boom, it gets ejected. It doesn't stay within the flow or the frequency of the shoal. I want you to take a moment to breathe in this feeling of connectivity, all of reality around you, feeding into you, right? Through wires, through connections, through networks. I want you to breathe in the connectivity that exists. And then I want you to breathe out the broadcast. What is it you're broadcasting out? Are you broadcasting out more financial abundance? Are you broadcasting out peace? Are you broadcasting out help? Are you broadcasting out confidence? You can do this open-eyed. You could do this closed-eyed. My practice, I did it this morning. I live on 3 acres on a lake. I walk down to my gazebo. It's on the lake. I sat there open-eyed and just looked at the lake, looked at the mountains, listened to the birds, heard the sounds, heard the gardeners next door, and realized this is my shoal. This is my reality that I've created, and I am safe in my shoal. I noticed throughout my day when I'm in my head and I'm working on something on my computer, or an email comes through of something I didn't expect, and I get disconnected from my shoal. I get scattered, and I stop. And I look out my window, and I see the reality of nature around me, and I reconnect to my shoal. I connect back into the shoal. And by the way, this is not just a visualization. Two really important things happen when you get into this shoaling practice. Number one, it's a neurological habit break, meaning you're removing yourself from the scattering and you're bringing yourself back into a focus. In this case, it's a focus on the shoal. And so this is the practice, because what we're doing is retraining ourselves from scatter to focus, to being able to focus your attention on the things that you desire so that you can broadcast that out to the rest of humanity and entrain people into your field. That's number one. This is a real, actual, proven scientific practice that will benefit you in the development of your ability to focus your attention. Number two, your brain does not know the difference between imagination and reality. All kinds of studies show this. I referenced one where in 2009 they brought in piano players to play the piano, and then they just had them come back and imagine playing the piano while their brains were under brain scan. And the same parts of the brain lit up whether they were playing the piano or imagining it. Athletes use this for fast twitch muscle fiber development. You can actually imagine training and you start to build new muscle fiber without even working out. Well, your brain doesn't know the difference between imagination and reality. And so as you are shoaling, you are actually organizing and entraining your nervous system. You're building the antenna and the dome. So as you imagine and feel all of the information and the field flowing into you and broadcasting back out, you're actually building that capacity inside of you. You're actually doing it. You're actually building the antenna. And if you do this just a few minutes, a few times a day, man, watch how your reality starts to reorganize, and watch how your emotional experience of life is different, and watch how your capacity to focus your attention on those things that are burning desires for you develops at an extraordinary pace. Guys, for so long I thought that reality was judging me, it was punishing me, it was ignoring me, sometimes it was rewarding me. But the truth is that reality isn't testing you, it's reflecting you. Reality is a feedback loop of consciousness. It is 100% true that you create your own reality, that what you believe becomes real. If you believe that money is scarce, you will experience financial insecurity, 100% guaranteed. You believe you are worthy, then abundance and relationships will become very easy for you. If you believe you have to work really hard to be successful, you'll achieve success, but man, will it be hard. As the Buddha said, the mind is everything. What you think, you become. And I want you to think about how brilliant this system actually is. This idea that we create our own reality. Because it is a way that you can use the experiences of your life to grow and to change and to evolve. Because the world that you experience every day is not actually an experience of the world, it's an experience of yourself. In Scripture, it says that man is made in the image of God, or the Creator. And if everything is God, and we believe that there was a moment when everything started, right? In science, we call it the Big Bang. Then what we can assume is that in the beginning, God wanted to know more of himself. You think about it. If you're God and you're all that is, and you're sitting in the middle of a void, there's nothing to reflect back to you who you are, what you are. And inherent in each and every one of us is this desire to know more of ourselves, this desire to grow, to expand, to have adventure. So if that's inside of us, we can assume it's also inside of God. And so then we can assume that in that moment in the beginning, God wanted to know more of himself. And boom, there was this moment. And over the last 13 billion years, God has come to know himself by what he or she has created in reality. So God knows himself through the evidence of what he has created. And if we're made in the image of God, then it must also be true that we come to know ourselves through the reality that we create. So this is a holographic generational type of experience from father to child, from God to us. Your life is a reflection of who you have been up until this point. Now, the good news is that you can change this, but your current reality is a reflection of who you have been. So who are you? Well, you are the sum total of what you think, what you believe, what you feel, which is a frequency that you put out into reality, and reality mirrors this back to you through your personal reality. Dr. Joe Dispenza says, your personality, meaning who you are, becomes your personal reality. So most people think their reality is causing them to feel a certain way, right? My bank account is causing me to feel financially insecure. This person or this situation is causing me to feel angry. But when you think about it, if everything we're saying is true, which it is, mirrors don't cause anything. They only reflect back what is already happening inside of you. And this is where your ability to influence reality comes. When you realize that reality is a mirror and you take responsibility for what you've created, you can change your reality. I love the word responsibility because if you break that down, it's a response ability. If you don't like what you see in the mirror, you have a response ability, and that is also a responsibility. You say, you know what? I know that what I'm experiencing is just a byproduct of what is inside of me. If I want to change the experience, I have to change myself. Because if you change your thinking, then you can change what gets reflected back to you. You know, this podcast I've been doing for about 2 years, and for the first, 9 months, I recorded an episode every single week. Not that many people listened, right? Had about 5,000 listeners on a monthly basis to this show. Now we're at about 1.3 million a month. What that reflected back to me, this experience, I noticed that I was thinking that I was doing it wrong. Man, look at all these other people with these big shows and big viewership. And, here I am consistently recording every single week for 9 months. Eventually I moved to 2 episodes a week, but I'm not growing. I must be doing it wrong. But that reaction that I had to my podcast performance, that's a belief that I've had since I was a kid. Ever since I was a kid, I believed there was something wrong with me. That is what I got reflected back to me when I was single for 10 years before I met my wife, Carol. I was going out on all these dates. I wasn't finding anybody. I thought I'd be alone for the rest of my life. The conclusion I had was there's something wrong with me, right? It reflected in my body and my health challenges. I've shared before, in 2017, I was diagnosed with super high levels of mercury in my system from an all-fish diet. Then I went through this crazy 7 years of chronic health challenges. What was my reaction to my physical experience in my body and my health? There's something wrong with me. Everywhere I went, there David Bear was. But when I identified and I shifted this belief, when I used the tools that I teach on this show and I went back and looked at where I learned this and I realized it was never true in the first place, I shifted the belief. What happened? My whole life changed. I met my wife. My health got better. My podcast took off. Because those areas of my life were just reflecting back to me what it was inside of me that I was holding to be true about myself. So when we take responsibility for our reality, recognizing it's just a mirror, and we begin to do the work and we shift our beliefs, I want to explain why sometimes it feels like nothing is changing externally even when we've done the inner work. So it's very important to understand, I like to frame it this way, there are 2 realities happening simultaneously. So the moment you shift a belief, a limiting belief, you're still living in the reality that was produced by your old thinking. And that will sustain itself for a little while. People, oftentimes they change their thinking and then they go, why isn't my reality responding? Well, because there's a delay. And that's a good thing because you can imagine if we instantly manifested anything, there's a lot of negative thinking we have. We'd be creating a lot of chaos in the world. The other important thing to understand is what we're talking about is a neurological shift. As you start to change your beliefs, you're deactivating old networks in your brain and you're activating new ones. And that takes a little bit of time. So it takes a little bit of time for your reality to change too. And what happens is as you decide that life doesn't have to be hard or money isn't scarce or that there's nothing wrong with you, you're still going to experience for a little while evidence of your old thinking. And the mistake most people make is that they buy into their current reality rather than, as Neville Goddard, the great mystical teacher, would say, staying loyal to the new belief. What's happening is what I call the echo effect. It's important that you understand this, because if you don't understand this, you'll go, well, see, this shift in my thinking didn't actually change my reality. My reality is fixed. It's not a reflection. And you'll go back into your old limiting beliefs. So reality will continue to reflect your old state until the new thinking, the new feeling, the new nervous system, or the new vibration becomes stable. So you have to stay faithful to the new belief in order to create the sustainable change. What we experienced as a child, right? Trauma, our limiting beliefs, the things that happen to us that we would not wish upon other people, but that happen to us are all part of our unique growth journey, right? So a child with a core belief of I'm not safe will see life reflect that back to them as abandonment, for example. Or a child who adopts this program that there's something wrong with them will, like I did, experience sickness as an adult. And everyone is on their own assigned or chosen journey of evolution. I believe that we all decided to come here to learn something different. And in order to learn that thing that we came here to learn, the expansive part of it, the growth part of it, the evolutionary part of it, we were born into an environment where just the opposite occurs. It's resistance training. And not only does this happen in this life, but it happens from life after life after life after life. So you can see very easily in this life, you've had this journey of experiencing something that you don't like, but that has helped you catalyze and crystallize what it is that you want. So the challenges and the problems in our life are actually the seeds for the desires and the goals and the dreams and the expansion. And that happens not only in this life, but it happens from life after life after life after life as your soul goes through all the different incarnations in a process of returning to the wholeness or returning to God or all that is. So we are in this process of expansion, contraction, expansion, contraction, expansion, contraction. That's how creation works. That's how you become more vast. You even look at the process a woman goes through in this miracle of birth, contraction, expansion, right? Problem, desire, problem, desire, problem, desire. And then boom, a miracle occurs. So you are a miracle maker. And the traumas and challenges you experienced aren't here to hold you back. They're here to catalyze your momentum forward. But you have to understand that reality is a mirror, and it's revealing the programs that are still there so that they can be cleared. This is really powerful because many of us view our trauma or our inefficiencies or insufficiencies or inadequacies as the reason why we can't accomplish something. They're actually the reason why you are here to accomplish and become that thing, because your trauma is the curriculum of your soul. It is not a punishment. How does this change our reality? As we start to take personal responsibility, as we start to look at the mirror and we start to change the inner world and give it time to evolve externally, right? We change our reality. And so we go from what we would call our now moment into the future. But I want you to understand that what we call the future, what we're wanting to arrive to, is actually just a frequency. See, it's important to understand that time is actually a measurement of change. So a day is how long it takes for the earth to change, more specifically, to rotate one time. A year measures the change or the time it takes for the earth to orbit around the sun. A second measures change. The change it measures is 9 billion vibrations of a cesium atom. So time is a measurement of change. And so your present moment will change into the future when your frequency changes. So we experience that change in frequency as what we would call time, but it's really a measurement of vibrational change. And so when your thoughts and your emotions, or what we would call your consciousness, changes or evolves, then the physical mirror or your three-dimensional reality will change to reflect it. So this is important to understand because your future is not something that you move towards. It's something that starts reflecting the moment you match it. So I want to make this practical for you. I want to give you a couple of tools, 3 tools that you can use in relationship to the mirror principle. Number 1, when you are experiencing your reality, and it is a reality that you don't like, ask yourself this question: what am I thinking about this reality or this experience? The reason why that's important is people often say, well, Dave, if I'm creating my reality and I'm creating it through what I believe, how do I become aware of those things that I'm not aware of so I can change the belief? And my answer is pay attention to your reaction to the reality that you don't like. Pay attention to how you react to your problems. Because the thinking that you have in relationship to the problem is not created by the problem. The thinking is actually what created the problem in the first place. You just forgot the time when you started thinking this way. So you become aware of your reaction. The reaction is the belief or the program that created the situation in the first place. And now you can begin to question the thinking. You can work with the belief. You can use all the other tools that I teach on this channel or in my book to change the belief. So this is how you become aware of what's creating your reality. Pay attention to your reaction to it. Number 2, another tool, is what I would call the 1 question method. The question is really simple. This thing that I don't prefer, this problem, this experience, what is this teaching me about myself? If that's a reflection of me, what is this teaching me about me? And if I'm having a challenge with someone or I've been betrayed, what this might be teaching me about me is that I don't trust people. And therefore, life is reflecting that back to me. Right? Everything is a teaching and a learning because it's encouraging you into self-reflection and personal growth in your return to wholeness. It's designed by this loving, omniscient, omnipotent, a loving system or structure. So what is this teaching me about myself? 1 more tool, which is what I would call the future mirror. And the question is this: how would the future me interpret this? In other words, if I were already living with all of my goals and my dreams accomplished as a wholly healed human being, how would I interpret this experience? Right? What would this mean for me? So, for example, I have challenges in business all the time. And I ask myself, how would the future me interpret this? And oftentimes, the future me would not be worrying about the thing. And when I start to be my future self now by choosing not to worry about this, my future me would be able to see that this is a teaching, it's a training, that it's part of the process of helping me become who I must become in order to accomplish my vision. I relax, and the irony is it's in that down-regulated state I have proper perception, and I'm able to see solutions around the problems as they show up. How would the future me interpret this? Remember, it's super important. You shift first, then your reality shifts. But you also have to be patient and stay loyal during the shift between realities. Now, over time, as you do this, you start to build your frequency, and you become the dominant frequency in your reality. In other words, most of us start out living in someone else's reality. A lot of us describe it as like the powerful people in the world, right? The people who are creating the systems that we live in. Well, they're creating the systems that we live in because up until now they've had the dominant frequency. But as you start to reclaim sovereignty over your own frequency, other people will start to entrain to it. I've talked about this in other episodes. They can take a bunch of different grandfather clocks, and the pendulums will all be swinging at a different cadence, but given enough time, they will all entrain to the dominant grandfather clock. We see this biologically with women. Women live together in dorm rooms or houses or whatever it is. Their menstruation cycles all start to entrain to each other. Over time, as you build your new frequency, others will entrain to you. It literally, you start to expand your reality and others become a part of it. It's like a force field that broadcasts influence and protects you from external influence. Right? This is energetic mastery. This is how you become untouchable, unshakable, the strongest signal in any room, and ultimately a sovereign creator. So law number one is the law of divine oneness. And the core idea here is that there is only one field expressing itself as many. And this is the law of divine oneness. It's the foundation beneath all the other laws. And before we talk about the other laws, we have to understand the structure of reality itself. And the structure is this: there is one field expressing itself as many. Separation is actually an illusion. And a core part of the architecture is connectedness. And in every ancient civilization, despite being separated by geography and time, They all arrived at the same version of this realization. In the Upanishads, they said, Tat Tvam Asi, you are that out there. Not connected to it, not influenced by it. You actually are everything that you perceive. And the Stoics described a living intelligence that's permeating all things. They referred to it as the logos. In Hermetic philosophy, they taught something very similar. They taught that reality is a single mental organism expressing in layers. And even modern physics suggests that what we call matter is excitation within one unified field. So different languages, but same structure. There's one vibrational continuum. And what we experience as individuated life or individual life is really differentiation within the continuum. And sacred geometry expresses or explains this, and it encodes it visually. There's a symbol called the Vesica Pisces. It's two circles that are intersecting, and they actually represent the moment of creation. It's when one outward energy meets an inward energy, an outward expression and an inward expression, two energies that intersect, that create spin or torque in the universe. Because if you look at it, everything that's in the material world spins. And from that spin, from that structure, emerges the material world. So you can sort of imagine it as this fabric of energy that the material world is emerging out of. And in ancient symbols all across the world, they express this. You have the yin and the yang, two equal and opposite symbols crossing each other. You have the Star of David, right? So this idea of as is above, so is below with the intersecting triangles. Even in Christianity, while the cross represents Jesus laying himself upon the suffering of humanity and sacrificing himself, it's literally a cross. And so all these symbols have these opposites that are interfacing inside one underlying unity. And so the world emerges from interaction with a single organism. It's literally one superorganism interacting with itself. And if that's true, then separation is just perceptual. It's not actually structural. So you're not a disconnected fragment that's navigating an external universe. You're actually a localized expression of a larger intelligence. You can think of it as like a wave on the ocean or a leaf on a tree or like a finger on a hand, right? And if you're a finger on a hand, you would never attack another finger on the same hand, right? If you did, we call that autoimmune dysfunction. And so when we harm others, we're actually participating in this fragmentation within the same system. We're harming ourselves. And the good news is that when we elevate ourselves and we do good in the world, we actually do good to ourselves and we stabilize the overall field. And this starts to reframe the concept of responsibility completely, right? Because your emotional state is not something that's just unique to your own experience. Your identity is not some sort of isolated phenomenon, but you're actually sharing it with everything else. And that's why one person's anxiety can literally destabilize an entire room, and why one person's grounded presence can regulate it. So in a unified system, these internal shifts that we make, they ripple outward, and we see that mirrored back to us in everything that we experience. And so once you understand that reality is one connected organism, you stop trying to control external circumstances as if they exist independently from you, and you start to recognize that what appears outside is interacting with what actually exists inside of you, right? You want to create an external change, you have to change something within, which is the foundation of so many episodes here on this channel. And so this law changes how you interpret conflict, right? It changes how you interpret opportunity. It changes how you interpret other people. It changes how you interpret yourself. Because if there's only one field expressing itself through many forms, right? One individual intelligence expressing itself through many, then what you're looking at out there is not separate from you. It's part of the same organism. And that realization starts to shift everything. Because if everything is one field, then what you experience must be related to your relationship with the field, right? And that actually brings us to the second law. The second law is the law of recurrence, or what I call the echo effect. The core idea here is that your present moment is delayed feedback from past consciousness, meaning thoughts and emotions that you had before. And so the law of currents is really simple, but if you really understand it, it changes everything, because your present moment is not actually a predictor of your future. A lot of people kind of look at what's going on in their lives right now and they say, well, based on what's happening right now, this is what is or is not possible for me moving forward. But actually, your present moment is an echo of your past consciousness. What you're experiencing right now is delayed feedback from prior states of thinking and believing and imagining and emotionally stabilizing, right? And so the visible world is actually not the cause, it's the effect. And most people look at their current circumstances and they use them as evidence. They say, hey, this is my reality, so this must be what I can or can't do. But that's like watching a movie and assuming you can't change the script because you're already in the third act, right? What you're seeing on the screen was written before you walked into the theater. And so your present is yesterday's broadcast. I like how Abraham Hicks describes this. She says, stop paying so much attention to the present moment because it's old news. And there's this lag between the thoughts and emotions you have and what materializes in your life. So essentially, the thoughts and emotions you're having right now are seeds that you are planting that will take root and evolve into experiences into your future. But this is actually really, really good news, right? Because that means that whatever's happening right now will pass as long as in the midst of it, you're willing to think and feel differently. Neville Goddard used to say something that I really loved where he said, creation is finished. And what he meant was not that nothing can change, but that what you're seeing now has already been set in motion by prior acts of imagination, right? That the physical world is, as he would say, outpicturing of your consciousness. It is an outpicturing. It is, in his language, dead, the present moment, meaning it's already been determined by your former thoughts and emotions. And that's why he taught what he called revision. So you can change the way that you're perceiving the present moment, and that'll change your future. And Hermetic philosophy articulated this thousands of years ago with this idea of as above, so below, right? The idea is the mental plane or your imagination precedes the material plane. And Buddhism described it similarly as a dependent origination, right? In other words, experience arising from prior causes. And they say that we live in this thing called samsara, which is the cycle of repetition, because we continue to pay too much attention to our present moment and use that as a reason to continue to believe the same things, which creates this cycle of repetition. And it continues until that awareness that you have finally interrupts it. The awareness of what? The awareness that what you're actually perceiving right here, right now is just past news. One of the great spiritual frameworks was developed by the Rosicrucians, and one of the most public Rosicrucian was a guy by the name of Rudolf Steiner, and he described this as karma. And he said karma is not punishment, but it's the recurring patterns that are generated by unresolved consciousness. And he says you live that not only in this life, but you live this life after life after life after life, until you realize that you are not constrained by your present moment and you start to think differently. You will relive the same patterns over and over and over and over again. And right, that's that idea in scripture, which is, whatever a man sows, that so shall he also reap. The seeds of your mind will give rise to the reality that you experience. And so different traditions, same principle, right? Reality will repeat until your awareness changes. And here's where most people miss it. They treat the echo effect as authority, as if the echo is real. They look at the visible world and they let it define what's possible. But the visible world is a memory. It is crystallized thought. It is yesterday's identity playing out in physical form. And so what are we to do? Well, we are to ignore it. There's the story of Orpheus, and he has his beautiful wife Persephone, and she's stolen by Hades, and he takes her down to the underworld. And in order to get her back, Hades makes him a deal and basically says, hey, you can take Persephone out into the upper worlds as long as you don't look back as you're heading back up to the upper worlds. And he says, well, this is a piece of cake. Of course I can do that. And so he starts to leave with Persephone, his beloved, behind him. And he hears all these screams, and he hears her screaming and monster noises and gnashing and terrible, terrible sounds. And he's about to get up to the upper world with his beloved, and he can't take it any longer. And he looks backwards, and he sees Persephone following behind him. And then she disappears because he looked backwards, and she spends the rest of eternity with Hades. And so what we're living in the present moment is what I would call an Orphean illusion. You have to ignore the financial insecurity. You have to ignore the health challenges. You have to ignore the doom and gloom of the media and all of the things that are going on in your life, because if you pay too much attention to them, you'll continue to plant those seeds, which will sprout into your future. But if you can ignore those things, if you can just allow the old to exist without entertaining it, it will pass and the new will be born. Law number 3. The law of attraction, right? We've all heard this law before, but it's been trivialized into something almost childish. Like, people think that it means if you think about something long enough, then the universe is going to deliver it to your doorstep. And that's not what this law is about. So attraction is not wishful thinking, right? It's not just wanting something. Attraction is based on your consistent habit of thought and the resonance or frequency of your nervous system. So if everything that we've talked about so far is true, right? If there is one unified field expressing itself as many, and then attraction is not something happening between separate objects, it's actually coherence forming within a single living system. The universe is not a collection of isolated parts negotiating with each other. It's one vibrational continuum, and when a frequency stabilizes within that continuum, it begins to organize all of the surrounding variables around it. And this isn't mystical fluff, it's entrainment. Like in physics, we have oscillating systems that synchronize with each other. In biology, heart cells placed next to each other begin beating in unison. Two tuning forks tuned to the same key will resonate together even if only one is struck, right? So we see this entanglement or coherence or alignment across the field. And so you don't attract what you want, you actually attract who you're being. And what is who you're being? It's your consistent habit of thought and your consistent habit of emotion. And so most people think if they just want something, that they'll attract it. But that's not true. You have to actually become the thing desired. Desire alone has no organizing power. It's the stability of your inner state that does. And so if your imagination says abundance, but your nervous system is broadcasting fear or scarcity or doubt, then that's the dominant frequency, then that's what you're going to get. The field has no choice but to respond to that deeper emotional language. And that's why affirmations without emotional coherence with the affirmations don't really work, right? Attraction isn't about repeating words. It's about having what I would call vibrational integrity. And Hermetic philosophy hinted at this when it said that all is mind, right? The mental plane precedes the material plane. And the New Thought movement, guys who were like Napoleon Hill or women like Florence Scovel-Shinn, they tried to articulate it in the language of mental causation. And so we see again across so many different cultures and systems this idea that who you're being will literally shape reality around you. And this is the idea of law of attraction. So if you're constantly worried about financial insecurity, then you're going to be attracting circumstances and situations that are going to show you, yeah, you don't have that much money in your bank account. But if you believe that you don't know how, you don't know when, but you're going to find the person of your dreams, that's going to drive subconscious behavior, and it's going to drive the subconscious behavior of other people that create coincidences and synchronicities where you get to tell that story about how you met your husband or your wife, right? And so this idea of the law of attraction is the bridge between the law of echo and the law of correspondence, right? The echo explains why your present reflects your past, and attraction explains how being aligned now here in the present moment seeds the next echo. So this is how these laws start to weave together into a cohesive system where you can actually no longer be a victim of your reality, but understand how to actually drive it. So law number 4 is the law of correspondence, which you could also call like the self-adjusting universe. And I really, really like this law. It's helped reduce a lot of anxiety and worry and overwhelm for me. And the idea is that reality will actually adjust and recalibrate around your choices and decisions. And so I don't know about you, but I always worry about like, am I making the right decision or the wrong decision? You know, am I going to make a decision that's actually going to produce the result that I want? But this law of correspondence is basically saying that every time you make a decision, life will reorganize. Almost imagine you're trying to get across a chessboard. All of the squares will reorganize in order to accommodate you. In other words, you really can't make a bad decision. And I think about this in relationship to my drug and alcohol addiction, because a lot of people, when they say, wait a minute, life is just going to reorganize to support you and it doesn't matter what decision you make, that sounds a little, Pollyanna-ish. But I think about this idea that you came here to learn something and become something. There's like a destiny that you decided, that you agreed upon. And so you're heading towards that destiny, which is the top of the mountain. And there's many, many, many roads to the top of that mountain. And what happens over time is that every time you make a decision, because you have free will, higher power or the greater intelligence or God or Jesus or Allah or however you relate to it will stack up the next piece in front of you that is the best path to get you to the top of the mountain. You can think about it as well as like if you're trying to cross a river, right? And there's these lily pads and you're trying to like jump across the lily pads. You may only see one, but if you jump on the first lily pad, a second one will appear. And if you jump to the second one, then a third one will appear. And so life is always reorganizing to support you in making the journey that you came here to make. There's a great scene, I think it's Indiana Jones on the Last Crusade at the very, very end. Indiana Jones, right, has to escape across this chasm and he actually can't see. It looks like there's just a big cliff, but there's a riddle. And he takes the first step listening to the riddle And he realizes that the bridge that goes across this chasm looks exactly like the stones along the side of the cliff. And so it creates this illusion that actually there's a cliff, but there's a walkway. And he grabs some sand and he throws it across the walkway. And so this is similar to how life functions. Like, the path may not appear, or you may make a decision that seems like the wrong decision, but life will consistently reorganize in order to support your greatest growth, your greatest prosperity, and your greatest evolution. That's correspondence. That correspondence is always available to us. And this really reframes everything, because failure is just a readjustment or a recalibration, right? A delay is just a repositioning. A disappointment is just what I guess I would call directional feedback. So the universe is not random. It's actually educative. It's adaptive. It's reorganizing around who you're becoming and the decisions you're making to continue to guide you along these various paths in order for you to become the full expression of who you came here to become. And this is a serious metaphysical claim, because if it's true, right, then the only real obstacle is hesitation. But there's one thing that can slow down the entire process more than anything else, and that's resistance, right? Resistance can prevent life from corresponding in the most optimal way. And that takes us to law number 5, which is the law of non-resistance. One of the core tenets that I teach is that desire plus non-resistance equals desired result. If there's anything that you want to create in your life, you will 100% of the time consistently and predictably create that outcome, as long as you can become non-resistant to the desire. But the challenge is that the moment that we want something, we start to notice the absence of it, right? You want to have better health because your body's in pain, and then you start to just notice the pain even more and wonder where the health is. You want to grow your business, but you start to notice all of the challenges that you're having to that type of growth. And so what we must learn how to do is reclaim control over our attention, to create attention sovereignty and attention freedom, so that we don't react in that primal way, so that we no longer pay attention to the problem, but that we know that if we can be non-resistant to the thing that we want, we will have the thoughts and ideas, we will take the inspired action, we'll create the coincidences and the synchronicities that over time will consistently produce the result. And it doesn't matter what it is. And this is based in behavioral psychology, right? This idea that your brain is a goal-achieving machine. What you believe you think you feel, what you feel you do, what you do produces results, and your results 100% of the time will be in alignment with what you believe. And so this is when Jesus said, my yoke is easy. It's like, hey, your work is not to hustle and grind the result. Your work is not to have more time or more resources. Your work is not to be more intelligent or to do things perfectly or control your external circumstances. Your work is non-resistance. And Taoism called this Wu Wei, right? Like effortless action, not inaction. And that's where a lot of law of attraction people get this wrong. Not inaction, but aligned action. Abraham Hicks refers to it as the path of least resistance, right? So different language, same principle. But when you resist, or when you try to solve a problem, or when you believe that you need to do certain things in order to produce a result, you start to fragment your frequency. And when you fragment your frequency, you become less coherent. And when you become less coherent, everything starts to slow down. You create a drag on the system that is always trying to work for you. So it's important to understand that the key to creating whatever it is that you want is non-resistance. And non-resistance does not mean you approve of everything. It just means you stop fighting what already is, what's already showed up in your reality. It means you allow reality to be information instead of conflict. And when you do that, reality starts to reorganize for you. Let's get to law number 6, which is the law of timing. And this is very important to understand. Timing is the byproduct of alignment. So people are obsessed with time, and they think that time creates outcomes. They think that if enough time passes, something will happen, or that if they can just get more time, they can produce an outcome. But time doesn't create outcomes, right? Time merely measures the unfolding of change. And this is important to understand. Time measures change. That's all it is. So if you feel like you don't have enough time in your life, what you're saying is things are not changing fast enough. We measure time in the form of 24 hours, which is the amount of time it takes for the Earth to rotate once. That's the change of the Earth's rotation. A year is a rotation around the sun. That's the change. A second is 9 billion vibrations of a cesium atom. The mistake that most people make is they are wanting to have more time. But the law of timing says disregard time and instead focus on timing. Timing is when circumstances and situations align in such a way that time becomes irrelevant. And if you think about it, there are things that you want to do, but what if someone else could, for example, pick your kids up from school? Or what if someone was able to help you out and do something that you thought you needed to do at work and do it for you? Now, all of a sudden, time becomes manipulated, and time is manipulated by timing. So the question is, what allows us to maximize timing? And again, it goes back to all these ancient encouragements, which is coherence and frequency. If you can align yourself, meaning be non-resistant, meaning do not get frustrated with your present reality as if it's a fixed reality, right? Understand that it's an echo, right? Meaning understand that you can attract to you whatever it is that you need. Then you downregulate your nervous system and you become more available for timing. You allow life to work around you. Well, how does life work around you? Well, you have thoughts and ideas. Other people have thoughts and ideas. You line up synchronicities and coincidences. And now all of a sudden, what might have taken you 6 months to do can be accomplished in a week. What might have taken a decade can be accomplished in a year. Now, here's how timing integrates with all the other principles, right? So who you're being and how you're thinking emits a frequency, and that frequency attracts people, ideas, and circumstances. And these external variables begin to reorganize and mobilize. And when enough internal and external variables align, then creation occurs. And the moment that that creation occurs is what we call timing, right? This is what Carl Jung called synchronicity. It's when internal readiness meets external opportunity. And that's when everything external starts to shift. And so it's important to understand that timing is the thing that should be desired, not time. Most people suffer around time because they say they don't have enough of it. And what they're really saying is change is not happening fast enough. And so when you stop playing the time game and you start moving into the timing game, then everything can actually change. And timing accelerates when you're living in gratitude, joy, abundance. You have a strong signal that starts to reorganize time faster, starts to reorganize your external circumstances at a speed that time could never actually outwork. They stack into an overall system and a framework that goes beyond theory and actually allows you to create what you want. All right, guys, one of my top 25 favorite books is a book called Your Word is Your Wand by Florence Scovel Shinn. Shinn was a powerful metaphysical teacher in the early 1900s, and in her book, she wrote, "Man's word is his wand filled with magic and power." So she taught that you must avoid negative speech because it is the act of self-cursing. Super powerful, right? She said, "Man is punished by his own words. Do not speak of lack or limitation. Speak success into existence." So how often do we predict our future? Through complaining or through worry. We say, it's not going to work out for me. What's the point? Look at everything going on out there. Times are tough. Nobody ever appreciates me. Well, these are spells. See, we learn spelling as children, how to construct words. But spelling is literally spell casting. And when you speak ill of yourself or others, you curse yourself and others. You create the very conditions that you complain about. But Florence Scovel Shinn also said that spoken blessings is the highest form of spiritual magic. So she taught that when you bless your money, it blesses you. When you bless your enemy, you rob him of ammunition, right? These are some of the teachings of Christ. Blessing changes the vibrational field and opens the possibility for miracles, for synchronicities, for new opportunities, and divine alignments. So in the space of proper speech, God can perform miracles. So this is the power as well of affirmations, right? You bless a situation before it's changed, and you compel it to change. And that's why affirmations were such an important part of Florence Scovel Shinn's work. She would have powerful affirmations like, "New doors of activity open for me now." You see, this is a command. Another affirmation she uses is, "Endless good now comes to me in endless ways," right? This is you dictating how reality will work for you. And whether you believe in affirmations or not, at the very least, you're no longer speaking curses over yourself when you are affirming, right? Think about the inner dialogue running behind the scenes all day long, right? A lot of negative self-talk. When you affirm, you silence the self-cursing, and your inner dialogue and spoken word very soon
becomes your outer reality. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about the creative sequence, how thoughts become emotions, how emotions become speech, and speech becomes action. Because what you'll see is that speech is very, very powerful. If you speak negatively about yourself all day, can you create opportunities? Is that the mindset of success? If you're always talking about how hard it is to make money and what little money you have, do you think you're going to become a wealthy person? So just on a practical level, clearly the answer is no. What's also important to understand, however, is that speech is one of the first forms of action. So what motivates your action? What comes before action? Well, it's emotions. Emotions and the way you feel determine what you do or do not do. And your emotions determine what you say. And before emotions comes thought, right? We think something, then we feel something, then we do something. So if we look backwards, thought is the most subtle vibration. It's the weakest vibration. Emotion is a step stronger. Now your whole nervous system is resonating with that frequency of the thought. And now you start to take action. Action is the strongest expression of frequency and the most common action we take on a moment-by-moment basis throughout our day. Think about it. You do this more than anything else, is to speak. So if you believe your thoughts create your reality, imagine what your words are doing. It's like a strong stroke within the matrix of reality that puts off a powerful frequency and vibration that catalyzes your reality. Now, this isn't just something that metaphysical teachers talked about or the ancients. A personal development teacher who I really liked before he passed was Trevor Moawad. And he talked about the power of external language. So Trevor was on Impact Theory about the same time that I was on Tom Bilyeu's show. And I loved his interview because he talks about how he uses the power of language to train elite athletes. And so he trained professional and collegiate athletes to peak performance. And the single most important tool, according to him, that he taught was this: change the words you use. What he said was, it's a lot harder to kind of catch your thoughts, but it's very easy to catch your speech. And he found that external language is exponentially more powerful than internal thought. So his research showed that when you say something, it has 10 times the influence over you compared to when you think it. And saying something negative actually has a 40 to 70 times greater impact on you than saying something positive. So really he's saying the same thing that Shin said. You bless or curse yourself with your words. I don't know if you're familiar with Bill Buckner. Most people know Bill Buckner, especially in American sports. Right? It was Game 6 of the 1986 World Series, the Boston Red Sox versus the New York Mets. Mookie Wilson hits a routine ground ball. Buckner bends over, misses the ball between his legs. The Mets go on to win the World Series after that game. What most people don't know is this. 19 days before that game, in an interview, Buckner was asked about the pressure of winning the World Series. This is what he said, quote, "The dreams are that you're going to have a great series and win. The nightmare is that you're going to let the winning run score on a ground ball through your legs." Exactly what happened. Your word is your wand. The words you speak influence your subconscious mind, and they influence your reality. I don't know if you've ever heard of Masaru Emoto and his water experiments. So Emoto placed water into different containers, and then he labeled each bottle with a specific word or phrase. Some of the bottles were labeled with love or thank you, others with negative words or emotions like you disgust me or I hate you. And he left the labels on there for several hours, and then he froze the water. So after he froze the water, he photographed the crystals of the water. And according to his photos, positive words produced beautiful, symmetrical, snowflake-like crystals, while negative words produced distorted, fragmented, or chaotic formations. So he claimed that written words, spoken words, and even the emotional energy projected toward the water influenced how the crystals formed, and that spoken words had an even stronger effect than written words. Now, Emoto's work was criticized by mainstream science for lacking rigorous controls, but whether you view the experiments as literal or metaphorical, they illustrate something undeniable. Words carry vibration, and vibration influences form. So think about this. Your body is made mostly of water. So the way that you speak to yourself and about yourself shapes your inner environment emotionally, neurologically, and physiologically. Even if you dismiss the photography of Emoto, The metaphor remains powerful. Positive language expands you, negative language contracts you. And in every moment, your words are imprinting the chemistry of your life. Now, most people struggle with limiting beliefs. It's a testament to why this show has become so popular. And I know that from my own experience. We understand that we're creating our reality, that our thoughts, our beliefs are creating our reality. Now we're talking about monitoring and managing and transforming the way that we think through speech. We have these limiting beliefs like money's hard to make, or I can't trust people, or if I want to get it done right, I have to do it myself. But I want you to think for a moment about where these beliefs come from. They were spoken to you. They were literally spells that were cast upon you. They became reality because they became your words. So people spend years trying to reprogram their limiting beliefs. And if you want a really strong and effective hack around this, here's what I suggest. Stop speaking them. Every time you repeat the belief, you relive the moment it was spoken to you. But here's the thing. Every time you have the urge, every time you feel compelled to say it and you don't, you actually choke off its oxygen. You starve it of sunlight. And eventually the weed of that limiting belief shrivels up and dies. And this isn't just philosophy, it's neuroscience. Again, this is what Trevor Moawad found to be so successful in training peak performance athletes. Stop saying the negative program. And this is based in neuroscience because when you catch yourself before speaking a negative pattern, you actually interrupt the neural networks of your brain. You cut off the pathway of that psychological and emotional habit from your mind to your mouth. It's like a circuit break. And practice consistently, you literally resculpt your neural pathways until the limiting belief dissolves. In the same way, you can kill old beliefs. You can actually speak new beliefs into existence. So this is the power of what so many great teachers suggested, like Louise Hay, whose entire work around healing your body and healing your life is based around affirmations. You can use affirmations or incantations. You can practice hearing yourself speak a new identity. And that's the true power of incantations. You know, the word incantation itself actually means a series of words spoken or chanted as a magical or ritual formula intended to produce a specific effect. This is spell casting, right? This is the real magic. It's in the power of your words. And scripture has been teaching this for over 1,000 years, right? Over and over again, we are warned to be careful with our speech. In Ephesians, it says, "Let no corrupting talk come out of your mouths." It could not be any clearer. Proverbs, death and life are in the power of the tongue. In Psalms, keep your tongue from evil and your lips from speaking deceit. Also in James, the tongue is a small member, yet it boasts of great things. It sets on fire the entire course of one's life, right? So scripture treats words as forces, creative forces, destructive forces, consequential forces. So it's important to understand we have the ability to transform our reality, to change the way we actually think by watching what we speak. And of course, new habits are not born overnight, but becoming aware of the power of your speech invites you to be more intentional with the words you use. And so here's my invitation to you. Notice the next 24 hours. Notice what words do you speak? What spells are you casting, right? What incantations are you ritualizing on a daily basis? And take inventory. Because what you will find is that there are certain spells that don't serve the reality you're trying to create that you are incanting day in and day out. And so you can do a quick inventory at the end of your day or jot down notes as you go along. And then practice the power of your words. And watch how your reality shifts as you begin speaking a different reality over your life. You know my story, I'd been struggling with my health challenges for close to 8 years. Nothing that doctors could really put their finger on, and the symptoms were literally destroying my quality of life. I was having brain fog that made me feel like I was literally living in a two-dimensional reality. I would go to Costco and get overwhelmed by the amount of things on the shelf because I just could not cognitively process things fast enough. I had intense anxiety despite all the personal development work that I've done, all the mindset and spiritual growth work that I've done, and I just could not seem to shake it. I had trouble sleeping. I had an insomnia that left me exhausted, but still feeling really amped up and wired. Physical aches and pains throughout my body with neuropathy and nerve irritation and a cluster of mysterious symptoms
like skipped heartbeats and heart palpitations. And the challenge was overwhelming. The frustration of looking healthy on the outside, but not feeling well on the inside and just struggling to get through day to day was really wearing me down. And I had literally gone from doctor to doctor who would look at my symptoms. Each one had their own theory, looking at it through their own lens. Some doctors said it was mold, some said metals, other viruses, others parasites, others it was nutrition. And frankly, I was seeing some of the best people literally in the world. I had cabinets full of supplements, but I was on this doctor to doctor merry-go-round and nobody could figure out what was wrong with me. And I'd gotten to a point where I just thought, I guess this is how it's going to be. And honestly, if this is how I feel now, I'm really not sure how long I'm going to live or how long I can keep this up with my mission, my impact, the work that I'm doing in the world. Having a 3-year-old, that alone can take you down. And every day was a grind. And even though I was doing what I love, I literally just could not wait each day to crash because I was so tired. And that's when I decided at one point to take control of my own health. I have another episode recently I recorded about this. I started working with ChatGPT. I shared with it my symptoms, and it told me what tests I needed to run. So I went and ran all those tests, and when I got the results, I uploaded them all into ChatGPT and it started cross-referencing all the data. And the diagnosis was really shocking. It basically said that I was in burnout. I didn't have anything serious going on, which was great news, at least not yet. But I had signs of mitochondrial dysfunction, gut dysfunction. My body was just really showing wear and tear. And then the whole picture emerged. I had some neurotransmitter dysfunction. I had some accumulation of toxins and microorganisms that needed to be addressed. My hormones were off by a little bit. And it basically said, hey, these are the signs of a high performer in burnout. And what was most profound was how it tied all the symptoms together into a picture. Because it wasn't just one thing. And there was no elephant in the room. It was actually lots of little things that had stacked up over the course of my life. Probably some remnants of when I was in my drug addiction and my alcoholism. And it asked me, it said, hey, do you want a plan? Do you want me to put together a protocol in order for you to get well? And I said, yeah, of course. And so it put together initially a 6-month, 12-month, and 18-month plan. And then I went on to actually build a 1-year, 3-year, 10-year, and 20-year plan. And it built this recovery plan for me. And one of the central things that it suggested would be a game changer were stem cells. I want to take a moment to explain or talk about stem cells and the difference most people don't understand about stem cell treatments. So in the US, you can get stem cell treatments. And what they do is they basically extract your own stem cells and they re-inject those stem cells into you, which can be helpful. But if you're already 50 years old, you're putting 50-year-old stem cells back into your body. What's also available are called mesenchymal or wart and jelly stem cells. And these are day 0 stem cells, which are available internationally. And so they're available in places like Colombia or Panama or Costa Rica or Mexico. These were actually available up until around 2019 in the US when the FDA effectively banned mesenchymal stem cells, stating that they couldn't be approved because there was no clinically proven efficacy. Now, you can have the conversation with yourself. How many other medications are there out there when you actually look at the clinical data and see that they aren't effective, but they're on the market? But they effectively disallowed mesenchymal stem cells. The question is, why are people flocking to other countries and paying big dollars to actually get them? Well, I'll tell you what my experience was. I was at about 50 to 60% function in the major systems of my body. Now, these were really the fringe systems that most people don't really pay attention to. I mean, not everybody's, checking out their mitochondrial function or their neurotransmitter function or their hormonal function. If you go into your standard general practitioner, they aren't running any of these kinds of tests. They're running your standard CBC blood panel, maybe looking a little deeper beyond that. But my cardiovascular health was good. My standard blood tests were perfect. But in these systems that sort of go undetected unless you're doing some deep work with alternative or functional medicine doctors, I was at about 50 to 60%. And what ChatGPT indicated was that with just one round of IV stem cells, it predicted I would get back into the 90% to 130% range. So not only recovering where I had lost ground and experiencing wear and tear, but actually getting out ahead of where my body could even get naturally at my age, right? I turn 50 in the next couple of weeks, and out ahead of 99% of people in terms of my overall health. And I asked ChatGPT, hey, why do I feel so terrible if other people are even more dysfunctional than I am? And the answer was shocking. It said, that's because most people are on an average of 4 to 6 pharmaceutical medications to mask their symptoms. And they're so checked out on social media and drugs and alcohol that they don't even know how bad they feel. But because you're sensitive and aware, which is a great thing, you're feeling it more than most people, and you aren't masking the symptoms. And think about how crazy that is, how sick our society is right now, that we're so checked out of the relationship with our body and how we feel, and then numbed out as a result of the medications we use to mask the symptoms rather than get to the root cause. Most people don't even understand how sick they are. I could barely get through a day without having to do some meditation or breath work or a cold plunge or something to stabilize and try to reset my nervous system. And most people are actually much more dysfunctional than I am, but don't even know it. So this was really simple and straightforward for me. I did some research. I found a place called BioAccelerator in Medellin, Colombia. There are a lot of places out there that you can go to. This is where I chose to go. There are a lot of professional athletes, UFC fighters go there for repair of their joints, their back, their neck. I actually not only wanted the systemic IVs, but I wanted to get some IVs in my shoulder. I had torn my shoulder twice, and I had done some localized stem cell injections back in 2017 and actually healed my left shoulder without having to have a shoulder repair surgery for a second time. But I was still having some pain. And so I wanted to get some orthopedic injections as well. And while I was there, I saw miracles. I met 3 spinal cord injury victims. 2 of them were firefighters who had injuries on the job. They couldn't walk. They were bound to a wheelchair. They were told by some of the best doctors in the States that they would never walk again. And all 3 of them were walking. It was actually unbelievable. And they were walking after their second treatment of mesenchymal stem cells along their spine. And so this place was more advanced than any doctor's office I've ever been to. They had hyperbaric chambers, ozone therapy, cryotherapy. A lot of what allows the stem cells to work optimally is reducing inflammation in your body before you go into the treatment and after the treatment. Because most of us are so inflamed, and the stem cells, I'm going to tell you about how they work here in a moment, will actually go after the inflammation and start repairing areas that are inflamed, that you don't want to waste your stem cells on areas that are inflamed that you can actually control. So they've got a lot of anti-inflammatory therapies there. They recommend you eat an anti-inflammatory diet. You quit smoking, you give up coffee, anything that will create an inflammatory reaction. I know you're saying, like, give up coffee. What are you talking about? I'd rather just keep my illness and drudge through every day than give up. My coffee is what allows me to get through the day. No. You give up the things that are creating inflammation so that your stem cells can actually find the really root cause areas in your body that need support. They also had a laboratory on site. I'd never seen this before, where they actually source the stem cells from the cord blood during the birth process of mothers in Colombia. They test them all, screening out any type of drug use, screening out any type of diseases. And then they actually use the stem cells before they go into your body and make sure that those stem cells can replicate across all the major tissue, bone, and organ cell structures. Make sure these things actually work in your body. So pretty amazing to see their laboratory and insane personal attention. You ever go to a doctor's office and you're waiting like 2 hours for the doctor? Like, first of all, I don't know how you could ever run a business like that. I could never run a business like that. Could you imagine me showing up 2 hours late for a coaching session or showing up 2 hours late for one of my seminars? Now, for those of you who've been to my seminars, you probably know I don't always run on time. But you get my point. Like, the fact that that business called medicine is allowed to function that way is unbelievable. But not here. Here, you've got a full schedule, a full agenda, everybody's on time, personal concierge, everything that you need. So I want to explain to you for a moment about what stem cells do in your body. So there's a 3-phase process. And really, in the first 3 weeks, there's an inflammatory response. So in the first 3 weeks, the stem cells are actually going into your body and they're finding areas of dysfunction and they're creating an inflammatory response. Why? Because your body actually responds to the inflammatory response. So it activates your immune, healing, and systems processes in these areas that need repair. So in the first 3 weeks, you actually feel a little bit worse than before you went in. I had body aches and pains. My brain fog was a little bit more intense. I felt like I had kind of a cold or a flu. But after those 3 weeks, I started to feel better. It goes into a remodeling response. These cells can literally remodel based off of any type of cell in your body. So if you're having gut issues, they go into your gut, they create inflammation, and then they start to actually become cells with optimal function that you need and actually restore your gut. Same thing in your nervous system, your mitochondrial function, everywhere in your body, your brain. They essentially go through and clean up all kinds of dysfunction and inflammation. And as I mentioned, in addition to systemic IVs, I also got it orthopedically in my shoulder so they could rebuild my shoulder tissue and my cartilage and even bone. And then as it starts to improve all the systems of your body, your immune system, your mitochondrial function, you're able to then address more easily some of the other things that might be sitting on top of it, like viruses, bacteria, parasites, microorganisms. And so in weeks 4 through 10, it begins to remodel. And in weeks 10 to 26, it starts to rebuild. So most people experience the greatest benefit between months 3 and month 6. But I can tell you, we're only about 6 weeks in right now, and my wife's hip pain is completely gone. My wife has been struggling with hip pain for the last 5 years, could barely walk, was walking with a limp, gone, completely gone. I would say my shoulder discomfort is probably 70% improved already. There are motions and movements that I couldn't make 6 weeks ago that I can make now without any pain. And it's just going to continue to get better and better because it overhauls the entire system at the root level. And so my experience in the first 6 weeks is my sleep is dramatically improved. My brain fog is about 90% gone. Most of the aches and pains that I had in my body are completely gone. And then there were some unexpected physical changes, like in some of the areas where I was starting to lose hair on my head in the front here. If you're watching on YouTube, it's actually growing back. And not only that, it's no longer white, but it's turning dark again, which is pretty crazy. We discovered that because my wife noticed it. She came and she started rubbing my face because I always have a 3-day shadow on my face, like a mini beard. And she thought it was dirt. And we realized, no, it's actually black hair that hadn't been on my face for a couple of years. But the biggest thing was the psychological impact in knowing that I'm actually getting better instead of the old story that I don't know what's wrong with me and nobody can figure it out. I actually believe I'm on my way to becoming in the best shape of my life right now. And that's a very different story than I don't know how much longer I'm going to live. To me, this is the most exciting thing about what we're learning about health, that nearly everything is fixable and without medication or surgery, whether it's neurodegenerative diseases, mitochondrial breakdown, gut issues, hormonal imbalances. You don't have to live with the problem forever. And I'm not saying that stem cells fix all of this, but there's a lot of really amazing emerging technologies coming out there that are very exciting because they address the root cause at the systemic level. And so many of these problems get resolved once your body's functioning optimally again. Stem cells themselves are fairly unpredictable. If you do an IV, you don't really know where they're going to go, but they're phenomenal at prioritizing. You're injecting intelligence at the original level. If you think about it, right? The intelligence of your body is in the cells of your body because that's what you're made of, and you're getting brand new day zero cells. My wife joked, she said, well, you're officially Colombian now, because my wife is Colombian, and I had a stem cell donor who was Colombian. But they're great at prioritizing where the repair needs to happen. And so what we're learning is, we're not meant to decline with age. I asked ChatGPT, I said, hey, if I go execute on this 20-year longevity plan that you've developed for me, I want you to give me an estimate as to how long you think I'm going to live. And the response was shocking. The average estimate that it gave me low, medium, and high. The medium was 125 years old. And it said, but you know what? You're going to be able to potentially live longer than that because if you do these things now, if you take care of yourself, if you eat right, if you work out, if you supplement properly, if you understand how your body's functioning, if you run annual tests to continue to check in and make adjustments, and you're taking advantage of the best technologies out there, you're going to escape what it called age velocity. So you're not going to die of aging. So you could live a lot longer. And I think that actually changes the game on how we view our own lives. Imagine living 100, 125, 150 years vibrantly, and how that would change your perspective on your life right now. I know a lot of people are like, well, I'm already 50, I'm already 60, somebody said to me, well, you're turning 50, you're halfway through your life. I said, no, I'm not, I'm a third. I'm a third of the way through my life. 50 really is the new 30 when you understand that healing is possible. And that completely changes the way that you think about your mission, your impact, your business, what's possible, your bank account, your relationships. I think it's one of the most exciting things right now. And I think that it's something that you have to take seriously if you're wanting to achieve your full potential. Now, stem cells cost $20,000 to $30,000 on average. If you go to somewhere like BioAccelerator, you can get it for cheaper if you go to other places. I think you need to do the research because you don't want to find, Dr. Juan with a bag of sugar water that's not actually stem cells, in Panama. And that's a lot of money for a lot of people. But you know what? Just decide that you're going to take advantage of this emerging health optimization space, and the money will flow to you. You know, I talk about this in other episodes. It's like money doesn't flow to you to get you out of financial insecurity. Money flows to you for a vision. Allow a vision for an optimized health to draw the resources to you so that you can take advantage of these types of technologies too, right? And maybe you start with intervention in the beginning because you're feeling sick, but then go to prevention and optimization. I'm actually going back to BioAccelerator in 6 months. This is going to be a part of my regular longevity program. Of course, do the research, find legitimate clinics, but this is the best investment that you can make, and it's an investment in your health. All right, guys, what does it mean to become untouchable, to become uneffable with, to be able to be unperturbed, unbothered by your external circumstances? Wouldn't that be an amazing thing if no matter what happened in your day, in your life, you were unshaken? Now, this isn't about being the tough guy in the room. This is not some sort of Navy SEAL mentality. This is actually a spiritual possibility. One of my favorite quotes is from an Indian saint named Paramahansa Yogananda. He wrote a book that really impacted my life called Autobiography of a Yogi. And in it, he says, the true yogi stands unshaken amidst the crashing of breaking worlds. Now, that's a pretty powerful thing, right? Imagine two planets coming together and you're on one of them and you're completely unbothered by the fact that these planets are being destroyed, right? That's an emotional resiliency that we all aspire to, but is actually something that we can achieve. And we can achieve it as a byproduct of the fear that we are experiencing out there in the world today. We're actually being called to a higher level of unshakability, of spiritual awareness as a result of the friction in today's world. Everything from the fear of inflation to the fear of this political party or that political party, or the fear of financial insecurity, or the fear of AI, that AI is going to kill us, or the fear that we're not good enough, or the fear that we're going to be abandoned. All of these external fears are designed to build our spiritual muscles so that we too can stand unshaken like the yogi. There's lots of opportunity to be afraid right now. But what's important to understand is that the enemy isn't on the outside, it's on the inside. Because these things outside of us that are creating fear on a day-to-day basis within our own individual lives, and when we turn on the news and we see what's going on in the world, the enemy is not on the outside, the enemy is on the inside. The enemy is the subconscious mind, is the unmetabolized fear that you still hold in your nervous system that was something that you learned at a very early age. It was passed to you from your parents. It was these belief systems, these traumas that came down through generations of your family, that have come down through generations of civilization. But this same fear, if we understand how to work with it, is the same mechanism that allows us to stand unshaken amidst the crashing of breaking worlds. Don't you want that? Don't you want to become imperturbable, unshakable? And as I mentioned, this isn't something about being strong or being the tough guy in the room. It's about being resolute, being resolved, being committed. Committed to what? Well, it's committed to knowing the truth that life is loving, and that life or reality as it expresses itself around you is always working for your greatest growth, your greatest prosperity, and your greatest evolution. No matter what's showing up in the moment, the chronic health condition, the bank account that doesn't have enough money in it, the argument with your spouse, getting the pink slip, I don't know if they do that anymore, but getting fired from work. These are all ways that life is working to shepherd you into your full potential. And we can learn to manage this fear in a way that allows us to be immovable amongst what feels like the day-to-day chaos of our lives. And when we do that, we become the dominant vibration in our reality, and we start to create the reality that we desire around us. So life is always working for you. The truth is that life is loving, but you say, Dave, I can see reality. I can see the risk and the threats out there. I can see that there are people who are homeless on the street. I might end up like one of them. I was one of them at one other point in time. I can feel in my body that there's a condition that I'm experiencing. The doctors say it's very serious. I can see the absence of the financial prosperity in my bank account. I can see that there are people who are losing their lives out there in the world in war-torn parts of the world. How can you say that I can be unshakable, immovable, imperturbable? And I would say two things there. Number one, you cannot see someone else's mindset. You don't know what is happening inside someone else. And remember, the enemy is not external. The enemy is internal. The enemy is the fear, the limiting beliefs, the doubts that have not been properly processed and integrated. And most people are living in fear. Most people have fear of financial insecurity, so most people are not living in financial abundance. You can't see what someone's mindset is. So you have to understand that what you see people experiencing out there is not a byproduct of what might get you out there. It's a byproduct of their thinking. So you can't read someone else's inner world, and they're experiencing an external reality that is a byproduct of their inner belief system. We can pray for them. We can have compassion for them. We can even commit ourselves in our reality to supporting those who are struggling in their own lives as a result of one thing. Make no mistake, what's going on inside of their head. So that's not to say that we're not loving and we're not compassionate, but understand that, and the Bible says this in a lot of different ways, to each his own, as it is due, based on your mindset. Your life shall be according to what it is that you believe and what you think. This is not some sort of new age metaphysical cliche. These are fundamental, just laws that govern the universe and govern reality. You get exactly in your life the balance of what you think. And then you say, but Dave, what about whole nations of people? Like, look at what happened in the Holocaust. Look at what's happening today in Gaza. You're telling me everybody believed a particular way, and so they're now susceptible to experiencing the enemy in their external world as a result of allowing it in to their subconscious mind? And my answer would be, and you may not like this, that's their reality, not yours. If that is your reality, then we can talk about it. Then we can take a look at it, and we can see what it is that you believe, and we can see how your external reality might be a byproduct or a materialization of your inner world. And by the way, this is tricky because it's not just your beliefs from this life, but it's beliefs you carry from past lives. That's what people talk about karma. And yes, there's cultural karma. And we don't wish that upon anyone, but the process of evolution and the process of incarnation is the process of clearing ourselves of individual and cultural karma and belief systems. But what I would say is, don't worry about what other people are experiencing as it relates to the potential threat that you would take upon yourself. If that's not your reality, stop using what you see someone else suffering or struggling with as a reason to justify it for yourself. If you're not homeless, don't use the fact that other people are homeless to justify the potential of you being homeless. That's not your reality. So yes, we create our own realities. And if you are not creating something that you're seeing someone else experiencing, stop worrying it upon yourself. Again, that doesn't mean that we're not loving, we don't hold compassion, we don't have whatever it is, Christian, Islamic, Judaic values that allow you to be compassionate for someone else's experience and try to support them in the best way that you can and to care for your fellow brothers and sisters, other human beings on this planet. But don't take it upon yourself. It's amazing to me as I work with entrepreneurs and I'm teaching them how to become unshakable, how to become imperturbable, unbotherable, and they'll say, yeah, but look what other people are experiencing. Yeah, but is that your experience? If it's not your experience, don't take it upon yourself right now. There's this story that I love in mythology of Orpheus and Eurydice. And the story is that Eurydice was beautiful, and Hades, who rules the underworld, falls in love with Eurydice and steals her into the underworld. So Orpheus, being the Greek hero that he is, goes down into the underworld and attempts to rescue Eurydice. So Hades makes him a deal. Hades says, look, you can go back up to the living worlds, but you're going to lead, Eurydice is going to follow you, and you cannot look back on Eurydice. If you look back on Eurydice, the deal is she'll stay here in the underworld for eternity with me. Orpheus is like, no problem. So he and Eurydice head out. He's leading, she's following. And as he's heading back up to the living worlds, he hears all these screams and horrible sounds and monsters and Eurydice yelling and gnashing of teeth. It sounds like she's just being eaten alive. So he's almost back up to the living world and he cannot help himself. He turns around to make sure his beloved Eurydice is okay. And she's right behind him. No monsters, no threats. But because he turned around, poof, she disappears and she spends eternity with Hades in the underworld. There's all kinds of illusions of monsters and gnashing of teeth and threats that are out there in the world. The Orphean illusion, do not pay attention to them. That is not your reality. Again, it doesn't mean that you're not loving and you're not compassionate, but that is not your reality. You must ignore the sounds and the threats and the fears that you see in the external world. You cannot pay attention to the illusions. You have to manage your mind. So how do we do that? I have a very simple 3-step process. As I go through my day, I notice whether I'm in what I would call a powerful state or a primal state. Powerful state means I feel good. Primal state means I don't. And whenever I don't feel good, it's some form of fear. Very simple, very binary, very useful, because it's not always easy to catch your thoughts, but you can notice how you feel. Do I feel good or do I feel bad? If you feel bad, you are in fear 100% of the time. And so if I'm in fear, I realize that the enemy is not outside of me, the enemy is inside of me. I take a look at what is it I'm thinking. I'm engaging with the enemy right now. The old programs of my subconscious mind, the familial trauma that's been passed down from generation to generation. So what is it that I'm thinking? And I know it's an illusion. It's an Orphean illusion. Now my job is to see through it. So I identify what it is that I'm thinking. I'm thinking I don't have enough time. I'm thinking that, oh my God, there's going to be a financial collapse. I'm thinking that I'm not good enough. I'm thinking that I should or shouldn't have said something. I'm judging someone else. Whatever it is that I'm thinking that's moving me into a primal state, some form of fear, I identify it. That's step 2. Really simple. What is it you're thinking? Because it is not the external circumstances that are causing you to be afraid. It is your inner world. What is it that you're thinking? Step 1, am I afraid? Step 2, what is it I'm thinking? And then I know it's an illusion and I have to see through it. So I ask myself a very simple question. If this is not true, what is some form of the opposite that could be true? If I'm afraid that I'm not going to have enough money, what's some form of the opposite? Well, that I live in a time where there's more financial prosperity and abundance than ever before. That there's more forms of money and forms of currency than ever before. Shit, my government is printing more dollars. It's like living in one of those booths on those old game shows where there's dollars flying around in a booth and you get to grab as many of them as possible. That's what's real right now. It's not that I don't have enough money or there isn't enough money out there. It's just that I've been living in so much fear that I haven't been grabbing the dollars that are in the booth. So what evidence do I have for the fact that this is true? Right? That I'm not good enough. That's my fear. That's why I'm moving into a primal state. That's the enemy. What's true? That I'm perfect just the way that I am. I mean, look, man, everybody's on their own journey. I came here to learn some stuff, and I learned it through my addiction, through my recovery. I learned it through my 2 homes in foreclosure. I learned it by having way too much credit card debt, not enough money in my bank account. I learned that I wanted money and that I was going to have money and that money was my birthright. That's what I learned, right? What evidence do I have for the fact that this is true? That it's not that I'm not good enough. I'm perfect just the way I am, and I'm on my journey according to my own timing. So I have to notice when I move into fear, I need to look at the cause of the fear, which is internal, not external, and I have to see through the illusion. I have to say, hey, if this is the illusion, then some form of the opposite must be true. What evidence can I find in my reality that this new decision is true? Shift my reality. Exercise the demons, right? This is the way that we become spiritually stronger. The inner demons are there to make you stronger, to help you build emotional, psychological, spiritual resilience. It's like going to the gym. You go and you lift the weights. It's resistance. But the more reps you do, the stronger you become. So there's nothing wrong with you if you're having negative fear-based thoughts. There's nothing wrong with you if they're materializing into the experiences of your life. You can transform your reality by changing the way that you think. And the way that we do that is we get into the spiritual gym. That's what this external reality is doing for us right now. There's a beautiful quote in scripture. It's in Romans. Be not conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. You don't have to stick with the fear-based reality that you've created. You can transform your own personal reality by changing the way that you think, building spiritual muscle. I love the passage in the Bible where the shepherd boy David stands up against Goliath. If you go back and read that passage, he stands with such conviction, and I'm going to paraphrase it, but he's standing against the mightiest warrior in the Philistine army, right? This massive warrior with armor, and he's this shepherd boy with a loincloth and a sling. But he knows what good is. He knows that good is his only reality. He knows that God is his only reality, and he knows who he is. He knows that the external is not the enemy. The internal doubt is the enemy, and he has no doubt. He says, today, all of the world will know that there is a good, that there is God here in Israel. And he slays the Goliath. You have the opportunity to slay all of the Goliaths in your life right now. But in order to do that, you have to train your mind to stand unshaken amidst the crashing of breaking worlds. You have to start treating mindset like your life depends on it, because it does. Because when you can stand against the Goliaths of your life unafraid, because you know that they are an Orphean illusion, and that the only problem is the doubt that exists inside of you, when you learn to overcome that doubt through this resistance training, the kingdom becomes yours. You create your own personal kingdom. But you have to elevate yourself into someone who can manage the kingdom, someone who can hold the kingdom, right? The king or the queen that can rule over your personal kingdom. And this is the king and queen making process. You treat your mindset like your life depends upon it, because it does. You don't escape the world by withdrawing from it. You transcend it by becoming the one who cannot be moved. This is the opportunity. And man, I don't think there's any better game to play. I don't think there's any better game to play. And we now know how to play it. The crazy thing is, it's this thing called personal growth. Who would have ever thought that personal growth or mindset was actually the key to unlocking everything that you want in your life, to dissolving your problems, to stepping into your full potential, and as we do it individually, changing our lives, and as we do it collectively, transforming the world. I mean, the first personal development seminar I went to, I never thought, oh, this is the technology that's going to change the world. Guess what? It's not AI. It's not artificial intelligence. It's actual intelligence. And so this is the game that we're invited to play. Right? All the chaos you see out there, it's just reflective of the chaos we hold inside of ourselves. As we learn to manage ourselves more effectively, the chaos must organize into order. It must organize into order. And you have the opportunity to do that, not by trying to manipulate your external circumstances, but by managing your inner world. So the universe doesn't respond to what you say once. It responds to what you consistently mean through attention and emotional energy. And this is why patterns repeat themselves even when you start to want things to change, because the signal hasn't actually changed. Only the words have. And so the first shift is awareness, because you can't change what you're sending out until you notice what's actually going on inside of you. And I want to introduce you to this concept that I only share with my private clients, which is the idea of vibrational fluency. See, most of us have learned how to speak a particular language, maybe two, but we never learned how to speak the language of the universe. Speaking to the universe isn't metaphorical, it's literal, but it's not in the way that people usually think. Reality is not responding to your words alone, it's responding to vibration. And vibration has a language. Just like you become fluent in French or Spanish, you don't become fluent by memorizing words, you become fluent by understanding the meaning, the tone, and how expression all work together. That's how you master a language. And the universe really operates the same way. It doesn't listen for what you want, what you ask for out of desperation. It's responding to what you're consistently broadcasting. And so I want to talk to you about these 3 layers of vibrational fluency. Because when you understand this, you can develop an internal communication mechanism that allows you to effectively build a relationship with the reality around you. And so the first level of vibrational fluency, the first layer, is thoughts. You know, thoughts are the very, very beginning. They are a representation of the early stages of manifestation or materialization. A thought is actually a manifestation. It's a very subtle vibration. It is a quiet signal that starts to shape your perception before there's any emotion or before any action ever happens. And this is why thinkers like Napoleon Hill pointed out that thoughts create your reality. Not because thoughts are powerful on their own, but because they start the transmission. But they're the weakest signal, right? They're the most subtle signal. And that's why you can think negatively a lot and still actually succeed. And that's the good news, right? Because a thought is only the first layer. And as spiritual traditions point out, it doesn't take perfect thinking to move reality. Jesus said, you know, all you need is faith the size of a mustard seed to tell the mountain to move from here to there. So thoughts are the first manifestation, and your thoughts, the habit of your thoughts, whether it's worry, whether it's excitement, whether it's gratitude, whether it's anxiety, whether it's resentment or comparing yourself to other people, they actually begin to represent your relationship with the field. You know, the thoughts don't occur in your head. Thoughts are something that you tune into and attract from the field. You know, all ideas that have ever existed, all thoughts that have ever existed exist in this field around us, referred to as the akasha or the ether, or the fourth dimension, or the unified field. So over time, what you're actually doing is you're building a relationship with the field. So this is the first part of manifestation. It actually begins to shape your brain. We could look at your brain and we could map out all your neural networks. And I'm sure with AI in the future, we'll be able to read your belief systems represented by your memories and the meanings that you gave the experiences of your life. So this is your entanglement with your reality. It's the very beginning. It's the most subtle. And then the second layer is emotions, because thoughts naturally turn into feelings. If I have a thought that someone shouldn't have done something, it might make me angry. If I have a thought that I might run out of money, it might create worry inside of me. And so this is a really interesting way that the human being operating system works is thoughts are this electrical activity in your brain. So that's a vibration, right? This is part of the vibrational fluency. It's an electromagnetic phenomenon that you're able to control inside of you. And then those thoughts transmit through your nervous system. And it's not just in your brain now, but your whole nervous system lights up with this vibration. And we would call that an emotion. That's the second layer of vibrational communication or vibrational fluency. So how you feel regularly is actually a much clearer signal than what you think occasionally. Your thoughts are, as I mentioned before, they're subtle. They go from this thought to that thought to another thought, right? That's an irregular part of the broadcast system, but your emotions, where you start to emotionally live, that's what starts to send out a more consistent signal to the universe. That's how the universe understands, because now your entire body is vibrating according to this frequency. And from a behavioral psychology standpoint, repeated thoughts begin to train your nervous system. They condition emotional states. And emotional states begin to predict the types of actions that you'll take, the things that you'll start to do consistently. If you're consistently stressed or frustrated or resentful, by the way, it's not that you're a bad person or you're stupid or you're not very good at this game of personal growth. It's just that you're requesting more experiences that are going to create that same emotional reaction. This isn't good or bad. It's just understanding how the system works. And this is why mystics emphasized emotion over thought, right? Neville Goddard, one of the really phenomenal mystical teachers, taught that emotion imprints itself into reality. He said that feeling is the secret. You have to feel your way through it. Now, one of the things that a lot of my clients ask me is, well, but Dave, if I want an outcome, like if I want to feel healthier, but I'm in chronic pain, how do I feel healthy when that's not my reality? If I want to feel abundant and prosperous, but I look at my bank account and there's not enough, and I look at my credit cards and there's a lot of them, there's a lot of debt, how do I feel abundant? And so I get it, that can be tricky. What I would suggest is don't worry so much about feeling what you want. Just stop feeling the old habit of what you don't want. Just stop broadcasting the primary signal of unwellness or financial insecurity, and your reality will start to change. Okay, but feeling is that next level of vibrational fluency. It's one step greater in terms of vibrational impact or communication than thoughts. The third and the strongest layer of vibrational communication is what you speak. Because if you think about it, speech is now a thought that has then evolved into an emotion, and it is now turning into the first step of action, what you say. You're now bringing it into reality. It is a more material, more powerful broadcast to the universe. And the good news is it's indicative of your emotions and your thoughts, so you can start to track it back. And so when you speak, you're no longer operating internally, you're now transmitting outward. And you're reinforcing this broadcast, this vibration into the physical world. That's why complaining, labeling things as bad, being casually negative, they have a real impact in your life, not just on the people around you, right? But you're not just describing life now, you're amplifying a frequency. And the universe is neutral, it's loving, right? It's designed to support us in growing and evolving. That's why it gives us what we ask for, and we learn about ourselves through the experiences that we create, and we have the opportunity to go, oh, I don't like that. So there must be something inside of me that I need to shift. But it's not evaluating you positively or negatively. It's simply responding to what's being transmitted. It's a beautiful, loving part of the mechanics of this system. And so this is what people miss when they say, the universe doesn't give you what you want, right? It's like, no, it gives you what you're vibrationally fluent in. And so for most people, thoughts and emotions are hard to catch in real time, but speech is obvious, right? It's audible, it's repeatable, it's easy to clean up. And so sometimes when you're doing mindset work, the easiest way to change your reality is to watch what you speak and stop speaking negatively. And if you actually do that, you'll start to backtrack and feel those habits of emotion less and actually start to transform the thoughts that are creating that speech. This is sometimes the fastest way to actually shift your signal. They've done some studies with professional athletes and college athletes where they went in and they just had them start changing the way that they speak, and they significantly improved their performance. Now, I'm not talking about suppressing reality here. What I'm talking about is stop reinforcing the version of reality that you don't want. Become vibrationally fluent. It doesn't mean that you're being fake or positive all the time. It means being precise and intentional and aware of what you're broadcasting. In many ways, it's about learning how to develop an inner attitude of being unbothered by what's happening around you, knowing that if you do not reinforce the reality that you do not want, it will pass, right? Problems do not come to stay, they come to pass. But we can keep these problems or challenges in our life by matching their frequency and continuing to broadcast that to the universe. And so this isn't mystical, right? This is just observable. This is really why the simplest takeaway of this episode matters. Watch what you say because you're always being heard. Every thought that enters your mind is neutral at first, okay? It has no power until you actually entangle with it, until you give it attention. You're going to have thoughts that are consistently occurring just like your heart is consistently beating. But attention is what activates the thought. So attention isn't passive awareness. Attention is agreement with the thought, right? Or what Neville Goddard refers to as assumption. You assume that money is hard to make. You assume things don't work out for you. You assume that you will or won't be healthy. And then what you stay loyal to in terms of your assumptions, you consistently energize. And this is why unwanted patterns persist even when people don't want them, or even when they start doing affirmations or incantations, because internally that vibrational fluency has not been developed and you're still broadcasting what you don't want, right? People keep revisiting the same thoughts emotionally over and over, and then emotion locks that attention in place. And in both neuroscience and spirituality, attention is understood as the currency of consciousness, right? This is where you spend your spirit or your soul or your energy, and where attention goes, your neural pathways strengthen. And so you start to deepen those belief systems, you start to entrain those emotional habits, and then your perception starts to organize around them, right? So you actually start to see reality and create reality according to what it is that you're holding inside of you. As Eckhart Tolle, one of the great spiritual teachers of our time, said, whatever you fight, you strengthen, and whatever you resist persists. And so even when you're trying to solve a problem or change your external reality, you're actually feeding that same vibrational frequency. So most people believe like they're the victims of their thoughts. And in reality, they're unconsciously consenting to them by engaging and analyzing and replaying them. I can't tell you how many times I've noticed that I have some argument with someone, or something happens in my life that disturbs me, right? It disrupts my inner world. And then I get in the car and I'm carrying that situation with me, even though it's no longer there. There was an old parable of two monks who were traveling across the countryside, and they came upon a stream, and there was a woman who couldn't get across the stream. And she said, "Oh, can you help me? I need to get to the other side. I have to get home to my family." And in the order of these monks, they were prohibited from touching women. And one of the monks, without hesitating, grabs the woman, picks her up, takes her across the stream, puts her down on the other side so she can go back to her family. And the second monk can't believe that the first monk just did this. And anyway, they continue on for, another day. And the second monk still cannot believe that the first monk touched this woman. It's like the one thing they can't do according to their order. They spend the night, they wake up the next morning, they travel for another day. Finally, they're setting a fire on the second night, and the second monk still can't believe it. And he says to the first monk, "I cannot believe that you picked that woman up." And the first monk says, "I picked that woman up and I dropped her off right on the other side of the stream." He said, "You've been carrying her for the last 2 days." And that's what we do. And your attention doesn't care, by the way, if your thoughts are positive or your thoughts are negative. It just simply amplifies whatever you're bringing your attention to. And so this is why trying to get rid of a thought often backfires, right? Because struggling with a thought, or saying, "I don't want to think this," or "I need to be thinking something different," it's still giving that same thought attention. And attention keeps the pattern alive. And that's why my suggestion is, a lot of different personal growth teachings out there say you need to really visualize the change that you want. And you have to feel the change that you want. That can actually create even more resistance. What I would suggest is when you notice that your inner world is disturbed and that you're not putting out a broadcast that's congruent with what you want to create, just go do something else. Just stop the broadcast. Don't worry about broadcasting exactly what you want. Just stop the broadcast that's creating what you don't want. Because as the Buddha said, where your attention goes, energy flows. Saying yes to a thought doesn't always look like agreement. Sometimes it looks like, worrying about something or ruminating about something or rehearsing it in your mind. And so saying no just simply means you refuse to feed the thought with energy. You do something else. You go for a walk with the dog. You go get a cup of coffee. You do something that you enjoy. You phone a friend. You just stop the broadcast, because in that way you become unbothered by the situation, right? You notice it and then you let it pass, knowing that as you manage your inner state, right, as you master your vibrational fluency, your outer reality has to change to match your inner calm. So this is the quiet power that most people never learn. You don't control which thoughts appear, they're going to appear, but you do control which ones get reinforced. And over time, when you consistently ignore those thoughts, they lose momentum, right? And this is neurological. We start to see the myelin around the synaptic connections begins to deteriorate. The electrical signal is not as strong. You can actually withdraw a belief system from your brain by no longer giving those thoughts and the emotions associated with them attention, and certainly not speaking what you don't want into reality. So what you consistently attend to starts to become your lived reality, whether you want it or not. And this is one of the most direct ways you speak to the universe, not through words alone, but through sustained attention. So when attention becomes intentional, the patterns begin to dissolve in your life without you having to force your way through them, and reality starts responding to a clear, more coherent signal. And once you give attention to a thought, right, interpretation follows automatically. So in other words, attention decides what gets processed, and interpretation decides what it means. So interpretation is the story that you attach to what you're noticing. So it's the difference between this is happening to me, right, or this is happening through me, right? Am I a victim of life, or am I creating life through my attention? So that story immediately directs your energy. The body responds oftentimes before logic ever has a chance to step in. So if you interpret a situation as a threat, your energy is going to contract. And that's okay. You notice that, and then you can release it. If you interpret the same situation as information or feedback, right, you stay grounded, your energy stabilizes, your attention widens, and your choices return. And this is why attention alone isn't enough, right? You can notice a thought, but if you interpret it unconsciously, it still drains you. And most people think they're exhausted because life is hard. But in reality, they're exhausted because they're struggling with the reality as it's showing up, right? It's the meaning that they're assigning to everything that is draining their energy. And energy doesn't move towards what you want. It moves towards what you consistently interpret as important or dangerous or defining. And this is why positive thinking often fails. So people try to change their intention without actually changing the meaning of their reality. But when your interpretation shifts, your effort drops, and the same actions suddenly require less force. And this is what alignment actually looks like, right? This isn't hustle or grind or excitement. This is alignment. And when attention and your interpretation line up, meaning you focus on what serves you and you give it a meaning that's aligned with what you want to create, energy stops leaking and starts working for you instead of against you. So speaking to the universe isn't about asking for things out loud. It's about how you consistently relate to what's happening through your language, through your thoughts, through the meaning that you're giving the experience of your life. And it's happening all day long, every single day. And this work is simply about making that process conscious instead of automatic. And you don't have to do it perfectly. If you just bring a little bit of consciousness and you make some small shifts, you'll change your reality dramatically. And most people make the mistake of thinking they're communicating through what they want. But in reality, they're communicating through their habit of thoughts, their habit of emotions, and their habit of speech. The same thoughts, the same meanings, the same emotional responses on a loop. And the universe doesn't respond to what you want once. It responds to what you reinforce consistently, what you're consistently transmitting. And this is why awareness is so powerful and more powerful than effort, because the moment you notice how you're framing an experience, you regain choice. And instead of saying like, hey, how do I change this out there? A more powerful question is, how am I reacting to this inside of here, right? When something unexpected happens, that's the moment communication is happening most clearly. And so your reaction starts to set the tone for everything that follows. You can get to a point where you feel that you're reacting, and then remember, that's what's happening out there, and it's just a projection. And you can change the projection if you relax through the experience. Very much working with your reality is very much like being in yoga. It's like you get in an uncomfortable posture. There are circumstances or situations that are going to show up, and you have to breathe through it. And so if you can relax through the experience, you can allow the experience to transform, right? You don't even need to come up with a better story about the situation. You can simply say, hey, this is passing. Something better is coming. I know that my reality is already changing because my reaction to my reality is different. As Marcus Aurelius wrote, he said, if you're distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it. Over time, these small little internal decisions, they start to compound. And so your patterns start to lose momentum, your reactions start to soften, your options start to expand. And this is how people begin to experience greater levels of synchronicity or things suddenly working out. Not because reality changed overnight, but because the signal became aligned. When language is precise and your attention is intentional and your interpretation is clean, you stop fighting life and you start moving with it. That's what it actually means to speak to the universe. So if there's one thing I want you to take from this, it's this. You're not disconnected from the universe. You've been communicating the entire time through the thoughts that you have, the emotions you feel, the words that you speak. Nothing changes all at once, but the moment you become more precise with how you speak internally, life has no choice but to respond differently. And not because you start forcing it, but because you've stopped sending mixed signals. So if you love this episode and it helped you see your patterns more clearly, I want you to just sit with it. Like, pay attention this week to how you describe things, how you speak about your reality, especially when something unexpected happens, because that's where the real shift can begin. Guys, if it's not clear to you by now, you probably haven't been paying attention, but we are living in a consistent psychological operations campaign. And this is not a conspiracy theory anymore. This is the reality of the conspiracy. Between media manipulation and central intelligence manipulation and corporate manipulation, it's all being exposed. And we've been lied to literally by an organized crime ring of power and influence, from pandemic narratives that we were lied about, to the Epstein narrative that we're being lied about, to intelligence agency cover-ups and misdirections that seem to be happening on a daily basis right now. These are not isolated events. They are coordinated psychological operations designed to shape perception. Now, make no mistake, this episode is not about doom and gloom. I've said over and over and over again, I believe in the certainty of the goodness of the future, but if you're going to overcome your opponent and create a victory, you have to know the opponent that is in front of you, and right now, this is the opponent. It is a hijacking of your attention through very sophisticated means. So we have been living inside a psychological prison for most of human history. But as a result of the internet and social media and this digital connectivity that's taking place, the veil is being lifted. And we're finally seeing the operating system. We're seeing the serpent or the snake as it is emerging. So I want to explain for a moment how this psychological operation works. It works through repetition, it works through fear, it works through identity division and emotional triggers. So when your attention is directed towards fear or conflict, you are highly controllable and unable to intentionally create what you want. So let's break down exactly how they hijack your attention biochemically, neurologically, and psychologically. The first one is through dopamine. So dopamine is the pleasure chemical. It's the anticipation chemical. It fires not when you get the reward, but when you anticipate it. And this is why sometimes, I don't know if you're like me, I'm sitting next to my phone and my hand like automatically moves to my phone to check something, even though consciously I don't need to check my phone. That's the addictive reward mechanism actually taking place. It's literally controlling your neurophysiology. This is why slot machines are so addictive. You don't know when the reward is coming, right? It's the unpredictability, the variable reward that creates the strongest dopamine spike of all. So it might be, a new message that you're getting or a DM on your social media. It might be an email. It might be checking some statistic or report, or it might be just the novelty of being able to swipe, right? And to be able to scroll and see something new that feels good. I was describing to my wife the other day that the relationship that I feel with my phone is very much like the oral fixation and using my hands that I had way back in the day when I was smoking cigarettes. This is literally the digital cigarette. And so intermittent reinforcement is the most powerful form of conditioning known to psychology. In other words, if this can be placed into your daily routine, it becomes addictive. And so think about your phone. Notifications, likes, comments, messages, scroll, scroll, scroll. Your device is literally a digital slot machine in your pocket 24/7. Every swipe is maybe there's something exciting that's taking place here. Every refresh, maybe there's something shocking. And your brain goes, Don't look away. There might be something important next. This is dopamine-driven attention hijacking. Now, combine that with fear. When the brain detects threat, the amygdala activates. And so cortisol and adrenaline, very powerful hormones and chemicals, are released. And the body goes into fight or flight or freeze. Now, here's the key. When fear activates, the prefrontal cortex, the part responsible for logic and long-term thinking and creativity, it shuts down. So fear makes you less intelligent, way more reactive, and easier to control. It literally creates a tunnel vision. You stop seeing the full picture and you narrow in on the threat. And that is exactly what media does. They keep feeding us threats to trigger constant amygdala activation using tools and mechanisms that are naturally hyper-addictive. And so we get headline after headline: crisis, outrage, collapse, enemy, danger. So dopamine keeps you coming back and fear keeps you frozen. Now, these two alone are powerful enough, but combine that with what all of us hold inside of our nervous system, which is trauma. So if you have unprocessed trauma, which we all do, or limiting beliefs, a fear of not being good enough, a fear of not mattering, a fear that you can't trust people, a fear that you're not safe, your nervous system is already primed for fear. And so that means the external fear messaging has a place to land inside of you. Trauma literally makes you hypervigilant, always scanning for danger. You feel me? I don't know if you're feeling it, but I always am like waiting for the next shoe to drop is the way that I would describe it. Always bracing for impact. And so when the media feeds you fear, your brain bonds with it. It actually feels safer to keep focusing on the fear than to let go. Because the brain thinks if I keep paying attention to the danger, I can protect myself. And so now fear becomes addictive within this entire addictive trilogy. Now add in technology, the platforms you use that are engineered by neuroscientists to exploit these exact mechanisms, infinite scrolling with no stopping cues, notifications that give you dopamine triggers, all this outrage content that triggers your fear, personalized feeds that start to psychologically profile you, and then algorithmic amplification, which creates insane emotional manipulation. That's the trap. And people say, well, that's just business. They want our attention. But it actually goes a lot deeper than that. This is not about advertising, right? Because these platforms don't just respond to your behavior, they actually shape it. They promote what fits certain agendas, and then they suppress what doesn't. And this is why you see certain narratives everywhere and others never appear at all. So this is behavioral modification at scale. And when they censor voices, they're not just silencing opinions, they're controlling the information that your brain has access to. So from a neurological perspective, censorship literally limits your mind's ability to construct alternate realities. It limits your possibility and it locks you into the possibility that they want you to believe in. So this is psychological warfare disguised as social media. And that's why we're finding every social media organization is actually coordinating or literally has within its organization a division that is connected to central intelligence, to intelligence agencies. So if you don't understand the biological and biochemical game being played on you, you're actually going to think that your thoughts are your own, when in reality they're not. Your nervous system has been hijacked. Now, I didn't start out really trying to expose any of this. I just wanted to heal myself. I just wanted my life back. And I got into personal growth, and then I got into mindset. But I was fortunate that in the early 2000s, I had a company that I started, and I hired a bunch of young guys who would have been considered conspiracy theorists. And so they started talking about how there was a global structure of organized crime that was manipulating finance and controlling the media, and it all just sounded like a bunch of bullshit to me. But over the last 20 years, we've actually seen how that is actually the case. And so not only was I exposed to these ideas early on, but then as I started to heal myself and really look at how to create my own reality and looking at it from a root cause level, which was alleviating myself of my trauma and understanding these creative metaphysical principles of how you create your own reality, like that are talked about in Napoleon Hill's Think and Grow Rich, or Neville Goddard's, collected works, or Florence Scovel Shinn's The Game of Life and How to Play It. And then ultimately the Bible and a lot of the teachings of Jesus, because he was the greatest metaphysical teacher in the history of the world, from my perspective. Eventually I stumbled into the truth, which is Self-help or mindset is not some soft skill. It's actually the key to understanding global power. It's the key to understanding how we're going to create a new reality. Because whoever controls your mind controls your reality. And when you reclaim your mind, you become ungovernable. So you become the king of your own kingdom or the queen of your own queendom. And most people are very easily controlled because every human being carries limiting beliefs and unmetabolized trauma. And trauma acts like a magnet for fear. So when fear propaganda is pushed, people take the bait, right? When there's an enemy that's presented, people believe in it. They become angry. They become divided. They become distracted. Whether the enemy is a group of terrorists far off in another country or whether the enemy is the political group that doesn't agree with what you agree with, right? This is how we become divided and distracted. We become positioned against each other. And if you haven't cleared your trauma, you're susceptible to psychological manipulation. When you get into healing work, like all of the conversations that we have on this show, fear no longer sticks to you. You start to build a nervous system that is downregulated and that is not as susceptible or triggered by these fear cues. And so you stop reacting. And when you stop reacting, you can start choosing. That's sovereignty. That's personal freedom. You start to become impervious to the psychological operations and the campaign and the media. You become impervious to the programming. So when you're susceptible to it because you have a lot of anger or resentments or limiting beliefs, and then these messages play off of that fear, your attention gets hijacked. And you start creating within their agenda versus creating what you want out of your own life. And when you have psychological and emotional resiliency and freedom and sovereignty, you can start to self-direct your attention towards your dreams, towards your vision, whether that's just having financial prosperity versus the financial insecurity that they're perpetrating upon you, or whether or not that's health within your body, regardless of the doom and gloom and all the viruses and bacteria that are coming to get you, or whether that is love and compassion and connection because you no longer feel angry or divisive against people who might have a different opinion than you. You're starting to create your own reality. You're pulling away from or disintegrating what you've been enslaved into, and you're essentially taking the red pill, right? You're red pilling yourself and waking up out of the matrix. So what's fundamental to understand, and why I spend so much time teaching this on this channel, is that in order to create, you have to be able to direct your attention. All creation requires directed attention. Attention is soul. If you think about what attention is, I want you to just notice right now that there's this life that is living through your body right now. It's expressing itself. And you're using your body to be able to hear and potentially see this episode. But there's a presence inside of you that is receiving this information, that is experiencing this conversation. That is your soul. That's your consciousness. And so you can direct your attention into different places, which is essentially directing your soul towards different experiences. And as you are able to direct intentionally your soul somewhere, creative force follows. Attention or spirit or soul is literally the creative force of the universe. And so if you focus on fear, you manifest more fear. That's how humanity became trapped in totalitarian control. And even the Bible says over 300 times, fear not. It's like the number one most written recommendation in the Bible, fear not. Why? Because fear equals the surrender of your attention. It equals the surrender of your soul. And whatever you direct your attention towards actually grows and becomes stronger, even if you think you're fighting something. So a lot of what's happening right now in people becoming angry even about this system of control or this global organized crime ring or this psychological operations campaign, as I would describe it. As you start to become angry about it and you start to resist it, you only make it stronger. And this is where I want to present the solution to you, because it is actually hidden in one of the most powerful teachings in the Bible. This is not a religious thing. This is a metaphysical thing. If you want to create something new in your own life, or we want to create something new as a brotherhood and a sisterhood of human beings, we cannot continue to fight the old. So we create the new if we liberate our consciousness, we heal our trauma, and we become immune to fear. That's the formula. right? Liberate our consciousness, heal our trauma, and become immune to fear. We can then direct our attention towards what we want instead of what we fear. Because if our attention is directed towards what we fear, we just get more of what we fear. And this is actually the true meaning of the quote from Jesus, from Sermon on the Mount, when Jesus said, turn the other cheek. When you're confronted by evil, do not resist, but turn the other cheek. So this is not about weakness or placating evil or power and allowing someone to hit you on the other side once they've already hit you on one side. This is actually a spiritual technology that Jesus is recommending. So rather than continuing to resist evil, we notice evil. And what happens when you turn your cheek? Let's say, for example, you notice evil to the right. When you turn your cheek, you direct your head towards the left. And that is actually representative of shifting your attention. You are pulling your attention away from evil, and you are turning the cheek, and you are directing it into a new space of possibility. Having acknowledged evil, but understanding the metaphysical principles and having healed and no longer allowing your attention to become hijacked by those things that upset you, you use what upsets you as a catalyst for getting clear on what it is you want to create. I do not like censorship. I am going to create freedom of speech. I do not like the forever wars. I am going to create peace and harmony. I do not like financial insecurity or financial fear. I am going to create prosperity and abundance for myself. Notice evil, and then turn the cheek and direct your consciousness and attention towards the equal and opposite of that which evil represents. And this is the most powerful technique in the world for transforming your reality, and as we do this together, transforming the world. You don't feed the old paradigm, you start to build a new one. You know, I remember when I first got into this business that I have, and there were a lot of other people with a lot of partnerships. And I was like, oh, I don't really know that many people. But rather than continue to say, well, I don't know that many people, and I don't have that many friends, and I don't have that many colleagues, and I don't have that many partners, I turned my cheek. And I made a decision that I didn't know how, I didn't know when, but I was going to build amazing relationships with other incredible people doing amazing things in the world. I was going to support them in their mission. They were going to support me in mine. Literally within months, my network started expanding through coincidences and synchronicities. I was single for 10 years. I turned the cheek. I made a new decision, which was I didn't know how, I didn't know when, but I was going to meet a beautiful, intelligent woman and make her my wife. 2 weeks later, I met the woman who is now my wife through a series of coincidences and synchronicities. So you don't feed the old paradigm, whether it's in your life or whether we're looking at the world together. You direct your attention towards what you want to create. Now, individually, this changes our lives, but at scale, this changes civilization. And so that's what's happening right now, and why I believe in the certainty of the goodness of the future is that more and more and more of us are healing, more and more of us are seeing the structure of the serpent of control that exists in the world, and we're no longer buying into it. But what's important here is we no longer entangle with it. We are confronted by evil, we turn the cheek, we direct our attention towards that which we want to create. It's important to understand the old fear-based control system is breaking. That's why we're seeing so much chaos right now. That's why we're seeing the insane acquisition of social media companies so that more censorship and control can be put on top of those platforms. But it's not going to work because more and more people are waking up and healing and reclaiming their attention. And so what we're seeing right now, even though it's got some significant speed bumps along the way because change is challenging, a new humanity is emerging. And not by force, but by consciousness. So this is like Dr. Strange level shit. We're able to manipulate reality. But in order to do that, we have to liberate our own consciousness. In order to do that, we have to heal so that our attention cannot be hijacked. But what's so exciting right now is that we are witnessing literally the dawn of the attention sovereign human being. And so it's important to understand that mindset isn't just personal development. It's the number one survival tool and thriving tool that exists today. You have to treat your mindset like your life depends on it because it does. And you got to get emotionally stronger, psychologically stronger. Heal your trauma, forgive your resentments so that you can no longer be entangled by them, and do the inner work. You know, we've got so many incredible programs. You can jump on over to davidbear.com. You can download my free ebook. You can subscribe to one of our online courses, the Mind Hack Program or the Whole Human Framework. Buy my book, A Changed Mind. Show up at our annual event, The Powerful Living Experience Live. There's so many resources around you. All the links are in the show notes so that you can get to the root cause of what allows your attention to be hijacked, which is the healing that is required to take place inside of you. So do the inner work. Number 2, Set some digital boundaries, because these things, as helpful as they are equally dangerous if not intentionally used. Do a digital detox, right? Take a few days off. Allow your nervous system to rest, especially during connection times, dinners, meals, conversations. Don't bring your phone into sacred spaces, right? When you're being creative, when you're being intimate, give yourself some momentum. Break the habit of the digital addiction. Minimize the news. Stay informed, right? But not addicted. Pay attention so you can see what's going on in the world. Notice evil and turn the cheek. But spend the vast majority of your time not complaining about what's going on or fearing what's going on, but putting your energy and attention towards what you want to create. And disconnect several hours before bed. End the day in gratitude, not watching fear. It sets the intention for the next day. And most importantly, what I found is surround yourself with other people who are like-minded. Be in the conversation with others, whether that's face-to-face, whether that's listening to podcasts like this one. Feed yourself emotionally and psychologically. It's nutrition, right? Because attention is life, and whoever owns your attention owns your future. So I would recommend you make a priority of owning your own attention, because your attention is the most valuable resource you possess. It is more valuable than money. It is more powerful than technology. It is more sacred than time, because where your attention goes, reality manifests. And for generations, people have kept us distracted, divided, addicted, outraged, and afraid. And not by accident, on purpose. Because if they can control your attention, they can control your reality. But there is a revolution happening right now. And it is not a revolution of violence. It is not a revolution of politics. It is a revolution of consciousness. People are waking up. And people are healing. They are doing the work so that they can no longer be hooked by the system. People are reclaiming their minds and their nervous systems and their personal power. And when you reclaim attention sovereignty, you no longer create from fear. You create from vision, you create from love, you create from purpose, and you create from that deep inner place in you that already knows who you are and why you are here. This is what Jesus was pointing to when he said, turn the other cheek. He was saying, stop feeding darkness with your energy. Stop entangling with lies. Stop pouring your soul into fear and lift your attention to a higher reality and create from there. Live from there. Lead from there. Because the kingdom of heaven is not a place. It's a state of consciousness. That's why he said it's inside of you. And the moment you reclaim your attention, you step into it. And so right now, decide. Will I continue giving my attention to fear and conflict and manipulation, or will I become one of the awakened ones who consciously designs the next era of humanity? Because make no mistake, a new world is emerging and we're all coming together to create it together. At all different stages, no matter where you are in your journey right now, you can make a decision to contribute to a more loving, a more free, a more intelligent, a more abundant world. And that's where I'm going. I'm 100% committed to it. And I'm walking toward that promised land. Not someday, but now, one day at a time. And in this episode, I'm extending my hand to you because I want to walk there together, right? Let's reclaim our attention. Let's reclaim our power. Let's reclaim our destiny. And let's build the new reality one step at a time. All right, guys, I want to start by talking about why life often feels unfair and why that feeling is real. You are not imagining this. Life often rewards the ruthless first. I mean, you can just look around the world today. You can look at the corruption, the games that the wealthy are playing, the artificial inflation of the stock market, all of the things that we see going on in our government today, where congressmen and congresswomen, no matter what country you live in, whoever runs your government are getting wealthy through insider information. It's clear that the world does not run on morality. It runs on power, it runs on coherence, and it runs on action. So I want to break this down for you today. Good people feel betrayed because, frankly, we were taught the wrong rules. There's this idea that if I'm a good person, then life's going to reward me. And that's not true, sort of. That's not how the laws of reality function. Fairness is a comforting story, but it's not a law of reality. And when you understand this, you stop swirling in the confusion of why are all these bad people, the people who are cheating the system, the people who are actually doing what we would look at and say evil things in the world, getting rich and getting powerful, and feeling like there's something wrong with you. Instead, you can align yourself with wealth, prosperity, and power that is actually sustainable. And you can use your vibration for good rather than evil. So let's first talk about why, quote unquote, bad people seem to rise faster. Well, the reason that bad people are able to align themselves with the laws of creation and manifestation so easily is, number one, they act without hesitation. And part of that has to do with not having a moral compass, not really caring about what other people think, not really being concerned about whether or not what you're going to be doing is hurting other people. It is a truly ego-driven, selfish desire. But those types of behaviors and that type of thinking is not an internal division. So bad people don't outsource their identity and approval to other people. They don't care what other people think. They operate with certainty even when wrong. And reality rewards certainty. Because when you are undivided, when you are non-resistant inside of you, and you have what Napoleon Hill would talk about as a burning desire with non-resistance, you can create results very, very quickly. In other episodes, I talk about what I consider to be the master equation for creating success, wealth, health, prosperity, everything that you want. And that is desire plus non-resistance equals desired result. So that non-resistance or that alignment, or what we could call coherence, it beats morality in competitive environments. I want you to think about this environment that we all live in as a competition for the purposes of this conversation. Now, in other episodes, I talk about how there really is no such thing as competition. But you can think about the public markets, the reality that we live in, the wanting to achieve business success or achieve some sort of wealth as a vibrational competition. And the vibration of certainty and non-resistance will outperform and outcompete morality every single day. So you can think about this as the survival of the strongest vibration, not survival of the just or survival of the moral. Now, in a moment, I'm going to talk about the value of morality in terms of a long-term creation. But a lack of guilt means uninterrupted, consistent action. When you don't stop on a daily basis questioning what you did or feeling guilty about it or feeling ashamed of it, you're not wasting time and wasting energy on those types of emotional and psychological behaviors. And so you tend to be in a more consistent type of action. And some of the people who we see who are the wealthiest people in the world today, they're in consistent action because they're not stopping to be considerate of others. They're not questioning what they did or second guessing themselves. But good people often live with this internal contradiction. Good people struggle more with things like indecision, procrastination, self-sabotage, shame. And this is a helpful habit for self-reflection, right? Hey, how am I functioning or operating in a way that doesn't feel congruent with who I want to be, right? This is an important part of self-improvement. But then when the ego inserts itself into that process of self-reflection and self-awareness, and we feel shame and we self-blame, that drains our energy. And that then lowers our vibration. And in a vibrational competition, in a vibrational ecosystem where it's a survival of the greatest vibration, evil will win out over good every single time. It's important to understand that the universe, in a sense, when we talk about manifestation or creating, is in many ways neutral. The geometry or the laws of creation are neutral. Now, we're going to talk about the consideration for being noble, for being humble, for being good here in a moment. There's a huge consideration for that. But just purely in terms of manifesting, in terms of getting rich and creating a business or being successful or influencing others or having control or power in the world, power is fundamentally neutral. And this is most often misunderstood. So the opportunity, if we're interested in it, is to not only be powerful, but also to be good, to be self-aware and self-reflective, but not self-loathing. But the laws of the universe, if you want to call it the laws of attraction, they're not particularly considerate of you being good or bad. Again, that's why we often see that the people who accumulate the most wealth, the most power in the world are not necessarily good, but they're undivided within themselves. They're not wasting a lot of time and energy considering what other people think or questioning whether the thing they did was the right thing for them to do. They're just in consistent action and consistent, uninterrupted, high vibration from a certainty and confidence standpoint. But again, the opportunity is for us to, and I think this is really where the emergent human being is stepping forward, the loving, noble, powerful creator. I think this is a change that's taking place in humanity today where we're going from thousands of years of those who are confident and those who are certain also being those who may be more morally corruptible and therefore having a reality that benefits the few rather than the many. There's this emergence now of what some may refer to as a Christ consciousness, which is being in alignment with these creative principles and creative laws, being connected and guided by the God of your own understanding or higher power, while also being good. So to be self-aware and self-reflective, but not self-loathing. And this is something, if I look back on my life, in terms of when I feel like I became a better person, and also I can see a direct correlation with the amount of money in my bank account, clarity on my purpose, my connection to a higher power, my attracting an amazing relationship into my life, being more successful in business, all the things. I learned this in my 12-step recovery, my alcohol, drug, and sex addiction recovery. To say, okay, look, I made a mistake. I did something that is not a reflection of who I want to be. I hurt another person. I will make an amends for that. Hey, I'm sorry that I did this or said this, but I won't dwell on it. This was one of the gifts of my addiction recovery, and something my sponsor and the other people in my program, my recovery program, really helped me understand was, if I stay in the shame, I'll end up in a shame spiral, and I'm more likely to go out and drink or drug or sex again because the shame spiral is so uncomfortable. So it was very important to acknowledge my wrongdoing, but not to judge or blame myself. And the way that I did this was to fundamentally understand that at any given moment, I'm doing the best that I'm capable of, based on my programs, my traumas, the circumstances in the moment, my emotional urges, the temptations or situations or circumstances around me. And I'm not always going to choose what optimally I would choose if I could look back and make a different decision. In the moment, I'm always making the best decision that I can, even when it's a decision that's not congruent with who I really want to be. So when I reflect upon it, I give myself permission to have done it while also holding myself accountable to others around me who I may have harmed and making amends. Recently I had a client that did some things he wasn't proud of. He made some decisions in his business out of ego that are having consequences. He was moving too fast. He wasn't being thoughtful. He was being driven by a need for speed. And he did some things that hurt other people. And so on our call, he was super down. He was having what looked like to me a pity party. And, I let him have the party for a minute. And then I said, look, bro, get over yourself. Stop the pity party. Go make amends to the people that you've hurt. And now let's just do the next thing and let's go. That's real power. My buddy Paco, who's in my recovery program and my AA meetings, he said to me, people come in and they feel so guilty about their life. They're like, look at my life. Look what I did. Look how I've ruined it. And Paco's like, get over yourself, man. Move on. That's all we can do is learn from the past, become better, and do our best moving forward. That's real power. The people who are rising now are not perfect people. They're broken people who are putting the pieces back together to become even stronger. That's what's so incredible at about this point in time right now, why I believe in the certainty of the goodness of the future, and why I love that you're here, and I love the community that we're building, because we're not showing up like we're perfect. We're just showing up humble and learning from the mistakes that we make to become better people, and aligning ourselves with certainty and confidence and power so that we can create good things in the world out of good people. Because good is a high vibration. It is a higher vibration than evil. But you must combine good with confidence and with certainty and with faith. Evil is ego, right? Some people describe the ego as an acronym, edging God out. Evil is ego without God. And you can create from there. It's almost like black magic. But you can only get so far on that. When you are good, but self-loving, not self-loathing, and you believe in a God of your own understanding, you believe that there is a higher power that is governing the system, then whatever's out there that seems to be evil, it can't touch you. I love the story of David and Goliath. I love that there's this little shepherd boy who has a sling and a stone, and he's face to face with the mightiest warrior in the Philistine army. And he goes out on the battlefield. You can imagine 2 armies watching this little boy and a giant, terrifying warrior. And the little boy says, I know who I am. I know who I stand for. I know that there is a God in my life. And I know that God and good triumph over evil. That is an example of the level of confidence and certainty that evil people have, but aligned with good. And what happens in that day on that battlefield is good, or God wins out over evil in an impossible, miraculous way. But that is the story of what can happen in our lives with the Goliaths that we face on a day-to-day basis. Whether your Goliath is your chronic health condition or autoimmune disease, whether your Goliath is your addiction, whether your Goliath is the financial insecurity that you've been experiencing, not just for years, but perhaps for generations. It doesn't matter what the Goliath is in your life, you can slay it. And we together can slay the Goliaths that are out there in the world. The corrupt financial systems, the corrupt governments. We can create a new promised land when we align ourselves with the goodness inside of us, with that confidence and with that faith. Powerful, faithful, confident, and humble. You know, the Bible says that the meek shall inherit the earth. And it's like, well, what does that mean? Like the weak shall inherit the earth? No, the meek were not the weak. The meek were those who aligned themselves with faith and with confidence and with good and with God, and they were able to accomplish miracles. You look at Abraham's humility to almost sacrifice his child until the last minute. God says, hey, just kidding. Just wanted to see how meek you were, how humble you were, how much you were going to allow me to direct your life so that you could become the father of new nations. Who is meek in the Bible? We say meek is Moses. Was Moses meek? No, Moses was a battle warrior. I mean, this was a guy that went to Pharaoh and said, you will free the Hebrews, the slaves. And through his energy and vibration, he allowed the plagues that God brought upon the Egyptians. Then he leads the Hebrew slaves out of Egypt into the promised land of the unknown. And when Pharaoh and his armies were in pursuit, outstretched his hand because he heard what God said, and being humble to God, parted the Red Seas. I mean, the dude was like a Gandalf on steroids. You look at what David accomplished, and then you look at Jesus as the full embodiment of these principles and the miracles that he was able to perform. That's meekness, that's humility, but it's certainty and it's faith, and that's what real power is. That's why good will always win out over evil. But for thousands of years, evil has understood this, and goodness has been plagued by this lack of self-esteem, this self-judgment, this indecision, this procrastination. But as you start to understand the laws of the universe, you set those things aside. You become no longer subservient to the ego, but a king or queen of your own inner kingdom. And now you can perform miracles in the world on behalf of a power greater than yourself. That's part of the meekness and the humility. I'm not doing it. I'm facilitating it on behalf of the one power that there is. On earth right now, we are in a transition from artificial power to real power. From the power of egoic vibration to the power of being plugged in to the main source. And so if you really truly want to be successful and wealthy, you don't need to become ruthless. In fact, you can't be. You want to become whole. You want to become undivided in your identity, because that creates certainty. I know who I am. I know what I'm connected to. I know who I serve. And that certainty creates a presence, and that presence commands reality. And this is the difference between force, which is what we've been seeing in the world, and authority, delegating authority in the world. It's important to understand that evil, as we view it in the world today, while it may temporarily have power, it's not sustainable. It may even be sustainable in the course of one's life, but what you carry to the next life is really the quality of your soul. And so whether you learn the lesson in this life or the next one, the lesson will be learned. And so if you truly want to create value for yourself on both the material plane and the soul plane, it's about learning how to balance confidence and certainty and faith and a connection to a higher power with what you create here now and what you bring with you in terms of who you've become later on. Because the ruthless rise and then they fall, right? Power built on fear catalyzes and gives birth to God-driven power. What I mean by that is we have all been subjugated to hundreds, if not thousands of years of fear-based power, and that has compressed us, and now we are the seeds of this emergent God-driven power. So evil has served its purpose in catalyzing and inspiring the emergence of real power through us. That's what's happening right now. Even though it may seem like bad people have power, it doesn't last. And like I said, the real game is not what we do here, but what we carry into the next life, because the soul is eternal. So there are consequences for those who gain earthly riches from an immoral place. Real success is achieved through the game that you and I are actually playing. The way you level the playing field is to find certainty and confidence in knowing who you are, where you came from, not from your ability to control people or manipulate reality, but by knowing you are perfect and humbling yourself to something greater than you. You know, I try to wake up every single day. I don't do it every day, but I try my best, aligned with a better vision for myself and for the world, and accepting of the challenges that come, knowing they are shaping me into an unstoppable force for good. Try to wake up and say, reporting for duty, sir. Reporting for duty, ma'am. And this is the lesser worn path. Most people are not walking this path. This is the path through the brambles and the branches and the bushes, but that's what makes you stronger, right? That's why we consider ourselves spiritual warriors. If you want more money, if you want more power, you can have it. But the real treasure is who you become in the process. It's the long game of life, but it's worth it. There are a lot of shortcuts out there, and you can say yes to them. But every time you do, you're cheating yourself from becoming more courageous, from becoming stronger, from becoming more resilient. If you're willing to take the lesser worn path, it will give you more that you could ever imagine in this life. And the beautiful thing is you get to carry it to the next. So many things I could have done to make more money, do things faster, lots of opportunities I could have pursued, lots of things I did do before I got clean and sober. And we see others doing it, but that's their journey. It's not ours, right? Our journey is the slower, harder path, but it's worth it. So if you take anything from this, let it be this. The world doesn't reward good or bad. It responds to alignment. The reason ruthless people rise faster isn't because they're right. It's because they're undivided. And the invitation for you isn't to lose your values. It's to stop losing yourself, to stop losing your relationship with the higher power of your own understanding. Because when goodness is paired with certainty and humility and confidence and faith and action, that's real power. That's the kind of power that lasts. That's the kind that can't be taken from you. And so you don't need to win fast because you're playing the long game of character, of soul, and of legacy. Viva Voya says, just going to keep it very real here. His first videos were great, but recently sounds like he keeps repeating himself and recycling his own info. I've watched all of his videos. David, come on, man. You're deeper than that. You have plateaued. So what Viva Voya just shared is literally the number one reason people never achieve mastery of their mindset and why they therefore do not change their lives. I have a very good friend who's also a client who was telling me a story once. He's a Taekwondo practitioner, and he was working with his teacher who was a master at Taekwondo. And at one point in their training, my friend said, hey, I want to learn some new moves. And his teacher said, you don't need to learn any new moves. He said, what do you mean? How am I going to get better? And his teacher said to him, look, I don't fear the man that can throw 10,000 different punches. I fear the man who's thrown one punch 10,000 times. So most people go from thing to thing to thing rather than focusing on mastery around the few things that are actually going to move the needle. And so let me distill all of personal growth down to one thing for you. Here it is. Notice any negative thoughts that don't feel good and stop thinking them. That's it. You never have to watch another video again. You never have to take another course again. You never have to go to another event again. You're done. Congratulations. Now, what's the problem? The problem is doing it. It's really simple. You want to get sober, stop drinking. But how does that work out for most people? Stop looking at porn. Want to be healthier? Lose weight. Don't eat sugar. Go to the gym. Imagine you go to the doctor. Doctor says you have diabetes. Hey, don't eat sugar. You come back to the doctor. Your labs haven't gone down. It's a year later. He says the same thing. You're like, come on, doc. You can do better than that. You just keep saying don't eat sugar. You've plateaued. I'm saying notice any negative thoughts that don't feel good and stop thinking them. That's it. Now, mastery takes that concept and goes deeper. It takes that concept and it looks at all the nuances. Okay, how can I train myself to notice any negative thoughts and stop thinking them? And this is where you go deeper. It's in the integration and the implementation. For example, you come to me and you say, hey, I get it. All I have to do is stop thinking negative thoughts. But I keep trying to not think negative thoughts, and I can't. And I say, well, that's because you can't actually stop thinking negative thoughts because you can't stop thinking thoughts. Just like you can't stop beating your heart because your brain is thinking all the time. And you say, well, what do I do? And I say, well, you have to direct your thoughts or your attention to different, better feeling thoughts. And you say, oh, wow, okay, that's helpful. I was trying to not think. Now I know, or I understand that I can't not think. So you've given me a different play to run. I'll focus my attention on other thoughts. You go away. You come back the next day. You go, David, I'm stuck. I say, well, what's the problem? You say, well, I have this thing that I want. I have this desire. I want to make more money, but I don't know how. And so I'm frustrated. I don't understand how other people are able to make money. And so I keep thinking that there's something wrong with me. And I'm aware now that these are negative thoughts, but they seem true. And so I'm not able to focus my attention on other thoughts because I really want to make more money. How does this work? And I say, oh, okay, you think you need to know how to make more money in order to materialize that desire. No. That's not actually how it works. So the process here is first you just have to become clear on the desire and now hold the desire to make more money. How much money do you want to make? You say, well, I'd like to make $10,000 a month. I say, well, why do you want to make it? You're like, well, because then I could pay down my credit card debt. I could be able to go out for some nice dinners, take a nice vacation, maybe get a new home, put a cold plunge in my backyard. Okay, got it. So now just hold that vision. Imagine what it would be like to have $10,000 more a month. And then over time, as you hold that vision, the how becomes clear. In other words, you'll start having thoughts, you'll start having ideas, and you go, well, that doesn't make any sense. I say, yes, it does. There was a study done at Harvard. It was back in 2009, featured in Time Magazine. I've mentioned this probably 6 times across the last 110 episodes. Said they did a study. They brought in piano players to play the piano. And as they were playing a piano, they studied what parts of their brain lit up. Then they had the pianists just come back in and imagine playing the piano, and the same parts of their brain lit up. And so what we realized was your brain doesn't know the difference between imagination and reality. And as you're experiencing life, every time you have an experience, you're actually recording that experience as a memory. And so through the power of imagination, you can actually install memories of a future that hasn't happened yet. So you can install a memory of that $10,000 a month version of you. And when you install that memory, that's where you start to have different thoughts, different ideas. You start to create a different resonance. You start to perceive life differently. You therefore start to create coincidences and synchronicities, and the how will actually unfold. But you're getting it backwards. You're putting the cart in front of the horse. You're putting the how in front of just holding the desire. That's mastery. There was a great teacher named Neville Goddard. He taught about the fourth dimension. He said, hey, all ideas, all of the hows exist in this thing called the fourth dimension. It's the field of consciousness. Hold your attention there and you will activate ideas in consciousness. You say consciousness, field. What's that? And I go, well, look, there are great traditions all throughout time that have talked about a unifying field. Aristotle and Plato were talking about it. They referred to it as the ether. They said it was the one element that bound all the other elements together. The Hindus referred to it as the Akasha. It keeps a record of all experiences of all time, past, present, and future. Some people refer to this as the Holy Spirit or the quantum or unified field. You say, okay, I'll hold the desire and then wait for the how. This is mastery. You come back the next day and you say, look, Dave, I held the desire and the how didn't happen. And now I'm worried again about not making money. I don't understand. Am I going crazy? Why can't I just let this worry go and focus my attention on better feeling thoughts? And I say, oh, that's because your nervous system has become habituated. You've trained your nervous system over time. And really, one way to look at this conversation is about retraining and downregulating your nervous system. And you say, well, what's upregulating my nervous system? Why is my nervous system trained this way? And I say, well, because when you were younger, you experienced something called trauma. So these were heavy imprints, experiences that had a lot of emotional charge or happened over and over again. And so I say to you, hey, answer this question. When I was growing up, money was blank. And you think there for a moment and you go, well, when I was growing up, money was scarce. And I go, oh, okay, well, what's happened is what money was then is how money is now for you.
And so you are waking up each morning with this feeling of scarcity, like you're not going to have enough. And it's activating your sympathetic nervous system. You're moving into fight or flight. Don't worry. It's just a habit. It's just a pattern. We've got to retrain it. And it's going to take a little time. There's nothing wrong with you. So when you experience this fear, just become aware of the fact that, oh, this is an old habit. Notice it. And then let it go. And you say, oh, okay, good. Good, because that was another negative thought I was having, that there was something wrong with me. But it seems so true. And now that makes sense. So thank you for that. And you leave. This is mastery. You come back the next day. You say, hey, I remember you said to know what I want, but I don't know what I want. I'm just tired of my career and living a life I'm not passionate about, but I don't know what I want. So I've been stressing out this morning. Because you also said I don't need to figure out the how, but I don't even know what I want. I don't even know what my desire is. And I say, all right, I hear you. But if you know what you don't want, then you know what you do want. That's actually the beautiful thing about experiencing the contrast of our life or the problems, is that they give us a moment of clarity because we don't want those things. And so we must therefore want the opposite of whatever that thing is. You don't want a chronic health condition or pain in your body. You want to feel good and safe in your body. You don't want to be alone for the rest of your life. You want to find a soulmate. You don't want to be experiencing financial insecurity. You want prosperity and abundance. You don't want frustration and hustle and grind in your business. You want ease and flow. So know that these problems are not there to curse you for the rest of your life. They're there to help inform you of what you want. And now we get back into the practice. Focus your attention on the desire and let the how unfold. So what you want is more clarity around your purpose and what you're meant to do. So you have that desire. Don't worry about how you're going to figure it out, what the perfect plan is. Hold that intention, and over time, you'll get the clarity and the path will unfold. You leave. That's mastery. You come back the next day. You say, David, you keep telling me the same thing. Tell me something new. And I say, what's the problem? You say, well, I'm feeling anxiety this morning and I don't want to feel the anxiety anymore. And there must be something more than what you're telling me. Otherwise, I wouldn't still be feeling this anxiety. And I say, look, you feel the anxiety because you've trained your nervous system that way. What are you thinking when you're feeling the anxiety? And you say, I'm thinking there's something wrong with me. And what if this anxiety doesn't go away? And what if it debilitates me and I'm not able to live a normal life? And I say, okay, stop thinking those negative thoughts. That's what's perpetuating your anxiety. Put your attention on other thoughts and have a desire for less anxiety and more peace. And give it some time. And the how will unfold. And the result must materialize. And you yell at me. And you say, but you just keep telling me the same thing. Tell me something different. Mastery. When I realized that I was a drug addict, a sex addict, and an alcoholic, and I started working a 12-step program, there's a tradition within the 12-step program. You go to meetings and they celebrate sobriety. So if you haven't drank for a year, you get a 1-year chip. If you haven't done drugs for 5 years, you get a 5-year chip. If you haven't acted out sexually in 10 years, you get a 10-year medallion. But they also have this chip called the white chip, and it's a 24-hour chip. And you pick up the white chip when you've actually violated your sobriety, when you've picked up the drink, or you've picked up the drug, or you've picked up the porn. And it's a recommitment to your program of sobriety. And so when I first got into my recovery program, I was going to Sex Addiction Anonymous meetings, and I had developed a program with my therapist and my sponsor where I defined what it would look like for me to be sober in my sexual addiction. And for the most part, I was struggling with pornography. I mean, I was doing a lot of other things like hiring hookers and having one-night stands, and but really pornography was the thing that was the most challenging for me. And so, I started going to 12-step meetings. I showed up on the first day. I picked up a white chip because it had been less than 24 hours since I had been sober. And then I came back the next day. and I picked up another white chip because I went home that night and looked at pornography. And it was literally months that I could not get through 24 hours without picking up a white chip. But my sponsor and I worked together to take a look at what is it that you were thinking or what was stressing you out that caused you to then act out again. Because ultimately, whether you're drinking or drugging or sexing, what you're doing is you're trying to soothe yourself because there are underlying unresolved emotions that are triggers that are creating discomfort for you, and you use the substance to soothe yourself. And so each time we would look at my thought process, we would look at the pain that I was experiencing or the anxiety that I was experiencing, and we'd come up with a game plan. But what was so fascinating was that for the first 6 months, my mind would come up with a different way to sabotage me. So, for example, the first time that I broke my 24-hour sobriety, it might have been because I was stressed out about something at work, and then my mind told me that if I just looked at a little bit of pornography, I would feel better. And so my sponsor would say, okay, the next time you feel uncomfortable about something with work, you make a phone call instead of looking at pornography. Got it. Okay, great. But 24 hours later, my mind would run a different play on me. I'd actually have a fantastic day. And so I think I would celebrate by looking at some pornography. But each time we took a look at the bad plays that my mind was running, which was driving me back into my addiction, and we come up with better plays, and I'd practice those plays. And it was small incremental changes on a day-to-day basis where eventually I was able to stack up some sobriety. I was able to learn so many better plays and get good at running them that as I strung those days together, it started adding up into weeks and months and 6 months. And 12 months later, I picked up my 1-year medallion. And 2 years later, I picked up my 2-year medallion. And 5 years later, I picked up my 5-year medallion. This is the process of mastery. And it's the same thing with business. Business is really, really simple. It's a handful of good plays that you need to run as an entrepreneur that we're just not very good at running at first. It's the same thing with strength training or yoga. You go into the yoga studio and it's really simple postures that are very difficult to execute on, and you make incremental progress on a day-to-day basis. And everybody wants the hack. So here's the hack. Do the simple same things over and over again until they become an unconscious competency, until you literally retrain your nervous system to be a different person, to think a different way. Most people never achieve mastery because they want something more rather than to go deeper on the few things that matter most. There was a professional Major League Baseball player. He was the Golden Glove winner for 3 years in a row. And that basically means he was the best fielder on the field. And he wins the Golden Glove Award. And the next day, he's out fielding 10,000 ground balls. And there's a reporter on the field who comes up to him and says, hey, like, you just won the Golden Glove Award. Don't you think you deserve a day off? Why are you out here fielding 10,000 ground balls? And he said to the reporter, how do you think I became the Golden Glove winner? So if you want more, go watch someone else's channel. But if you want to go deeper and you're interested in mastery, then let's go deep together. All right, guys, today I'm going to walk you through the entire framework for controlling your reality, for literally creating whatever it is that you want. And this is not some sort of woo-woo new age conversation. This is a fundamental understanding of how reality works and how you interface with it using your thoughts and emotions. We've had over 200 episodes on this show, over 20 million listens over the last 18 months. If there was one episode I recommend you listen to, it is this one. What I'm going to walk you through is the exact framework that I take over 1,000 entrepreneurs through on just day one of my 3-day annual live event, the Powerful Living Experience. So if by the end of this episode you like what you hear and you want to actually experience it live, you can check out the event below in my YouTube store on this page, or if you're listening on audio, in the show notes. So the first thing that we have to establish is you absolutely create your own reality. That little old book, Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill, Napoleon knew what he was talking about. He identified 13 things the most successful and powerful and wealthy people in the world did, but the central concept was that you create your reality, and you create your reality through what you think. Just as birds were born to fly and fish were born to swim, human beings, you were born to create something out of nothing, to take an idea and create it into reality. And so the first thing that we have to start with, and Napoleon talks about this, he describes it as a burning desire, is number one, start with clarity on what you want. What is it that you want? Now, during my event, I take attendees through what I call your perfect day visualization. If you could, despite time and despite space and despite any limitations, just snap your fingers and create a reality, a life, a business, relationships, a health that you would want, what do you want? That's the most important thing to define first. Desire is the starting point because desire is the catalyst for all change. In other words, we were given this capacity to want or to desire because it's what motivates us to move out into the world and to start working with the friction of our life, to start working with the material of our current reality that represents our current consciousness or our current way of thinking so that we can learn more about what it is that we believe and who we are through our interaction with our reality. In other words, if you want to get to the next level of your life, it's about removing some sort of resistance that's inside of you that will unlock that capacity of your new reality. You want to make more money, you have to look at what's inside of you that's preventing you from making more money, the fears, the doubts, the limitations. And so desire is the starting point for your creator's journey. So what is it that you want? I remember when I first got into this work and I understood the importance of getting clear on what I want, and I had a hard time with it. You know, I grew up in a family where I was kind of told what I wanted. I don't know if you can relate to this, but it was like I would say I want this, and my mom or my dad would go, you don't want that, you want this instead. Like the decisions for what I desired were made for me, and I find that this is very, very common with a lot of people. The years ago when I first started coaching, I was coaching a professional Major League Baseball player. He had been in the league for 11 years, extraordinary success that's really almost unheard of. And he was moving into his final year. And so I was helping him transition out of his lifestyle and career and identity as a Major League Baseball player into whatever was going to come next. And I said, hey, Jamie, what is it that you want? And he paused for a moment. He thought for a moment. And then he started getting emotional. And then he started crying. I mean, this was a man in his late 30s who was in tears simply because I asked him a question, which is, what do you want? And he said, you know what, I realized like I've built up this identity where kind of baseball was an obligation. And when you ask me what I want, I don't know what it is that I want. And that makes me feel so broken. He's not broken. I was not broken. You're not broken. It's just that our parents, our social surroundings, our career, our vocation, sort of the world, the system that we're in, it neuters us. It removes us from our capacity to claim what it is that we want. And so many of us in our 30s, our 40s, our 50s, our 60s, we're learning how to redevelop that muscle to get clear on what we want. But one of the beautiful things is that life will give you the clues to what you want because you're very clear on what you don't want. If what you don't want is financial insecurity, then what you want is financial abundance. Right? If what you don't want is to continue to be alone, then what you want is to find a soulmate. If what you don't want is the aches and pains and the chronic inflammation or the autoimmune disease, then what you want is a healthy and vibrant body. If you've been feeling disconnected and lonely and wanting to have a spiritual connection, right? That feeling of loneliness is what drives you towards a relationship with the higher power of your own understanding. So don't lament if you don't know what you want, because I'm pretty sure you know what you don't want. And whatever the opposite of that is what you desire. So step one is you got to get clear on what you want. Why is this important? Because step two is to ask yourself this question, okay, if that's what I want, what's the problem? What's the problem? You know, what I want is to grow my business. The problem is I'm not very technically oriented. The problem is I'm not an internet marketer. The problem is I can't get my team to do what they're supposed to do. The problem is I don't have enough money and I have to do marketing in order to make money, but I don't have money to do the marketing. What's the problem? What I want is to be in a relationship with someone. The problem is there are no good ones left out there. What I want is to restore the intimacy in the relationship I have. The problem is he doesn't understand or she doesn't understand or it's been this way for so long. What's the problem? What's the problem is such a powerful question because the answer that you have to what's the problem starts to reveal to you this root cause thing called what you believe. It's not necessarily true that there are no good men or women out there and all the good ones are taken, but if that's what you believe, that will become your reality because your thoughts are things that create your reality. It's not necessarily true that you can't be successful in your business because you don't have money. There are plenty of marketing strategies that you can implement that don't require any money or a lot of time or even a big team or technology. But if you actually believe that you need money, then that becomes your reality. And we're going to talk about that here in a moment, how you actually create your reality. But step 2 is to identify the problem. What's the problem? I want you to think right now. You can even, if you're following along on YouTube, post it into the comments. What's one thing you want? What's the problem? Right? The problem is there's not enough money. The problem is there's not enough time. The problem is I can't trust people. The problem is I'm not good enough. The problem is I've never done it before. Was that really the problem, that you've never done it before? See, we're starting to realize your limiting beliefs. Because just think about it. If the problem is that you've never done it before, well, before we've ever done anything, we've never done it before. So is that really a problem? I mean, aren't we capable of learning how to do new things? I mean, at one point in time, you were crawling around on the ground, right? At 8 months old. Did you ever learn to walk? Did you ever learn how to do something you'd never done before? So what you'll see in this really simple question, this sort of binary model, what do you want? What's the problem? Is number 1, you're declaring and getting clarity on your desires. And number 2, you're starting to understand what is it that you believe around the thing that you want. Because the belief is actually the thing blocking you from creating what you want. And that takes us to step 3. Step 3, I would say, is you have to understand your brain is a goal-achieving machine. So your brain will produce any outcome, but it's going to be based off of what you believe. So again, if you believe that money is scarce, even though you want to be a millionaire, your brain is going to achieve that financial scarcity. See, your brain is a goal-achieving machine, and it's programmed by what you believe. Your brain is the most extraordinary creative technology in the history of the universe. Like, it allows you to create something from nothing, right? This is like magic. We are magical creatures that are able to materialize and literally sculpt and shape reality according to our will. But the question is, what's your will? What is it that you believe? You know, this is not, again, woo-woo. On one level, the idea that your beliefs create your reality is established by behavioral psychology. Behavioral psychology basically says that what you believe determines what you think on a moment-by-moment basis. And so if what you believe or learned when you were a child was that you can't trust people, you'll constantly be evaluating life through thoughts of mistrust, right? Of betrayal, right? You'll be actually looking for evidence for the fact that people cannot be trusted, and you'll ignore all evidence that supports the idea that people can be trusted. What you believe, you think. And what you think, you feel. That's really what emotions are. There's some exceptions, and I won't go too deep into it right now, but your thoughts create emotions. So when you're thinking to yourself, I don't have enough time, the emotion you feel is overwhelm. When you think to yourself, you know, I might make a mistake, the emotion that you feel would be hesitation or timidness. So every time you have a thought, you experience an emotion. Your beliefs create your thoughts create your emotions determine your action, what you do or what you do not do. And your actions over time determine your results. And so this is a very simple cause and effect. Beliefs produce thoughts produce emotions produce actions produce results. If there's a result that you want, all we need to do is make sure the belief is aligned with the outcome. And 100% of the time, you will produce the result. I love one of the stories that Napoleon Hill talks about. It's not in Think and Grow Rich. I think it's in maybe Outwitting the Devil or another book, where we find out that his son was actually born without, I guess it was eardrums. Like his son's ears weren't fully formed, so he couldn't hear. But Napoleon and his wife instilled into his son the belief that he would hear someday. And so when he was like 11 years old, they found him, they had a record player in the corner of their room, and the music was playing. Of course, the son couldn't hear it, but one day they found their son biting on the table where the record player was, because he could then feel the vibration. He could hear the music. And his life continued to evolve, and at some point in his early 20s, he actually got a job as a salesperson for one of the earlier cochlear implant technology companies, as one of the first people who ever had a hearing aid. So no matter how impossible it may seem, whatever you believe you can create, but we have to be conscious of what you believe. Is what you believe in alignment with what you want? So again, it's this idea that your brain is a goal-achieving machine. And whatever the input is, which is the belief, the output will become your reality through the mechanism of the human being operating system, how beliefs become thoughts, thoughts create emotions, emotions determine or drive action, and action over time produces results. And what's so interesting about this is the results will always reinforce 100% of the time the belief. So if you believe in prosperity and abundance, you'll make money and you'll go, see, the world is prosperous and abundant. If you believe that money is hard to make, you might make money,
but you'll actually look at the journey of your making money, the result. Man, I worked really hard. I was able to make some money, but that almost killed me. And the conclusion you'll come to is, I had to work really hard to make money. So it's always this self-fulfilling prophecy. This is what's called a psychocybernetic loop. So the challenge that we have is that we get stuck with the same results. And then we try to change the action. But the action is a byproduct of our emotions, which is a byproduct of our thoughts, which is a byproduct of our beliefs. So if we actually want to change the result, we have to change the belief that created the result in the first place. Another way of looking at this is like, if we could just program your brain like a billionaire, 100% you'd become a billionaire. Like if we could just install thoughts, remove all of the thoughts or the beliefs that you have that are not in alignment with how a billionaire would think or believe, and install all billionaire beliefs into your brain, 100% guaranteed you'd become a billionaire. If we program your brain like a sick person, 100%, you'll become a sick person. I was programmed to believe that there was something wrong with me. And so that became my reality. I would work on my business and not produce the results that I wanted, and the conclusion that I would come to as I was observing the results that I produced was, there's something wrong with me. As I got into my 30s and 40s, I've shared this on other episodes, I got really, really sick. And you know what my reaction to my experience of unwellness was? I would say this to myself in my own head, there's something wrong with me. No matter what doctors I saw, what protocols are applied, I could never get well, even though I was seeing the best people in the world, because at a root cause level, I fundamentally believed there was something wrong with me. And so my reality had to reflect that back to me. In this case, it was reflecting it back to me in the form of my physical body. Now, I'm much healthier than I was even a year ago, certainly 2 years, 3 years ago. And the reason for that is I shifted my beliefs. Now, you'd look at how I got well, and you'd say, but Dave, you changed your supplementation. But Dave, you discovered this specific coach or wellness practitioner that helped you. Yes, but all those things were a byproduct of me shifting my beliefs, because my brain is a goal-achieving machine. That's what caused me, once I shifted my beliefs, to have different thoughts, to look up different people. It created coincidences and synchronicities where I was able to actually connect with life, and life helped me produce these results. And that actually takes us to step number 4. Step number 4 is you emit a frequency. So just like inside of you, your beliefs become thoughts, your thoughts become emotions, your emotions become actions, and your actions produce results. Outside of you, there's this ripple effect of coordination in your reality to produce the results. Which results? Well, not necessarily the results that you want, but the results that you believe. So you emit a frequency. You're broadcasting. Think about it for a moment. You are an electrical, magnetic, biological being. And so every time you have a thought, there's an electrical activity in your brain. That's what a thought is. It's this lighting up of these neural networks. And then that thought is transmitted through your nervous system. That's what the emotion is. Your whole nervous system, you start to feel throughout your entire body this thought. That's what a feeling is. But this is all electrical activity. And so it's almost like a light bulb. You're starting to broadcast, or a radio receiver. You're broadcasting out this vibrational information. And all of life around you is influenced by this vibrational information. It's like everybody can hear the soft song that you're playing, no matter where they are in the world. And so they're all unconsciously reacting to it. You're creating coincidences and synchronicities in your life. So on one level, you're being influenced by your beliefs. You know, what time you get on Facebook, what ads you see, how many blueberries you scoop into your shake, which determines when you have to go to the grocery store to get some more blueberries, which then determines the timing of your life. It determines all the coincidences and synchronicities. So there's this massive intelligence that is functioning at a subconscious level, but it's also influencing everybody else. That's why when you think about your friend, you run into them at the grocery store. That's why when you believe that bad things happen to you, someone slams on their brakes in front of you and you get into a fender bender and you're late for work for the 3rd time after you've already gotten a warning and you get terminated. Bad things happen to good people. So if you look at the interactions that we're having with other people in our life, it's really a matching, right, of belief systems. That's a frequency. And we're attracting other people who will fulfill on what we believe, and we are fulfilling on what they believe. And that's why Einstein said reality is an illusion, albeit a persistent one. It's like a holographic experience. Ford said the man who thinks he can and the man who thinks he can't are both right. Because through this internal mechanism of how a belief becomes your reality, and through this external frequency of how you coordinate reality around you, you're creating your reality. And so if you believe that you can't do something, that'll become your reality. If you believe you can, that'll become your reality too. And the good news is there's no restriction or limitation on this. That's why in Romans,
It said, be not conformed to this world, be transformed by the renewing of your mind. It says, hey, your reality is not fixed. Your reality is flexible. You're not stuck, conformed to this reality. But if you want to change it, you have to change the way that you think. And this takes us to step 5, which is that beliefs are decisions. I was doing beliefs work for a long, long time, trying to figure out how to change my beliefs, using a lot of great tools from a lot of great teachers. And I had this burning desire to understand, like, how can I more easily shift my beliefs? And when I was going for a walk with my wife one day on the beach, like, it hit me that beliefs are just decisions. I always thought beliefs were like these complicated programs, and I had to be an engineer to learn how to uninstall them and reinstall new beliefs. But what I realized was the beliefs are just decisions. Like that belief I have that there's something wrong with me, that was just an unconscious decision. You know, I adopted it from my parents, or it was a conclusion that I had based on some experience as a child. And in that moment, I decided that there was something wrong with me, and it formed a belief. But what's been happening, because no one ever taught me how the human being operating system works, no one ever really taught me this framework that I'm sharing with you, is that I thought I was stuck with my beliefs, but the belief was just a decision. I had just decided there was something wrong with me, and I was continuing to decide that. You know, when I was in my 20s and I was making sales calls and I wasn't very good at it, the conclusion I came to, or the decision I made, was there's something wrong with me. When I was in my early 30s and I was in a relationship, it was the first girlfriend who ever cheated on me. The reaction I had to it was there's something wrong with me. These were unconscious decisions. And when I realized, like, oh my gosh, beliefs are just decisions, I was like, well, wait a minute, I can just make a new decision. I don't have to continue to live this reality. I can just make a new decision. I can just decide that I am worthy of success. I can just decide that life is working for me. I can just decide that I have enough time for the things that must get done. I can just make new decisions that were the opposite of the limiting beliefs that I had. And I wanted these new decisions to stick. So I asked myself this really simple question. And right now, what I'm teaching you is a tool called the decision matrix. I asked myself this really important question, which is, what evidence do I have for the fact that this new decision is true? That there isn't anything wrong with me and that I'm perfectly whole? And I sat with it for a while and I started finding evidence for it. What evidence do I have for the fact that money is easy to make? And I started remembering these instances in my life where either money was easy to make for me or I saw that it was easy to make for other people. And when I went and researched this, I realized that neuroscience tells us that close to 88% of the evidence that we've collected in life we ignore, and we only pay attention to the evidence that supports our belief systems. So if you've got a belief that money is scarce, even though you have evidence in your life that it's not, I mean, just think about it for a moment. There's more money in circulation than any time in the history of the world. There are more assets that exist than any time in the history of the world, from Bitcoin to cryptocurrency to real estate to businesses to stocks and bonds, right? It's like we're living at this time, which is like one of those old money booths. I'm probably outdating myself for our younger audience, but like they used to throw people into a booth with a bunch of floating dollars and you'd grab as many dollars as you can. That's basically planet Earth right now. There's so much money flowing around planet Earth. How can we possibly say that money is scarce? But I had been pre-programmed to only pay attention to that. But when I made a new decision that life is abundant and life is prosperous and that I am abundant and I am prosperous, and I said, what evidence do I have for the fact that this new decision is true? I started activating dormant memories. I started literally activating the part of my brain that is the brain of a rich person. Think about that for a minute, how cool that is. Like the brain you have consists of all kinds of evidence that you've collected over the course of your life, but the brain that's active is dependent upon what you believe. By becoming aware of my limiting belief and making a new decision, which was the opposite of my limiting belief, and saying, what evidence do I have for the fact that this new decision is true? I started finding the evidence. At first, it was a little challenging, but I was willing to sit with it. And then as I got better and better at using this tool, the decision matrix, I would just sit down every single morning and I'd pay attention to all the negative voice in my head and I'd write it down in column 1. And then in column 2, I'd write down the opposite. And in column 3, I'd write down, hey, this is the evidence I have for this new decision. So this was huge for me. This was how I radically transformed who I was over the course of a couple short years. I mean, I went from broke with 2 homes in foreclosure, a bunch of credit card debt, no money in my bank account, to, now I have as much money as I ever need to make. Would I like to make more? Sure, because it allows me to forward my mission in the world, but I'm good. I was single for 10 years, going out with a bunch of different women that I just were not the right women for me to be going out with. I made a decision I was going to meet my soulmate. And 2 weeks later, I met Carol. It was a very specific decision. I'm going to meet a beautiful, intelligent Colombian woman and make her my wife. 2 weeks later, I met my wife, beautiful, intelligent Colombian woman. So again, step 5 is that beliefs are decisions. and the power of decision and how we can actually make new decisions and reinforce it with evidence from our own life. This is the brain change. This is how you transform your neurophysiology and you activate the parts of you that are there, that are in alignment with wealth, health, relationships, success, spiritual connection. It's all there inside of you, but we have to start building the case against our limiting beliefs with some new decisions. Step 6, resentments are the source of all long-held beliefs. I got this question a lot when I started doing coaching. Yeah, but Dave, how come some of my beliefs are shifting, but others seem harder to let go of? And this is why towards the end of day 1 of the Powerful Living Experience, we do a resentments inventory. I take everybody through a very powerful forgiveness process. What happens is that our beliefs were formed in relationship with other people. It was the relationship with my mom and dad that influenced my belief that there was something wrong with me. And I had been trying to work on transforming there's something wrong with me for a long, long time, but I still held resentments towards my dad. I was angry at my dad for, not loving me the way I wanted to be loved and not being present for me the way I expected him to be present for me. We all want unconditional love of our parents, but guess what? Our parents are not unconditional beings. They're very conditional. The condition is their job. Their condition is their own trauma, right? Their condition is they're trying to figure out how to make ends meet, to provide for their families. Lots of conditions. As children, we expect them to be unconditional. And of course, some of us were born into families where there was physical abuse or sexual abuse. But ultimately, we had an expectation of what should have been with our parents, and when it wasn't that way, resentments are formed. Resentment is the emotional coping mechanism that protects us from the reality that, hey, our parents were not who we wanted them to be. But think about this for a moment. I can't let go of a limiting belief that was formed in relationship with my father if I continue to have this cord connected to my dad called resentment. So I had to really learn how to forgive my dad, forgive my mom, forgive lots of people, forgive my government, forgive my friends, forgive God, forgive my body, in order to let go of a lot of my limiting beliefs. And so resentments, if you've had some limiting beliefs that like, man, Dave, I've done the work and I'm just still holding on to them, you're probably still holding on to the person that you originally formed that belief with. So it's important that if you want to really be complete and you want to really be whole, and you want to be able to uninstall all those programs or those weeds and reinstall the person you came here to be, resentments into forgiveness is the mechanism that allows you to do that. Now, ultimately, this takes us to the big idea, which is step 7, and that is desire plus non-resistance equals desired result. So if you're tracking what I've been saying throughout this entire episode, what I want to give you is what I think is the most powerful, simple equation. If I was going to distill all of personal growth down into one equation, or if I was going to make it as simple as possible for you, it would be this. Any desire that you have, as long as you're non-resistant to the desire, 100% of the time you will produce the desired result. Desire plus non-resistance equals desired result. This is the way that you create anything in your life. A lot of us have been taught bad equations, like desire plus have enough money or have enough time equals desired result. That's not true. It's just something that was sold to us. Desire plus hustle and grind or work really hard equals desired result. It's not true. If you look at all the great spiritual teachings, if you understand neuroscience, if you understand behavioral psychology, if you understand consciousness theory, central to this idea is that everything that you want will become yours if you can be non-resistant to the thing that you want. That takes us back to what we talked about in the very beginning. What do you want? What's the problem? Because the problem will reveal your limiting beliefs. And if we can transform the limiting beliefs, we remove the resistance. Now desire plus non-resistance equals desired result. 100% of the time, no matter what it is. You want to become rich, you want to become healthy, you want to have an amazing relationship, you want to be connected to God, you want to change the world, you want to become the president of a country, whatever it is, I don't care what it is. You want to invent some new technology into the world. Everything you desire can be accomplished, and it is accomplished through the mechanism of non-resistance. This is the beautiful system that our Creator set up for us. Because we have desires, that's what propels us forward, but we meet ourselves in the reality that we've created. And if we want to continue to expand and achieve our desires, we must heal ourselves. We must identify the resistance or the misunderstandings that were passed on through generation to generation and become whole human beings. And the effect of becoming a whole human being is not only do you create what it is that you desire, because you're now non-resistant, but you also are living in your joy. It's the beautiful thing, right? Like we all want to create more in our lives, but you also get to enjoy your life. So this is the process. And I want to just emphasize one more thing, which is the biggest piece. And that is understanding what I just taught you is not enough. If you want to create change, you have to change your brain. The good news is that this is a skill. Anybody can learn how to do this, no matter how long it's been, no matter how big your trauma is, no matter what it is that you want. If you can really master this skill of mindset and treat it like your life depends on it, then you can change your life. All right, guys, if you've been doing personal growth for a while, you've focused on your limiting beliefs, and limiting beliefs are what get all of the talk time in self-help. And there's a reason for that. And we're going to spend a moment here on limiting beliefs, taking you a little bit deeper than you've ever gone before. But I want to make sure we identify what most people aren't aware of, which is the 3 other resistances that are creating gaps. Gaps between where you are and what you want to create in your life, whether it's more money, better health, better relationships, a better business, a better career, but also gaps in your emotional experience of life. Because if you're like me, you've probably spent years working really hard on your personal growth. And the point is to actually get to a place where your new nervous system and that peace and calm is an unconscious competency, not something you have to be doing all the time. And like I said, limiting beliefs are where the focus are in self-help. So I want to spend a moment really talking about what limiting beliefs are and how they shape our reality. And so a little bit of neuroscience 101. When you're born with about 100 billion neurons. These are these special, unique, electrically excitable cells in your brain. And you're born with 25 billion what are called synaptic connections. So connections of those neurons. And so what you'll notice is like the whole brain is not yet wired up. You have more neurons than connections. So what is wired? Well, it's all of the features and functions that you need in order to survive. The eating, the sleeping, the breathing, the pooping, the systems of your body, the heart beating, the lungs breathing, all of those pieces come built in. But there's also this massive blank space that allows you to become uniquely you. And that blank space gets filled in great degree over the first 7 years of your life. So how does this happen? Because you go from 25 billion connections to over a quadrillion connections by the time you're 7 years old. And what happens is actually life. And your system is recording every single experience that you're having moment by moment by moment. You're ingesting this information through your 5 senses. You're sensing life. And so what you see, what you smell, what you taste, what you touch, what you feel, that sensory information is being sent through your nervous system, and the brain is recording every experience. And we can see that what you're building are memories. This is part of the learning process. And it's really, really useful because every time you have a new experience, because your system is focused on helping you survive, it automatically looks in the database of your memories to go, have we experienced this before? And what did we believe about this the first time around? Because obviously it worked because we're still alive. But the other thing that gets stored within every memory, right, not just the 5 sensory data, is a 6th piece, which is the meaning that you gave the experience at that time. And so let's say, you were in 1st grade, you were supposed to meet your buddy by the drinking fountain, they didn't show up. And the meaning you gave that experience was, I can't trust people. Right? So that becomes a program that gets installed on your system. So some of the programs or beliefs that we have were just meanings we gave the experience. And sometimes it's what we adopted from other people, right? Or what we observed with other people. And so I want you to finish this sentence. When I was growing up, money was blank. Don't overthink it. Just when I was growing up, money was blank. Now, about 50% of people will use exactly the word scarce. And 30% more people will use a word that's almost identical to scarce, right? Limited, hard to come by. And so we saw that oftentimes of our parents. And so that became a program that's installed on the system. These are beliefs. And beliefs aren't a problem, right? Beliefs are just a hack for the brain in the present moment to say, what is this thing and what do we believe about it? What meaning did I attribute to this thing from before, so that you can rapidly assess the new situation? The challenge is when your beliefs are not congruent or conducive to the things that you want to create in your life. Like you want to create financial abundance and prosperity, but you believe money's hard to make. You want to find your soulmate, but you believe that there's no good ones left out there, or that it's not safe to be intimate because you might be betrayed.
Or you're trying to grow your business, but you believe, well, in order to get things done right, you have to do it yourself. Because your beliefs become your reality. Right? There's a concept in behavioral psychology that we call the 5 primary drivers. And it basically says, like, as an adult now, you're experiencing life, but you're experiencing it through the lens of those beliefs that were formed when you were a child. So, for example, one of my original limiting beliefs, one of my core beliefs was that I don't know how to do things right. And so as an adult, when I was in my 30s trying to work a job and be successful, every time I was about to make sales calls, I had this thought occurred, which was like, I'm not going to do it right. I'm going to bother somebody. I'm not going to be successful in the sale. Because what happens is these original beliefs or these programs, they create a lens through which you experience life. And so you think in alignment with your beliefs and you feel in alignment with your beliefs. And therefore you act in alignment with your beliefs. And therefore the results that you produce are always in alignment with what you believe. They become a self-fulfilling prophecy. So I believed that I didn't know how to do things right. And so I ended up not being successful in sales because I would feel like I was going to bother someone. I'd experience anxiety or failure even before I made a sales call. I therefore wouldn't perform the sales call very well, or I'd avoid making sales call. And so the byproduct of that was I didn't have any sales results. So this is what's called a psychocybernetic loop. It basically means what you believe becomes your reality, and then your reality reinforces what you believe. So all of us are living in just one of many possible dimensions of reality, but the dimension that we live in is structured and informed by what we believe. And the good news is that you can change your beliefs, right? The brain is what's called neuroplastic. There's neuroplasticity. That means when you do personal growth work, and you start applying tools to change your beliefs, it actually changes your brain. It changes the wiring of your brain. You can reorganize all those synaptic connections. You can actually rewrite old memories and install new memories that then change your reality, because thoughts are things and they create your reality, right? Your beliefs become crystallized into your reality as a result of how the human being operating system works. And so a lot of personal growth is around transforming limiting beliefs. And that's great. If you've been in PD or self-help for a while, the progress that you've made is because you've changed your beliefs. But have you ever experienced that there's a certain set of beliefs, limiting beliefs, that you're aware of? It's not that you're not aware of it. We all have beliefs that we're not aware of. And I'll talk about how we can become more aware of those beliefs. But there's beliefs that you're aware of, and you've been using the tools for a while and they haven't transformed. Like you still feel like you can't trust people. You still feel like you have to control things. You still feel like you have to work really hard to be successful. You still feel like you're not good enough. So that's where these other 3 layers of resistance come into play, and where most of personal growth doesn't understand, which is why it's hard to unlock the promise of personal growth and really to feel transformed without all the effort. So I want to talk about the second resistance here, right? The first is limiting beliefs. But the second, certain beliefs that we have were formed in relationship with other people. So I mentioned to you that I had a deep belief that there was something wrong with me. That actually came out of the environment that I grew up in. There were specific experiences that I had, mostly with my dad, who's not a bad person, right? My dad was not abusive in any traditional sense. Neither of my parents were. I know that some people, you may have grown up in an abusive environment, and so that also informed your programming and your beliefs. But I experienced with my dad this feeling that I wasn't good enough, right? My dad was, very forthcoming with his criticisms, always had an opinion on how to do something better. Really smart guy, was an attorney by vocation. By today's standards, we would say he wasn't particularly emotionally intelligent or empathetic or sensitive. So he just was what he was. But as a child, I felt in that environment that there was something wrong with me. And so as I became an adult and eventually a veteran of personal growth, a seasoned veteran of personal growth, I was aware that I had this belief that there's something wrong with me, but using the tools that had seemed to work well with my limiting beliefs didn't seem to work well with this belief. And I had a whole set of these beliefs, these harder to get rid of beliefs. So one of the things that I realized, and this actually came out of the work that I did in my 12-step recovery, was that because that belief was formed in relationship with my dad, there was a reaction to it that I had. at a subconscious or unconscious level, which was I had a resentment towards my dad. I had a resentment. It was if I blamed him for me feeling this way. And I spent a lot of time and energy throughout my life trying to get my dad's approval. I don't know if you can relate to something like this or not. I don't think I'm the only one. And so I was always trying to get my dad's approval because I always felt like I wasn't enough, especially in the eyes of my dad. What I realized was that I had a resentment. I was angry at him for what he, quote unquote, did to me, and the love that I felt like I should have received but did not receive from him. So this formed a resentment, and a resentment is like scar tissue. You can do all the work that you want trying to get rid of a limiting belief, but if you're still holding on to the person who you experienced the formation of that belief with, you can never get rid of the limiting belief. You can think about it as a resentment is like a cord that's binding you to the person and the limiting belief. And so in order to liberate yourself of the limiting belief, you have to free yourself of the person. There are a variety of tools that we teach. In fact, I'm going to be doing a live webinar coming up very soon. There's a link in the description of this episode. If you want to join me, it's absolutely free. I'm going to be going deeper on all 4 of these resentments and really getting into the tools to transform them. Again, it's 100% free. You can just check a link in the show notes, click on it, go over to the registration page, get registered. It's coming up in the next few days. It's one of the rare live webinars that I'm doing with our community. I'm also going to be doing a Q&A. On that webinar, I'm going to be talking about the forgiveness framework, right? It's one of the tools that we use to transform the resentment into something that is more expansive, more liberative, and that allows you to also let go of the limiting belief, right? So it's important for us to find forgiveness where we hold resentments. And there's a really beautiful framework and a way to do that, a step-by-step process. Because what you'll find is when you're working your limiting beliefs, as you transform your limiting beliefs, you look back on them and the limiting belief doesn't even really make sense anymore. You've probably experienced that. It's the same thing with resentments. When we can actually have right perspective on what was happening back then, and we can soften up some of that scar tissue, we actually see that what happened to us, no matter how traumatic, no matter how dramatic, that we are holding a resentment around, it was actually a gift and a blessing. It was at the root of who we've become today and the potential that is ahead of us. So again, if you want to join me on that live webinar, either now or once we're done with this episode, just click the link in the description, check out the details and register. It's completely free. So the second level of resistance is resentment. The third is something that's called the core program. So each and every one of us has a somewhat unique core limiting belief, or what some people might refer to as core trauma. In fact, this belief came out of the trauma in your childhood. If you're aware of a dramatic event or something that happened to you, the core program was born out of that original trauma. And I want you to think about it this way. Think about a bullseye, right? Like a target that you'd shoot a bow and arrow at. There's the outer ring, the middle ring, and then the inner bullseye. The outer ring is where you and I and everyone else, we share a lot of limiting beliefs, right? Like when I was growing up, money was scarce, right? Many people share that limiting belief. The middle circle starts to become a little bit more uniquely you. There's still quite a bit of overlap, but it's a little bit more unique to you and your experience. It's not a universal limiting belief. That's, by the way, where we find a lot of the resentment sitting. Then there's the bullseye in the middle. So the core program is the bullseye in the middle. It is what I believe you came here to learn. In fact, I believe you asked to come and learn the teaching of your core program. In fact, I believe you chose your parents. You knew that you were going to experience the trauma, no matter how dramatic or traumatic it may have been, because as a compensation for that trauma when you were a kid, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years old, what emerged from that trauma and this compensation or reaction that you had is a thing called your personality. So your personality is a byproduct. It is a reaction in great part to the original trauma that you experienced. So you basically said, hey, I'm not going to ever let that happen again. So I'm going to become this type of person. So out of your core trauma are your gifts, your unique talents, your unique perspective on the world, how you think about things, what you pay attention to, what's important, what feels safe, what you're drawn to, what repels you. All of those things were defined by your core trauma. And so what happens is by the time you're in your mid-30s to late 40s, the personality that has developed as a reaction to your core trauma, which is really represented in your nervous system. It's a neurology, right? Like your personality is a neurology, is a nervous system. And so what seems to work well gets used more. And therefore, what seems not to be useful gets used less. And so your personality builds up a neurological momentum over the course of your life. And by the time you get into your late 30s, this is the way that people best describe it. They say, the things that I always thought made me me that I was really good at are starting to suffocate me. It's kind of like the person who built this identity of like, I can handle chaotic situations, but now chaos follows them everywhere. It's like the person who kind of took pride in being able to please other people, the people pleaser, like now has no space for themselves. All their energy is being siphoned off to the needs of other people. So this is actually a beautiful thing, even though it's really challenging if you don't know what's going on. And many people get stuck in this core program and never actually heal it in their lifetime. But if you know that this is what's happening and you have the right tools, which is a whole different set of tools than we use to deal with limiting beliefs or we use to deal with resentments, right? In fact, at the core of navigating your core program is the concept of surrender, surrendering your core program. Your core program actually becomes the seed for your next level expansion. So for many people, it will bring them to their knees. It's like, I can't do my business anymore. It's crushing me. I can't do my relationship anymore. It's crushing me. This health problem is crushing me. This anxiety is crushing me. So it crushes you. It's a contraction that forces you into a deeper relationship with the higher power of your own understanding. I think Paul talks about this in scripture. He talks about the thorn that God puts in your side. God, divine, the creator, Jesus, Allah, whoever it is for you, right? Puts this thorn in your side that you have to come back to your relationship with your higher power to have the thorn removed. That's a way I would describe surrender. And so it brings you into a deeper relationship with your higher power, and it transitions you into this great chapter of your life, which is living in faith versus hustle and grind and effort. And that's the only way that you can actually achieve the next level of what's ahead for you and ultimately achieve your full potential. And the beautiful thing is, even though it's super, super challenging to do the core program work, it brings you into a life of peace, joy, and faith, and more abundance and impact. So that's the core program. It's the third resistance. Again, if you want to join me to go deeper into talking about the actual tools to transform it, check out the link in the show notes. Get registered for that free masterclass that's coming up here in a couple of days. The fourth resistance, and by the way, these resistances predominantly get dealt with in order. You can think about it as a garden. And so you have to pull the weeds out of the garden before you can plant new seeds. You can't just throw new seeds into a garden with a bunch of weeds and a bunch of rocks and unfertile soil. And so you start working through your limiting beliefs, then you get to your resentments, you transform them into forgiveness, you start working with your core program, and you build a deeper relationship with your higher power, and you develop the capacity to live in a day-to-day surrender. The fourth resistance is a belief that all human beings share the feeling of not being enough. So it's not enoughness. And not enough is also an indication of the absence of self-love. So what we're really talking about in this fourth resistance is the restoration of self-love. And that restoration of self-love comes as you begin to restore your relationship with your higher power, as you restore your relationships with other people by transforming your resentments into forgivenesses, as you restore your relationship with reality by transforming your limiting beliefs. Right? So this is a restoration process, or what we would call becoming a whole human, wholly healed. That's why this is holy work, right? Everything about this is holy. It's about a return to completeness. And the capstone of this structure is returning to loving yourself. Because for each and every one of us, when we were born, we as children believed that our parents should unconditionally love us. That's an expectation we had. And the reality is that our parents were conditional beings. So as much as your parent may have loved you, they had other conditions, right? They weren't unconditional. They had the condition of their job, the condition of their relationship, the condition of their own limiting beliefs, the condition of their unmetabolized or unprocessed trauma, the condition of money. They had all these conditions. And so those conditions pulled them away from the presence and the love that we expected of them. And we misinterpreted that as there being something wrong with us. That's actually the root cause of not enoughness. No matter how well your parents did or how well-meaning they were, there's no way they could live up to your expectation of unconditionality. And that's why it's important in step 3, the third resistance around the core program, that we begin to restore and strengthen our relationship with the only being, thing, individual, however you want to describe your higher power or creator or God. We restore that relationship because that relationship is the only relationship that's unconditional. God has no conditions that God has to accommodate because the creator is omnipotent, omniscient, all-knowing, always has been, always will be, eternal. There's no time constraints. There's no money constraints. So we begin to restore that unconditional love that we were only meant to receive from our higher power. And then that enables us in this fourth step or fourth resistance to begin to restore love for ourselves, to begin to rewrite this idea that we weren't enough because of the conditional relationship we experienced with our parents. We course correct that misunderstanding, establish the unconditional love with our higher power, and no longer feel like we are not enough because it wasn't true that we weren't enough before. The other aspect of this that is really important to understand is that when we don't love ourselves, when we feel unwhole, as a byproduct of feeling like we're not enough, all of the relationships we have with others are conditional. So all of the relationships we have with other people are transactional because we've outsourced our self-approval to other people. And so whether we're aware of it or not, there's this, I call it horse trading, where we say, hey, I will do this and be this for you, and you therefore will do this and be this for me. And so often those expectations are not met, which is the root of all of our relationship conflict, our frustration, our anger, our resentments. And so we end up getting stuck in this sort of resistance flywheel because over the course of our lives, we accumulate even more resentments because more of our relationships are not meeting our expectations, and it's reinforcing this feeling that we're not enough. And so it just builds up more and more momentum. The good news is that as you get into this work, at least this work, I can't speak for all personal development work, but as you get into this work, you can start to unwind all of that. And then there's an opportunity for you to actually achieve the goals that you want to achieve, to feel better, to have a more peaceful emotional experience of life, to have a deeper spiritual connection with yourself, with others, and with your higher power, and to have what we would call powerful living experience. So those are the 4 resistances: limiting beliefs, resentments, the core program, not enoughness. Now, most people live in an over-mentalized experience of life. And I want you to just stop and check in with yourself for a moment. How often have you noticed that you're driving from point A to point B in your car and you have not noticed anything on the road, anything to your periphery? You've been in your head having a conversation, worrying about something, thinking about an argument that you had and trying to win the argument in your head even though the person is no longer there. Or walking through the mall or through your own home, not actually noticing the material surroundings, but living in this mentalized space, right, that lives somewhere up above your head, having a conversation about the past, having a conversation about the future, thinking about what should have happened or shouldn't have happened, all the different ways that we become entangled with that inner dialogue. Most of us have developed an extraordinary capacity to live in the mind. And what we've seen, now having had over 10,000 coaching conversations with high performers, entrepreneurs, people just like you, is that by the age of 40, our mental-based neurology has built up such a momentum that it is overexpressing itself. And the things that got you to where you are, your natural gifts and talents, your ability to thrive through challenges, your ability to influence your external circumstances, your ability to handle anything that shows up. Well, more is showing up than you can handle. Your external circumstances are out of control. And really everything that you thought you could handle is overburdened because you're calling forth into your reality more and more and more of what your initial nervous system had been developed to handle, but now your neurology has overdeveloped itself. And we see this, we call it the core program. We've actually identified that within this mental dynamic, this living in the head space is a lot of fear, a lot of unprocessed trauma, a lot of limiting beliefs. It's an over-evolution of your identity or your personality. Now, let me define identity for you. An identity is the energetic position from which you experience reality. So it is the perception with which you experience your external circumstances. And it is an energetic position. What does that mean? It is an emotional position. So you're experiencing reality, which is and what is core to your personality are concepts like I don't matter, or if I want to approve of myself and be worthy, I have to work hard, or money is scarce, or it comes but it doesn't stay very long. These are all concepts. These are all energetic positions that develop as a conglomeration into your identity or your personality, and reality begins to reflect itself back to you in the form of what you believe. This position is vibrational. It is a frequency, and it's held in your nervous system. So as you are thinking limited thoughts around time, around money, around yourself, around what's possible, as you experience frustration or overwhelm or stress, that's a vibration in your nervous system. So too are emotions like joy and curiosity and excitement. You're resonating at a higher vibrational frequency. But if you're not creating what you want to be creating in your life, the only reason for that is you have not developed the practice of a vibrational position or an identity that feels good and is in alignment with what you want to create. Because your nervous system is creating your reality. Really, you are impressing your consistent habit of vibration, which are your thoughts and your emotions, against the quantum field. And reality is forming based on that consistent vibration. It's a communication that you have with a greater intelligence, the unified field, God, Jesus, Allah, however you refer to a higher intelligence or a higher power. It is responding according to your habit of vibration or your habit of identity. And stress, when you're experiencing it, is an indication that you're creating more of what you don't want. Because as you're experiencing stress, that frequency is building within your nervous system, and you are expressing that frequency against the field, and the field has no choice but to respond through the formation of circumstances and situations that will invoke that same emotion from you. This is the idea of the law of attraction. So in any moment in time, whatever you're feeling is predicting an experience in the future that will invoke that same feeling from you. You are literally creating your reality. And so the challenge here is for us to begin to disassociate our day-to-day experiences because they're reflective of a previous habit of thought or emotion or our current identity, and to start to really living into the version of our future self, the type of reality that we want to create. Experiencing gratitude when you feel like there's nothing to be grateful for. Experiencing prosperity when there's not that much in your bank account. Experience the feeling of safety when actually your external environment feels very threatening. This is the work to do. So stress is an indicator of creating more of what you don't want. Joy or calm or peace, or what we would call powerful states of being, are indicators that you are creating a future that you do want. And so one way to look at the game of personal growth and the game of creating your own reality, the game of achieving goals, the game of creating success, is to look at life through the lens of a single practice, which is downregulating your nervous system. So learning how to train your nervous system away from fight or flight or the sympathetic expression of the nervous system into parasympathetic or rest or relaxation. Because in the parasympathetic expression of your nervous system, that's where you're creating a joyful, abundant, prosperous, healthy, connected experience of life. And in the sympathetic expression of your nervous system, the fight or flight expression of your nervous system, you're creating a future that will invoke more fight or flight. Stress, anxiety, overwhelm, financial insecurity, indecision, procrastination, and self-sabotage. Now, if we get honest with ourselves, most of us, if not all of us, at a meaningful level, feel unsafe. Just check in with yourself for a moment. If you're joining me on YouTube, you can let me know if this resonates with you or not. I know throughout most of my life, I felt tremendously unsafe. Even now as an adult, being in this work and being a teacher of this work, there are many moments throughout my days, throughout my weeks, throughout my months, where I feel unsafe. I feel unsafe because something shows up in my business that I didn't expect, that isn't in alignment with the growth of the business that I envision. I feel unsafe because I have aches and pains in my body, and my mind interprets those aches and pains as, what if this is serious? What if it never goes away? I feel unsafe when my wife and I have friction in our relationship. She gets upset about something, and because of old childhood programs, I feel like I did something wrong. And in response to that, in order to justify my worthiness, I need to make her wrong. And so we end up off in this stalemate. But I could give example after example after example of how on a daily basis I move into unsafety. And that unsafety is an indication that I'm moving into fight or flight, right? I'm moving into the upregulation of my nervous system. And moving into sympathetic or fight or flight is not a bad thing. It's a very useful tool for survival, right? It was meant to signal to us that we were in need of food, in need of shelter, that we were under a direct threat, something that was threatening our survival. But the challenge is that over the last few thousand years, it's been left unchecked, and it has encroached upon the natural balance of the nervous system. I've shared this story before that when my wife and I were first dating, I didn't have a lot of money. I had 2 homes in foreclosure. I really wanted to impress my wife. We went out to dinner one time, and I'm looking at the menu, literally moving into fight or flight because I'm looking at the prices and hoping she's not going to order the filet mignon or a glass of wine because I couldn't afford it. Right? So the mind is correlated to this habit we've developed in our nervous system of fight or flight, and so we start to interpret life as threatening. Most of us feel unsafe most of the time, and we develop all these coping mechanisms to feel safe, controlling our external environment, trying to be perfectionists, trying to make the right decisions, striving for success because we believe success will produce safety. And when we feel unsafe, we also have other behaviors we engage in like depression, anxiety, overwhelm, hopelessness. So what I'm wanting to communicate in this episode is that a very beneficial practice for downregulating your nervous system, which is the portal for creating miracles and what you want in your life, is the practice of safety. Get into a practice of feeling safe. And that's why practices like meditation, which are very beneficial in terms of stilling the mind, or visualization, which are really useful in terms of starting to build a memory of your future, because your brain is a goal-achieving machine and it can start to operate in order to materialize that future visualization that you have or that vision board. But they're only so useful. And most high vibrational practices fail without tethering them or connecting them to nervous system regulation. So this is very, very important. In fact, right now in my own personal practice, this is the most important practice, and I'm going to be sharing with you what one of my core practices is. But feeling safe allows you to allow, right? When you feel safe, you are open. Your nervous system is open. It's available. You're able to receive from life rather than defend against it. And in that, you become more connected and one with the field of intelligence and the flow of life itself. So I want you to think about it. When you feel unsafe, you're in a contracted energy. You experience emotions like stress, anxiety, and overwhelm, and you're cutting yourself off from the field. And because you're cutting yourself off from the field or from God or from life itself, that's why disease starts to set in. That's why financial insecurity and lack of prosperity exist. Isolation, challenges in work or career, challenges in relationship, not having a relationship, because you're cutting yourself off from life itself as you move into this feeling of unsafety. As you move into safety, you start to allow, you open up, and you literally plug back in to the matrix of life. So you allow yourself now an inflow of information, thoughts, ideas, inspiration, health, vitality, vibrancy, abundance, and an outflow of desire. So you're a better receiver transmitter mechanism plugged into the field itself. You're able to receive from the field and transmit out to the field in a more coherent, productive, and aligned way. Those three things are all aligned. When you're living in your joy, which you really can only do when you feel safe. And when you feel safe, you're able to live in your joy. And when you're living in your joy and experiencing safety, you're actually, without much effort, drawing forth all of the components necessary to materialize whatever desires that you've accumulated over time. Because you have a whole portfolio of desires that you've accumulated over time, right? Like there are lots of things that you want. You want more money, maybe you want more fame, maybe you want better relationships, maybe you want more clarity on your purpose. You have all these desires and the field already knows what you want. You've placed your order. The question is whether or not you can align with the field, and you do that through a safety practice and the downregulation of your nervous system. So what I want to do is I want to share with you a 3-part meditation and breathing practice to downregulate your nervous system and to also install feelings of openness, meaning availability to the field and openness to life rather than feeling defensive against it and unsafe, and safety, right? Openness, safety, and connection with the field. And so this practice is something that I got from Heart Math. I saw some YouTube video a long time ago, and there was a facilitator moving people through this practice. You could do this for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. It doesn't really matter. In fact, I think it's even better if you break it up into like 5 minutes a day to reset your nervous system and reconnect it to safety and joy and the ability to receive and the field. And all you need to do is get into a quiet place and you close your eyes. And there's 2 parts of this practice. The first part is heart coherent breathing. And so what that looks like is you breathe in and you breathe out, but you focus your energy and attention as if you were breathing in through your heart and out through your heart. Well, why is that important? Well, because there are energetic centers around the heart where it's at the core of who you are. Like really you are materialized energy. And so you see yourself as a physical body, but if we go into more ancient teachings, right, there are 7 chakras that represent the energy centers, all the way from your root chakra, which is near your tailbone, up through your third eye chakra in your forehead and your crown chakra. And according to Eastern tradition, these are energy centers that materialize your physical body. So behind your physical body are these energy centers. And it's even further broken down into the meridian system that's used in acupuncture, these energetic centers throughout your body. And what we're wanting to do is move behind the body. Like let's get to an earlier root cause. Let's go towards the real cause of the experience of your life and the experience or materialization of your physical body. And let's work with the energetic centers. And we want to bring our awareness or attention to that heart center because your awareness is energy. And when you bring your awareness or your energy to certain parts of your body, it activates and stimulates those parts of your body. And so we're going to breathe in through the heart and we're going to breathe out through the heart. That's the consistent part of the practice. And then what you're going to do is you're going to have 3 types of breaths that you do. The first breath is you breathe in through your heart. You're going to exhale through your heart. And as you exhale, you're going to imagine feeling the expansion of your arms, opening yourself up to life, opening yourself up to everything that life has been trying to send to you so that you can receive it, right? Imagine being out in a beautiful hillside, staring up at the sun, opening up your arms and just receiving those beautiful rays of light, or receiving a beautiful hug from someone you love. That's a very specific emotional frequency. So as you do the first breath, you're going to inhale. All the inhales are just focus on the heart. And as you exhale through the heart, you're going to allow yourself to feel this feeling of receiving, being safe and receiving and being open. And you can try it now or you can try it after this episode, but you'll notice that's a very specific feeling. There are times in your life, memories that you've had where you've been open and available and received, and life has just poured love into you. That's a specific frequency that we want to start building and reinforcing in your nervous system to counter the habit of unsafety and blocking ourselves off. So the first exhale is the feeling of opening yourself up and receiving. Then you inhale again through the heart. This is the second breath. and you exhale again. And this time I want you to imagine letting it all fall off of you, letting everything on your shoulders fall off, letting any stories or trauma or tension in your body just literally go, slip right off your body all the way down through your feet, grounding it back into the earth. That's a specific emotion. We normally don't describe that as an emotion. We describe emotions as happy or sad or overwhelmed. But this opening up to receive is an emotional experience. This exhaling and letting everything go is an emotional experience. And these are very powerful frequencies and habits to build in your nervous system that are conducive to allowing your nervous system to be the portal for creating miracles and what you want. So the second exhale is letting it all go. It's sort of the same feeling you would have if I had you take a deep inhale, like, and then you did an audible exhale, like, like that feeling of letting it all go. It's like that feeling of just finishing a really difficult workout or just completing a really difficult task. Like, oh, it's behind me. I'm letting it go. I'm letting it slip off my nervous system. I no longer need to hold on to it. So breath number 1, inhale, exhale while opening yourself up to receive. Second breath, inhale through the heart, exhale and letting it all go. The third breath in this 3-breath sequence is an inhale through the heart. Again, why? Because we're activating the heart-centered energy. This is at the core of who you are. And we're exhaling through the heart, feeling safe and present right here, right now. Feeling in your body right here, right now. And safe. It's almost like saying to yourself, right now, right here, I'm okay, I am safe. It doesn't matter if you don't have as much money in your bank account and you've got a ton of credit card debt. It's not here, right now. It doesn't matter if you're in physical pain, because what's right here, right now is you dying or never being able to solve your physical pain. Let's just acknowledge that right here, right now, we're okay. I am okay right here, right now in my physical body. That's the exhale. Why is this important? Well, it's important because what we're trying to do is redevelop the habit of being inside of our bodies. Because as we talked about in the earlier part of this episode, we've been living in this mental space disconnected from ourselves, up in the egoic mental turbulence of our minds. And that has a toil on our body because our life force is not in our body. It's outside of our body, up in this space, trying to figure things out, judging ourselves for what we did in the past, worrying about things in the future. And so that's part of the disconnection from the field, which as a byproduct creates financial insecurity, breakdown in health, breakdown in relationships, lack of clarity, lack of guidance, lack of spiritual connection. So this is exactly the opposite. The third breath is inhale through the heart center and exhale with a feeling of I'm in my body right here, right now. I am guided. I am protected. Whatever else you can add in that might be resonant for you. I'm a child of God, right? I am okay. Right here, right now. That's that third emotional exhale. So you've got 3. The first one is opening myself and being available and receiving the abundance and all of the goodness of life. The second one is letting go of all of the tension that might be accumulating on me and the things that I've accumulated throughout the day and grounding it back into the earth, just letting it literally slip off and slide off down your body through your feet into the ground. And the third one is being right here in my body, safe, right here, right now. And what you do is you simply repeat those 3 breaths for as long as you want to do the meditation practice. Inhale through the heart center, just feeling your heart, and exhaling while practicing these 3 specific vibrations that are all correlated to safety, right? Safety to receive, safety to let go, safety to be. And this is a beautiful coherence practice. This is the way that you can start retaking control over how your nervous system is programmed, because the truth is early on, we had no control over how our nervous system was programmed. Right? It was programmed by other people, by what they believed, by what they told us, and it built up a psychological and emotional habit. And since your nervous system is literally what's vibrating a frequency out to the field and creating your reality, there are some things that you're creating in your life right now that you love and some things that you don't love. And the way that you're going to change it is not by trying to control your external reality, but by controlling your vibration, by controlling your frequency, and by expanding your field rather than contracting your field. And so I highly recommend you make this the most important practice in your life. I believe this is better than any nutritional practice, supplemental practice, workout practice, or physical training. Even though I believe in all of those things, any other form of meditation, this is an active meditation process that is neuroscience based that will program your nervous system for downregulation and for you more naturally beginning to feel these feelings of safety, of availability, of openness, of receiving, of surrender and letting go, as opposed to the habits that you've developed of stress, anxiety, overwhelm, worry, self-judgment. And so this is a very, very powerful practice. And again, as I mentioned, I think it's even more effective to do for 5 minutes a day, 3 times a day, because that way throughout the day, you're bringing your nervous system back to remembering what's actually true, because throughout the day, your current reality is likely to influence you to move back into those old habits of thoughts, old habits of emotion, and old beliefs and actions. 2 principles. All of personal and spiritual growth can be distilled down into 2 principles. And I don't know about you, but for a long time, I was reading the books, I was going to the events, I was doing the meditation, the breath work. Yes, things were improving in my life. My mindset was improving. Things had changed, but there was still a pretty significant low-level hum of suffering. What I've come to understand is that all of personal growth, literally every tool, every method, every breakthrough, can actually be boiled down to just 2 laws. And when you get these 2, everything else starts to work. And these laws aren't new, but they're often overlooked. They're literally buried within all of the traditional teachings. And they don't make for flashy Instagram quotes, but they are the actual root of transformation. And I'm telling you, if you can get these 2 and you stop wasting energy fighting what is, everything begins to change. You stop cycling in old habits of behavior and thoughts. You return to your power, to presence, and to possibility. So I want to break these 2 down for you. And I'm going to start with the law of non-resistance. So to live in non-resistance is the first law. Now, I've talked about non-resistance in a lot of other episodes. I believe the master equation for personal growth is desire plus non-resistance equals desired result. In other words, when you have a desire or a vision or a dream, or you set a goal or intention, the work is not to actually figure out how to achieve it. The work is to identify the resistance you have to the goal that you want to achieve. And if you can do that, then 100% of the time, consistently and predictably, you will achieve the desired result. Whether you want your dream home, whether you want to heal your body, whether you want to grow your business, whether you want to have more clarity, whether you want to find your soulmate, whether you want to change the world. The work is not to figure out how. That's what the mind will compel you to do. And when we look at other people, it seems like they've got some magic pill strategy or perfect plan, and so we try to model it. But the game is to have dreams, have desires, and then become non-resistant to those desires. Where do we become resistant? Well, we want to make more money, but money's hard to make. We want to heal our bodies, but the doctor told us we have a strange autoimmune condition. We want to find our soulmate, but there's no good ones left out there. We want to have more clarity, but it's not coming fast enough. We want to change the world, but look at all the structures that are in place that prevent us from change. Non-resistance is the way through this. Buddhists refer to it as non-attachment. It's really central to their doctrine, not being attached to life, attached to expectations, attached to outcomes. The Taoists talk about non-resistance as not forcing or flowing with the Tao or the natural way or with what is. Islam refers to it as surrender and acceptance. And in Christianity, it's referred to directly as non-resistance and accepting that all things are God's will. That moment by moment, life is showing up, as we would say, to support our greatest growth, our greatest prosperity, and our greatest evolution, even when what's showing up is not what you seem to want, doesn't seem in alignment with the outcome. In fact, a lot of times it seems completely in contradiction to it or is unexpected. And so what is an indicator of being in resistance? Remember, non-resistance is the law. Non-resistance is what we want to master. What is an indicator of being in resistance? It's our limiting beliefs. These are indicators of resistance. We believe in some form of limitation, right? That there isn't enough time, that we can't trust people. There's a denial of what is or what is possible. We live in a world of infinite possibilities. Everything is possible. When you have a dream or a desire, that's not something you're making up. That's something you're tuning into. You're actually remembering your future when you have a dream or a desire. So it exists in your future. That means it is possible, but our limiting beliefs, the early age programs that we developed, the traumas that we went through have distorted our perception of what's possible. Right? These are our limiting beliefs. There's also a non-acceptance of what's happening in the moment, an assertion that life should be different than what it is. They shouldn't have said that to me. This shouldn't have happened. Things should be different, right? This shouldn't have occurred. And when we can live in non-resistance, rather than resisting what is, knowing that what's happening is just sort of the changing movie screen in front of us, and that life is constantly reorganizing to support us in producing the outcome that we want. We have to give it a little bit of time, and it's likely not going to come in a way that we expect. When we can be in non-resistance and not entangled with our denial of reality or our limiting beliefs, what happens is we eliminate the energy expenditure that's wasted in the denial or in the resistance, and we retain that energy so that it can flow into ongoing expansion. So how do we do this? How do we become energetically efficient by no longer wasting our energy? And we feel it with stress, anxiety, overwhelm, anger. How do we retain this energy and allow it to flow into the expansion and become the bridge between where we are and the dream or the vision that we have, rather than wasting it on resistance? Well, we accomplish this by realizing that there are only two states of being. And again, I've talked about this in other episodes. You can check them out if you want to go deeper on this subject. But one of the core principles that we teach is there are only two states of being: powerful states and primal states. And powerful states are states of being that feel good, like joy, curiosity, and excitement, even calm or peace. And these states of being, powerful states, indicate that we're in the parasympathetic expression of the nervous system. So our nervous system is down-regulated. We're in non-resistance. And there are primal states of being that don't feel good, like stress, anxiety, overwhelm, anger, depression, feeling like we're not enough, being in indecision, self-sabotage, procrastination, financial insecurity. These states of being don't feel good. That's an indication that we're in the sympathetic expression of our nervous system, the upregulation, meaning we're in fight or flight. One of the other things that we've identified is that you're always in one of the two states of being. Always. You can check in with yourself right now. How do I feel? Either good or bad, powerful state or primal state. You're always in one state of being or the other, and you're never in two states of being at the same time. This is important because it gives you a starting point in deconstructing your resistance. Because another distinction that we have found to be true is that anytime we're thinking something that doesn't feel good, that's actually anytime we're thinking something that doesn't feel good, it's not true. And let me back up a second. The only thing that determines which state of being you're in, a powerful state or a primal state, are your own thoughts. It's not the experience itself. Right? So it's not losing your job that's causing you to move into a primal state. It's the meaning you give that experience, that you won't be able to pay your mortgage at the end of the month. Right? The anxiety that you feel that you may never find a soulmate is not created by the experience, which is you've been out on several dates and it's been a while since you've met someone you really like. It's the meaning you give it, which is, I'm never going to find someone. So it's our thinking that determines whether we're in a powerful state or a primal state. And this is most important, what we discovered after 10,000 coaching conversations was that the quality of the thinking that moves you into a primal state is 100% of the time it's not true. It's not true. It's a limiting belief. It's the resistance. And so in our work, we start to explore the opposite. In other words, if we know that it's not true that we can't trust people because it moves me into suffering, or we know that it's not true that I'm not going to have enough because it moves me into a primal state, or we know that it's not true that I'm never going to heal and I'm going to have to live with this chronic pain for the rest of my life because thinking that activates my sympathetic nervous system, then we're able to go, well, what's the opposite of that? Because the opposite of that must be true. And so we explore the opposite. We say, well, I can heal, even though I don't yet know what my condition is, or it's been a long time. I can meet someone, or I will meet someone, even though I haven't met someone yet. I can trust people, even though there was something that happened when I was a kid that caused me to be mistrustful. So we start to explore the opposite, and we look for what evidence we have for the fact that the opposite is true. I now know, more than ever, what types of people I don't want to go out with. So I'm even clearer than ever before on the type of soulmate that I want. That clarity is important. That clarity is attractive. I'm also further along in my own development, so I no longer hold a lot of my limiting beliefs and traumas as I've worked through this. I'm ready now more than ever before to meet the person of my dreams. That's the evidence that we have for the fact that I am going to meet my soulmate, right? And we could work this with each of the scenarios that I gave you. We call this a decision matrix. If you're interested, you can jump on over to davidbear.com. I've got a free 4-part training on the website. You can download my free ebook, and I'll go deeper into this with you. But what's happening is you're starting to activate memories that have been dormant. See, you've got evidence in your life that will support your non-resistance. You've got evidence for the opposite of your limiting beliefs. But in the way that the mind works, it's focused on preventing threat or danger. So it's only paying attention until you start to reclaim control over your mind. It's only paying attention to those things that actually support your limiting belief because it's on high alert. But as we explore the opposite of the limiting belief, we begin to reactivate old neural networks, old dormant memories, and we begin to actually prune out or activate neuroplasticity to change our brains and change our minds, which changes our perceptions and changes our realities. So I was in the Dominican Republic recently on a vacation, and there was a wonderful man who served us breakfast every single morning, and he pulled me aside at one point and he said, hey, is there any opportunity? Do you have any positions in your organization that would be appropriate for me? And he said, it's impossible here in the Dominican Republic to get ahead. And I said to him, hey, Javier, that's just a decision. That's not absolutely true. I know it may seem that way for you based on what you're paying attention to, but if that were true, then no Dominicans would ever get out of the Dominican Republic. No Dominicans would ever be successful in the Dominican Republic. And I told him the story of Maria Bajil. And she grew up in this really modest family, not a wealthy family. She was an artist, a musician, and she's now a social entrepreneur who had a profound moment of realization when she was working with deaf students, and she was inspired by this. And she founded something called the Music Project back in 2013, which uses music and technology to bring the experience of sound to children in the Dominican Republic and now all over the world. And she's produced 2 documentaries. She's partnered with Harvard. And I said, if what you're saying is true, that there are no opportunities here, then how do you explain that? And I was teaching him that it all came down to a changed mind, and that your only limitation is what you can dream of and how willing you are to believe. So the first thing that we need to do in order to practice this essential law, one of 2 laws, this law of non-resistance, is to start becoming even more aware of the resistance we have, which is our limiting beliefs, and to begin to question them and to find evidence for the opposite, which is the empowered decision, so we can move back into non-resistance. Now, the second law is forgiveness. We're talking about non-resistance and forgiveness. If we were going to distill all of personal and spiritual growth down to just 2 principles, it's these 2 principles: live in non-resistance and forgiveness. And that's why Jesus so cleverly included it right smack dab in the middle of the Lord's Prayer. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. So he understood that resentment was a key that unlocked the kingdom of heaven. And what he's talking about is both resentment towards ourselves and others, because this is the other energetic drain. When you're in resentment, you move into a primal state. It is an activation of the sympathetic nervous system. And this is the other mechanism by which we stunt our natural expansion and growth. But what we see here when we start to look at what the resentments sound like, if you think about, if you were able to stop and write down the internal rant that's taking place when you're resenting someone, or the old resentments that you might have or hold for your parents or people that you grew up with, it's really the same mechanism that we're seeing in limiting beliefs. So for a long, long time, I had a resentment towards my dad. And I always wanted my dad's approval. I always felt like he was critical of me. I had a resentment around that. If I were to listen to what it sounded like, it's never good enough for him. He doesn't appreciate me. Why can't he just acknowledge me? That's a resentment. And I really wanted my dad to come to one of my live events. I do an event once a year called the Powerful Living Experience. If you want to know more about it, there's a link in the show notes. I did my first event back in 2017. I asked my dad if he would come. He was busy. 2018, same thing. He finally came in 2019. And it was the biggest event that I had ever done. We had almost 1,000 people there. My dad came. During one of the breaks, I was outside getting some sunshine. And my dad came out and said something like, wow, this is something, huh? And because I had been living through this resentment and this wound, I wasn't able to receive that as an acknowledgement. Maybe some people would expect a more significant acknowledgement. I did. I wanted my dad to say, wow, this is the most amazing thing. Like, I can't believe it. I'm so proud of you. Look at all these people who have come here to have you help them. And this is extraordinary. And I'm so impressed. And, my dad basically said, wow, this, hey, this is something, huh? And I felt the resentment kick in. And after the event, I realized that, my dad wasn't the asshole. I was the asshole. My dad expressed himself at the full capacity that he has in the way that he articulates it to show love and appreciation for me. The fact that he came, frankly, should have been enough. And it was this resentment that I was holding on to. It was like I was having an argument with someone who was not even arguing back to me, but I was continuing the argument. And when I saw that, I was like, wow. And I immediately had so much gratitude for my father and realized that there was work that I needed to do. And I was spending so much energy on it. And so with resentments, we believe that someone should not have done something to us when in fact they should have. Or they haven't done something, and that's exactly the way it should go. And sometimes that's a hard pill to swallow. Like we think they shouldn't have abused us. And it's like, no, they should have, because they were abused and they never processed that trauma. And abusers pass on the abuse when they haven't processed the trauma. So yeah, for sure, they should have abused you. But we become entangled with this denial of reality, right? They shouldn't have lied to us. It's like, no, they should have lied to us. That's what they do based on their current circumstances and situations. Everyone, I believe, operates exactly according to their capacity 100% of the time. I remember having a conversation with some friends once where they're like, I can't believe that these poachers in Africa are killing these rare rhinos. And I could detect a resentment around it. And I said, no, they absolutely should be killing the rhinos based on what's motivating them, their economic situation, the families they have to take care of, the unprocessed trauma that they have, the priority within which they put an animal's life versus their needs and the money that they're going to receive from selling a rhino horn. That's exactly what should take place. And the problem with so many things in the world is that we just believe, we say, I can't believe that somebody's doing this. It's like, well, if you could believe that someone's doing this, what would you need to believe in order to believe it? Well, I would need to believe that they're desperate. I would need to believe that they're wounded. I would believe that they need more resources. I would need to believe that they need some healing and education. It's like, okay, great. Well, then let's go give that to those people, because that's actually what's going to solve the problem, not just resentment. So we entangle with the denial of reality, and we exist in this pseudo reality that we've created of what should be that is not real. Well, that requires a tremendous amount of energy. You're creating a fake reality to live in. It's draining, right? It's draining, and it also prevents you from accessing new possibilities. You know, I've shared this on another episode when I used to come home, I'd like kick off my shoes or put them in a place that wasn't near the front door or particularly organized, and my wife would get upset about it, and I would get angry, suggesting that she shouldn't be telling me where my shoes need to go. Well, of course she should, based on how she prioritizes organization and the way that she grew up and her emotional experience. When I put my shoes in a place that by any meaningful interpretation not organized 100% of the time, that's exactly what she should do. And so when all you believe is that someone shouldn't have done something to you, the resentment is all that exists. As soon as I realized that my wife should be reacting this way, new possibilities existed for me. I started putting my shoes in a different place. I acknowledged that I appreciate that she keeps a tidy house. I stopped arguing with her about it. New possibilities existed. So when that resentment no longer exists, you have choice. You have resource. And what we're talking about is being in a resourced place, because closing the gap between where you are and the future you envision is a game of energy. It's a game of resource. And the way through this is the same. Remember, if you're not feeling good, it's caused by one thing and one thing only, which is your thoughts. And the quality of those thoughts is that they are untrue. That's why they're creating disruption or dissonance or incoherence in your system, and you're experiencing that as what we would call a primal state or negative emotion. The antidote to that is to explore a new solution. Okay, if this isn't true, then the opposite of that must be true. She should be saying this to me. What evidence do I have for the fact that that's true? And you'll have a revelation. Something will be revealed to you based on those questions and that inquiry. Again, here we are using two core tools that we teach to navigate through life and to be present to what is real and to downregulate your nervous system. We're talking about the two states of being and the power of decision. But just in summary of what we've discussed, there are only two laws. If you can master these two laws, if you can learn to live in non-resistance and you can learn to live in forgiveness, not resentment, you've really distilled all of personal growth down into a simple binary structure that allows you to re-access your personal power and to redirect the energy that is inherent within you naturally towards the creation of what you want to create, to change your mind and change your life. I think it was Roosevelt who said there's nothing to fear but fear itself, and it's true. Fear is the biggest thing that's holding us back. Whether you're wanting to make more money, whether you're wanting to grow your business, whether you're wanting to have better relationships, whether you're wanting to improve your health, whether you're wanting to have more clarity about how to move forward in your life, think about it. If there's something that you want to create and you are unafraid, then given enough time, you're going to have thoughts, you're going to have emotions, you're going to take action that will consistently, 100% and predictably produce the desired result. And if we were to look at the one thing that prevents us from creating any kind of change or growth in our lives, it is fear. And so my question is, do you think fear is holding you back? So in this episode, I'm going to share with you how I trained my nervous system to become unafraid. And as a result of that, over time, how I was able to attract and marry the woman of my dreams, how I was able to generate over $30 million in a business doing what I was meant to do in the world over a short few years, and also how being unafraid has contributed to me being clear on who I am and what I'm creating in my life. And so the first question I have for you, when you are afraid, you cannot powerfully create. And fear emerges in a variety of forms, from anger to stress to overwhelm to anxiety to depression. Hustle and grind is a form of fear, right? It comes from a place of desperation. Fear of not having enough time, fear of not having enough money or economic insecurity. Indecision is a form of fear. Being afraid to make a decision because you're afraid that there's a right decision or a wrong decision. Comparing yourself to other people is a form of fear. It's sort of a checking in on your current status and this fear of not being as far along as you should be. Perfectionism is a form of fear. Procrastination is a form of fear. And self-sabotage is a form of fear. In fact, it's starting to sound a lot like what my life was on a moment-by-moment, daily, consistent basis before I started to get into this work and before I started working with my emotions and working with my nervous system and realizing that I actually have the ability to start to retrain my body. I want you to think about how much time you spend in fear. And so we have a distinction that we teach called the two states of being. And the two states of being says that in any moment and in every single moment, you're in one of two states of being. Either in what we would call a powerful state of being, and powerful states are states of being and emotions that feel good, like joy, curiosity, excitement, compassion, empathy, enthusiasm, peace, and calm. Powerful states of being. Or primal states of being. The primal states of being are states of being that don't feel good. States like stress, anxiety, boredom, jealousy, anger, depression. And so you're always in one state of being or the other. And you're never in two states of being at the same time. And this is a really important distinction to understand because it allows you to start to evaluate how much time you're spending in fear. And I want you to think about it right now. If you added up all the time that you spent on an average day, even though you may be productive, even though you may be, running your household in the morning and managing the kids, even though you may be at work and doing things, how much time do you spend on an average daily basis in stress, anxiety, overwhelm, comparing, indecision, procrastination, judging what other people have said and being angry or resentful towards other people, no matter how subtle that might be, judging and being angry at yourself in some form of self-judgment. Any amount of time that you spend in a moment where you would say, hey, do I feel good or do I not feel good, right? Being in a primal state. How much time do you spend on an average daily basis operating from a primal state? And if you're joining me on YouTube, you can just comment below and drop your number in and take a look at what other people have had to say. If you're listening on your favorite podcast platform, you can just yell it out. But it's a really good number for you to know, because what I would say is that's your number of opportunity. What we found is that most people are spending an average of at least 6 hours a day in a primal state. I know before I got into this work, before I started working a 12-step program, before I got into personal development, and before I started living the teachings that I teach, I was spending pretty much all of my waking hours in a primal state. Even if I would wake up in the middle of the night, I would wake up in some form of fear. So it can be confusing this conversation around like, how do I create change in my life? How do I make more money? How do I find the perfect partner? How do I get more clarity on my purpose? How do I heal my chronic disease or my autoimmune condition or feel better? How do I overcome my anxiety or my insomnia? Gosh, I mean, pretty much anything that you would want to create, it seems like there are like lots of different paths to pursue solutions. But one of the things I like about the understanding that I've come to that I want to share with you is that it's really just one game. And that one game is to downregulate our nervous system and detoxify ourselves of fear. If you can detoxify yourself of fear, then the natural byproduct of that is, number one, you're a happy human being. And number two, you're actually producing and materializing the dreams and the vision you have for your life. And this isn't some sort of woo-woo. This is like a fundamental understanding of behavioral psychology. Behavioral psychology tells us that our beliefs, which were formed at a very young age through the meanings we gave the experiences of our life, determine as adults on a moment-by-moment basis what thoughts we habitually entertain or have. Those thoughts then, which are electrical activity in your brain, it's a lighting up of the neural networks of your brain and an activation of memory. Those thoughts then transmit themselves through your nervous system, and you experience those thoughts as emotions and feelings depending on the quality of thought. And then your emotions and feelings will determine what action you do or do not take. And the action that you do or do not take will determine what results you do or do not produce. And then you'll look at your results, whether it's on a daily, weekly, monthly, or lifetime basis, and what they will reflect back to you is the same belief that started them. You'll say, see, I knew I wasn't good enough. See, I knew bad things happen to good people. See, I knew money was hard to make. See, I knew if you wanted to do it right, you have to do things yourself. But that's not necessarily true. It's only true for you. It's true because of what behavioral psychology tells us, how the human being operating system functions. Your thoughts create your reality. This is also part of the New Thought movement and understanding energy and vibration. And so we could expand upon this conversation and talk about how that electrical activity in your brain and in your nervous system is radioactive and transmits a vibration that's received by the minds of other people and influences their unconscious behavior. And that's what creates synchronicities and coincidences in your life. So when you have non-resistance, or your beliefs about yourself, about money, about business, about other people, about relationships, about the world are in alignment with the results that you want to produce, then you produce the desired results. But when your beliefs are limiting beliefs, or they are beliefs based on early, let's call it childhood trauma, right? I don't want to use that word to make you feel like it has to be big, hairy, and gnarly to transform. But we use this language, right? Traumatic experiences when we were children, and then instantaneously the meanings that we gave to the world. When those things are carried forward into our present reality, they invoke fear, and they are self-fulfilling prophecies. They produce undesired results. That's why Einstein said the most important decision you make is whether you live in a friendly or a hostile universe. And because, as Henry Ford said, the man who thinks he can and the man who thinks he can't are both right. So if you believe that the universe is hostile, that's what you're going to experience. So the work for us to do together is to start clearing out the fear. If we clear out the fear, then all of the things that you want become a natural byproduct of a fearless human being, or a happy human being, or a faithful human being. This is why, and I've talked about it in other episodes, I believe a belief in a higher power is so important, whether it's the universe or science or nature or God or Jesus or Allah or whatever it is, because when you believe that there's an external intelligence working to support you in the coordination and materialization of your dreams and the overcoming of the challenges that you have, then that becomes your reality, whether it's a placebo effect or not. So belief is very, very powerful. And so what is this fear, right? If the name of the game is that we want to identify where our fear is and then translate or transform or metabolize the fear into something else, into faith, into non-resistance, what is fear? Well, fear is it's unprocessed emotion that has become a habit. So for example, maybe when you were a kid, you were told that children should be seen and not heard. And so now as an adult, and when you experienced that when you were a child, it didn't feel good. And I would suggest it didn't feel good because it wasn't in congruence and alignment with the way you were supposed to live with infinite possibilities, right? Whoever told you that had their own unprocessed trauma and passed that on to you, saying children were to be seen and not heard. And so when you took that information in, your nervous system almost had like a backlash or a response that was this negative feeling. And it was the way the information was processed in your nervous system. And so that became a memory. And now as an adult, as you're living your life, there's still this part of you that hasn't been fully processed yet. It hasn't been fully worked with or retrained or re-educated. And so, you're in a business meeting and you have something that you want to share, but then you feel like you can't share it. And then that same emotion comes up from when you were a child. And now you're not living congruently, you're not living authentically, and it creates emotional discomfort for you because you're reliving that memory within the environment of the workplace. But we're not aware that this is what happens. And this is why a lot of times in sort of personal growth 1.0, I was listening to a podcast interview, and I won't say with who, it's a very well-respected thought leader. And he said, yeah, I've just learned in order to work with fear, you notice when the fear comes up and then you start to question the fear and then, you re-educate the fear. And it's very similar to what I'm going to be sharing with you in today's episode, but I think you have to have this background context in order to be successful in implementing a strategy like that. It's sort of like you can get on the basketball court and you can kind of observe that the way the game works or the rules of the game is to go to the other end of the court and put the ball in the basket and then you get some points for it. So I could just say, hey, like that's the game. This is what you need to do. But it's very different than having a full context of the game of basketball and having on the court intelligence like LeBron James and being able to operate intuitively. And so I'm sharing this with you because this was necessary in order for me to actually integrate all of the things that I was hearing in personal growth. Because if you're here, this probably isn't your first personal development related video. And you're a seeker who's looking to integrate the information that you've been learning. And what I have found is that the proper context is essential to the integration. When you hear it in a particular way and you're able to understand like where this emotion came from and what's happening now, then you give yourself permission to work with it at a deeper level. And thanks to you, I understand this because you've left so many fantastic comments on my videos and my episodes, letting me know that this has really been a breakthrough for you in the way that I'm explaining it. So I digress. Let me get back on track. What happens is you're in the moment of your adult life or your teenage life, depending on how old right now you are, and you're experiencing a memory. So that's the first thing to acknowledge is like, this is just a memory. My nervous system and my brain have been trained to interpret this experience in the same way that I experienced something like this very early on in my life, and so. That awareness begins to separate you from the fear itself, right? If I just tell you, hey, separate yourself from the fear, it's like, well, I can't. Like it's inside of me. It's almost like I'm wearing the fear. But this small distinction that like, hey, this is just a memory that's showing up for you right now allows you to now separate yourself and observe it. Like, okay, I'm having a memory of an experience. A lot of people spend a lot of time going back in history and looking at some of the original experiences, just like diffuse those original moments, and I think that can be beneficial. We leverage that in some of the tools that we teach, but you don't have to. You can just be aware that, like, oh, I'm having this fear. It's an unprocessed emotion, and it's a memory. So, what's the solution? Well, again, like I said, number one, know that it's coming from the past, and know that in the present moment now, you can begin to question the fear. And the process of questioning the fear is to, once you feel the fear, whether it's stress, anxiety, anger, number one, you know that this is just a memory. You know it's not conducive to you actually creating what you want in your life, and it's not conducive to you being a happy person. And so you dedicate yourself to actually working with this information as it's coming up. You don't just go on with your day and go on with your week and go on with your month and continue to be the same person. At some point in time, whether it's in the moment or later that day, or if you're kind of committing to do some, personal work or growth work over the course of a weekend, you go back to that moment, and the first question you want to ask yourself is like, what was I thinking? What was I thinking about this experience? Right? I'm aware of the emotion. It was anger, right? It was stress. It was anxiety. It was some form of fear. I could tell in the way that I reacted and the way that I felt. What was I thinking? And you look at the thoughts, because it's very important to understand that, remember, we talked about there's only two states of being, powerful states and primal states. And the name of the game is to operate from a powerful state of being as much as possible. You're not always going to operate from a powerful state. That's okay, right? Your nervous system is an ancient nervous system that's designed to help you survive. It's just applying itself in inappropriate situations right now. You're not going to be eaten by a dinosaur, right? So what determines whether you're in a powerful state or a primal state, which is really the only important thing if you want to create change in your life, is your own thinking. Your thoughts are the only thing that determine whether you're in a powerful state or a primal state. So the external circumstance, the thing out there, that's not what's determining how you feel. It's the meaning that you're giving the experience. So like when you have an argument with your spouse, it's not what your spouse did that made you angry. It's the meaning that you're giving the situation with your spouse that's making you angry. So the anger's in you. It's in your own thoughts. It's not external to you. When you get a bill that you don't expect, from your insurance company that they didn't cover something, now you owe another $800 and you move into a fear of financial insecurity. It's not the bill that caused you to move into a fear of financial insecurity or financial stress or worry. It's the meaning that you're giving the bill, right? I'm going to run out of money. I'm not going to have enough. That is what's creating the emotion in you. In this case, it's a primal state. So we want to look at these emotions, and it's very important, just as a side note, to understand that these emotions are coming up inside of you. See, a lot of people, they blame their external environment for the emotion that they're feeling. But really the emotion is in you. It's just in you, and it's waiting to be transformed. It's coming up because it's wanting to be worked with. It's wanting to be re-understood. It's wanting to be rehabilitated so that you can have a more expansive life. And we make the mistake of thinking that it's the thing out there that's causing us to feel this way. But really, the way the mind works is this emotion comes up inside of you, and then the mind justifies the emotion by looking externally to find something to blame or to justify the emotion. But make no mistake, the only thing that's determining how you feel and whether you're in a powerful state or primal state are the thoughts that you're having. And what we've found to be true is that 100% of the time when you're having thoughts that move you into a primal state, it's some form of limiting belief or unprocessed trauma. And 100% of the time, it turns out not to be true. It turns out not to be true that you can't trust other people. It just happened a few times in your life, and you started looking for evidence to actually support that theory. And so now you've had multiple instances in your life where it happened, but the vast majority of time, it was never true, right? It's not true that there's no good ones left out there, right? If you're looking for your soulmate, right, that's what we would call an untrue belief system. That's why it feels so bad inside your nervous system, and it moves you into a primal state. Right? What's true is that because of this belief, you're not showing up as charismatic, as attractive, and you're not having at an unconscious level the thoughts and ideas and making decisions to go to certain places where you'll run into your soulmate. Like the great coordination of intelligence can't occur because you're operating in this sort of like dissonant, vibrationally disruptive environment that you've created as a result of one thing and one thing only, which is untrue thinking. And so a really simple tool that we teach called the decision matrix, and you can catch some other episodes where I've walked you step by step through it, or you can jump on over to my website and opt into our newsletter and go through a video series where I talk about the decision matrix, is this idea that once you identify the thought or the limiting belief that was creating this emotion, right, this negative emotion or primal emotion that occurred for you, and you now realize that it's a limiting belief and it's not true, you can play a little game with it. And the game would be, well, if this isn't true, even though it seems true, if this isn't true, then it must be that some form of the opposite is true. And you can establish what the opposite is, right? Money, our world is awash in abundance and money, right? Rather than money is hard to make, right? That would be the opposite. Most of the time I can trust people, and I can trust people to do and be exactly who they are, right? If your limiting belief is you can't trust people. If your limiting belief, for example, is like I'm not enough or I'm not good enough, then the new empowering belief would be something like I am worthy. And then that's the second step, right? Establishing a new belief that's more congruent with what you want to create in your life. And you'll also notice that when you engage with this belief, it feels good. It moves you into a powerful state. And then the third thing is to reinforce it by saying, what evidence do I have for the fact that this new belief is true? See, what's happened over time is your brain has not found the evidence that supports the empowered beliefs valuable. And so you've been having experiences that support this new belief system, but you've been filtering them out. There's a part of the brain called the reticular activating system, and that's that part of your brain when you buy a new car, you see the car everywhere on the road. Well, what happens is as a result of this limiting belief or this childhood trauma, you've been only paying attention to information that aligns with the limiting belief or the trauma, and you've been ignoring everything else. But this little 3-step process I gave you of paying attention to your emotion and then looking at the thought, And if it doesn't feel good, coming up with a new but opposite belief, and then looking for evidence of the new belief, it starts to activate dormant neural networks in your brain. Basically, that's a fancy way of saying memories. So it starts to activate memories. And if you're willing to sit with it, I try to do this maybe once a week. I used to do it every morning, just kind of working the top 3 to 5 limiting beliefs that came up for me the previous day or the previous week. If you're willing to actually work this simple process and then and be patient with it, at first you'll find some small evidence and you'll be like, that doesn't even really count. Like money's easy to make, and I found, $1 on the street. But then if you're willing to stick with it, you'll start to find more evidence and more evidence and more evidence and more evidence. And it just makes sense, because what you're doing is you're bringing your awareness to a part of your brain that just hasn't been that active, but the memories are there. And so before you know it, you'll have 3, 4, 5, 10 examples to support this new belief. And if you and I were working in a private session, for example, and I would say, well, what about the limiting belief? You'd go, it doesn't even make sense anymore. And what you're doing in that process is called neural pruning. So your nervous system is used to going to the old information. But if you can do this work, you sort of force it into the new information. And so now that you've established this, you're like, I'm really aware of this limiting belief that's coming up for me because I'm in this practice that Dave recommended. And I also did the work. And so I've got this new belief and I've got evidence for it. Now what happens is you go out into your week and into your day, your nervous system's still going to get triggered. So the old limiting belief is going to come up. But now you've prepared yourself. Right? You're aware that the old limiting belief is untrue. You're aware of the emotion associated with it. You're aware of the thoughts that go along with it. Like now you're ready to play the game. And so in that moment, then you're able to go, wait a minute, like I feel this habit and these are the thoughts that are habitual, but I remember I've already established for myself, right? I am worthy. I've already established for myself there is enough time to get all of the things done that need to get done, and what doesn't get done today will get done tomorrow. And I trust that process, right? If we're dealing, for example, with there's not enough time, right? So you'll remind yourself in the moment of the new belief, and you'll have the evidence to support it. And that's the new rep. That's the new, like being in the mental gym. That's the new repetition that starts to move your brain in a new direction and starts to move you in a new direction, because now this time you haven't spent 5, 10, 15, 30, an hour, right? 60 minutes of your time entangled with the limiting belief, reinforcing the neural networks, deepening the myelin sheath and the connections, essentially supporting the habit. You're now moving your thoughts and your emotions into a new direction, and that one rep builds a little bit of momentum. And you do it again, and you do it again, and you do it again. And you'd be willing to do it imperfectly. Like there are times where you're not going to do it and you're like, shit, I've been entangled with this limiting belief for 2 days. That's okay, right? And then that awareness allows you to do a rep in the new direction. And so this is how you develop a new habit, and you practice it. And you practice this as if it's the most important practice in your life, because it is. It's more important than a nutritional practice. It's more important than a gym practice. It's more important than a business practice, because this is the root cause of all change that you're wanting to create in your life. And over time, what happens is you downregulate your nervous system and you start operating more from the parasympathetic nervous system, which is rest and relaxation, rather than the sympathetic nervous system, which is fight or flight. And then the result of that over time are all the things that I mentioned to you before. You start to relax into your life. That's how I met my wife, through a series of intuitions and unconscious decisions that I made. I made a decision back in, I think it was the end of 2012, that I'd been single for 10 years and I was going to meet a beautiful Colombian woman and make her my wife. 2 weeks later, through a series of incalculable synchronicities, I end up meeting my wife, who's a beautiful Colombian woman. This is the root cause of how we produced over $30 million in an impact-driven business. If you look back, you could see that I implemented some strategies, but how did I choose those strategies, and how did I get those strategies to work effectively? Well, it was all a result of my mindset and being aligned and being congruent with the results that I wanted to produce. In 2016, 2017, I started having chronic health conditions, and I'm almost completely all the way through it. In fact, I am all the way through it. I'm just waiting for my body to catch up. Why? Well, because I've been able to heal or metabolize a lot of these misunderstandings of my limiting beliefs and my childhood traumas that were keeping my body essentially consistently or stuck in fight or flight. And now I'm spending a lot of time in rest and relaxation. And so what happens? Well, my labs are sorting out, and my heart rate's coming down, and these conditions that doctors couldn't explain are just going away. So if you want to create change in your life, it's not complicated, right? It doesn't mean it's easy, but it's not complicated when you actually understand how the rules of the game work. There's one thing that is preventing you from creating what you want to create in your life, no matter what area of your life it is, and that is this thing called fear. And so the work we must do is to detoxify ourselves of this fear by understanding what's happening in the present moment, which is the fear is coming up as unprocessed information or energy, and having some simple tools to be able to work with that information as it comes up. The tool I gave you today is the decision matrix. And there are a lot of great tools out there, whether they're my tools or someone else's tools. And as you go deeper and deeper into healing some of these things that might be, let's call it a little bit more core, there are deeper sets of tools. We have an amazing process called the forgiveness framework. We have the surrender experience. We have the self-love system, and all together, this allows you to return to being a whole human being. But you just want to be playing the right game. A lot of people are lost right now trying to control their external circumstances or not understanding why they're feeling anxious or depressed or why they're experiencing economic insecurity or why they're alone or why they're having relationship challenges. And the answer to like all of those whys is because there's unprocessed fear there. And I find a lot of comfort in knowing that that's the game. And it becomes really exciting for me because once we can distill it down to just that, now it's like, okay, cool. So how can I get even better at identifying all these, various forms of fear? It's very, we described it in an addiction because addiction is ultimately fear too, as cunning, baffling, and powerful. How can I get better and better at the game, against fear? And then I realized fear becomes my teacher. Fear is not an enemy. Every time I'm able to re-understand fear into a new empowered belief or a new empowered decision, I become more powerful and I'm able to create more in my life. So, it's a pretty cool game when you understand how it works and you've got the tools to be successful within it. And it can feel pretty hopeless when you don't understand the game. You're feeling like you're in the boxing ring fighting an invisible boxer, but you're here. You're part of a changed mind. That's why we talk about this being a sanctuary for your spirit, because you've called forth and attracted this information and these tools and this community, and that means you're doing great. You're on the right path. You're doing the work, and as long as you continue to ask, the answers will come.
All right, guys, you've probably heard quantum entanglement talked about by physicists on podcasts or in YouTube videos where the host uses animations of dancing particles and talks about electrons moving through time and space. But here's the real question. How does this help you live a better life? How does this help you create more money or heal trauma or transform your identity, step into your purpose? If this was just some exotic math, I wouldn't waste your time with it. But this isn't exotic. It's fundamental. It's how reality actually works underneath the surface of your everyday experience. The patterns of your life, the synchronicities, the repeated struggles, the opportunities, the people who show up randomly, and the dramas you keep reenacting, they're all expressions of entanglement. So you're entangled with ideas, you're entangled with memories, with belief systems, you're entangled with emotional set points and with people and with communities, and you're entangled with collective fields. You're immersed in a web. It's a matrix of entanglement. And once you understand this, you stop feeling like life is happening to you, and you begin to realize life is happening through you and because of you. Now, quantum entanglement gives us the mechanism for how consciousness affects matter, and how emotion becomes experience, and how beliefs become physical reality. So let's start from the beginning. Quantum entanglement is one of the strangest discoveries in all of physics. So here's the simplest way to think about it. Two particles, say electrons, are created together. In this process, they become entangled, and their properties are linked. Even if you separate them, you could put one in New York and one in Tokyo. The moment you measure one, the other one reacts instantly. Not a millisecond later, not a fraction later, instantly. This means two things that disrupt everything we thought was true. Number one, distance doesn't matter. So the particles behave as if they're still touching each other. And time doesn't behave the way we think either. Right? The cause and the effect that we are used to experiencing in our life that happens here in reality actually doesn't have an interplay between these two pieces of entanglement. Einstein couldn't handle this. He believed the universe had to have rules, and quantum entanglement blew these rules apart, so he dismissed it. He said, look, it must be incomplete. There's something we haven't discovered here. This doesn't make any sense. But the experiments kept producing the same results. And today, entanglement is no longer controversial. It's one of the most verified phenomena in quantum physics. Scientists use entanglement right now to build quantum computers and quantum encryption systems. So this is real. It's not philosophy. It's not metaphysics. It's physics. Now, let's take this to the next step. If particles can be entangled and you're made of particles, what does this mean for you? If entanglement happens at the smallest levels, meaning the quantum level, then at the human level, we're not just individuals walking around in separate little boxes, we're part of a shared field. Your emotions aren't isolated, your thoughts aren't isolated, your beliefs aren't isolated. You can think of humanity like an ocean, and every human consciousness is a drop in that ocean. And in the ocean, waves and currents form. And so fear is a current, scarcity is a current, chaos is a current. But so are love, creativity, joy, hope, abundance. So when a strong emotional or belief-based field is activated, people can become entangled with it. So this isn't some sort of poetry. This is literally how nervous systems synchronize. And we have research. There's research that proves that groups synchronize breathing and heart rhythms when they're put together, right? Emotional contagion is a documented phenomenon. Communities amplify each other's stress or calm. Social groups share beliefs faster than viruses spread. And powerful forces in the world understand this. You don't have to use the word entanglement to leverage entanglement. If you want to control a population, you inject fear into the ocean, right? Fear entangles people with survival consciousness. The survival consciousness narrows perception, and narrowed perception is easy to manipulate. And this has been happening for centuries. So fear keeps people reactive, overwhelmed, and unable to access their higher intelligence. Why? Because they're entangled with the wrong current. But here's the good news. You're not stuck in that current. You can move to a different one. You can change what you're entangled with. And that's where your personal power begins. So I want to zoom in here for a second. How does entanglement show up in your life specifically? Well, it shows up in something called entrainment. You've heard me talk about this. You can put multiple grandfather clocks in a room and their pendulums start to synchronize. Put people in a room, their heart rates start to synchronize. Brain waves synchronize. Put a bunch of women in a dorm room and their menstrual cycles will synchronize. Humans are built to synchronize. And this is why you feel drained around certain people and energized around others. This is why stepping into certain environments instantly changes how you feel. And this is why trauma can be inherited, and so can wealth consciousness, so can self-worth. That's all entanglement. But here's the empowering part. Your beliefs, your emotional baseline, your internal language, your state of being, those are signals. And when that signal stabilizes, it becomes the dominant vibration in your personal field. That's why belief work and trauma healing and nervous system regulation, all the work that we do isn't just self-help. It's not just mindset. This is how you broadcast into the field. When you stabilize a coherent state like love or clarity or gratitude or abundance or power in your nervous system, you stop being dragged by low frequency currents. And instead, things begin to entrain to you. Opportunities, people, ideas, resources, synchronicities. So this is how you consciously create your life. You broadcast, and the field reorganizes around that broadcast. And sometimes it shows up in ways that feel like magic, which brings me to the classic example, because this has happened to you. It's happened to everyone. You're driving or you're cooking or you're sitting quietly and you think of someone you haven't talked to in months, and then the phone rings or a text comes through and you say, "Oh my God, I was just thinking about you." Well, here's what's actually happening. Your thought of that person is not an isolated electrical signal in your skull. Thoughts exist in the field. They are vibrations, frequencies, patterns of energy. And when you think deeply of someone, you're tuning to their frequency signature in the field. And what looks like a linear sequence, like I thought of them and they called me, is actually occurring just like quantum entanglement outside of space and time. So it's a single connection happening outside of a time, expressing itself inside of time as two related physical events. Because sometimes you think to yourself, like, how did this actually happen? I was just thinking about Steven and I ran into him at the grocery store, but he had to have made decisions before I even thought of him in order for us to rendezvous here. That's quantum entanglement. You aren't creating the phone call. You're noticing a deeper coordination. Entanglement expresses through synchronicity, and time confuses us because time is not what we think it is. Time is a coordinate. It's not a linear conveyor belt. Space is not what we think it is either. Distance does not mean disconnection. You're experiencing one small slice of a much more interconnected reality. And sometimes you glimpse the underlying fabric. And that brings me to a personal example that illustrates this perfectly. About 18 months ago, I tuned into a thought and I shared it with my wife, and it didn't make any sense at the time, but I told Carol, I was like, "Hey, you know what? Like, I think we're going to build a new currency at some point." And she's like, "Well, that's nice, babe." And I went on with things,
And I go to 12-step meetings. I've shared about my alcohol and drug and sex addiction. I work my recovery program. And I developed a friendship with a guy at one of my meetings. And he needed some coaching and mentorship. He started listening to the podcast. I was supporting him through a difficult time. And I had a conversation with him where he said, hey, I really love what you're building. You need to meet my friend. I said, okay, cool. So eventually his friend visits where I live, which is in Puerto Rico. I have lunch with his friend. And his friend says, hey, our mutual buddy has been telling me about what you're up to. Have you ever thought about launching a cryptocurrency? Like you could create a utility token that your community could start to use that would allow them benefits for being a part of the community. And ultimately it could be a new economic token that could run the entire ecosystem or new economic model that you envision developing. And I was like, wow, this is absolutely incredible, right? I didn't force it. I didn't chase it. I simply held the idea. I felt into it. I spent some time visualizing it and daydreaming about it. And then I end up meeting this guy, right? And it all started out with zero connection to my business. I wasn't trying to figure this out. It was actually figuring itself out through me, right? I didn't network my way into it. But the deeper principle here is entanglement. This is entanglement. I held a thought with emotional clarity, and the field reorganized around it. And I became entangled with the exact person who already existed in that vibrational possibility that could help me make my vision a reality. So from the outside, it looks random. But from the inside, once you understand entanglement, you realize nothing is random. Now, let's take this to the next level, right? Again, think of your life as an ocean with countless intertwining currents. And each current is a dimension of possibility. There's a dimension where your life is defined by struggle. There's a dimension where you constantly overwork and never get ahead. There's a dimension where you're surrounded by the wrong people, a dimension where anxiety is your baseline. But there are other dimensions too. There's a dimension where abundance flows to you easily. There's a dimension where you meet the right people at the right time. There's a dimension where you feel guided, aligned, and supported. Another one where you're living your purpose and life is responding to you. Here's the key. Your reality is not who you are. It's the dimension that you've settled into because of the entanglements that you're aligning with. Your beliefs, your emotional patterns, your reactions, your assumptions about yourself and the world, those become the coordinates that tune you into a specific stream of reality. But there are almost infinite rails, infinite streams across 8 billion people. And here's the most empowering truth. You can teleport. Not in some sort of sci-fi form with wormholes and portals. You teleport by changing your frequency. You change your thoughts and you stabilize into a new emotional baseline. And then as your frequency changes, your entanglements change. And when your entanglements change, the stream changes. And when your stream changes, your life changes. So this isn't metaphorical. It's actual physics expressed through consciousness. So how do you know which dimension that you've tuned into right now? Well, look at your life. Look at your repeated experiences, your money patterns, your relationship patterns, your emotional patterns. Now here's the move. Notice your reaction to the patterns that you're observing in your life. Because most people think my reaction is happening because I'm in this stream. But the truth is, your reaction is this frequency that brought you into the stream in the first place. So if scarcity shows up in your life, notice the thoughts that sort of automatically occur. Things never work out for me. I always get screwed. Money's hard to make. Those thoughts are not reactions to your stream. Those are thoughts that have anchored and entangled you into the scarcity stream. It's the same thing with relationships and the same thing with opportunities, health, purpose, whatever it is, your reaction is actually your broadcast. And the field gives you more of what you broadcast. This is why you have to become aware of how you truly think, not what you say you believe. So let's make this practical. Here's a very simple exercise that begins the process of what I would call dimensional shifting. You just do this for 24 hours. Step 1, awareness. Pick one area of your life, money, relationships, health, purpose, whatever. And write down every recurring negative reaction or thought that arises in that area of your life. Every time you say, always this, never that, that's just how things are, every resentment, every fear-based narrative. Because these are not reactions, these are frequencies, right? Step 2 is recode the frequency. So for each belief, ask, hey, if this thought is locking me into this dimension, what's a different thought that would move me into the dimension that I want and define a new thought, right? Not in deluding yourself, but creating a new possibility. An example is like, if you're reacting to your life and you're in this frequency or dimension of, I can never get ahead, well, redefine that frequency with something like, life is orchestrating opportunities for me even when I can't see them yet. That's the stream that you want to be in. Or let's say your reaction to your life is, people always disappoint me. Well, come up with a recode, which is, I'm learning to attract and recognize relationships that honor who I am, right? If you feel like you're behind, and so your stream is reflecting that back to you, then instead decide, I'm exactly where I need to be for the next breakthrough that I'm looking for, okay? Step 3 is embodiment. You just spend 5 minutes a day feeling what it would feel like if the new belief were already true. Because remember, emotion is the broadcast. Like, your feelings are the frequency. And so this is how you shift dimensions. This is how you start to entangle with a higher dimension. And you're holding that feeling. You're building it into your nervous system. You're letting your nervous system memorize it. And if you do this consistently, a couple of minutes a day, your outer life will begin to synchronize with it, because the field always reorganizes around the signal that you stabilize in your nervous system. So we started with this weird thing in physics called quantum entanglement, right? 2 particles that stay connected no matter how far apart they are. And the moment you affect one, the other responds. And we've taken that from the lab into your life. We've looked at how humanity functions like an entangled field, how fear and scarcity and division can move through that field, and how powerful forces in the world take advantage of that. And we talked about you as a creator, that you're not just reacting to the field, you're actually broadcasting into it all the time, through your beliefs, your emotional state, your self-talk. And we talked about dimensions or streams of reality, that your current circumstances aren't some fixed verdict on your life. They're just the result of what you've been entangled with up until now. And if that's true, then you're not trapped. You can choose a different stream. If you remember nothing else from this episode, remember this. You are not stuck in one version of reality. You are tuned to one version of reality. Change your thoughts and your emotions, and you change the channel. And that's not magic. That's the deeper mechanics of a universe that is more connected than we were ever taught.
Neville's core teaching number 1. Imagination creates reality. Imagination is not fantasy, according to Neville. It's the creative power of consciousness. Everything in the physical world was first imagined. He says, imagination is God. Your inner world shapes your outer world. And most people dismiss imagination as just daydreaming. But it's the most powerful force in the universe. What you consistently imagine and feel real becomes your experience. And Neville explains that there are 2 dimensions that exist simultaneously, a 3rd dimension and a 4th dimensional reality. He says the 3rd dimension is a material reality. It is your daily life. It is what we generally exclusively refer to as the only reality. He says it's fixed, it's 5 sensory. You can detect it through all of your senses. It is a linear reality with a past, a present, and a future. But what he also says is existing simultaneous to this 3rd dimensional space that we live in is a 4th dimension. He said this 4th dimension has different qualities and characteristics. It is a reality of potential. It is a quantum or wave or energy form reality as opposed to a particle or material reality. He says everything in the 4th dimension is actually right here, right now, as a potential waiting to manifest. So that dream home that you want, it's actually right here, right now. That bank account that you desire, it's actually right here, right now. The key is to tune your vibration or match your emotions and your thoughts towards that reality. And through the day-to-day unfolding of your life, it must become real. It must go from the 4th dimension to the 3rd dimensional reality through new thoughts that you have, new actions that you take, and coincidences and synchronicities. Your life will transform, and that which is invisible but real right here, right now in the 4th dimension will become your manifested experience. Now, some people say, but Dave, my life never actually changes. How can you say that everything comes from the 4th dimension? Well, that's because even though your reality feels the same from day to day, it's actually streaming moment by moment from the 4th dimension. But most people actually think the same thoughts every day, or they react the same way to their life. And so their life seems to stay the same, even though it's actually materializing
on a moment by moment basis. It's sort of like a Groundhog Day type of experience, living the same life over and over again. So money is hard to make. You can't trust people. You're not good enough. This is what you think. And this is what you think about your third dimensional daily life. And so this is what you think, this is what you imagine, and this is what you continue to call forth from the fourth dimension. The other important thing to understand is imagination isn't just when you sit and visualize in a room by yourself. Realize that we are imagining all the time. So when you're having a conversation in your head that someone shouldn't have said something to you or done something a particular way, or you're talking to yourself about having too much to do and that you can't get it all done, that's actually the voice of imagination. You are imagining. When you drive from point A to point B and you're stuck in your head and you don't even understand how you got to where you were going, that whole time you were imagining. And unfortunately, most of us are spending way too much time imagining a future that we don't want. So the key here is to be in your third dimensional life, but as it talks about in scripture, not of it. In other words, to bring your attention to the future that you want, even when you are in a present moment that defies it. To know that abundance is coming because it already exists right here, right now, and bring your attention to it. In other words, find the abundance that is there and it will magnify. Find the health that is there and it will magnify. Find the success that is there right now, even though it may not be as much as you want, and it will begin to grow. It will continue to stream from the fourth dimension in greater and greater quantities. Same thing with health. Same thing with success. Ignore your present reality because it's basically old news. You've already imagined that, and here it is. Live your life in anticipation of what you want, and what you anticipate must become your reality. You know, I had a vision for a dream home, a sanctuary, a place where I could hold private retreats in nature, entertain my family, big house. And even though I didn't know how or where, I held on to that image and I anticipated that image. I even went on Google Images and I found a picture of a home when I was broke and had 2 homes in foreclosure that I wanted, and I put it on my vision board. 10 years later, I'm living in my dream home. I have some friends that come over and they see my vision board on my desk, and one of them said, "Hey, did you paste the front of this home on your vision board?" And I looked at it and I was like, oh my God, the front of my house is identical to this home. So over the course of 10 years, my vision streamed itself into my life through all kinds of circumstances and situations, and of course, action that I took. But my imagination became my reality. Now, Neville's core teaching number 2, the law of assumption. Whatever you assume to be true becomes true in your experience. Assumptions are beliefs that you hold without really consciously examining them. So most people assume that they're limited. They assume that success is hard. They assume that they're not worthy or they're not good enough. So to change your life, you have to assume the opposite of your limiting beliefs. So live as if your desired state is already true, not something you're working toward. And this is literally the core tool that we teach called the decision matrix, and it works like this. When you identify a limiting belief, like I don't matter, for example, or I'm not important, you make an opposite decision, something like I matter big time, or I'm critically important. And you assume the opposite of the limiting belief. The third step in this framework, from limiting belief to assuming the opposite, which solidifies it, is to say, well, what evidence do I have for the fact that that's true? What evidence do I have for the fact that I am critically important? See, questions are really powerful because your brain is like a search engine. So if you ask a question, you'll get an answer. So if you're sitting there writing out evidence for why your new assumption is true, it might look like, well, how is it true that I'm critically important? Because I play an important role in my work, because I touch people's lives every day, because I'm connected to all other people and I actually start to inform the intricate system of timing. I'm part of the great system of timing that moves all of life forward. I'm a singular perception of infinite intelligence, and my perspective matters. You reinforce the assumption with evidence from your own life and what you truly believe about life, and you literally start to carve out the old limiting belief and replace it with the new decision, right? This is the neural pruning process that allows you to disassociate yourself from the old patterns of limiting beliefs and assume something new. You can literally take your biggest limitation and assume the exact opposite is true and find evidence to support the opposite. This is one of my most powerful daily practices when I first started working with my beliefs. Every morning, I'd wake up, and if I was feeling stressed or overwhelmed or depressed, I'd look at what I was thinking, what I was assuming, and I'd use this decision matrix technique to shift it. By the way, I cover this technique and more in my book, A Changed Mind. Neville's core teaching number 3, feeling is the secret. So Neville's concept here is, and by the way, it's the title of one of Neville's most famous books, is that ideas without emotion remain powerless. So you must feel the reality of your desire before it manifests. Most people think about what they want, but they feel their current circumstances. So he talks about this as the feeling of the wish fulfilled. The feeling of the wish fulfilled is what impresses the subconscious mind. And Neville was really ahead of his time here. What he understood was that the nervous system is a broadcasting antenna. That when you have thoughts, you experience that thought as an emotion. And it goes from an electromagnetic activation in your brain to a vibration throughout your entire nervous system and your entire body. Your nervous system is like a broadcast tower. And emotion is the frequency that you broadcast. Now, 2 things happen as a result of feeling your future. Number 1, you start to activate that potential that we talked about in the 4th dimension. So you start to have ideas. You start to see things differently. You have hunches that will lead you to creating your desires. And second, your broadcast is actually received at an unconscious level by other people. And so at an unconscious level, they start doing things, taking action, creating rendezvous with you. This is the idea of law of attraction. You begin to create meetups and synchronicities with other people that become part of you manifesting your desire, right? On a practical level, you just know that oftentimes you think about someone and they call you, or you've been thinking about someone and you run to them in a grocery store. This is why paying attention to how you feel is so important, because when you feel good, you're creating good feeling events in your future. But when you're feeling bad, you're creating future events that are undesirable. So as Neville says, feeling is the key. And he encourages us to stay in a powerful state more consistently if we want to create a future that we love. Neville's core teaching number 4, he calls it SATS, state akin to sleep. Now, this is just fancy Neville talk, but he talks about the drowsy state right before you go to bed. He says, in this state, the conscious mind relaxes and suggestions penetrate the subconscious mind. He says you should create a scene, you should imagine something that implies that your desires are fulfilled. And you should loop this scene with sensory vividness as you fall asleep. Basically visualize on loop. And the subconscious mind starts to accept these imagined experiences as real when the conscious mind is quiet. Now, it sounds a little kooky at first, but guess what? What Neville was talking about more than 50 years ago is 100% supported by neuroscience and brainwave data. Here's how it works. During this state, EEG studies show a drop in alpha wave activity that's associated with relaxed wakefulness as you fall asleep and the emergence of theta ripples and the flattening of EEG signals. This is indicative of loosening cognition, a relaxing of your mind, and increased receptivity. Individuals in this state are more receptive to suggestion. This is a hypnotic state, and research has shown that listening to hypnotic suggestion before sleep can significantly increase slow wave sleep, especially in highly hypnotizable individuals. So this state has also been identified as a creativity hotspot. So it's a place where original ideas can surface more freely before falling fully asleep. So Neville was absolutely right. The brain shifts into theta-rich receptive states right before sleep, providing a solid physiological basis for the idea that suggestions or imaginative thoughts during that moment are more likely to take root. So in short, yes, there's a scientific backing for the notion that the moments just before sleep are especially powerful for influencing the subconscious mind. Neville's core teaching number 5, living in the end. Neville talks about the importance of mentally and emotionally inhabiting your desired outcomes now. Not waiting until they happen, but now. He says doing that now is actually what allows them to happen in the future. He says don't live in the process of getting there. Live as if you're already arrived. And he has a great quote. He says, think from the end, not of the end. Your current circumstances are just the bridge between where you were and where you're going. And when you live in the end, the bridge of what he calls incidences appears automatically. Again, the coincidences, the synchronicities, the path. And this relates a lot to what I teach on current self versus future self. Neville's basically saying, act as if you've achieved the outcome. And even though a lot of people think of this as fake it until you make it, it's really much more powerful than that for a couple of reasons. Number one, if you want to become a millionaire And on a daily basis, even though you have no money right now, you start to act like a millionaire, you start to think like a millionaire, you start to feel like a millionaire. And you took that daily action and you started doing that for enough time and you interacted with people like a millionaire. Don't you think over time, eventually you'd become a millionaire? I mean, think of this. If you acted like an alcoholic, if you thought like an alcoholic, if you bought like an alcoholic and only hung out with alcoholics and you drank like an alcoholic, given enough time, wouldn't you become an alcoholic? This was actually one of the things my sponsor taught me as I got sober. He said, look, even though right now you're an alcoholic and a drug addict, you're going to start building the identity of someone who is sober. How do you do that? You start thinking, feeling, acting, and hanging out with sober people. One of my good friends, Cody Jefferson, says, this is who I am, so this is what I do. You do like a rich person does and you get rich. You do like a sober person does and you get sober. So there's a lot of truth in the idea of acting as if right now or inhabiting the desired outcome now. The other really interesting thing, and this comes from a study in 2009, I've referenced this on other episodes, it was featured in Time Magazine, it was conducted at Harvard. They brought in piano players to play the piano and they studied what parts of their brain lit up. And so as they were playing the piano, they studied them. Then they had them come back in and just imagine playing the piano and the same parts of their brain lit up. And so what we learned from this study, and there have been several others since then, is your brain doesn't know the difference between imagination and reality. So if you inhabit or imagine a wealth consciousness now, you literally start to build memories as if you were a wealthy person already. If you start to assume health now, you start to build memories as if you were healthy already. Your brain doesn't know the difference between your current situation and where you're placing your attention, your focus, your thoughts, your emotions, and your imagination. You start to build a memory of a future that hasn't happened yet. You start to become the healthy, wealthy person, literally in terms of your brain structure now. Give it a little bit of time, and reality has to catch up. Neville's core teaching number 6, revision or rewriting your past. So revision is rewriting past events in your imagination. You go back to moments that created limiting beliefs or emotional wounds, and you imagine those events happening the way you wish they had. And this isn't denial, it's actually recognizing that your current memory is creating your present experience. And when you revise the past, you change its influence on your future. Now, most people think that the past is fixed, that once something happens, it's set in stone. But that's not actually how the brain works. The truth is, your memory is not a filing cabinet. It's more like a Google Doc. Every time you open it, you're editing it, whether you realize it or not. So revision is where you go back to painful or limiting memories and you imagine them unfolding the way you wish they had. A conversation where you felt rejected becomes one where you're accepted. A moment of shame becomes a moment of love. And when you do this deliberately, something incredible happens. Your nervous system starts to respond as if that new version is what actually happened. Now, some people hear this and think it's denial, but it's not. It's actually grounded in science. In neuroscience, there's a phenomenon called memory reconsolidation. And research shows that when you recall a memory, it becomes temporarily malleable. And during that window, usually a few hours, you can change the emotional association of that memory. And when the brain saves it again, it includes the new emotional tone. That's how trauma can be healed. And it's exactly what Neville was teaching. Decades before we had fMRI scans to prove it, psychology backs this too. Modalities like EMDR or internal family systems and somatic experiencing all use the same principle. They go back to the source of the wound, they bring consciousness and imagination to it, and let the body encode a new experience. So you're not pretending it didn't happen, you're reclaiming your authorship of what it means. And here's why this matters. Your subconscious isn't reacting to the world, it's actually reacting to your memory of the world. So when you revise the past, you're not changing history, you're changing the lens you see through. And that lens shapes your thoughts, your emotions, your choices, and your future. So the question is, what story from your past still holds power over you? And are you willing to go back not to relive it, but to rewrite it? Because when you do, you don't just change the memory, you literally change who you are. Neville's core teaching number 7, persistence and mental diet. So Neville's concept here is persistence, meaning maintaining your assumption despite contradictory evidence, right? Life is always going to show up as you start to make these new decisions, as you assume a different future, and there's going to be old evidence or old patterns that show up. And so he talks about getting into a mental diet. In other words, carefully monitoring and choosing your thoughts throughout the day. See, most people give up when they don't see immediate results. And so your dominant mental diet, meaning what you think about most, is creating your experience. And so you have to be vigilant about what you allow your mind to dwell on, and in fact, how you're reacting to your current reality. So there's a concept we teach called the echo effect. And it's a really powerful concept as people get into belief shifting or assuming a new reality. And it allows you to stay loyal to your new beliefs or your imagined future, even when your reality is showing up as something contradictory to it. You have to understand that the reality that you're living today and tomorrow and for the next few days, it's already been determined. If you're creating your reality through what you think, which you are, then that means the present moment is actually a byproduct of what you've been thinking before. So for a period of time, you're going to be experiencing an echo of the old version of you. Old belief systems, old patterns of thought, old patterns of emotion have already determined to a great degree what your next few weeks are going to look like. You have to stay loyal to your new decision, to your future during this period of transition. So when life shows up contradictory to what you've decided, just know it is a passing thought. It is an echo. It should not deter you from holding on to your new belief systems. Now, in summary, Neville's work is brilliant, and it can feel abstract without a practical application system. The missing piece is usually real-time integration and bridging his meditation and visualization concepts with a lot of the distinctions that we talked about today. His teachings work best, I find, when combined with consistent belief work and nervous system regulation. And none of this is about positive thinking. It's about conscious transformation. My recommendation is start with one Neville technique and master it before adding others. Guys, a little over 10 years ago, I dragged my wife to India. I was in so much pain and suffering. I had done all the personal growth events, the Tony Robbins events, the Brendan Burchard events, the Landmark series. I had read all the books, Wayne Dyer, Napoleon Hill, Neville Goddard, but I still felt stuck. And so a friend of mine had this major breakthrough at this place in India. And so my wife and I decided to go. We spent an entire month learning, doing exercises, breath work, very specific meditations. And about 3 weeks into this experience, one of the monks said something, and it was like a switch was flipped in my brain. And even when he said it, I was like, yeah, I already know this and I understand this. But because all the work that I had done up until that point, because of the setup of this ashram experience, he said it and I heard it totally differently. And this is what he said. He said, David, all suffering is a result of your own thinking. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense. I know that my limiting beliefs, my traumas, my stories, they are what are creating my stress, my anxiety, my overwhelm. I know that. But he said it again. And this time I noticed one small 3-letter word that changed the game for me. He said, David, all suffering is a result of your own thinking. All. Not some, but all. And I thought about it for a moment. I was like, wait a minute. If all suffering is a result of my own thinking, that means that no suffering is a result of anything else. Like, I figured a lot of my suffering was from my own thinking, but some suffering was from, say, my wife arguing with me, or my employees not doing something, or the amount of money I had in my bank account, a marketing campaign not going well. But he said all suffering was a result of my own thinking. And so I looked at that and I was like, oh my God, he's right. It's not your health that is a problem, even though you may be experiencing some pain or a chronic health condition. It's the thought that your health won't ever get better. It is not the amount of money that is causing you suffering, no matter how much money you do or do not have in your bank account. It is the belief that you don't have enough or that you'll never have enough. It's not that my wife said something that I don't like that was causing my suffering. It seems like it. Well, if she just hadn't said that, I wouldn't be in suffering. It's actually the belief that she shouldn't have said it that is making me upset. Right? I want you guys to check in with me on this for a second. All suffering is a result of our own thinking. And so I took this distinction with me and did my best to really take full radical responsibility of my life and my emotions. Even when I couldn't see it, I had this distinction in my back pocket. Hold on a minute. What's really causing me to be upset right now is me. It's not the thing out there. It's the meaning that I'm giving that thing out there. that any time I'm feeling a certain way, it's not because of the thing I think is causing me stress or anger or worry. It's my thinking. You tracking with me? If you look at all of your suffering, the stress, the anxiety, the overwhelm, the anger, the not feeling like you're good enough, the depression, the anxiety, all of your suffering is a resistance to what is in the present moment. All of your suffering is a resistance to whatever is happening in your life right now. It is a denial of your current situation. Look, again, we said before that I'm angry because I'm in denial that she is saying this to me. She shouldn't be saying this to me. Okay? I'm angry because I'm in denial that my wife is saying this to me. I think she shouldn't be saying this to me. I'm worried because I'm in denial with the amount of money in my bank account that there should be more. I'm in denial. I'm in confrontation and denial with this present moment. How I feel, what someone did or didn't do, what some political party is doing, I'm in denial with what is. I think that life should be showing up differently than the way life is showing up for me right now. So all of your suffering is not just caused by what you think or believe. It is also your conflict with what is actually happening in the present moment. You believe that this should not be this way. It should be different. And I have to get from where I am right now, this present moment where there is something that I am in denial of, this situation that should not be over here, to over there into a different situation. And I want you to realize that this is very dynamic, wanting what is to be different than what it is, and how often it plays out all day long for you. In other words, it's the same denial, just a different circumstance every single time. Might be 100 different examples, right? This person shouldn't be taking so long to order at Starbucks. I'm going to be late. They should be faster. And time should be different than it is. But it's the same play that your mind is running over and over and over every single time. One of the great modern mystics, Eckhart Tolle, wrote a best-selling book that maybe you've read, changed my life, called The Power of Now. He says in it that the great tragedy of human existence is that all that exists is the present moment. And as humans, we fill the present moment with the desire to be somewhere else other than where we are. And so in that, we miss our entire lives. We are always wanting to be somewhere other than where we are right now. And think about it. Just notice how your mind works. Okay? There is no past. We can just remember what we perceive as the past. But when do we remember it? Right now in the present moment. There is no future. We can imagine what the future might be, but when are we experiencing the future? Right now, in the present moment. The past and the future only exist in the present moment. All there is the present moment. But we spend most of our present moment, which is the only moment that exists, indulging in the past or wanting to be somewhere else in the future because we're in denial of what's happening right here, right now. This, my friend, is the great crisis of human existence. Now, the good news is that once you realize that you're living in this mind game, right, the game now becomes living in the present moment and knowing that the only thing that is preventing you from the present moment are your thoughts about what should be happening right now that isn't happening right now, and redirecting yourself to being with whatever is happening right now and accepting it, being present to what is. Now, here's the tricky part. What if you don't like what is? What if you don't like the pain you're experiencing from your health condition? What if you don't like the amount of money that is in your bank account right now? What if you don't like what someone said to you? What if you don't like the career that you have? What if there's something that you don't like? So I'm going to let you in on a little bit of a secret. If you are willing to be with what is, even if you don't like it, what is will transform into what you want. I'm going to say that one more time. If you are willing to be with what is, even if you don't like what is will transform into what you want. Okay, I'm going to unpack this for a second, but it's also important to understand that if you are in denial of what is, meaning wishing something other than what is, what you will continue to get is more of what you don't want. And this may not make sense at first, but when you understand physics and you understand metaphysics and behavioral psychology and neuroscience on every level, this makes perfect sense because your brain is a goal-achieving machine. And whatever you resist will persist. You've probably heard this before. I'm going to unpack it for you in a really clear way that you can understand. So if you don't like what's going on in the present moment and you resist it through your thoughts and your emotions, you think it shouldn't be happening or that it should be something different than what it is, it persists. It continues on. So you're afraid of not having enough money stays. From present moment to next present moment to next present moment, before you know it, there's that future of not having enough money. It just stayed the same way. You're irritated that your boyfriend keeps doing the same stupid things over and over. Guess what's going to happen? Boyfriend keeps doing the same stupid things over and over. You think that the government or this political party or those people shouldn't be doing what they're doing or should be doing something different. Guess what? They keep doing the same thing. Whatever you stand against, you are actually standing up. And it'll maintain itself. When you are in denial of the present moment, what happens is you focus your energy and your attention on the problem, and this feeds the problem. And it maintains the problem. And that's why nothing changes. See, it's the present problem becomes your future problem because all you have is the present moment. So the more you resist it, the more you say in this moment, I don't accept it, I don't want this, then this persists in your present moment. And those present moments stack up into what feels like a future, and you've got the problem forever and nothing changes. It's important for you to understand that your focus is a honing of your soul, of energy into a perspective. Your focus is your attention. And if there's anything that you are that is eternal, it is your attention, your focus, your consciousness, your soul. So where focus goes, or in other words, where you place your attention or your soul, energy flows. And everything is energy. And so you feed what you're focused on. And when you are in denial of the present moment, which is the only cause of all of your personal suffering, despite how many ways it can show up, you keep yourself locked into the problem, and the problem persists from one present moment to the next. Now, what's interesting is when you accept what is, you say, hey, I don't like this, but it is the way it is. I'm not in denial of it. Not my preference. I want something else. But I get that this is the way it is. In this moment, what happens is you relax around the problem. You let the problem go through acceptance of what is. You see that? Can you feel that? You just say, hey, I don't like it, but it's here. And I understand that it's here. And I'm not going to deny reality. I accept that it's here. I want it to be different, but I accept that it's here. You loosen your grip on the problem. You move into non-resistance to the present moment. And when you do that, you give the present moment space. And in that space, the present moment evolves. The problem passes. The solutions come. And life begins to flow through your presence. I'll say that again. When you are present to the present moment, you bring your presence, you bring your soul to the present moment. You create space, you bring energy, you allow life to flow through and transform your present moment through your presence. New ideas, new people, new solutions, new intuition, coincidences, synchronicities, they flow into that space called your present moment with your presence there, where you've relaxed around the problem. And what's really incredible is that those changes that occur will streamline intelligently and automatically into producing the desires that you have. What you want has already been recorded. God has heard your order. The universe has got you. But it cannot respond as long as you keep locking down on your resistance to the present moment, the denial, the suffering. The moment you relax, the present will transform in alignment with the desires you have. This is the game, guys. You have to know that problems will come, but solutions are right behind them. You have to get that whatever is happening should be happening as much as you dislike it. How do we know that it should be happening? Because it is. Because that's called reality. Think about it for a moment. We argue with reality hundreds of times throughout the day. And this is what's actually keeping us in suffering and keeping us stuck. Look, the discomfort is inevitable. Things are going to show up that you don't expect. Problems are going to be there. But the suffering is optional. And remember, all suffering is a result of your own thinking, and more specifically, your denial. You're arguing with the present moment that it should be different than the way that it is. So next time something happens that you don't like, here's a suggestion. Just say, I don't like it, but it is what it is, and I accept that. It can be no other way. Just that simple acknowledgement is a huge shift. Your whole life will change if you can do that. If you can say, hey, I don't like this thing, but it is what it is. I accept that. It can be no other way. Think about it. Normally, you'd reject the situation. You'd confront the problem. You'd say it shouldn't be happening or it should be different. Then you'd argue in your head about it. Even when the person or the problem isn't even there anymore, you'd be bringing it into your present moment, project it into the future. You'd feed the problem. And so the problem stays. And you suffer. But just by saying, look, I don't like it, but I accept it because it is, it shortcuts the inner chatter. Because the inner chatter is about denial of the present moment. So as soon as you accept it, the inner chatter stops. And that, by the way, is huge. It is a change in the way you function. It is a shift in your brain. It is an evolution of your nervous system. And it creates the space to let life flow, to let the solution flow. And it steps you out of suffering. So you get to have it all. Less suffering in your present moment and more space for life to create what you want. Super simple, right? But it is a game changer. This is the practice that changed my life. And I wanted to be able to share it with you. So do me a favor for the next 24 hours. See if you've got the capacity to notice when you start arguing with reality and say, hey, you know what, reality, you win. This is the way it is supposed to be. I don't need to know why. I accept it. I don't like it. But I accept it because it is what is. And see how that shifts your day. Watch as the space gets created and solutions start to emerge in areas of your life or your business or your health, your relationships, your bank account that have been stuck for years.
Truth number one, the quantum field is real. All right, let's start with the field because without it, manifestation makes no sense. The quantum field is the invisible energy matrix that connects all of reality. It's been called many names throughout history. The ether by the ancient Greeks, the Akashic records by the mystics. It's what Neville Goddard referred to as the fourth dimension, and it's encoded in sacred geometry patterns like the flower of life and referred to as the unified field by modern science. This field isn't some abstract spiritual concept. It's the foundation of quantum mechanics. Everything you see, touch, feel, and think is made of energy vibrating at different frequencies. Every atom, every photon, every thought is an excitation in this unified field. In other words, everything in existence actually sits in this field, all connected across one super mainframe of information where each individual piece of the system actually affects the whole. So how does this relate to manifestation? Well, the field doesn't respond to your words, your vision board, or your wish list. It actually responds to your signal. And that signal is what we call your state of being. Your state of being is the combination of what you think, how you feel, and the energy you carry throughout your body. It's your emotional tone, your beliefs, your unconscious patterns, and the level of organization and coherence between your heart, your mind, and your nervous system. So if you feel fearful, frustrated, or doubtful, even if you say you're abundant, the field receives the fear, not the words. That becomes your broadcast signal. And the quantum field reflects back to you a life that matches that frequency. If you say, I want to meet someone amazing, but underneath you're still feeling unworthy or expecting disappointment, then the field is going to reflect that expectation. So you keep attracting emotionally unavailable people, not because you consciously want it, but because that's the emotional baseline you're broadcasting. Or maybe you affirm money flows to me easily, but deep down you feel anxious every time you check your bank account. That anxiety, not your affirmation, is the dominant signal. And the field keeps delivering experiences that match it. Surprise bills, missed opportunities, inconsistent income. This is why you don't attract what you want. You attract what you are. And the field reflects your dominant signal. Truth number two, your attention collapses reality. Now let's talk about the science behind this. It's called the observer effect. In 1801, physicist Thomas Young conducted what became one of the most important experiments in quantum physics, the double slit experiment. Here's what he did. He set up a simple screen with two narrow slits and fired a beam of light,
photons through them. And if light behaved like little particles, imagine like little BBs or bullets, you'd expect them to go through one slit or the other, and you'd see two clear stripes appear on the back wall, one behind each slit. That's how particles behave. They move in straight, isolated lines. But light isn't just a particle. It can also behave like a wave, and waves act differently. Think of what happens when you drop a stone into water. Waves ripple outward in expanding circles. And now imagine two stones dropped near each other. The ripples overlap. And where the peaks of the waves meet, they amplify. And where a peak meets a valley, they cancel out. This creates what's known as an interference pattern. That's exactly what scientists saw when no one observed the experiment. The light created a series of stripes, an interference pattern on the back wall, not two lines, which means each photon was somehow going through both slits at once, acting like a wave and interfering with itself. Now here's the really shocking part. When scientists placed a detector to observe which slit the photon actually went through, everything changed. The photon stopped acting like waves and behaved like individual particles. The interference pattern vanished, and now there were only two lines on the wall, just like bullets. The only thing that changed, it was being observed. So what does that tell us? That conscious observation changes the outcome of reality. Simply watching caused the wave of infinite potential to collapse into a specific particle form. In the context of your life, your attention, your focused awareness, acts like that observer. It tells the quantum field which version of reality to bring into form. And most people don't realize how powerful their focus is. They unconsciously dwell on lack or fear or failure, and that becomes the reality they keep collapsing into. But if you can shift your attention to a new outcome and align with it emotionally and energetically, you begin to collapse a different reality. The quantum field is responding to the quality of your focus. You are not a passive participant, you're an observer with real creative authority. Truth number 3, all versions of you already exist. Now this brings us to the concept of superposition. In quantum physics, a particle exists in all possible states simultaneously until it's observed. Only once it's measured does it choose a single state. And you too exist in superposition. There is a version of you who is abundant, a version of you who is confident, a version of you who is joyful, healthy, peaceful, powerful. All of these versions already exist as possibilities in the quantum field. So your job is not to create that version of yourself. Your job is to align with it. And when you think, when you feel, and when you act from the identity of that version of you, you collapse the wave function into that reality. You move from potential to actuality, and you shift from possibility to a new dimension of yourself. This is what identity work is all about. So you're not just changing your thoughts, you're tuning yourself like a radio to the frequency of the version of you who already has what you desire. And just like a radio doesn't create the station, it simply tunes into it. You don't force outcomes into existence through hustle and grind and control. You tune into the version of who you already are that lives there right now. That's not to say you can just think your way to a new reality. Action is an essential part of the process. But the question you want to ask yourself is, who is taking the action? The version of you that is aligned with the outcome you want, or the old version that has been stuck in a fixed reality? Truth number 4, you don't wait and wish. You align and act. So let's take this deeper. Quantum manifestation is not about passively sitting on your couch hoping for miracles. It's about alignment and inspired action. And when you're truly aligned, when your thoughts and your emotions and your body are in coherence, you begin to receive what I call guidance in motion. You start to get nudges, you feel pulls, you get ideas and insights. A person calls, an opportunity shows up. Your job is to act on those promptings. But the difference is your action is no longer driven by fear or scarcity or control. It's not hustle. It's not trying to prove your worth. It's not reacting to your old identity. Aligned action flows from trust, from embodiment, and from wholeness. So if you already had the outcome you desired, how would you be feeling? How would you be thinking? And how would you be acting? For example, if you had already created $1 million, would you be worrying about money? Would you be thinking more expansively about the possibilities of your life? Would you be complaining less? These are all things you can shift right here, right now, regardless of the fact that the money hasn't materialized in your bank account yet. When you act from the identity of the version of you who already has it, both you and your action become magnetic. You create resonance or activation in the field, which attracts synchronicities, relationships, and momentum. In this state, life begins to feel orchestrated. You're not forcing, you're following, and the path reveals itself as you walk it. Truth number 5, a single decision can shift your entire reality. So how do you start shifting into quantum manifestation? You begin with the power of decision. It's a core principle in my work. The moment you decide who you are, not just intellectually, but energetically, you begin to rewire your experience of reality. A real decision is not trying. It's not hoping. It's not waiting for external proof. It's an inner knowing that says, this is who I am now. And when you decide for a new reality, that you are a healthy, a wealthy, a successful person, 3 incredible things begin to happen based on that new decision. Number 1, you begin accessing new thoughts and ideas that, when you take action upon them, will lead to producing the desired result. Number 2, you actually start to perceive your environment and your reality differently. There's a part of your brain that's called the reticular activating system. That's the part of your brain that notices the same car that you just bought everywhere else on the road. Well, what neuroscience tells us is that 88% of your perceptive reality is actually filtered out, meaning you don't notice it. The 12% you notice is always in alignment with what you believe, or in this case, what you've decided. When you make a new decision, you start to literally notice reality differently. You see money-making opportunities, you see health-creating opportunities, you find successful ways to create successful outcomes. Number 3, when you make a new decision, all of life corresponds to meet that manifestation. In other words, you manufacture coincidences and synchronicities that begin to chart the course to your new reality. Someone calls, you notice an opportunity and you follow the inspiration. A resource shows up at the last minute, which you needed. All of life begins to conspire to reorganize a reality around you that matches the new you and that you are being as a result of your new decisions. So I want you to try this right now. Take a moment, close your eyes, visualize a future where your desire is already fulfilled. And then ask yourself, who am I in this reality? How do I think? How do I walk into a room? How do I treat others? Start making the small changes in how you think, where you let go, and how you act to embody that version of you now. You don't wait to become them to change your life. You become them, and then life catches up. This is quantum entrainment. This is embodiment. And this is creation through coherence. This is the gateway to quantum manifestation. Most people are trapped in the 3rd dimensional game where everything feels solid, fixed, and slow. But the ones who seem superhuman, the ones who attract opportunities, money, and timing that makes no logical sense, they're playing on the mental spiritual plane, the plane where reality is created, not chased. And I didn't always know that. There was a time when I was completely losing the game. It wasn't that long ago. I had 2 homes in foreclosure. I was addicted to drugs and alcohol. I woke up every day feeling trapped and having panic attacks like clockwork. But today, I built a $40 million business, spoken on stages around the world, and helped thousands of people transform their inner and outer worlds through our events, our courses, and our programs. The point is, reality is not random. It's rule-based. And once you understand the rules, you can outsmart them. No one has ever handed you the rule book. When you arrived on Earth, no one said, hey, here's how you actually win the game. Instead, you were taught that life's a struggle, that you have to fight for everything, hustle endlessly, and earn your worth through hard work and stress. But that's not how reality works. That's how you lose. So, starting off with the first rule. Reality is not physical, it's frequency in disguise. Now, this is something that's fundamental to understand. It goes all the way back to probably what your 6th grade science teacher taught you, that at the subatomic level, nothing is solid, nothing is stable. In other words, what looks like a solid chair or a dollar bill is 99.999% empty space. Remember, everything is made of molecules. Molecules are made of atoms. Atoms consist of a nucleus that has protons and neutrons and an electron that's orbiting around it, but most of it is space. And in fact, science has now proven that even the smallest particles, when you look closer and closer and closer of what those pieces of the atom are made of, those tiny components aren't really particles at all. They flicker between wave and form, depending on whether or not they're being observed. And that means your attention is literally shaping the material world. When you're observing something, the field collapses into form. This goes back to an adage that says, if a tree falls in the woods, but there's no one there to see it, does it make a sound? Well, the physicist says, the quantum physicist, if a tree falls in the woods and there's no one there to see it, is there even a tree at all? Because what we've learned is that when you observe something, your presence actually collapses it into form. And when you withdraw attention, it returns to waveform possibilities. In other words, reality is coming in and out of form based on your presence, your awareness, your consciousness, and ultimately what you believe. You are the observer, the one that the universe waits on to decide what becomes real. Think about that. Every outcome exists in potential until consciousness looks at it. In other words, it's a blank canvas. Your life can be anything, but it will be something. And what it will become depends on who you're being and what you're believing and thinking in that moment. So the world doesn't show you what is, it shows you what you're focusing on. In other words, you're not inside the universe, but the universe or the potential for it is actually inside your awareness. Now, quantum physicists call this the observer effect, and mystics have been saying it for thousands of years, this idea of as within, so is without. So what you feel, what you expect, what you focus on, that's what organizes itself into your physical world. So when you're afraid that you're not going to have enough money at the end of the month, you experience financial scarcity and insecurity. Something shows up like a bill at the end of the month that you didn't expect, and you're like, see, I knew it, I don't have enough. When you believe that you can't trust people and you're feeling mistrust on a habitual basis, you attract people into your life that seem to betray your trust. Like Henry Ford said, the man who believes he can and the man who believes he can't, they're both right. And what this means is that you're not here to react to the material world. You're here to actually instruct it. Your emotional state is the signal, your attention is the brush, and the quantum field is the canvas. And so when you live unconsciously, you keep painting the same picture. You keep reacting the same way over and over again to the experiences of your life, and so you continue to create the same experiences that you react the same way to. You end up in a Groundhog Day type of resistance where every day has some nuanced changes, but it's basically the same day over and over again. It's the same bank account over and over again. It's the same relationships over and over again. It's also really important to understand that when you look at the material world, it's really just delayed light. It is a slow echo of your vibration. And so when you change your internal frequency, the outer world must reorganize to match it. And this is why as people start doing deep beliefs transformational work, their life changes. This is why the #1 best-selling book on success and wealth in the history of the world, Think and Grow Rich, had one conclusion, which was that your thoughts are things and they're creating your reality. Because in truth, nothing solid has ever existed. Only information that is vibrating fast enough to look real. You know, you think about those old movie projectors. They would go from scene to scene to scene to scene to scene, and when you'd play them very, very quickly, it would look like the screen was moving. That's very much how reality functions. It's just information that is vibrating fast enough to actually look real. And once you understand this, you stop trying to push reality with force. That's like going up to the movie screen and trying to change the movie. And instead you start creating it and changing it with your frequency. That's you stepping back and becoming the projector of your own reality. Rule number 2, your brain doesn't detect reality, it creates it. So this is really interesting, and science confirms it. The brain doesn't actually create reality, it just creates illusions of reality. Donald Hoffman calls this the interface theory of perception. He says it's like icons on a computer desktop. When you log on to your computer, you're able to play with the icons, but that's just a projection of the underlying code. And so we don't see the underlying code of reality. All we see is the finished product that projects itself, again, onto the screen. You can almost think about it as reality is a 360-degree almost fabric of a movie screen that is projecting based on your habit of thought and habit of emotion or your vibration. And the way your brain works, memory and imagination share the same neural circuits. And so that means the brain literally can't tell the difference between what's remembered, what's imagined, or what's real. So what you believe over and over again starts to become neurologically true. You start to imprint it upon your brain. It literally becomes your nervous system, and so that projects itself into your reality. And it starts to filter the way that you experience life. So if you believe that money is hard to make, you will miss money-making opportunities and only pay attention to those experiences or data points around you that prove the theory that you have to be true. And so your beliefs don't just shape what you notice, they also shape what you allow yourself to experience. And the mind will delete any evidence that doesn't fit the story that you've been telling. You know, neuroscience tells us that only about 12% of everything that you experience becomes part of your conscious awareness. 88% goes back into the database. And if it's not in alignment with your predominant theory, meaning your beliefs about life, your beliefs about yourself, your beliefs about money, it effectively gets deleted. So if your story is, I'm not enough, you'll keep meeting life and experiences in life that prove that theory out to you. People will be unkind to you. You won't be able to achieve the success that you want. Your marketing campaign won't work. You'll lose your job. So that you can experience, I'm not enough. Remember, life is a mirror. And behavioral psychology proves this too. Basically says that whatever it is that you believe you experience as an emotion on a moment-by-moment basis, your emotions determine what actions you do or do not take, and your actions produce results. And those results, 100% of the time, will reinforce the belief that started the process in the first place. So oftentimes we have an experience in our life that we believe is causing us to believe a certain thing or think a certain thing or feel a certain thing. But what's actually true is the belief was there in the first place. This is not a question of which came first, the chicken or the egg. Your beliefs are creating your reality. And in metaphysical terms, thoughts are things. So every belief and every thought that you have emits a frequency that interacts with the field of consciousness. The stronger the emotional charge around it, the faster it manifests as an experience in your life. And so you're not predicting the future, you're actually programming it. The outer world is a delayed mirror of your inner assumptions. If you change your inner assumption, then the reflection has no choice but to follow. Because consciousness doesn't, again, show you reality. It renders reality based upon the vibration that you are consistently holding. And once you get this, you start arguing with the life that you don't want, and you start redesigning it by changing what you believe. Because you realize that perception is not actually passive, it's the first act of creation. Rule number 3. You don't think thoughts, you tune into them. So thoughts don't actually exist in your brain. They exist in the field of consciousness. Most people live believing their thoughts are personal. I'm anxious, I'm failing, I'm behind. But your brain isn't a generator of thought. Your brain is an antenna. It's tuning into frequencies that already exist in the field of consciousness. I want you to imagine a radio. And when you turn the dial, you don't create the song. You receive the song. And by the way, the musician or the band is not inside of the radio. And the same is true for the thought. The information is not inside of your head. The information is actually outside of you in the field where all information that ever has been, is now, and ever will be exists, and you are able to tune into it. So when you're tuned into fear, you receive fearful thoughts. When you're tuned into abundance, you receive inspired ideas. And neuroscience shows that the mind is a pattern recognition machine. It constantly scans for familiar frequencies. This is the habit of thought. And it begins to amplify whatever matches your current emotional state. And that's why when you feel stressed, you attract more stressful thoughts. And why, if you actually want to create a change in your thought, it's oftentimes helpful to change your physiology, right? Go get a hard workout in, go walk in nature, go for a cold plunge or a hot sauna to change the way your body feels so that you can actually change the way that you think. And so this isn't personal, your thoughts, it's just physics. Your emotional state is your frequency. And you're also not only constantly receiving information in the form of thoughts, but you're constantly broadcasting. And reality simply mirrors that broadcast back. That's why inner work is what's referred to as the real hard work. Because when you shift your emotional signal, your entire thought stream changes. So thoughts of lack or fear or urgency, which are never true in the first place, begin to change to abundance, faith, confidence, and hope. But if you're consistently hanging out in these negative vibrations, they belong to a collective frequency. You'll continue to have negative thoughts in all kinds of different forms. But the moment you give your attention to them, you feed them energy. And the moment you observe them without resistance, they lose power and dissolve. And so this is why great teachers talk about the power of awareness. When you become aware of your thoughts without becoming entangled with them, they start to lose their power. In a way, awareness is the tuner. The more aware you become of your inner dialogue, the more precisely you can choose what frequency to align with. And this is what meditation and presence actually do. They return you to a neutral state or a still point from which you can choose consciously instead of reacting unconsciously. So you don't actually fix your thoughts, you retune yourself. You start living as the consciousness behind the mind, not the noise within it. And from there, Intuition begins to replace anxiety. Inspiration begins replacing overthinking. And you start to receive thoughts that actually align with your desired reality, and life begins to reflect that back to you. There was a period of time in my career where I was continuing to broadcast my fear of being bullied to the universe. And so I kept attracting bullies. And I had a business partner that I was working with that I was doing a great job for, but twice a year he'd call me up, accuse me of lying to him, sick his accountants and his attorneys on me, and then eventually he'd go back into the nothingness again. But it was a very painful cycle for me to be experiencing, always accusing me of cheating him, of not properly accounting for things, till one day I realized, wow, I create my own reality. And so I started working on this fear of being bullied, and I came to a new conclusion. I made a new decision that I could not be bullied unless I allowed someone to bully me. In other words, I took my power back. And so when this guy started barking again, I just ignored him. I literally didn't pay any attention. And he went through a whole cycle of barking and then just disappeared, and he never showed up again. A couple of months later, somebody came to me and asked if I was interested in selling my portion of the business that I had with him, because my wife at one point said, hey, why don't you just make a decision that you're going to profitably exit this business? So I started having thoughts in alignment with that. I started becoming available to it, and then I started experiencing coincidences and synchronicities that aligned with it, and ultimately sold my half of the business to somebody else and completely got out of the dynamic of the bully. But I didn't do it by trying to figure it out. I did it by realizing that I was creating my own reality. There was something inside of me from my early childhood, based on an experience that I had when I was 7 years old, where I was deeply afraid of being bullied. I had to work on that fear, because while it was something that truly happened when I was a kid, it wasn't actually something I needed to carry forward with me as an adult. I mean, who can bully you if you're a sovereign adult, right? Nobody can bully you. And when I realized that, the bully disappeared. And so by shifting what you believe, you start to transform your reality. Rule number 4, reality is a mirror. It only reflects what you believe, your internal vibration. So the outer world is not separate from you. It's an echo of your inner state. Every emotion, every belief, every assumption becomes the lens through which the world reflects itself back. We have this conversation a lot with entrepreneurs, where I basically say, look, the balance of your business is the balance of your thoughts. The balance of your bank account is the balance of your thoughts. You're getting exactly what you deserve. So you have a lens through which you're viewing reality right now, and it's mirroring it back to you. Change the lens, and the reflection must also change. This is the law. And this is one of the beautiful things about life, is that it's consistent. You know, a lot of people talk about life not being fair, but it actually is fair, and it is just. You get exactly what you deserve. Now, we could move into some larger conversations around, but what about people who experience things, children, tragedies, war-torn areas of the world? That's a deeper conversation. But just looking at your own life right now, assuming that's not where you're experiencing life, you're getting exactly what you deserve, meaning you're getting what you believe. These are just laws. This is justice. So the universe is actually law-based, and it's feedback-based. And so the beautiful thing is that if you're getting feedback from the universe or the mirror that you don't like, you know that there's something inside of you that you have the opportunity to change. And so this mechanism of you experiencing problems is not punishing you, it's teaching you. It shows you exactly where you're vibrating, not to shame you, but to awaken you and give you an opportunity to achieve your full potential. When you hold the vibration of fear or scarcity or doubt, life mirrors that signal through delay, resistance, conflict. Not because life is cruel, but because it's accurate. And this is really important to understand. This is actually where your power is, because when you shift your internal state, your outer state begins to reorganize. Opportunities show up that weren't visible before. Relationships begin to reorganize themselves. Momentum starts to build, and now you have evidence to support these new belief systems. You start to make a little bit of money, so you become available to making more money. Your relationship shows some improvement, so now you're available for it to show a lot of improvement. And this is achieved because you've stopped trying to fix the reflection, and you've started transforming the source, which is you. So this is actually a self-perfecting system. You are part of a self-perfecting and self-organizing system. And ultimately, you get what you want, but you also get what you fear. And again, not as punishment, but as a mirror, revealing where your frequency, your thoughts, your emotions still need realignment. Because the universe knows where you want to go. And if you want to ultimately become the person who achieves the vision you have for your life, there's growth that's required. And this is how the system of growth functions. It reveals to you your character defects and your vulnerabilities, so you have an opportunity to improve them. So a lot of times we look and we think other people have all the luck, and we go, well, that person's not even a nice person. They're making a lot of money. But the universe is not really looking at whether someone is nice or not. That person will experience consequences of their bad behavior. But in the area of money, they might have a really clean consciousness. And so they will have financial prosperity and abundance, despite the fact that they have character defects in other areas. It doesn't play favorites. It plays frequencies. So whatever you broadcast, it returns to you in high fidelity. So once you understand that, you stop fighting the game. There's a lot of things that I see in the world today that I want to see changed. But I know that my job is to actually withdraw my attention from those things that I don't like and direct my attention to creating, for example, new systems, new companies, new opportunities, changes that I desire. And I realize that everything that I want to create in the world is a byproduct of me seeing things in the world that I don't like. But the challenge is most people don't understand how these laws or these rules work. And so we become addicted to paying attention to the thing that we don't like. Or we feed or fuel even more energy into it by trying to resist it. But that's playing the third dimensional game. The way that you actually change your reality is to stop fighting the third dimensional screen and start doing the inner work. Because when you do, you begin to see reality as a living mirror, one that is always inviting you to evolve. And when you finally take responsibility for your reflection, you unlock your greatest creative power, which is alignment. You start living in alignment with the reality that you're creating. You start experiencing more joy, more happiness, more calm, more peace. And the reward or the byproduct for that is creating more of what you want. Rule number 5, decide, don't hope. So I've done a lot of different episodes on the power of decision. Decision is a command. You decide something. If you look at the Latin, it's decidere. It means to cut off all else other than what you have decided. Decision is a conviction. And if you actually look at a lot of the powerful stories in Scripture, in particular in the Bible, they're decisions. The Bible actually starts out with a very clear decision. Let there be light. It is a command. When you decide, you collapse the infinite possibilities that could be into one clear possibility that is. So the universe responds to decisions like a magnet. And I'm not talking about your decisions to do things. I'm talking about your decisions about things, right? Your decision that life is always working for your greatest growth, your greatest prosperity, and your greatest evolution. Your decision that things are getting better in your life. Your decisions that you are worthy of financial abundance. Your decision that you have enough time to get the things done, and those things that do not get done can be turned over to tomorrow. Your decision that people are kind to you, that you can trust people, and that living in collaboration with others is the way of life that you choose. These are decisions about life, not decisions to do. You can make a decision to make $1 million, but if your decision about money is that it's scarce, it's going to be really difficult to make that $1 million. So decisions are really powerful. They are the one force that starts to reshape and reorganize or sculpt your reality. So reality will reorganize around your decisions. And when you hope something, or you want something, if you really look at it, inside of hoping or wanting is doubt. There's resistance. Every time you hope for something, you send a mixed frequency. It's a wobble of deciding and doubting that creates delay, that creates resistance in whatever it is that you're wanting to change. But a decision is absolute. A decision is whole. When you decide, it is with conviction, and you no longer need the outcome. You've already claimed it internally. You're now living in an anticipation and an expectation that you don't know how, you don't know when, but you know that the result already exists, and you're just waiting for it to form out of the field of possibilities into a material reality. And that inner certainty begins to draw external proof. Evidence has to show up. Life starts showing up for you because you've stopped negotiating with it, hoping with it, doubting with it. And if you look at a lot of the hustle culture today and forcing it and believing you need to work hard or find the perfect solution or the perfect person to try to solve your problem, that's all coming from fear. Flow comes from faith. And when you move from decision, your actions are automatic. And that doesn't mean that we don't put in a good day's work. It doesn't mean that sometimes we don't work long nights. We're taking action, but it's inspired action, and it's coming from a place of inevitability. I love what Arnold Schwarzenegger said in his Netflix film. He had a 3-part series. He said, people would see me at the gym, doing another 600-pound squat or 400-pound bench press, And I would have a smile on my face. And people would say, why do you have a smile on your face? And he said, because I've made a decision. I've made a decision that I'm going to become Mr. Olympia. And I know that it is an inevitability. And so every squat I do, every bench press I do, I'm one more rep closer to my goal. The challenge or the problem is not that we need to put in effort or work. It's that we're doubting whether or not the work is going to work. But when you've decided, because you know how reality works and you understand these laws and you've claimed what's yours, now it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of steps. And now you can enjoy the journey forward even during those challenging times because you know your outcome is an inevitability. Doubt is the enemy. Fear is the enemy. And force is a byproduct of the doubt and the fear. Flow is the movement of a consciousness that already knows it's done. So decisions not only collapse the resistance inside of you into a conviction, decisions collapse the potential around you into the path. So the moment you decide, the path begins to reveal itself. And you say, but Dave, how can I have that level of conviction? Well, you start living according to these principles, and reality will give you a feedback that will help you build faith in the fact that this is truly how it works. That you are a powerful creator and you are creating your own reality. You'll notice as you make new decisions and as you work these principles that people, opportunities, and synchronicities start to appear in ways that logic can't predict. You become a miracle maker in your own life. And the only explanation that you have is, wow, this is how reality actually functions. This is the playbook that nobody taught me. I had just been playing according to the bad rules of life. And as you build that conviction inside of you, now your job is to dream, envision, listen, and then move naturally with whatever shows up. You don't fight reality, you surf it. You know, do I play this game perfectly? No. I was sharing with my community on a group call the other day that the last 3 or 4 days I was spending in a tremendous amount of suffering and resistance. But I understand the game. We're always going to get lost in it. And every time we do, it's an opportunity for us to strengthen the way that we play the game. Right? It's just like going to the gym. You go in and you lift some heavier weights and it's going to feel wobbly at first. I'm at a new level in my life right now, and every time I get to a new level, there's a wobble. But then I reorganize and I strengthen myself because I understand that these are the principles that govern reality. So when you decide, you set the wave in motion. And when you doubt, you get pulled underneath the ocean. And so the important thing here is to stop hoping, stop praying, start deciding. Because in the game of reality, decision is actually how you win. And by the way, if this is a conversation you want to go deeper on, we've got a number of courses and programs, the Mind Hack program, the Whole Human Program course. There are links in the show notes. You can go over and check it out. We've actually bundled them together right now. We've got an incredible opportunity for you to go deeper into this work and to learn the frameworks and get into the daily practices to go beyond self-awareness, rewire your brain, and re-engineer your reality. So now you know the rules. The 5 principles that can quite literally outsmart reality itself. But remember, these aren't tricks. They're laws. And laws don't bend. They bend towards awareness, right? They bend in a way that allows you to create your own reality in a consistent and predictable way. So use them wisely, use them powerfully. Because the moment you start applying these truths, reality will begin to rearrange itself around you. Sometimes gently, sometimes with chaos, but always with precision. And when it does, when you start seeing the signs, the synchronicities, the impossible coincidences, that's how you really build faith. You know, do me a favor, come back to this video 1 week from now, 1 month from now, 6 months from now, and leave me a comment. Let me know as the miracles begin to unfold in your own life and as reality begins to change as a result of the change inside of you. Tell me what changed. I love hearing your stories, your wins, and being on this journey with you, because your story won't just be proof that these rules work. It'll be a reminder that you were never meant to play small in the first place. You were meant to win the game, and now you know how. All right, guys, most people live their lives hoping that it changes. Most people want something that they don't have. And so you want more money, or you want a better relationship, or you hope that your health is going to change. But in the wanting of something, if you really look closely, there's the one thing that prevents you from actually having it, which is doubt. See, wanting something, it has a weak belief system behind it. And reality doesn't respond to weak belief systems. You know, reality is responding to what's happening inside of you. And if there's doubt, there's resistance. And what you're actually broadcasting in the wanting of something is an awareness that you don't have it. And so the gap continues to perpetuate itself. No matter what you do externally, the thing that you desire seems to evade you. And so what does a strong belief actually look like? And you can actually see it in the people who are creating extraordinary things in their lives. They don't want something. They have a conviction for it. They have a knowingness for it. It's almost as if they know that the thing already exists. They live in anticipation of the thing desired. And if I were to sum it up in one word, they've decided. They don't want something. They don't doubt something. They've decided that the thing that they want is going to occur. And a decision is actually final. There's a full stop after a decision. It's not, I want something, but I don't really have the time to do it. If somehow time works out, then I'll be able to have the thing. I want more financial abundance and security, but money is hard to make. And so maybe it's possible that I add a little bit more to my bank account, but it's doubtful. That's for other people, not for me. In Latin, decision is decidere. And the definition of it in Latin is to remove all else. In other words, whatever it is that you decided shall be, and all other options or alternatives are eliminated. There's no more negotiating with the present moment. There's no more, well, if I could just figure out how to actually achieve this thing, maybe if I can discover the magic pill strategy, I could produce the growth in my business. No, you just decide. And most people wait to understand how they can produce a result or to feel certain inside of themselves before they fully commit, before they decide. But the way the system actually works is certainty is a byproduct of deciding. It's not the prerequisite for it. In other words, you decide, and therefore that certainty establishes itself. You don't figure it out and then justify a decision. You do not decide because you're ready. You decide, and readiness follows. So the moment that you truly decide for something, doubt has nowhere to live. There's no space for it. In my own life, I decided I was going to build this business. We've got a very successful coaching company. We've gone from zero to over $50 million in revenue over the last less than a decade. Pretty extraordinary. But I decided that my wife and I were going to grow this business. I decided that I was going to have a leading podcast. And I didn't wait till I started to see the metrics that proved that maybe it was possible. I decided that I was going to have a podcast that was going to impact millions and millions and millions of people and be a top podcast in my category when nobody was listening. I decided that I was going to be rich while helping people, right? Because I wanted to be rich. I want to be super rich because I want to be able to afford the vision I have for my life, and I want to be able to have the resources to actually create more good in the world. But I got to be honest, it didn't start that way. I had doubts. Can I do it? There's so many other people already doing it. What makes me different? What if it doesn't work? What happens if I leave the thing that I was doing before and it doesn't work out and things end up being worse off than they are now? Now, I remember sitting at a Brendon Burchard event. If you know Brendon Burchard, he's a teacher in the high performance space. This was years ago when he was teaching business strategies at this thing called Experts Academy. I remember he had us going through this exercise to basically explain what it is that we do. So your partner would say, hey, what do you do? And he had this little XYZ formula where you'd say, well, I help X people be, do, or have Y so that they could produce Z result. It was the beginning of figuring out how to articulate your messaging and what you do in the world. And man, did I stumble over my messaging. It just sounded like a bunch of confusing garble. I heard the words coming out of my mouth and I was like, oh my God, if I can't even say what it is that I do, how can I possibly be successful? I remember walking out during one of the breaks and it seemed like everybody else was having a great time. I was literally crying on the phone with my wife going, Carol, this is never going to work out. I'm never going to be able to do this. I had doubts. In fact, at my annual event, the Powerful Living Experience Live during day 2, I actually show the videos that we have back in the day of me trying to work on my messaging. It is so painful to watch. I'm so angry. I'm so frustrated. I'm so fearful because I had doubts. So I want you to know that doubting is normal. But at some point, you have to decide. You got to decide with all those doubts anyway. You got to say, you know what? I may have my doubts, I may have my fears, but I'm still committing to the fact that this is how my reality is going to be. I want you to think about something that, you have now. Something that's, pretty amazing that you have it. Like for me, it's this podcast, right? I mean, there's 100 things in my life. The house that I live in, the wife that I'm married to, the son that I have, the money in my bank account, the sobriety that I have under my belt. All these things are miracles. But it could be the podcast. Think about something for you that you have now, and it's a miracle. And think back to when you didn't have it. Back when there were these doubts, back when there was this questioning, this wanting that had a bunch of doubt hidden inside of it. And what you'll find is that somewhere between then and now, somewhere along the way, there was a decision. You just decided. You didn't know how, you didn't know when, but it was going to happen. You just decided, you know what? I'm tired of the worry. I'm tired of the anxiety. I'm tired of the overwhelm. I'm going to set that aside, and I'm just going to decide. I'm going to have faith. I'm going to have a conviction. This decision thing is so important. It is such a game changer for you to give up wanting and stop deciding. Scripture opens with a decision. Right? In the very beginning of the Bible, there was darkness, which is just a beautiful metaphor, right? There was the darkness, the uncertainty, the unknown, the doubt. And in the darkness, God said, let there be light. So what happened even in the darkness and the doubt? There was a command. There was a declaration. That's what a decision is. There was a decision. And that decision is the beginning of the creative function. That decision is the moment of conception. When something is born into the world. No, do you see it immediately? No, you don't see it immediately. It's just like when my wife and I got pregnant, and really when I say my wife and I got pregnant, I mean my wife got pregnant, but when I supported the pregnancy, because let me take no credit for the miracle of labor and what my wife had to go through. But when we got pregnant, did we immediately see a baby? No. There's conception. There's a phenomenon that occurs. There's this decision. In fact, a lot of traditions believe that conception begins not when the sperm and the egg come together, but the moment someone actually decides that they're going to have a baby. So decision is the beginning of the creative moment. And not only is it important to decide to do, right? I decide that I'm going to make $1 million. I decide that I'm going to get healthy. I decide I'm going to lose weight. I decide I'm going to meet the person of my dreams. But equally, if not more important, are your decisions about money, about yourself, about relationships, about your body, about your capacity to heal. Because think about it for a second. You can decide to make $1 million, but if you've also decided money's hard to make, or it's for other people, or you have to sacrifice the things that you love and care about in order to make money, right? Those are your belief systems. You probably ain't going to make a lot of money. And so what I see, and I know from my own lived experience, and I'm sure there are times when I still do it. Again, I'm on the journey with you, is that most of us are begging for what we were meant to command. Because most people don't understand how to manifest. Most people don't understand that you have been given the right to command reality. And instead, you think that you need to negotiate with reality, that you need to beg reality, that you need to find a way to get reality to conform to what you want. In a similar way, most people don't understand that prayer done properly is really a command. It is an assumption of the outcome that you want. Because prayer is the act of speaking as though what you've asked for is already done. Scripture gives us guidance in proper prayer. Right? Whatsoever things ye desire, when ye pray, believe that ye receive them and ye shall have them. Mark 11, right? The tense is present. Believe that you receive, not that you will receive in the future. In James 1:6, but when you ask, you must believe and not doubt. It's all in the book. I'm telling you, the manual is there. Philippians 4:6, this is my favorite. Do not be anxious about anything, but in everything, by prayer and supplication with thanksgiving, let your requests be made known to God. Right? But most people pray in a begging or a pleading when times are desperate to a God that is somewhere out there far away. It's like if I just pray loudly enough, maybe God will hear me because he's not here. He's over there somewhere, right? I don't know. He's out there in the universe. He's busy right now, right? So there's some off super being that we refer to as God or a higher power. And rather than acknowledging, again, as Scripture tells us, and not just Christian Scripture, right? Islamic Scripture, Eastern teachings, they all tell us that this thing that we might describe as God lives within us. It's right here, closer than my hands and feet, nearer than my breath. In the Quran, God is described as closer to you than your jugular vein, the primary vein that we rely on for life. God lives within us, and the God power within us can be activated at any point through the power of declaration or decision. So you were not designed to beg. You were designed to command, and you were designed to create. Now, there's a couple of things that happen when you start deciding. When you decide that your life is going to be different, that money is going to be different, that your health is going to be different, that your business is going to be different. Number one, when you declare properly, when you assume that the thing that you want will be, right, there's a psychological impact, right? When you decide, all of a sudden you start changing your thoughts because the decision has edged the doubt out. And so now your thoughts are not doubtful thoughts. They're not negotiating thoughts. They're not compromising thoughts. You have intelligent thoughts. You have high vibrational thoughts. You have potent thoughts. So the moment you decide, you change your relationship with the field because all of the information exists in the field. Thoughts don't reside in your brain. Your brain, as Napoleon Hill said, is a receiver that receives information from the field or the akasha or the ether where all knowledge exists and where all of creation has already happened, and you tune into that and you start having different thoughts and ideas. And the thoughts that you have are conducive to producing the result that you want. When you decide, your perception shifts. You start seeing reality through a different lens. Did you know neuroscience tells us that 88% of what we experience on a daily basis, we filter out of our conscious awareness? We only pay attention to 12% of the experiences, the data, the input, the conversations, the scenes around us. And that 12%, that small sliver or window, always matches up to what we've decided. So if you decide you're not good enough, that's what you're going to pay attention to. If you decide that your triumph is an inevitability, that's what you're going to pay attention to. Right? This is called the reticular activating system. It's that same part of your brain that pays attention to the car that you just bought, thinking now all of a sudden everyone else on the road just bought the same car. No, your perception just changed. So your thoughts change, your perceptions change. And this incredible technology you have, this goal-achieving machine of your subconscious mind that's making decisions behind the scenes, it's like a heat-seeking missile that can achieve anything. It starts to align with the new decision as well. That starts to line up timing, synchronicities in your life. And that gets me to the second thing that happens, level 2, when you start declaring and deciding, which is you shift your electromagnetic frequency. As you start to decide differently and think new thoughts differently and feel new feelings differently, as you start to actually literally become the person who has achieved the outcome before the outcome has manifested itself, it changes your nervous system. This is a vibrational neurophysiological phenomenon. You're thinking differently, you're feeling differently. That's a shift in your neurology. And as you start to resonate differently at a different frequency, at a different vibration, you start to shape and sculpt reality differently in a way that reflects the thing that you have declared or decided. The outer world begins reorganizing to match the inner declaration. And both of these things happen simultaneously. The inner shift and the outer shift are one moment. They're not a sequence. In quantum physics, there is this idea of collapsing the wave function. It was based on Thomas Young's double slit experiment. I think it was in like 1890. I could be wrong. It could be 1810. And what he did was he was in the lab and he was firing photons, these little particles, from point A to point B. And he had a measuring device and 2 slits. And so he was firing these photons through these slits. And something odd happened. The way that the photons were recording on the wall past the 2 slits was not as he had imagined, which would be 2 vertical stripes, like if you were firing BB guns through 2 slits. It was what's called an interference pattern against the back of the wall. So he was firing these particles, but they were behaving like waves. You know, like if you drop a stone in a bucket, it ripples out. Well, they were rippling through the slits and they were creating this ripple interference pattern against the back wall. And he was like, this is weird. I know I'm firing particles. Why are they behaving like waves? So he set up a measuring device to actually observe the particles as they were passing through the slits. He's like, at what point in time do these particles go from being particles to being waves on their way to the back wall? And something extraordinary happened. As he was observing and monitoring the particles, they actually behaved like particles. He got 2 vertical strips against the back wall. And so this is what's called collapsing the wave function and the observer effect. The idea is that as you watch reality, reality changes. So as he was watching this particle wave phenomenon of reality, this strangeness, as he was watching it, it behaved like a particle. When he wasn't watching it, it behaved like a wave. So he collapsed it. You collapse your reality based on how you're perceiving it. What I mean by that is your reality can be any type of possibility. but it will become one thing based on the quality of your observation. In other words, all things are possible, but reality will be something. And what it is based off of what you believe, the quality of the observer. If you decide with certainty, reality molds to your decision. If you hope or pray from a place of doubt, reality will not accommodate what you want, but will show up as lack or doubt, because that's the frequency from which you are observing. And so you are the creator. The question is, what are you creating? And the answer is really simple. Take a look at your life. And the counterintuitive truth that nobody teaches you is that if you want or hope, what you want will be delayed in arriving, and instead you'll get more wanting and hoping. But when you decide, when you command with faith and certainty, and you're willing to be patient as reality changes, reality will evolve into that which you have decided. The challenge is the in-between. Because what most people do is they decide, and then it doesn't happen fast enough, and so they undecide. They move back into doubt. And so reality reflects that. You have to, as Neville Goddard says, stay loyal to your decision. Ignore your current reality, knowing that if you decide and you stay loyal to your decision, your current reality has no choice but to change. But just know that wanting keeps you in the frequency of lack, because it is broadcasting the absence of what you want. Deciding puts you in the frequency of certainty. It broadcasts done. And you have been given the right to command reality, not to negotiate with it, not to beg for it. And really, in a lot of ways, a decision is the most sacred act a human being can perform, because it is the moment that you stop waiting for life to happen to you and become the one who is happening to life. And I want to close this out really powerfully for you. I want you to think about something that you've been wanting. Bring it to your mind, bring it to your awareness, bring it to your attention. One thing more than anything, what do you want? Maybe it's a new home. Maybe it's a new job. Maybe it's financial freedom. Maybe it's a change in your health, a change in your relationship. You want to overcome your anxiety. You want to stop feeling lonely. Whatever it is, what do you want? And notice that you haven't fully stepped into deciding. Maybe you got a lot of evidence as to why what you want isn't possible. Maybe your current situation's been going on a long time. Look, I get it. I understand. Maybe you think you need to know how to change your circumstances, and so you're hesitant. Maybe you're thinking, but David, what if I decide and it doesn't happen, right? I get it. And all that may be true, but here's my invitation. Close your eyes, name the thing, and say out loud, I've decided. Make the decision that what you want will happen right here and right now, and then get out of the way and be patient as life starts to respond. I want to leave you with one of my favorite quotes from William H. Murray's book, The Scottish Himalayan Expedition. And in it he writes, quote, "Until one is committed, there is hesitancy, the chance to draw back, always ineffectiveness. And concerning all acts of initiative and creation, there is one elementary truth, the ignorance of which kills countless ideas and splendid plans, that the moment one definitely commits oneself, then providence moves too. All sorts of things occur to help one that would never otherwise have occurred. A whole stream of events issues from the decision, rising in one's favor, all manner of unforeseen incidences and meetings and material assistance, which no man could have dreamt would come his way. Whatever you can do or dream you can, begin it. Boldness has genius, power, and magic in it."
All right, guys, I'm really excited about this episode. I do an annual retreat once a year with my high-level coaching clients. They invest somewhere between $70,000 to $150,000 to work privately with me. I invite them to my home once a year, and the centerpiece of this year's teaching was actually what I'm going to be teaching you right here, right now, for absolutely free. Now, this is the first time I've ever done a whiteboard walkthrough of this, because this is that critical if you actually want to start controlling your reality and having what I call a powerful living experience. Don't worry if you're listening on the audio platforms. I will walk you through, and you can do this at home. In fact, I recommend that this is an episode that you not only watch, but you come back to, and you complete this structure exactly the way I'm teaching it to you right now. I have to tell you, after over a decade in personal growth, studying everything from neuroscience to behavioral psychology to consciousness theory to field theory to metaphysics, spirituality, all the different technologies out there, in my own journey of going deep into things like traditional medicinal ceremonies using ayahuasca, psilocybin, psychedelics, this structure
if I could distill it all down, is the way to actually go from where you are to where you want to be. And it doesn't matter if you want to make more money. It doesn't matter if you want to heal your body. It doesn't matter if you want to get clarity on your purpose, a deeper relationship with God. Whatever it is that you want to create, this is the way to do it. And this is one of the most confusing topics in personal growth or really in advanced spiritual principles, which is the idea of like, how do I actually become something, become a person that has something before it materializes in my life? In other words, if you've been in personal growth for a while, you understand that if you want to make more money, you align yourself with abundance, but that's hard to do if your bank account shows almost zero as a balance and you've got mountains and mountains of credit card debt, right? If you're struggling with a chronic health challenge, how do you focus all of your attention on being vibrant and healthy and flexible and well if that's not your day-to-day experience? This identity shifting structure is going to actually answer that question. So we're going to get into it, and I'm going to show you the structure here. What I am encouraging you to do, if you want to do this on your own, is to actually take a piece of paper and draw a line right down the middle. So you've got a left side and a right side, and then on the right side of the piece of paper, cut a horizontal line right through that right-hand column. So we're essentially going to be using 3 quadrants. And what I want you to do is I want you to start in this bottom right quadrant, talking about your goals and dreams, listing out 5 to 7 goals and dreams. What we're really starting to do here is, what are the things that you're striving to create that the future version of yourself would have created? What are those things? So I put some examples on here for you. These are just some of mine. Actually, some of these have already materialized, but these were mine at some point in the past. And so I wrote down 5 things here. So for me, for example, it was, I want to have $1 million in my bank account, right? This was what I wanted when, again, I was broke, had 2 homes in foreclosure, didn't have a penny to pee in. But $1 million in my bank account was one of my goals and dreams. Another goal and dream I had was a healthy body. If you've listened to other episodes, I struggled with chronic health conditions for a long time. I had mercury toxicity, mold toxicity, all kinds of mitochondrial dysfunction. I was in a lot of chronic pain and a lot of discomfort. So what I wanted was to feel healthy, right? This is what I wanted. Another example, I wanted to become a successful entrepreneur. Now you could get more specific around that. Maybe you want to start your own business. Maybe you want to be, respected in your workplace. Maybe you want to be an authority in some sort of topic. It doesn't really matter what it is. But for me, I wanted to become a successful entrepreneur, right? I wanted to have a $10 million business. And 1 million monthly listeners on my show, on this show, which we actually have today, but in the past I didn't have it. Another thing that you might want, which is what I wanted, was connected to God. I want to have a personal relationship with my higher power. So in the bottom right, I want you to write out the things that you want. Now, before I give you the framework for identity shifting, I'm actually going to tell you how I discovered this. So it was Christmas a couple of years ago, and I ran an online challenge, a big marketing challenge. And man, I put my blood, my sweat, my tears into running this online challenge. I hired a consultant, worked with a friend of mine, applied the best scientific marketing principles, completely redid the webinar, all of the email sequences, all the landing pages. And it wasn't just me, I worked with my team on it. And the year before, we sold around 100 units of the product that we were offering, one of my courses during the challenge. And so this year my goal was 250. I'm like, guys, we're going to crush it. Like everything I know about marketing, this is now in alignment with best practices. This was right before the Christmas holiday a couple of years ago. We ran this free 5-day challenge, and on the 4th day and the 5th day, we opened up the opportunity to enroll in this program. Again, remember, my goal is 250. It was like a $2,000 program. 250 people coming into the program year before, and for the previous few years, we did around 100. So on day 4, we open what's called the cart. People can start enrolling in the program. Day 5, we wrap up the challenge, and usually by day 5, I know how my numbers are. And then there's another 48 hours after we close out this challenge where people can continue to enroll in the program, right? It was Monday through Friday, and then boom, Sunday, it's over. So by the end of day Friday, I expected to have around, 150 people in the program, and we'd close it out at 250 or more by the end of the weekend. At the end of Friday, there were 18 people who had enrolled in the program. And this was devastating for me. Like I had no explanation for it. I did everything I knew how. I did everything by the book. I've learned to become a very good marketer. It made absolutely no sense to me. In fact, it was literally starting to crack my ego because I was really looking for what did I do wrong? What could I have done better? Which, by the way, is a very core pattern of mine. Like, I'm not doing enough. There's something wrong with me. What could I do better? So by Sunday, when the cart closed, we had about 30 people enrolled in the program. Now get this. In previous years, I had 100 people enrolled in the program. I'm shooting for 250. I've only got 30. And it's really messing with my mind right before the Christmas holiday. So I go downstairs, and I'm about to share with my wife kind of the numbers and where we're at. And I go into the living room, and it's Christmas time. And this was the second year with my newborn, my toddler. And so it was really cool. Like, we had sort of those like choo-choo train and Christmas setups, manger scenes around the Christmas tree, real presents, decorative presents. There's Christmas carols on. My wife and my mother-in-law are like, finalizing, wrapping some presents for some relatives that are coming in. And I come down and I'm sitting in the living room and all I can think about is what the hell did I do wrong with this challenge? So there's like two realities that are taking place for me right now. One is this reality of Christmas and, holiday cheer and the fact that I've had this beautiful new addition to my family and my son and my mother-in-law and my wife have done such an amazing job of like setting up the living room when we have family and guests coming in town. And the other is I cannot believe that this marketing campaign failed so miserably. And so I realized in that moment, I had this question. I was like, well, what if I had, and I came up with an arbitrary number, $10 million in the bank. Like, let's just say enough money where I don't have to worry about anything, right? If I had $10 million in the bank, how would $10 million David be reacting to this experience of running this online marketing campaign and it not going the way that I would expect it to go and being here in the living room at Christmas with all this going on? And I was like, well, $10 million Dave, meaning a Dave who wasn't worried about not having yet achieved the success that he wanted, a David who felt financially secure, a David who knew that no matter what happened, he was going to achieve the bigger vision and the outcomes that he had in his life. What he would be doing right now is telling his wife and his mother-in-law what an amazing job they did with all the Christmas decorations. What he would be doing right now is playing choo-choo train with his son. What he would be doing right now is singing Christmas carols with his family. So I realized the future version of myself would be doing something completely different than the version of myself that I was being right then in that moment. And I realized, it dawned on me that the way to actually become $10 million David is not to figure out what I did wrong with this online marketing challenge and figure out how to fix it. It's to start being $10 million David now. And that if I can start being $10 million David now, 100% I am destined to produce the goals and the vision that I have. And this just makes sense. When I was in my drug and alcohol and sex addiction recovery, when I was acting like an addict and an alcoholic, the result that I got was addiction and alcoholism. Why? Because I was thinking, feeling, and doing like an addict. And if I wanted to gain recovery, if I wanted to be someone who recovered in my life and was not addicted to drugs and alcohol and pornography and all this stuff, I needed to start acting like a sober person. And so that's what I did. Through the 12 Steps of Alcoholics Anonymous, I got into a program where I started acting like a person who was sober, and given enough time, I became sober. I want you to think about this for a moment. If you started acting like a millionaire on a consistent basis, meaning thinking like a millionaire, feeling like a millionaire, and doing the things a millionaire would do. I'm not saying spending the money a millionaire has, but doing all the other things a millionaire would do. Wouldn't it just be a matter of fact and a matter of time before you became a millionaire? So this is the key to identity shifting. And people talk about it as if it's some metaphysical concept or spiritual concept, and it is this idea of identity shifting. You can find the Rosicrucians, you can find Hermetic principles, all the ancient wisdom stuff that talks about identity shifting, even in the 33 levels of the Masonic Lodge, rituals and strategies for human development. It's all there. But it's also just basic behavioral psychology and neuroscience. If you start acting like a person who would have already produced the outcome, eventually you'll produce the outcome. So what do we have here on the whiteboard? Remember, you've got a line down the middle. So you've got a left column and a right column, and you've split the right column in half. And in the bottom right column, you've written your goals and dreams. This is what you want to accomplish. I would suggest you write down 5 to 7 things. I myself wrote down the amount of money in my bank account, overcoming chronic health challenges, becoming successful in business, 1 million monthly listeners on my podcast, and connected to my higher power. Then the question is, who are you being now? And when I ask this question, who are you being, what I'm wanting you to think about it is in terms of 3 categories. What are the regular thoughts that you have, meaning your beliefs? What are the emotions that you're regularly experiencing? And what are the things that you're regularly doing? So let's take a look at my list right here. Okay, I'm going to scoot over here for a second. My list. Over here, I'm stressed out and worrying a lot, right? I'm stressed out and worrying a lot. That's my emotional experience of life. What else is here? Working too hard. working long hours, hustling, grinding, thinking if I could just work more, I could produce these results down here in the bottom right. And it's interesting because if you look at what is over here under sort of your current experience, what you're thinking, what you're feeling, what you're doing, these are what I call plays that you think that you're running that will produce these goals and dreams. In other words, even my worry, I think that by trying to find problems before they happen, that's a good strategy for producing this result, right? But how's it working out for me? The more I worry, the further away I get from producing these results. The more I hustle and grind, the further I seem to get from producing these results. What else is over here under my current state, my current version of myself, or what you could call, if you choose to take this up, your old self? Okay, for me, it's indecision and comparing, right? That's also on the board. I find myself worrying about whether I make the right decision or the wrong decision, and comparing myself to other people, like what are they doing? How are they producing results? Now, what we're going to see is if I had already produced these results, I wouldn't be engaged in any of these behaviors. We're going to take a look at who I would be if I had produced these results. But if I'm honest, if I'm rigorously honest with myself right now, and I take a look at what I'm thinking, what I'm feeling, what I'm doing, this is my list, right? It's on the left-hand side of the board. Another one I wrote here is not present or relaxed. That was such a great example of, where I was during that Christmas holiday period. Not present for my family, not able to relax, questioning, again, indecisiveness, like what did I do wrong? Stressed out and worried that if I can't get this result to produce itself through this marketing campaign, I'm not going to be able to get where I want to go, right? So this is another example. Not present, not calm, not relaxed. That was the state of this version of me. Feeling behind is another one. Constantly feeling like I wasn't as far along as I should be. That was a primary quality, a habit of thinking of my old self. And feeling like I don't have enough time. Therefore, not going to the gym, not meditating, not going out on walks, having opportunity to spend time with friends or family, but I can't because I need to work, right? That was a habit of this version of myself. And these are what I would call bad plays. These are the bad plays that your current identity is running, thinking that it's going to produce these goals and dreams. But actually, when you're honest with yourself and you look at it, this is what's preventing you from accomplishing these goals and dreams. Because a stressed out, unpresent, overworking, never relaxed, always feeling like he's behind, comparing himself to other people, indecisive David Bayer is unlikely to produce these results. So what I want you to do is be rigorously honest with yourself. Who are you being right now in relationship to trying to accomplish your goals and dreams? And I want you to name that version of yourself. Where's over here? So I named it Worrywart David. This was the name that a babysitter once gave me when I was a 7-year-old kid. I guess I came into this world just a worrier. And she said, man, you worry about everything. You're like a worrywart, which was not the nicest thing to say to a 7-year-old, right? Great way to shame a child and traumatize him for the rest of his life. But this is who I was still being. So then I asked myself a question. This is the left. We've completely mapped out the left side of the board now. Your current identity, you have named it. These are the plays that you are running, trying to produce the goals and dreams that you have in the bottom right side of the piece of paper or the board. But this is not what's going to get you to your personal promised land. All right. So now we look at if you had already accomplished these things, and in my case, $1 million in my bank account, healthy body, successful entrepreneur, 1 million monthly listeners, connected to God. If all of those things were true, then who would I be in that space? What would I be thinking? What would I be feeling? What would I be doing? And in relationship to the plays I'm running right now, well, let's take a look, right? That David, who had already accomplished all these things, rather than being stressed out and worried, would be relaxed and trusting. I'd be relaxed and trusting. Now, do you think if I was relaxed and trusting now, I'd have more or less chance of producing my goals and dreams? Clearly more, right? But where we get it wrong is rather than trying to practice the person who can produce the results, we try to produce the results from the old identity running a bunch of shitty plays, right? But if I had already accomplished these things, I would be relaxed and trusting. Well, what else? What would I be doing if I'd accomplished these things? Well, I'd be taking me time. I'd be going to the gym. I'd be meditating. I'd have space in my life. And now I know You might be sitting there thinking, Dave, you're telling, look, I've been broke. I got homes in foreclosure. I got credit card debt. I want to have $1 million in my bank account. You're telling me the way to do that is to meditate and to take time for myself and to go to the gym? I'm saying, yes, that's some of what you should be doing. You should also be putting in time and energy and effort towards producing the outcomes of your life. But if you're operating like I was from my old identity, it's not going to produce the results that you want. And so some of the most profound results the high-performing entrepreneurs that I coach have is a realization that they've been putting off a lot of things until they become more successful. But if they would actually just start doing those things now, that's the best business plan for creating the growth they want in their business. It's like, well, you're telling me that the way to actually make more money in my business or my life is to spend more time, be more present with my family, with my loved ones, and take care of myself. That's exactly what I'm telling you, because that is what your future self would be doing if you had already produced the results. Therefore, practice being that person. What else? I'd be very decisive and self-confident, right? I'd make decisions. And I would know that, you know what? Every decision I make is not going to produce the outcome that I expect, but I can learn from the decision and the results, and then I can course correct, right? I would be confident because I had already produced the results. I wouldn't need to produce the results in order to justify myself. I would be showing up as someone who had 1 million podcast listeners right now, even if nobody was listening. Do you think if I was showing up with that level of authority, that level of confidence, that level of consistency in my work ethic? Think about it for a moment. I have over 1 million listeners a month now on the show, so I record regularly, right? Well, that just makes sense. Then that's what I should be doing even when nobody's listening to the show. And you know what? That's exactly what I did, which is why we have 1 million listeners a month on this show. I would be decisive. I would be self-confident. Well, what else? What other ways would I be thinking, feeling, and doing if I had already produced my goals and dreams that are sort of the opposite over here of the plays that I'm running today? Well, I'd be generous with my time, generous with my money, generous with my resources. This is one of the biggest breakthroughs a client of mine had when he came over and did a private session with me. He said, I want to grow my business, but what I realized is my future self would be more generous with money. Every time I tip at a restaurant, I don't tip that much because I feel like I don't have as much money as I need, but I have plenty of money right now. Yes, I want more, but my future self would be tipping generously. He's tripled his business now, and I can't say it's exclusively because he started tipping generously, but he started acting like the entrepreneur who had already tripled his business. That person would be generous with their time. That person would be generous with their money. And then life is generous with you. One more example here, and again, these are just my examples. You got to come up with your own. Consistently in action, right? And for example, recording. I already gave you the episode. I'd be recording things. A lot of times when we're in the old version of ourselves and we haven't produced the results yet, we procrastinate, we self-sabotage, we're not taking consistent action. When you're successful, you take consistent action. Why? Because you know that you can produce the results. You have produced the results. You've got evidence for that. That's exciting. So you take more action. That doesn't mean you have to hustle and grind. I am anti-hustle culture, but it means you would be taking consistent action because you believe in yourself and you know that with consistent action, you would produce results. So that would be another way of being, thinking, feeling that would be in alignment with the results that you want to produce, right? Would be in alignment with the version of you who's already produced the results. So I would call these the good plays, right? If over here on the left-hand side, we've got the bad plays, I would say over here we have the good plays. These are the good plays. If you can learn to run the good plays instead of the bad plays and give yourself enough time, be patient, 100% of the time you must produce the result. Whether that result is getting sober, whether that result is getting fit, whether that result is improving your relationship, whether that result is more success in your business or more money in your bank account. I want you to name that future version of yourself. So I did that here. I called it $10 million Dave. Remember I told you I was sitting in my living room going, what would $10 million Dave be doing right now? Then that's what I should be doing right now. If I can practice $10 million Dave, practice that identity, I can shift my identity and the results are the byproduct of that shift. And where a lot of people get stuck here is they're like, well, I can't just be $10 million Dave today because I don't have the $10 million. I can't just get on my private jet and fly around. Well, guess what? Flying around in your private jet is not an identity. It's an activity. It's a thing that you do. But what are all the other things in terms of how you think, how you feel, and the actions you can take that would be aligned with $10 million you, right? The version of you that had already produced the results that you're aspiring
to achieve. This is identity shifting. And if you can make this, if you can get clear, these are the bad plays that I'm running, so I'm going to stop running them. These are the good plays that are congruent with producing the results, so I'm going to start running those. Given a period of time, 100% of the time, you'll produce the results. And think about it. If I was relaxed and trusting, taking time for myself, decisive and self-confident, generous with my time and my money and my resources, and consistently in action and doing the things that I believe would produce the results, aren't those the right plays to produce the future that I want? And so we can see when we map this out, really the insanity of the game that we've been playing. This idea that like, I'm going to worry myself and indecisive myself and compare myself and criticize myself and work myself to the bone to produce the results, it's a crazy way to play the game. So every successful person that you've seen when they've made this like quantum leap in success, this is the game that they've been playing. It's not that they've figured some magic pill strategy to produce the result. It's that they identified who they were that no longer served them and allowed that old self to die and started practicing being alive within the new or future version of themselves. This is the way to play the game.
So we're going to be talking about how to have a big vision without it stressing you out, and how to set big goals without it stressing you out so that you can actually have it all. Now, the way that you create something isn't actually trying to figure out how to create it. And I know this is one of the great paradoxes. Most people get stuck in the how. How do I make more money? How do I get healthy? How do I find my soulmate? How do I become more spiritual to have more clarity? You don't have to have a perfect plan. You absolutely do not have to hustle or grind or even need to know how to achieve it. The way you create anything is actually by holding the vision. Now, this is a very misunderstood concept. You may have heard of this idea that who you are being is more important than what you are doing. But what does that actually mean? These isms used to frustrate the crap out of me when I first got into personal and spiritual growth. I'd be hanging out with some of my hippie friends or at my favorite vegan restaurant, and I heard like, man, it's just who you're being. You just need to hold the container. It's like, no, you need to do shit too. You got to do things, right? This isn't about just sitting at home and oming your way to a 7, 8, or 9-figure business or a career change. Nobody's going to deliver your soulmate like an Amazon delivery package, Amazon Prime to your front door. Right? Maybe you've heard that it's important to hold the container, but what container are we talking about? It sort of sounds like nonsense, except it's not nonsense. In fact, if you really look at what's going on out there, the hustle culture, the perfectionism, the trying to control your external circumstances, that's all the nonsense. I remember that there's this thing called the 5 a.m. club that someone in personal growth was peddling. It's like, if you want to be successful, you have to get up at 5 a.m. That actually has nothing to do with it. We're sort of in this Navy SEAL culture. It's very attractive. It's very alluring of like hustle and grinding. And I get it. There are certain people, that's where they came from. So that's the lens through which they see life. Or there was a sign in my high school gymnasium that said, someone out there is working harder than you are, and when you meet them, they will beat you. It's like, I'm not interested in that. I don't want to do, as much as I appreciate the Marvel character of Captain America, like I can do this all day long. I don't want to do this all day long. You know what I want to do all day long? It's not hustle and grind. It's enjoy my life. It's be present to my loved ones. It's know that life is always working for my greatest growth, my greatest prosperity, and my greatest evolution. And that which I create is not necessarily up to me. Do I need to take action? Yes, I'm a part of the game, but I'm not the game itself. The game is always working to support me. And I think that's why one of the greatest teachers in the world, like if he had a podcast, I'd listen to this podcast. Jesus said, my yoke is easy. So how do we find the easy yoke? In this episode, I'm going to break down what it means to hold the container. And I'm going to start with a personal story. So I had a recent conversation with a friend of mine, a really, really successful entrepreneur, super spiritually connected guy. I was very grateful that he reached out to me at one point in time and said, hey, I'd like to have a monthly connection call. When we get on a call, we just like drop right in. And so he opened up kind of sharing what was going on in his world. And he said, hey, what's going on in your world? And we're in the process right now of building a whole portfolio of companies that I truly believe are going to change the world. And so I started breaking it down and explained to him what my vision is for Whole Inc. And how I believe that we're going to transform the medical system. We're going to transform the financial system. We're going to create this new regenerative economy and a global coalition of awakened people. And I started getting into all the details of it. And he said, hey, man, like that's an amazing vision. That's a huge vision that can literally change civilization. Let me ask you a question. He said, how does it feel? And it was such a great question. And he was tuning into something that I was going through at that time. And I shared with him that up until recently, it felt really exciting, but it also felt really heavy because it felt like I was behind schedule. It felt like things weren't happening as fast as they should. I was also doubting whether or not it was possible or how long it would take or what was wrong with me that it's not happening faster. And I don't know if you've ever experienced this, but you have a vision. Maybe it's a big vision for changing the world. Maybe it's just a vision for changing your circumstances right now. You're wanting to just get to the next level. And then daily troubles show up. And sometimes it feels like, man, if I can't even get through a day without a bill showing up that I didn't expect, or a fire that needs to be put out in my business, or the washing machine going out and having to deal with getting a repair person, how am I going to get to the next level, let alone change the world? But a couple of weeks before I had this conversation with my friend, I tuned into this awareness that I don't actually need to achieve my goal. Now, stay with me on this for a second. It's not my job to achieve my goal. It's not my job to generate the $1 million. It's not my job to launch the new business. It's not even my job to figure out how to heal myself or meet my soulmate or become more spiritual. That's not my job. My job is to hold the container of the vision. All right, what does this mean? So I want you to take something you want to achieve really bad. You can think about it right now. What is it you really, really want right now that would be like next level for you? It could be healing your body, it could be growing your business, could be repairing a relationship with your primary partner because there's a lot of friction. It could be a new job. It could be starting your own business. It could be growing or scaling your business. It might be changing the way things are done. You know, you're really passionate about changing governance or legislation or gun control or child trafficking, whatever it is. I just want you to think about it right now. For me, it's this vision I have for a regenerative economy where everybody benefits and wins, and a portfolio of companies that reinvent the way we do finance, the way we do healthcare, the way we conduct business, and to build this global movement of hundreds of millions of people who are awakened and working on creating a new humanity. By the way, as I share that with you, because it's my vision as a means by which to inspire you to think big, realize, 10 years ago, my vision was I wanted to have $100,000 in my bank account and no debt because I didn't have any of my money in my bank account. I had a bunch of debt. Even a year ago, my vision was I wanted to be healthy again and vibrant again and to sleep well again and not have chronic aches and pains because that was my experience. So just realize I got troubles just like you, right? But what is your big vision right now? It doesn't have to be changing the world, but it can be. All right. Now, whatever the next level is, the key here is to hold the vision of that possibility or even the vision of that reality without what I describe as collapsing into it. So just notice, the moment you start to doubt, the moment you start to worry, the moment you start to feel overwhelmed, that's a sign that you're collapsing. We're not holding the vision. We're not being the nervous system of the person required to materialize the vision. So these are signs of collapse. And a lot of the journey of our life is about desire for something new and then learning how to hold the vision. But along the way, we collapse. In the same way that as you're trying to get stronger at the gym, you're going to get to a point when you're doing bench press or squats or bicep curls that you can't do anymore. You fatigue the muscle. Well, throughout the journey of our life, as we continue to have greater and greater and greater desires, the nervous system fatigues and it collapses into the old way. We can't hold the vision. But over time, if we understand that this is the game, that this is really resistance training, and the work for you to do is not to figure out how, the work for you to do is not to control your circumstances around you, and the work for you to do is not to hustle or grind, but it's to hold the container or the frequency or the vibration of the vision. Now you can focus your energy and attention on nervous system resilience. Okay? But when we experience worry, doubt, overwhelm, it's a sign that we're collapsing. We're collapsing into the old version of ourselves. We're collapsing into the container rather than being the container itself. And then what we find ourselves do is scrambling around inside the container or the structure of the vision, trying to get things done desperately and being unproductive in our attempt to do that. And by the way, when we talk about holding a vision, you could be collapsing into the container as a result of your doubts about the vision, but it could just be doubt in general. It could just be stress in general. One of the things that I've taught in many, many episodes is a distinction we have called the two states of being. And that is that there are only two states of being, powerful states and primal states. I just talked about it in the last episode. Powerful states are states of being that feel good, states like joy, curiosity, excitement, calm, peace, compassion. And when you're in that state of being, you're in the parasympathetic expression of your nervous system. That's rest, relaxation. And I would say that's where your personal power is. That's where intuition is. That's where resource is. That's where health is. That's where money is. That's where vision is. That's where spirit is. It's in a powerful state. And there are primal states of being. Primal states are states of being that don't feel good. States like stress, anxiety, overwhelm, doubt, boredom, anger, depression. This is where indecision is, procrastination is, self-sabotage is. This is where hustle and grind culture lives. This is where control and perfectionism live. This is where worry and doubt live. And this is when you're in the sympathetic expression of the nervous system. You're in fight, flight, or freeze. And so this is where you're not holding the container for the vision. So it doesn't matter if you're doubting about the vision or something else shows up in your life that has nothing to do with the vision that you have. What I would suggest is that when you are in a primal state, you're collapsing into the old nervous system. When you're in a powerful state, you're holding the vision of your future self. Right? That's what's so interesting about this. And you're always in one state of being or the other, and you're never in two states of being at once. So if you were to say, hey, Dave, how do I achieve my big vision no matter what it is? One way of describing it is operate as consistently as possible from a powerful state. You're not going to do it perfectly, but notice when you've moved into a primal state, know that you've collapsed into the container versus being the container that the creation will take place within. As you're able to hold the container by not collapsing, by not moving into a primal state, either about the vision or just in general in your life, as you become unperturbed or undisturbed or unshakable, as life is evolving around you, as you're holding the container, you're now holding a space where creation can now function. Right? You're now holding a space where creation can now function. Now you are a part of creation because you are an individuation of the one source of creation or the one energy, God, Jesus, Allah, the universe, the unified field, whatever you want to call it. But now the field can function inside this container that you're holding, and now all kinds of resources that are not dependent upon you begin to show up. So you will also function within the container. There will be things you need to do. That's why I tell my New Age friends, you can't just sit at home and kumbaya and expect to change your life. You got to get out into life and take action, inspired action, and do the things that today requires you to do. You're a part of the creation that takes place inside the container that you're holding, but other things will now show up as well. And this is what's so interesting because the vision is also a representation of your future or your future self. And notice how good it feels to think about your vision. You're literally stepping into your future vision. And that's who you're being in that moment. And it feels exciting. It feels expansive. That's why you're in a powerful state. But then life shows up, thoughts show up, doubts show up, either related to the vision or just stress in general, things in your life that you don't expect to happen, and it creates stress for you, and you get pulled back into that fight or flight mode. You get pulled back into your current version of you, and you collapse. Okay? But this is where we change the game. The game is not to figure out how to achieve your goal. The game is to hold the vision and let the creation take place inside of it. My job is not to build my vision, it's to hold it. And so as I mentioned to you a couple of weeks before this call with my friend, I became aware of this distinction. So I started changing the what I would call the plays that I was running in my life. I started changing the game for myself. I stopped worrying so much about what I needed to do. And I realized that just being in a powerful state while holding the voltage of the vision was my job. And so I get on a call with my friend, Gordy, and he checks in first. And I had already been thinking about like, man, there are these companies that I want to launch. I'm probably going to go out and raise some money for them. I've done that before, but geez, it takes a lot of time. You know, I've done it before. And I realized I was collapsing into the container. And so I stepped back. I'm like, well, maybe it can be easier. Maybe there's a better way for me to raise money for these companies that I want to launch, to accelerate the growth of my vision. And so, I looked at other times in my life when I thought I had to figure things out, and I didn't. Like, life had figured it out for me. Life brought my wife to me. I didn't figure it out. Life brought me business opportunities that I didn't have to figure out. And I was like, let me hold this faith. Let me allow God into the equation, right, into the container, versus my ego. And I get on the call with Gordy, and he updates me first. I'm like, hey man, what's going on? And he says, well, it was so cool. I just spoke on a stage with Jack Canfield and Joe Dispenza. They're my idols. So that was so amazing. And he says, Dave, I got to tell you, like, the craziest thing is happening. All these people, he's raised a lot of money before for a lot of different companies and projects that he started or been a part of. He goes, there's more money flowing to me than I can handle right now. And he's like, I got to find a way to start distributing it and directing it and flowing it into conscious companies that are focused on building the new systems in the world. And he's like, what are you up to? And I'm like, well, let me tell you what I'm up to. And I start explaining to him about this whole human operating system that I'm building. And he says, well, I guess we just found a place to flow some of this capital. So did I have to go out and find all the money? No. My job was to hold the container. Did it need to be hard? Did I need to hustle grind? Did I need to have the perfect plan? No. Creation shows up within the container if I'm willing to hold it. And so I want to give you 5 practices to hold the container, to basically maintain that higher vibration future self, and to have faith and let your higher power function inside the container of your life, and so that you can create the vision that you're holding. So here's 5 really simple practices. If I were going to prioritize 5 things, this is what I would do. This is what I am doing, because this is the most important thing for my life, because it informs what my life looks like. Number 1, limiting beliefs work. So it's very important for you to start to identify the resistance that you're holding inside of you, because that's what will collapse you into the container rather than being able to hold the vision or holding the container. It's limiting beliefs work. Limiting beliefs are the older version of yourself that are ready to be transformed or retired. And so that might be limiting beliefs you have around money, like money is scarce. Limiting beliefs you have around yourself, like you're not worthy or you're not good enough or you don't matter. Limiting beliefs around other people, that you can't trust people, you need to do things on your own. Do an inventory of your limiting beliefs. How do you do an inventory of your limiting beliefs? Well, going back to that really beautiful tool that we teach, the 2 states of being, powerful states and primal states, you're always in one state of being or the other, and you're never in 2 states at the same time. As you're out in your life, notice when you move into a primal state and take a look at your thinking. Because the only thing that can move you into a primal state are limiting beliefs. They are thoughts that are not true. That's why you move into a primal state, because the dissonant energy of that thought, as it kind of ricochets and gets transmitted through your nervous system, creates these uncomfortable emotions. It's sort of an internal lie detector test that's supposed to signal to you, hey, the thing you're thinking isn't true. So just start to notice and pay attention to your thoughts when you move into a primal state, when you're stressed, anxious, overwhelmed, bored, angry. What is it that I'm thinking? Because the experience is not causing you to feel that way. It's your thoughts about the experience, and those thoughts are limiting beliefs. And we got all kinds of episodes on this channel teaching you tools on how to transform those limiting beliefs. You can jump over to davidbear.com, sign up for our newsletter. You'll get a 4-part video series, as well as a little ebook that I put together to really help you identify and teach you some of the initial tools for transforming those limiting beliefs. But number 1 is limiting beliefs work. That's what you have to do in order to be able to hold bigger and bigger containers for yourself, for your vision, and for your life. Number 2, support the nervous system in down-regulating. So a powerful state is a down-regulated nervous system. It's rest, relaxation, digestion. An up-regulated nervous system is when you're in a primal state. That's the sympathetic nervous system. And so if everything that we want is achieved in a powerful state, if being able to hold larger and larger containers and visions and being your future self is when you're in a powerful state, then we need to support the nervous system in downregulation. So I would watch out for 2 things in particular. Caffeine. I just did an episode 2 episodes ago on my experience of quitting caffeine. It's been a game changer for me, even though coffee is my absolute love language. But it's been a game changer. I found peace. I'm living more consistently in a powerful state without effort as a result of completely giving up caffeine. And number 2, screens. Caffeine and screens. Give up screens as much as you can. So after 6 o'clock in the evening, no screens. If you got to wrap up work by 6:37, I understand. Then no screens, no phone, no computer, no screens. I would even say no TV screens. Screens are going to upregulate your nervous system. Screens are going to decrease the quality of your sleep. Screens are going to compel you, especially if you're on social media, to poke and swipe and continue to allow your cortisol levels to rise and to have dopamine hits before you're trying to go to bed. So get rid of caffeine and screens. That's really, really important if you want to support your nervous system for downregulating. There's a lot of other things you can do: cold plunges, really good workouts, hot sauna. But I would say in terms of number 2, downregulating your nervous system and supporting it, watch out for screens and caffeine. Number 3 is compulsive behavior. Take a look at compulsive behavior in your life. For me, back in the day, it was drinking, it was drugging, it was sexing. More recently, it was realizing I have compulsive behavior around caffeine. When things are going great, I want to reward myself with a cup of coffee. When things are stressful, let me have a cup of coffee. That's the same way I was with drugs and alcohol. Things are going great, let me celebrate and smoke some pot or have a drink or go have sex or look at pornography. Things are stressful, same behavior. That's an indication that it's compulsive behavior. Another indication is you have thought about quitting, but you haven't. Probably compulsive behavior. And compulsive behavior upregulates the nervous system. It just perpetuates compulsivity rather than peace. So number 3 is be aware of and begin to regulate or eliminate compulsive behavior. Social media is a big one right now, right? Going back to screens, it's like a double devil, right? You're getting the screen input, but you're also getting the compulsive behavior perpetuation with social media. You want to downregulate your nervous system. The other thing I would think about doing is disconnect from any of these things for a period of time, right? Take a 4-day digital detox. Take a 1-month drinking break, something, okay? So compulsive behavior. Number 4, disconnection in nature. I just started talking about disconnection, but, take off a 3-day weekend with no access to digital tools. Be out in nature. Nature has a frequency and a vibration. One of the things I did on ChatGPT recently is I was in the Dominican Republic. There was a beautiful canopy of tree above me, and I took a picture of the canopy of the tree. And I said, hey, ChatGPT, there's mathematical expressions in nature that we've discovered, like the Fibonacci sequence and golden mean. But I'm assuming there's a lot of other sequences or patterns that we haven't yet identified. Can you see any in this tree? And it said, yes, I can. And I had this really extraordinary conversation with ChatGPT as it was explaining to me undiscovered math that was showing that trees have a very specific vibration that is downregulatory. That's why when you're in nature, you feel calm. So number 4 is give yourself periods of disconnection and being in nature. I'm really transitioning into only working 4 days a week. And on Friday, I'm not going to be working anymore. I'm going to use that as disconnection time from Friday through Sunday to stay off of computers and be in nature, right? That's one of the decisions why Carol and I, she's my wife, if you don't know that yet, decided to move into the mountains of Puerto Rico so that we could live in and raise our child in nature. If you're interested in being able to hold a big vision or heal, nature is a huge part of that. Number 5, community and immersion. So this is not a do-it-yourself project, and you also want to commit times into anything that you want to master. So be around others who are doing the work, right? Hang out with other people that are having conversations like this. Meet other people in our community. Join our community. Like I said, come on over to the website. Subscribe to the newsletter. That's a great way to get started. Come to the Powerful Living Experience, our 3-day event in March. Join our online community. Go through one of our digital courses so you can meet other people, read the books, listen to the podcast, go to the events, immerse yourself and be around other people who are doing the work. That's the way you get good at anything. There's no way I could have gotten sober in my recovery if I wasn't hanging out with people in recovery. There's no way I couldn't have become a great entrepreneur if I wasn't hanging out with other entrepreneurs. So it just makes sense. Spend time with other people in the work and spend time in the work. And so this is the great news. You don't have to hustle. You don't have to grind. You don't even need to know how you're going to create something because the how begins to unfold within this container. You just hold the vision without collapsing. You be the person whose nervous system can hold the voltage of the vision without spinning out into the chaos of your mind. And then watch as you do this, how you become a place where miracles literally manifest on a daily basis.
For a lot of people, visualization has become just another task on the personal development to-do list. It's another thing to do in order to produce the results that we want. And the challenge is that it's also another thing that the mind uses
to measure, to judge, and to control outcomes. When I was first getting into personal growth and creating my own reality, great teachers said things like, hey, visualize every single morning, sit down and really feel it as if it's happening right now, see it clearly. And I had a challenge doing that at the beginning. I'll be really honest, I didn't feel I was very good at visualization. My wife, when I met her, on the other hand, she would just go into another universe, coming back in extraordinary bliss. And I thought that there was something wrong with me. And unconsciously, what that turned into was am I doing it right? Why hasn't it happened yet? Maybe there's something wrong with me. And all of that is creating the one thing that can block you from materializing what you want from your vision board, which is resistance. So the real problem is when visualization becomes not something you're doing because you enjoy doing it, but that you're using as a way to produce an outcome. That's when there starts to become an attachment. And if you really take a look at how maybe you've used visualizations or vision boards, they may have been fun in the moment, and that's actually the purpose of them. That's the exclusive purpose of visualizing, is to feel joy in the moment. But perhaps afterwards, you've had some expectation, or you've gotten into a routine or believing you need to visualize on a regular basis. What we're doing there is we're trying to horse trade with the universe. And so you're no longer in creation at that moment. You're in a negotiation. You're kind of saying look, I'll do this if you give me that. And that's not how creation works. That's expectation. For years, my wife and I, we would sit down at the beginning of each year with our journals. And we'd create these little illustrations and pictures with maybe some words and some diagrams. And it would be about how we'd want to create in that year. And we'd actually build it out for 5 years, 7 years. And we'd talk about where we'd live, and we'd talk about the kind of work that we'd be doing and the impact that we'd be having and the family that we would have. And we talked about how we feel and the kind of freedom that we wanted. And the truth is, much of that became true. Recently I had some friends over at my house, and I actually have my vision board back from 2011 sitting on my desk. And someone looked at it and said, "Oh my God, you that's your house. Did you actually take a picture of your house and put it on your vision board?" And I looked at it and I was like, "Oh my God, the front of my house looks exactly like this house I put on my vision board back in 2011. Back in 2011, I wasn't with my wife. I just had a picture of a beautiful woman that represented a woman that I wanted to meet, who would be intelligent, who I could build my business with. A couple weeks later, I actually met Carol, who is now my wife. I had pictures of people that I looked up to, and I had this vision that someday I'd actually coach them and help them. And it wasn't long ago that my sales team called me and said, "Hey, there's a guy on the phone who's pretending to be Les Brown, the great motivational speaker." And I said, "Well, put him through." And I got on the phone. I said, "Les," he said, "the one and only." He said, "I've been seeing what you're doing out there and how you're making an impact. Are you available for me to hire as my business coach?" My vision board became my reality. But when I look back, it wasn't because Carol and I forced it. It wasn't because we visualized harder than anyone else. It happened because we learned how to live in joy without needing the outcome. Did we do it perfectly? Absolutely not. But so the vision board is meant to be a joy activation mechanism for that moment. And it's great to visualize because you're getting clarity on a future that you want. Your brain doesn't know the difference between imagination and reality. So as you do authentically, without attachment, contemplate your future, your brain actually starts to build new neural networks. You literally build a memory of a future that hasn't happened yet. You start to become the person you need to become in order to meet that future. And as a byproduct of visualization and living in and anticipating in your future, you actually develop the brain of the person who has the thoughts and the ideas necessary to create that future. But what many of us do is we add it on top of a pile of things that we need to do in order to produce the results that we want. And I would suggest that even more important than visualization is living in your joy. And so I want to talk to you about this framework that I came to understand actually through studying what I think is one of the great current personal development metaphysical teachers, which is Abraham Hicks. Esther Hicks, if you're not familiar,
channels, she gets into a meditative state and she channels this non-physical entity known as Abraham. At first it might feel a little bit weird, but then you go and you listen to Abraham and you're like, man, this shit is good. And it is some of the best on law of attraction. And there's a 5-step framework that Abraham teaches that I think is really helpful because it allows us to use tools like visualization and vision for fun, but not become dependent upon them in order to produce the results. You know, there's a lot of old school personal development teachers out there who say, like, write down your goals and, you know, put it on a sticky note or a Post-it note, you know, right next to your computer, read those goals out loud every single day. And I would say if you enjoy doing that, then do it. But if you're using it as to a means to an end, you don't understand how creation actually works. So I want to give you this 5-step framework from Abraham. And it's really powerful because you're going to see how automatic the universe or God or Jesus or Allah or whatever you define as your higher power, how automatically it hears and responds. We're told this in scripture, right? Ask and ye shall receive. Well, it didn't say ask and ask and ask and ask and over again and you shall receive, right? It's not like, you know, God is far off in the universe and so, you know, you have to shout loudly in order for him or her to hear you to respond. It's a lot more simple than that. I think that's why Jesus had a lot of things he said in the Bible, like my yoke is easy, right? It's not that hard when you understand how it works. So here's the 5 steps of the Abraham framework that's going to allow you to either set aside your vision board and your visualization or simply do it because it feels good, not because it's a requirement of manifestation. Step 1 that Abraham maps out is called living in the contrast. And so what Abraham basically says that in your life, you're going to experience things that you like and that you don't like. And the things that you like are referred to as preferences, and the things that you don't like are referred to as contrast. And so on a moment-by-moment basis, on a daily basis, you're sifting and sorting, as Abraham would say, through these multiple realities that are coming together because we're all creating our own reality and it creates this reality soup and we're bumping into each other's realities. And there are some things that you're going to experience that you don't like. That's the contrast, right? Living in the contrast. That might be you take a look at your bank account and you're like, I would like to see more money there. I don't like to see the amount of money that is there. But noticing what you don't like is helping you actually fine-tune your preferences. So the idea was that you would incarnate into a reality that would have all kinds of different options or possibilities. You would notice those things that you like and you would create more of those. But you would also notice those things that you don't like and it would help you get clear on what you want. So you don't like feeling physical pain or chronic illness in your body. That helps you get clear on this desire, which is to be healthy and vibrant. Maybe you're like me, you know, a little more than a decade ago. I didn't like being single. I didn't like going out on dates with women that I didn't see any long-term potential with. So that helped me get clear on who I did want to be with, right? I wanted to find a soulmate and the qualities and characteristics of this person. So step 1 is you're living in the contrast, right? You're noticing the things that you don't want. And step 2 is, as you notice the things that you don't want, there's an automatic response. Step 2 is the automatic response from the universe. And so in step 2, it's like your nervous system sends off a communication to the universe, which is the desire. So because you noticed in step 1, as you're living in the contrast, what you don't want, in step 2, you've activated a desire. And so what that essentially means is through your thoughts, through your emotions, not at a conscious level, but at an unconscious level, you've sent off your request, right, to the universe. And so the universe begins to organize all of the components necessary to materialize what it is that you want. And so that might be thoughts that you now have access to, right? Thoughts that start to come your way or that you become resonant with, that become the action plan and the action you need to take. That could be aligning circumstances and situations and creating coincidences and synchronicities to help line up and produce the result that you desire. But in step 2, the universe is automatically responding. And there's a lot of scriptural reference to this. You know, in the Bible, in Matthew, it says your Father knows what you need before you ask him, right? It's this idea that instantaneously, without you even knowing it, as you're experiencing the problems in your life, you're broadcasting a desire, meaning a request for the opposite, and the universe is now conspiring to organize all that. In the Quran, it says, I am closer to you than your jugular vein. I respond to the call of the caller when he calls upon me.
So these rules are in scripture, these guidances. The moment you ask, you receive. And so if you notice, so far, you haven't actually done anything other than live your life. This isn't about vision boards, because the vision board is created in your response to the experiences that you don't like. You're creating this future of things that you want through the interaction with the things that you don't want. And it's automatic. What you'll also notice is that anything that you've ever created in your life, 99.99999% of what's required to produce that outcome has nothing to do with you. For example, this show gets around 2 million listeners a month right now. Someone could say, well, that's a great outcome. That was a thing that was on my vision board at one point in time, right? To have a platform where I could influence and help many people. And someone could say, well, how did you do that? And I would say, well, I started recording an episode once a week. I stuck with it. I took some coaching courses on how to, optimize for the YouTube platform, started publishing the audio episodes on the audio platforms. I started doing 2 episodes a week, and for the first 18 months, nobody really listened, and then all of a sudden the show took off, and now there's 2 million listeners a month. Good for me. I stuck with it. I did the work. I've recorded over 200 episodes, and all of that is true. But if you really look at the greater reason for why I have a show like this, the universe would say, well, we knew that David was going to want to create something like this, so we created the internet. And then on top of the internet, we gave people ideas so that YouTube could be born. And then we had other people become active to create coaching programs around how to optimize for YouTube. And we perfectly timed an introduction to those people through a Facebook ad that came through David's newsfeed. So the universe would look at it and go, well, Dave, I kind of did the heavy lifting, right? I appreciate that you recorded an episode every single week, but we created the internet, we created YouTube, we created Facebook. So 99.9% of the heavy lift is actually done by reality. And so this is also another way of saying you don't really need to know the how, right? And so far, you're not even doing anything in this 5-step creation process. Step 1, you're living your life and you're experiencing some things you don't want. Step 2, reality is responding based on the desire that your interaction with the contrast created, right? So far, you've done nothing. Step 3 is really your only job, which is to be in non-resistance. So when you have requested something from God, the universe, reality, as a result of experiencing a problem, your job now is to make sure that you don't entangle with the problem, but you align with the solution. The great mystic Neville Goddard talked about living and acting as if the wish were already fulfilled. You now live in anticipation and expectation that what you want is on the way, both coming through you and to you, right? And you live in non-resistance, which is another way of saying believe. You live in faith. Faith that life is always working for your greatest growth, your greatest prosperity, your greatest evolution. You don't even need to be aware of the desire, but when it shows up, you'll be like, oh my God, that's exactly what I wanted. But your job in step 3 is to just not get vibrationally in the way of reality as it is organizing through you and to you to produce the outcome that you've requested. Again, going back to this idea that, Jesus said, my yoke is easy, right? My way is easy. If you just understood the ways that I'm explaining the Father functions in your life, you would see how easy it is and you would relax. You would live knowing that you're taken care of in any moment, because every time you experience the contrast or something that you don't like, a preference or a desire is already on the way. The 4th step in Abraham's model is experiencing more contrast. So essentially, you're going back to step 1, because as the things that you desire are manifesting and materializing in your life, there's still lots of things going on. You're still living in a collective reality. You're bumping up against other people's realities as they're creating it. So you're going to experience more of what you don't want, but that's okay, because that's going to, as Abraham would describe it, launch more rockets of desire. So now you place more requests unconsciously to the universe. And notice that doesn't mean you have to go back now to your vision board or to your list of things or your incantations and add more to the list. If you want to, because it's fun for you, that's great, because joy is non-resistance. But the point is to live in your joy, and the point is to live in non-resistance. The point is not to spend your whole life reading your list of requests off of your computer monitor, or having to spend every single morning an hour a day in visualization or praying to your vision board. So step 4 is you will experience more problems. That's okay, because they become requests or desires. And step 5, as Abraham describes it, is mastery of the process. That's step 5. And when you master this process, you start to perceive problems as something different than problems, because every time you experience a problem, you realize it's just the catalyst for this new request and a desire. And so you very quickly move from paying attention to the problem to anticipating the solution. And so in this way, you have very few problems in your life. Problems come but for a second, and then they pass, because your attention becomes directed to the anticipation or arrival of the solution, and you go on with your life. You just go on with your day. You go on with your afternoon. I've used the metaphor of sitting at a diner and ordering a pastrami sandwich. You're sitting in a booth, you order the pastrami sandwich, the server goes to fulfill on your desire. But could you imagine every time the server's trying to leave the table, you say, "Excuse me, is my pastrami sandwich arriving soon? Excuse me, should we talk more about my pastrami sandwich? Maybe I haven't felt my pastrami sandwich deeply enough, in which case it may not arrive. So could we just sit here and meditate together on my pastrami sandwich?" The server would never be able to get back to the kitchen to get your pastrami sandwich ordered so it can come out for delivery. But this is in many ways what we do with the universe, and we do it through this obsession with visualization and vision boards and task lists and goal lists and New Year's resolutions and so on and so forth. But again, your Father knows what you need before you ask him, right? I respond to the call of the caller when he calls upon me. This is what the great teachings teach. So visualization should not be used as a tool to get something. If it is, then that's a sign of doubt. It is a sign of fear. What if this never happens? What if I'm not doing it the right way? It is a sign of resistance. Visualization and vision boards are for fun, to feel appreciation, to play with imagination, to experience beauty, to enjoy the moment, to do it with your partner. And when done this way, it becomes an act of non-resistance and anticipation versus transaction. And so the bigger truth is this: the world, Earth, is the garden. It is the Garden of Eden, where everything is taken care of for us, and it is designed through mathematical, geometric, and quantum laws, spiritual laws, to respond to alignment. And so when you stop trying to force outcomes and negotiating your self-worth, and when you let joy be the compass, then life begins to organize itself around you. All right, guys, there's an incredible paradox to creating something that you want in your life. It could be a goal, it could be a vision that you have. We are taught to pursue the goal, to actually work hard, figure it out, come up with a plan, control your external circumstances, outwork the person next to you to produce the result. But what that actually does is it creates resistance inside of you. And that resistance creates a gap between where you are and what you want to create. What's important to understand is that you must learn to embody the emotional state of having the outcome that you want if you ever want to actually have the thing. Because from the emotional state of having, you will have the thoughts, you will take the action, you will create the coincidence and the synchronicities to produce the result. So the question is, how do we actually feel like we have something that we don't have? On the flip side of that, most of the time what we're feeling is desperation, anxiety, and trying to force it. And all of those things disrupt what we would call manifestation or producing results. Trying too hard produces the opposite effect. And so success is not the product of struggle. It's actually the product of internal alignment. And I want to give you what I think is the most game-changing, simple equation. If I could distill all of personal growth down into one equation, all of self-help, all of creating wealth, all of creating any change that you want, it would be this. And you've heard me talk about it in other episodes. It's a writer-downer. Desire, meaning whatever it is that you want, desire plus non-resistance equals desired result. Okay, if there's something that you want to have an amazing relationship, you will produce the desired result, an amazing relationship. It will happen if you can do one thing and one thing only, which is be non-resistant to the relationship. And the challenge here is that as soon as we realize we want something, you want to make $1 million, you notice that you've got almost nothing in your bank account. The moment that you realize you want to have a deeper spiritual connection, you're noticing how disconnected you are all the time. The moment that you realize you want your business to grow and you no longer want to have to do all the things, but you want to have people support you, you start to notice what little support you have. That's the interesting thing about the human being operating system, is that the moment we get clear that we want something, your brain is going to direct its attention to the absence of it. And so almost immediately, the moment we have a desire, we move into some form of resistance to the thing that we want. And that's where the game is played. This is where mastery can be achieved. And you can manifest or produce any result that you want and achieve your full potential if you can start to reclaim control over the way that you experience life and not allow your system to move into its default, which is noticing the absence of the thing that you want. Desire plus non-resistance equals desired result. And the resistance actually comes from believing that there's a large gap between where you are and the outcome that you want. And then your mind or your brain will give a meaning to that gap. There's not enough time. I just don't have any luck. I'm not good enough. I don't have enough social media followers. I'm not smart enough. Your mind will express limiting beliefs as a reaction to the observation of this gap. And so what pursuing an outcome, meaning trying hard, often implies is some form of resistance. Because when a desire is clean and unopposed internally, you'll be inspired, you'll naturally take action, you'll play your way through life as you produce the result. Now think about it for a moment. All that trying hard is an indication of some form of resistance. And one of the things that we teach, I've talked about this in other episodes, is that there are only two states of being: powerful states and primal states of being. Powerful states are states of being that feel good, states like joy, curiosity, excitement, empathy, compassion, peace, calm. And this is when your nervous system is in the parasympathetic expression. You're in the rest, relaxation, and what I would call your place of personal power. And then there are primal states. States like stress, anxiety, overwhelm, anger, jealousy, depression, worry. This is when your sympathetic nervous system is active. This is the fight, flight, or freeze state of your nervous system. And in that state, you don't have access to resources. You don't have access to ideas. I would suggest that when you're in a powerful state, you're connected to spirit, your higher power, God, other people, the universe. You have a presence about you. When you're in a primal state, you're literally functioning from survival. So you kind of toggle between what I would call the supreme man or woman in a powerful state, or kind of just another version of some mammal in a primal state. And what's interesting is you're always in one state of being or the other, and you're never in two states of being at the same time. And so if you were to ask me, hey, Dave, what's the number one thing I could focus on in order to produce some result that I want or some change that I desire in my life, I would say, notice when you've moved into a primal state, and know that when you're in a primal state, you're experiencing some form of resistance. Identify the resistance and transform it and move back into a powerful state. That's the name of the game. It's like wax on, wax off. It's that simple. It doesn't mean it's easy, but it's that simple. And again, it supports this idea that if you want to produce the desired result, then the key is to be in a state of non-resistance, to not be entangled with some story that your mind is telling you about why there's a gap between where you are and where you want to be. When you're in a powerful state, you're in a calmness, you're in a certainty, you're in an anticipation, and that state unlocks creativity and intuition, opportunity recognition. It literally changes the way you perceive reality. You start to focus on the things that are going to help you, quote unquote, close the gap versus focusing on the problems. And when you're in a primal state, you're in this anxiety-driven action. And you'll notice that's what hustle and grind is. Because when you are in an effortful pursuit of the outcomes that you want, do you feel good or do you feel bad? There are times when you're excited about what you're pursuing. But if you think about what it is that you want right now, I want you to just think about one thing that you want. What is it? More money, better relationships, better health. As you're trying to materialize that result, most of the time, do you feel good or do you not feel good? Most people, most of the time, are in a primal state. And we've been programmed into this primal state because we're told by this hustle culture that is now being broadcast through social media and YouTube, podcasts, Instagram, TikTok, a bunch of like very masculine Navy SEAL type personalities saying, you got to work harder, you got to get out, you got to be a part of the 5 a.m. club. I'm like, shit, man, I do not want to get up at 5 a.m. It cannot be that God gave me an opportunity to create something extraordinary out of my life, and that a requirement was wake up at 5 a.m. Like, don't you think that would have been in the 10 Commandments? Don't you think Jesus would have come, or Muhammad would have come, and a big part of their gospel would have been wake up at 5 a.m., outwork the person next to you? No, it's just the opposite. Jesus came and said, my yoke is easy. He's like, the way that I teach is an easy way. Desire plus non-resistance equals desired result. But there is this masculine culture of hyper hustle that says if you're not working 24/7, somewhere someone else is, and when you meet them, they will win. And notice that hustle culture has this incredible overemphasizing of external mechanics. Take the action, control the circumstances around you. It underestimates completely internal state. But internal state is what all the truly great people said was important. You know, Gandhi, a man who helped motivate an entire population through nonviolent action to overthrow the government that was ruling them. I mean, think about that. That's something, isn't it? Was a guy who said, I have so much today, I must meditate for 2 hours instead of 1. He's like, I got to manage my inner state. He wasn't concerned about time or money or tools or followers. All of those things came and they were required, but they were the byproduct of internal alignment. And desperation pushes those things away. Desperation reinforces scarcity. And when you are hustling and when you are grinding, when you are pursuing something, there's a part of you that believes, I might not actually get the thing that I want. But I'm here to tell you, struggle is not a prerequisite for achievement. What is most important is inner alignment and energetic coherence, because that can produce more than any kind of brute force ever will. And so I want to give you a practical blueprint for this alignment. Okay. And this is what I talked about earlier in the episode, where I was like, imagine if you could just go to the future, see where you are there, and look backwards and see the plan of how you achieved a thing, how you made the money, how you produced the business results, how you met your soulmate, how you became more spiritually connected, and then come back into the present moment with that blueprint and that plan. How amazing would that be? Well, you can. I talk about Neville Goddard a lot in these recent episodes. He was just such a great teacher. And of course, you can find what he talks about in scripture. But he talked about assume the wish fulfilled. So assume that it's already done. And I've talked about future self versus old self. Assume you are the version of yourself who has already produced the outcome. That's actually time travel. Assume you've already produced the result. If you had already produced the money, how would you be feeling today? If you had already attracted the soulmate, how would you be feeling today? If you had already had that deep connection with God or overcame your anxiety, how would you be feeling today? That's the first question. How would you be feeling today? The second question is, what would you be thinking differently today? And the third is, what action would you be taking different? So I'm going to walk you through this. It's a really powerful framework. Like literally, you can come back to this episode, or if you can right now, take out a piece of paper. If you're driving, please don't do that. But write down at the top of the page, what do you want? And I want you to create 3 columns. Emotions on the left, thoughts in the middle, and actions in the right. What is it you want? And so let's say I wanted to have, a net worth of $10 million. Okay? If I had a net worth of $10 million, how would I be feeling today? Right? I'd be feeling financially secure. I'd be feeling generous. I'd be feeling abundant. I'd be feeling calm, safe, secure. Write all those things down in column 1. Okay? Now below that, actually write out how you're feeling today while you're pursuing, in this case, $10 million, right? $10 million Dave. And I would be feeling stressed. I'd be feeling anxious. I would be feeling overwhelmed, right? I would be feeling financially insecure. So here we're identifying how we feel today and how we would feel if the wish were already fulfilled, right? How we would feel if we went to the future and we had already achieved that goal. Column number 1, emotions. At the top, you've got how you'd feel if it was already accomplished. Below that, you've got how you feel in the pursuit of it today. Then take column 2. What would you be thinking, right? Well, I wouldn't be thinking about how I don't have enough money. I'd probably be thinking, I'd love to take my family on a vacation. I'd be thinking about new business ideas. I'd be thinking, I should learn how to manage my investments and create real wealth. I'd be thinking, I wonder if there's a charity that I could donate some time and energy and money to. That's what I'd be thinking. What am I thinking today? Well, today I'm thinking I don't have enough. I'm thinking I may not have enough in the future. I'm thinking I won't be able to pay my mortgage, right? I'm thinking that other people have somehow figured this out and I haven't been able to figure it out, so there's something wrong with me. Those are the thoughts I'm having today while I'm out there trying to hustle and grind and take action to produce the results that I want, right? What would my future self be thinking, having already achieved this? What is my current self thinking? Or what I would like to be my old self, right? And then the third column is actions. How would you be acting differently? Now, this is where a lot of people get stuck because people go like, I'd be taking a private jet, but Dave, I can't take a private jet. I don't have the money. No, I got it. But would you be tipping more generously? Maybe you'd be tipping more generously. Would you be more present for your family instead of worrying about money? Would you be more thoughtful about gift giving on holidays if you had $10 million? Would you be doing research and taking a look at maybe the next home that you would want to buy or vacation that you would want to take? What would you be doing? I understand you don't have the money, but what would you be doing if you had already produced the result, in this case, $10 million? And instead, what are you doing today? I say, well, what I'm doing today is I'm obsessively checking my stock market trading fund, worried that it's going to go down. I'm worrying. That's the action that I'm taking. I'm spending a lot of time daydreaming about how I'm not going to have enough. I'm scrolling through social media because I don't like the feeling of financial insecurity, and I don't like being with those emotions. So I'm checking out. I'm looking at social media. I'm going out on the weekends and I'm drinking because I'm so stressed about my finances. But I just get a little bit of relief by drinking or smoking some pot and getting high. Those are the actions that I'm taking. I say, okay, got it. Now you've got the blueprint, because the way that you're going to produce the result is not by trying to produce the result. This is the backwards law. The way that you're going to produce the result is by being the person who has produced the result today before the result is materialized. You are going to practice the version of you who's produced the result. How do you practice it? Look at that piece of paper. You're going to practice those emotions. You're going to practice those thoughts. You're going to practice those actions. Because those are the emotions, the thoughts, and the actions of someone worth $10 million, of someone who's no longer in chronic pain, but living in well-being and vibrancy, of someone who is in a relationship with their soulmate, of someone who's spiritually connected, of someone who is no longer trapped in their business, but has a lot of support around them and is now owning their business, not operating their business. Whatever it is that you want, of someone who is now feeling peace rather than anxiety, feeling confidence rather than insecurity. That's the playbook. Because think about it for a minute. If you practiced being a millionaire long enough, wouldn't it be 100% certain that given some amount of time, you'd be a millionaire? I mean, look, if you feel like a millionaire, think like a millionaire, and do like a millionaire, you're going to become a millionaire. If you feel like a best-selling author, think like a best-selling author, and do like a best-selling author, you'll become a best-selling author. Right? If you start feeling like a manager in your organization, thinking like a manager in your organization, and doing like a manager in your organization, isn't your organization going to promote you to a manager? So this is the backwards law. So often we wait for our desired outcome to produce itself, to give ourselves permission to think, feel, and do differently. But calibration and aligning yourself with the outcome is about being clear on who that person is and feeling, thinking, and doing the things that that person would do right here, right now. Because all of the results that you are or are not producing in your life right now are a byproduct of your being. And it sounds really woo. People are like, oh, being versus doing. What is being? Being's very clear. Being is what you think, what you feel, what you do. That's being. That is a representation of your consciousness. That is a representation about what you believe about life, about yourself, about money, about health, about your body. It's how you think, how you feel, and how you act. So the results are a byproduct of being. not what you're forcing. And so what we're talking about here is a shift in your identity, because a shift in your identity must occur. It must precede the evidence. And the evidence will be a byproduct of that identity shift, right? Repeated thoughts, repeated emotions, and repeated actions crystallize into reality. You become what you consistently practice internally. They say, well, Dave, that's hard. Well, it's impossible when you don't understand that this is how it works. This is why I'm sharing with you how the backwards law functions. And if I look at my life, anytime I have achieved something worthwhile, an identity shift preceded it. And sometimes it feels like it's by a hair. Sometimes I have to look at it and I go, am I changing the way that I'm thinking and feeling and doing because I produced the result? Or was there a shift in how I was thinking, feeling, and doing just before? And 100% of the time, it was a shift just before. And the good news is it doesn't have to be massive shifts, right? Christ, the greatest teacher of this work, who ever lived, said, all you need is the faith of a mustard seed, a small shift in the way that you're thinking, you're feeling, and you're doing, and you can tell the mountain to go from here to there. You can literally make mountains move, right? That's the gospel. That's the good news. So if there's one thing to remember from today's episode, it's this. You don't create results by chasing them. You create results by becoming the person they come from. And when you start to release the inner resistance, the limiting beliefs, the same old meanings that you keep giving to the gap, and you practice the state that you want to live in, the state of the outcome, you create this space for new ideas, for new opportunities, for new synchronicities to meet you. And so my invitation is to start practicing a new state today. Get clear on what you want, and then think like it's done, feel like it's done, act like it's done. Because the life that you're wanting, the vision that you have, is not something that you achieve by force. It's something that gets created through alignment. And when you align, the results stop being something that you chase and they start becoming a natural expression of who you are.
Guys, if you were to ask me what one thing prevents people from having more success, from transforming their problems into solutions, from creating miracles in their life, it is this topic for today. If you've been in personal growth for a while, you understand that in order to become a wealthy person, you cannot continue to focus on your financial insecurity. In order to become a healthy person, you can't continue to focus on your chronic health problems and your physical pains. In order for you to attract your soulmate, you cannot keep focusing your attention on you being alone or believing that there are no good men or women left out there. You have to bring your attention to what it is that you desire, because where your focus goes, energy flows, and you actually create your own reality. Right? This was the fundamental tenet to Napoleon Hill's Think and Grow Rich. Thoughts are things, and you're creating your reality. But there's a real challenge here, because all that sounds good when you say it fast, but when I had 2 homes in foreclosure and a bunch of credit card debt and a couple of bucks in my bank account, how was I supposed to focus my attention on prosperity and abundance and having a lot of money when that wasn't my reality? So we're going to break this down today, because it is the most important thing to understand if you want to create change in your life. And for this, we're going to look at 2 things. Number 1, how reality actually works from a quantum standpoint. And number 2, the concept of third and fourth dimension by the great mystic Neville Goddard. One of my most powerful and popular episodes was when I talked about how to create from the fourth dimension. And I think that's a great place for us to start today, to acknowledge that there are actually 2 realities taking place simultaneously. One is a third dimensional reality. That's what Neville Goddard calls it. The third dimensional reality is what we generally refer to exclusively as reality. It's a reality that is detectable by our 5 senses. It is a material reality. It is a physical reality. It's what we see. It's what we smell. It's what we taste. It's what we touch. It's what we hear. This is what you would ordinarily call your life, your present life circumstances. And so this is where the challenge is. If you are wanting to create, again, I'll use money as an example, a lot of money in your life, and the idea is that I have to bring my attention and focus my attention on having lots of money, but I don't have a lot of money in my third dimensional reality. Where do I put my attention? How can I get my attention off of my financial insecurity where there's nowhere else to place it? And this is where Neville's concept of the fourth dimension is so important. He says there's a fourth dimensional reality that is equally valid to the third dimensional reality. You can think of it as 2 realities existing in parallel. But we usually don't pay any attention to it because we can't detect it through our 5 senses.
But what he says is that this is a waveform or energetic reality. It is a reality of potential, meaning it hasn't manifested yet. It hasn't moved over into the third dimensional five senses reality, but it's still there. It's a reality of potential. It's immaterial. He also talks about it as a reality of imagination. Some mystics refer to this as the field, right? Or the field of consciousness, the quantum field, the unified field. Physics actually helps us understand the possibility of this fourth dimensional reality existing simultaneous to our third dimensional one, because when you take a look at the material reality, when you look at the physical stuff of the world, and you look at it under microscope, under deep microscopic observation, we can see that this material reality, right now I'm speaking on my microphone. If you're following along on YouTube, I'm sitting at my table. You're listening to this episode on a device. What physics tells us is that very physical device you have is made up of molecules, right? It's made up of molecules. Molecules are made up of atoms. But if you remember from your 5th or 6th grade science class, an atom has a nucleus where there's protons and neutrons, and then orbiting around the nucleus of the atom are electrons. But the space is very vast. I remember my science teacher explaining, proportionately, if the nucleus of an atom were the equivalent of a basketball, it would sit in the middle of a football field. And then the electron would be the equivalent of a tennis ball orbiting around the parking lot. Lots of sports metaphors in this physics explanation. But you get the point. It's 99.9999999% space. It's mostly nothing. It's mostly space. So this is a very unusual thing about our reality. We experience reality as very physical, but most of the physical stuff, most of the material reality is space. Yet our five senses are interpreting this mostly space reality into something very physical. It's kind of curious, right? You're 99.9% space, yet there you are. I can't put my hand through you. That's why Einstein said reality is an illusion, albeit a persistent one. And then what's even more interesting is that when we look at the tiny pieces of the atom, you look at the electron, and then you look at the pieces of the electron and the quarks and all the smaller pieces and smaller yet smaller yet smaller, we get to a point where we actually just see fluctuating energy. Sometimes it's a particle, sometimes it's an energetic wave. It's very strange, right? In fact, quantum explains it as quantum weirdness or strangeness. So we can see when we look deeply at the physical reality that it begins to migrate into what Neville Goddard talked about, which is a fourth dimensional energetic waveform potential type of reality. Very much like if you've seen the movie The Matrix. It's kind of like those zeros and ones that form into a physical world. So Neville says there's a third dimensional reality and a fourth dimensional reality. Your third dimensional reality you experience as past, present, and future. Your fourth dimensional reality has no time. All things that ever has, that ever have, that ever will be exist in this fourth dimensional space. All ideas exist in this fourth dimensional field. Your future exists in this fourth dimensional field. Your past exists in this fourth dimensional field. And what he would say is all of reality, past, present, and future, exists right here, right now. Now we're starting to get into this because this gives us something to begin to direct our attention to. What Neville is saying is the $1 million you want is right here, right now. You just can't detect it with your five senses. Now you go, well, thanks, Neville, but what can I do with a potential of $1 million? What can I do with a bunch of energetic $1 million? I need the actual $1 million to go buy my dream home or to pay down my credit card. It sounds great, Neville, that my healthy body exists as potential right now, but how do I realize that potential so that potential is real for me so I can get out of pain and get out of my chronic health condition, right? I want to manifest my soulmate. It's very difficult for me to cuddle with the potential of my soulmate right here, right now. But let's just acknowledge there's a third dimensional reality, a fourth dimensional reality. And what Neville is saying is that a part of your potential reality has materialized right now as your current reality. And what you're wanting to do is you're wanting to essentially pull a different fourth dimensional potential into your third dimensional space. How do we do that? Again, personal growth tells us we have to learn how to bring our attention to what it is that we want. Well, being open to the idea that there is a fourth dimensional reality that exists right here, right now, gives you a place to put your attention other than on the absence of what you want, other than on your financial insecurity, other than on your chronic health condition or the absence of your loved one. You can actually place your attention on the fourth dimensional space. So what does that mean, right? How do I focus on abundance, health, or love when nothing in my current reality reflects it, right? You can't, and the answer is you can't perceive the thing you want because you're looking for it in only the 3D, not in the 4D where it already exists. So when you perceive the absence of what you want, it's not real absence. It's only the absence of it in material expression, not the absence of it in existence. And so here we can begin to shift our perception. Your dream home, your healed body, your soulmate, they already exist in energetic form here and now. And so as you can begin to acknowledge this, you start playing your reality game completely different because you can bring your attention to the vibrational version of the thing, not as a fantasy, but as the unseen, realer than real version. And so this starts to create an anticipation. I'll tell you a quick story. If you've listened to other episodes, you know that in 2017, I was diagnosed with extraordinary levels of mercury in my body from an all-fish diet. Went to a Tony Robbins event. Tony Robbins was like, stop eating meat. Just go eat fish. Fish is healthier. That's what I did. Tony Robbins and I ended up with astronomical levels of mercury in our bodies. Thank you, Tony. I then went on this health journey of trying to detox mercury from my system. Then I found out I was mold sensitive, had mold on my system, one thing after another. And I had these chronic health conditions for about 7 years. As I started to understand that I couldn't keep focusing my attention on my health problems. If I even try to solve my health problems, I'm focusing my attention on my health problems. And I understood from a metaphysical standpoint, from a personal development standpoint, that the solution was to bring my attention to me as healthy. But I didn't have any evidence in my third dimensional reality for me as healthy. You picking up what I'm laying down here? So when I discovered Neville's fourth dimensional concept and really bought into it, because I think quantum also suggests that there is another non-physical reality equally valid to the physical reality, I started saying, okay, got it. I am healthy right here, right now. That's not what I'm experiencing in my third dimensional reality, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So I am healthy right here, right now. And I know that as I continue to acknowledge that I am healthy right here, right now, and to notice whenever I'm focusing on my illness or my pain or even trying to solve my problem, but instead say, no, I am healthy right now, that I will become healthy. That as I continue to focus my attention on that fourth dimensional potential, my attention will crystallize or materialize the energetic potential into material form, and in some way, shape, or form, I'll experience being healthy. I don't know how, I don't know when, but I will be healthy. And this actually became my mantra. I know that right now I am healthy. I don't know how, I don't know when, but I know that I am going to experience myself in full health. Well, time went on, and I was spending less time trying to solve my health problems. I still didn't feel particularly well. I was spending more time feeding attention into the equally valid realization that I am healthy right here, right now. And I had an idea one day. And that idea was to actually work with ChatGPT, sharing all my symptoms and sharing my genetics. ChatGPT said, well, based on what you shared with me, these are the tests I recommend you run. I went and ran a bunch of tests. Now, keep in mind, I'd worked with some of the best doctors in the world, but I was still focusing my attention on the absence of my wellness or the problem of my health. So it didn't matter who I met. Nothing seemed to work. But now I had shifted my attention. As a result of that, I had this idea. I started using ChatGPT. I went and ran these labs. I uploaded the information into ChatGPT, and it said, hey, it's clear what your problem is. And I was clear on what it was saying. I had mitochondrial dysfunction. I had neurotransmitter dysfunction. I had some gut challenges. It was just enough small little things in different pockets of my overall system that it was creating burnout that no one doctor could put their finger on. And I literally built a healing protocol and a custom supplementation plan and a phased detoxification framework, and now I'm 95% better. As a result of shifting my attention to the fact that there was a version of me that was healed right here, right now, over a period of time, and not that long, my fourth dimensional potential became my third dimensional reality. And this is what reality hacking is. It is realizing that, in fact, there are two valid realities occurring simultaneously. Just because one is immaterial does not make it invalid. And so I began focusing on energetic existence rather than sensory absence, and that accelerated the materialization of my desired reality into my third dimensional experience. And so the identity shift here is you stop trying to manifest by solving a problem, and you start perceiving through the lens of someone who already knows their outcome is real. And so this has become one of the biggest reality hacks for me. I've used it for my wealth. I've used it for my family. You know, when my wife Carol and I, we were having relationship challenges, I knew that what existed right here, right now, even though I was experiencing the opposite of that, was a relationship between David and Carol that was honest, that was patient, that was loving, that was intimate. And I held that vision. And every time I started to notice the absence of it, I brought myself back to my energetic reality. I've also used this to accelerate the implementation of my mission in the world. You know, we started out as a coaching company. Now we're building a whole portfolio of companies that are transforming health, transforming finance, transforming media, really beginning to build the new backbone of a new economic system, a new citizenship model for human beings, because I know it exists right here, right now. And I'm able to bring my attention to it. And as I do that, my consciousness fuels the fourth dimension, and the fourth dimension projects itself into my third dimensional reality. You know, a lot of people, when they learn about the third dimensional and fourth dimensional realities, say, but Dave, that doesn't make any sense because I'm always experiencing the same thing over and over in terms of my third dimension. How can my 3D reality be a byproduct of the fourth dimension? Because the fourth dimension is always streaming in. And the answer is because you keep paying attention to your third dimensional reality. So that's what you keep activating over and over and over again from the fourth dimensional space. You cannot create something different in your life if you're paying attention to the life that you have. And so this is, it's not even a trick. This is the proper understanding of the nature of reality, which when you accept it, gives you permission to start bringing your attention away from your third dimensional existence, withdrawing your senses from the third dimensional what is, and putting your senses and your attention towards the fourth dimensional potential of possibility. And as you do that consistently, it must materialize into your third dimensional reality. Whether it's your health, whether it's wealth, whether it's a relationship, spiritual connection, more clarity, grow your business, make a greater impact in the world, it must become. And this is why so many people are stuck in a Groundhog Day type of existence, wrestling with their third dimensional reality, paying too much attention to the facts of what is, as opposed to the facts of what could be. So I hope you love this episode as much as I absolutely loved sharing it with you. Just know all things are possible for you in the fourth dimension. The question is, are you going to continue to feed your attention into really yesterday's news, which is your current reality, or are you going to start bringing your attention towards what's possible for you in the fourth dimensional field? What is it that you want? Now, during my event, I take attendees through what I call your perfect day visualization. If you could, despite time and despite space and despite any limitations, just snap your fingers and create a reality, a life, a business, relationships, a health that you would want, what do you want? I grew up in a family where I was kind of told what I wanted. I don't know if you can relate to this, but it was like I would say I want this, and my mom or my dad would go, you don't want that, you want this instead. Like the decisions for what I desired were made for me. And I find that this is very, very common with a lot of people. The years ago when I first started coaching, I was coaching a professional Major League Baseball player. He had been in the league for 11 years, extraordinary success that's really almost unheard of. And he was moving into his final year. And so I was helping him transition out of his lifestyle and career and identity as a Major League Baseball player into whatever was going to come next. And I said, hey, Jamie, what is it that you want? And he paused for a moment. He thought for a moment. And then he started getting emotional, and then he started crying. I mean, this was a man in his late 30s who was in tears simply because I asked him a question, which is, what do you want?
And he said, you know what, I realized like I've built up this identity where kind of baseball was an obligation. And when you ask me what I want, I don't know what it is that I want. And that makes me feel so broken. He's not broken. I was not broken. You're not broken. It's just that our parents, our social surroundings, our career, our vocation, sort of the world, the system that we're in, it neuters us. It removes us from our capacity to claim what it is that we want. And so many of us in our 30s, our 40s, our 50s, our 60s, we're learning how to redevelop that muscle to get clear on what we want. But one of the beautiful things is that life will give you the clues to what you want because you're very clear on what you don't want. If what you don't want is financial insecurity, then what you want is financial abundance. Right? If what you don't want is to continue to be alone, then what you want is to find a soulmate. If what you don't want is the aches and pains and the chronic inflammation or the autoimmune disease, then what you want is a healthy and vibrant body. If you've been feeling disconnected and lonely and wanting to have a spiritual connection, right? That feeling of loneliness is what drives you towards a relationship with the higher power of your own understanding. So don't lament if you don't know what you want, because I'm pretty sure you know what you don't want. And whatever the opposite of that is what you desire. So it was Christmas a couple of years ago, and I ran an online challenge, a big marketing challenge. And man, I put my blood, my sweat, my tears into running this online challenge. I hired a consultant, worked with a friend of mine, applied the best scientific marketing principles, completely redid the webinar, all of the email sequences, all the landing pages. And it wasn't just me, I worked with my team on it. And the year before, we sold around 100 units of the product that we were offering, one of my courses during the challenge. And so this year my goal was 250. I'm like, guys, we're going to crush it. Like everything I know about marketing, this is now in alignment with best practices. This was right before the Christmas holiday a couple of years ago. We ran this free 5-day challenge, and on the 4th day and the 5th day, we opened up the opportunity to enroll in this program. Again, remember, my goal is 250. It was like a $2,000 program. 250 people coming into the program year before, and for the previous few years, we did around 100. So on day 4, we open what's called the cart. People can start enrolling in the program. Day 5, we wrap up the challenge, and usually by day 5, I know how my numbers are. And then there's another 48 hours after we close out this challenge where people can continue to enroll in the program, right? It was Monday through Friday, and then boom, Sunday, it's over. So by the end of day Friday, I expected to have around, 150 people in the program, and we'd close it out at 250 or more by the end of the weekend. At the end of Friday, there were 18 people who had enrolled in the program. And this was devastating for me. Like I had no explanation for it. I did everything I knew how. I did everything by the book. I've learned to become a very good marketer. It made absolutely no sense to me. In fact, it was literally starting to crack my ego because I was really looking for what did I do wrong? What could I have done better? Which, by the way, is a very core pattern of mine. Like I'm not doing enough. There's something wrong with me. What could I do better? So by Sunday, when the cart closed, we had about 30 people enrolled in the program. Now get this. In previous years, I had 100 people enrolled in the program. I'm shooting for 250. I've only got 30. And it's really messing with my mind right before the Christmas holiday. So I go downstairs, and I'm about to share with my wife kind of the numbers and where we're at. And I go into the living room, and it's Christmas time. And this was the second year with my newborn, my toddler. And so it was really cool. We had sort of those like choo-choo train and Christmas setups, manger scenes around the Christmas tree, real presents, decorative presents. There's Christmas carols on. My wife and my mother-in-law are finalizing, wrapping some presents for some relatives that are coming in. And I come down and I'm sitting in the living room, and all I can think about is, what the hell did I do wrong with this challenge? So there's like two realities that are taking place for me right now. One is this reality of Christmas and, holiday cheer, and the fact that I've had this beautiful new addition to my family, and my son and my mother-in-law and my wife have done such an amazing job of setting up the living room when we have family and guests coming in town. And the other is, I cannot believe that this marketing campaign failed so miserably. And so I realized in that moment, I had this question. I was like, well, what if I had, and I came up with an arbitrary number, $10 million in the bank. Let's just say enough money where I don't have to worry about anything, right? If I had $10 million in the bank, how would $10 million David be reacting to this experience of running this online marketing campaign and it not going the way that I would expect it to go, and being here in the living room at Christmas with all this going on? And I was like, well, $10 million Dave, meaning a Dave who wasn't worried about
not having yet achieved the success that he wanted, a David who felt financially secure, a David who knew that no matter what happened, he was going to achieve the bigger vision and the outcomes that he had in his life. What he would be doing right now is telling his wife and his mother-in-law what an amazing job they did with all the Christmas decorations. What he would be doing right now is playing Choo Choo Train with his son. What he would be doing right now is singing Christmas carols with his family. So I realized the future version of myself would be doing something completely different than the version of myself that I was being right there, right then, in that moment. And I realized, it dawned on me, that the way to actually become $10 million David is not to figure out what I did wrong with this online marketing challenge and figure out how to fix it. It's to start being $10 million David now. And that if I can start being $10 million David now, 100% I am destined to produce the goals and the vision that I have. And this just makes sense. You know, when I was in my drug and alcohol and sex addiction recovery, when I was acting like an addict and an alcoholic, the result that I got was addiction and alcoholism. Why? Because I was thinking, feeling, and doing like an addict. And if I wanted to gain recovery, if I wanted to be someone who recovered in my life and was not addicted to drugs and alcohol and pornography and all this stuff, I needed to start acting like a sober person. And so that's what I did. Through the 12 Steps of Alcoholics Anonymous, I got into a program where I started acting like a person who was sober, and given enough time, I became sober. I mean, I want you to think about this for a moment. If you started acting like a millionaire on a consistent basis, meaning thinking like a millionaire, feeling like a millionaire, and doing the things a millionaire would do. I'm not saying spending the money a millionaire has, but doing all the other things a millionaire would do. Wouldn't it just be a matter of fact and a matter of time before you became a millionaire? So this is the key to identity shifting. And people talk about it as if it's some metaphysical concept or spiritual concept, and it is, this idea of identity shifting. You can find the Rosicrucians, you can find Hermetic principles, all the ancient wisdom stuff that talks about identity shifting, even in the 33 levels of the Masonic Lodge, rituals and strategies for human development. It's all there. But it's also just basic behavioral psychology and neuroscience. So your brain will produce any outcome, but it's going to be based off of what you believe. So again, if you believe that money is scarce, even though you want to be a millionaire, your brain is going to achieve that financial scarcity. See, your brain is a goal-achieving machine, and it's programmed by what you believe. Your brain is the most extraordinary creative technology in the history of the universe. Like, it allows you to create something from nothing, right? This is like magic. We are magical creatures that are able to materialize and literally sculpt and shape reality according to our will. But the question is, what's your will? What is it that you believe? You know, this is not, again, woo-woo. On one level, the idea that your beliefs create your reality is established by behavioral psychology. Behavioral psychology basically says that what you believe determines what you think on a moment-by-moment basis. And so if what you believe or learned when you were a child was that you can't trust people, you'll constantly be evaluating life through thoughts of mistrust, right? Of betrayal, right? You'll be actually looking for evidence for the fact that people cannot be trusted, and you'll ignore all evidence that supports the idea that people can be trusted. What you believe, you think. And what you think, you feel. That's really what emotions are. There's some exceptions, and I won't go too deep into it right now, but your thoughts create emotions. So when you're thinking to yourself, I don't have enough time, the emotion you feel is overwhelm. When you think to yourself, you know, I might make a mistake, the emotion that you feel would be hesitation or timidness. So every time you have a thought, you experience an emotion. Your beliefs create your thoughts create your emotions determine your action, what you do or what you do not do. And your actions over time determine your results. And so this is a very simple cause and effect. Beliefs produce thoughts, thoughts produce emotions, emotions produce actions, actions produce results. If there's a result that you want, all we need to do is make sure the belief is aligned with the outcome. And 100% of the time, you will produce the result. I love one of the stories that Napoleon Hill talks about. It's not in Think and Grow Rich. I think it's in maybe Outwitting the Devil or another book, where we find out that his son was actually born without, I guess it was eardrums. Like his son's ears weren't fully formed, so he couldn't hear. But Napoleon and his wife instilled into his son the belief that he would hear someday. And so when he was like 11 years old, they found him, they had a record player in the corner of their room, and the music was playing. Of course, the son couldn't hear it, but one day they found their son biting on the table.
where the record player was because he could then feel the vibration. He could hear the music. And his life continued to evolve. And at some point in his early 20s, he actually got a job as a salesperson for one of the earlier cochlear implant technology companies as one of the first people who ever had a hearing aid. So no matter how impossible it may seem, whatever you believe you can create, but we have to be conscious of what you believe. Is what you believe in alignment with what you want? So again, it's this idea that your brain is a goal-achieving machine. And whatever the input is, which is the belief, the output will become your reality through the mechanism of the human being operating system, how beliefs become thoughts, thoughts create emotions, emotions determine or drive action, and action over time produces results. And what's so interesting about this is the results will always reinforce 100% of the time the belief. So if you believe in prosperity and abundance, you'll make money and you'll go, see, the world is prosperous and abundant. If you believe that money is hard to make, you might make money, but you'll actually look at the journey of your making money, the result, man, I worked really hard. I was able to make some money, but that almost killed me. And the conclusion you'll come to is, I had to work really hard to make money. So it's always this self-fulfilling prophecy. This is what's called a psychocybernetic loop. So the challenge that we have is that we get stuck with the same results. And then we try to change the action. But the action is a byproduct of our emotions, which is a byproduct of our thoughts, which is a byproduct of our beliefs. So if we actually want to change the result, we have to change the belief that created the result in the first place. Another way of looking at this is like, if we could just program your brain like a billionaire, 100% you'd become a billionaire. Like if we could just install thoughts, remove all of the thoughts or the beliefs that you have that are not in alignment with how a billionaire would think or believe, and install all billionaire beliefs into your brain, 100% guaranteed you'd become a billionaire. If we program your brain like a sick person, 100%, you'll become a sick person. I was programmed to believe that there was something wrong with me. And so that became my reality. I would work on my business and not produce the results that I wanted. And the conclusion that I would come to as I was observing the results that I produced was there's something wrong with me. As I got into my 30s and 40s, I've shared this on other episodes, I got really, really sick. And you know what my reaction to my experience of unwellness was? I would say this to myself in my own head, there's something wrong with me. No matter what doctors I saw, what protocols are applied, I could never get well, even though I was seeing the best people in the world, because at a root cause level, I fundamentally believed there was something wrong with me. And so my reality had to reflect that back to me. In this case, it was reflecting it back to me in the form of my physical body. Now, I'm much healthier than I was even a year ago, certainly 2 years, 3 years ago. And the reason for that is I shifted my beliefs. Now, you'd look at how I got well, and you'd say, but Dave, you changed your supplementation. But Dave, you discovered this specific coach or wellness practitioner that helped you. Yes, but all those things were a byproduct of me shifting my beliefs, because my brain is a goal-achieving machine. That's what caused me, once I shifted my beliefs, to have different thoughts, to look up different people. It created coincidences and synchronicities where I was able to actually connect with life, and life helped me produce these results. It was a little over 10 years ago, I dragged my wife to India. I was in so much pain and suffering. I had done all the personal growth events, the Tony Robbins events, the Brendan Burchard events, the Landmark series. I had read all the books, Wayne Dyer, Napoleon Hill, and Neville Goddard, but I still felt stuck. And so a friend of mine had this major breakthrough at this place in India. And so my wife and I decided to go. We spent an entire month learning, doing exercises, breath work, very specific meditations. And about 3 weeks into this experience, one of the monks said something, and it was like a switch was flipped in my brain. And even when he said it, I was like, yeah, I already know this and I understand this. But because all the work that I had done up until that point, because of the setup of this ashram experience, he said it and I heard it totally differently. And this is what he said. He said, David, all suffering is a result of your own thinking. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense. I know that my limiting beliefs, my traumas, my stories, they are what are creating my stress, my anxiety, my overwhelm. I know that. But he said it again. And this time I noticed one small 3-letter word that changed the game for me. He said, David, all suffering is a result of your own thinking. All. Not some, but all. And I thought about it for a moment. I was like, wait a minute. If all suffering is a result of my own thinking, that means that no suffering
is a result of anything else. Like, I figured a lot of my suffering was from my own thinking, but some suffering was from, say, my wife arguing with me, or my employees not doing something, or the amount of money I had in my bank account, a marketing campaign not going well. But he said all suffering was a result of my own thinking. And so I looked at that and I was like, oh my God, he's right. It's not your health that is a problem, even though you may be experiencing some pain or a chronic health condition. It's the thought that your health won't ever get better. It is not the amount of money that is causing you suffering, no matter how much money you do or do not have in your bank account. It is the belief that you don't have enough or that you'll never have enough. It's not that my wife said something that I don't like that was causing my suffering. It seems like it. Well, if she just hadn't said that, I wouldn't be in suffering. It's actually the belief that she shouldn't have said it that is making me upset. Right? I want you guys to check in with me on this for a second. All suffering is a result of our own thinking. And so I took this distinction with me and did my best to really take full radical responsibility of my life and my emotions. Even when I couldn't see it, I had this distinction in my back pocket. Hold on a minute. What's really causing me to be upset right now is me. It's not the thing out there. It's the meaning that I'm giving that thing out there. That anytime I'm feeling a certain way, it's not because of the thing I think is causing me stress or anger or worry. It's my thinking. You tracking with me? If you look at all of your suffering, the stress, the anxiety, the overwhelm, the anger, the not feeling like you're good enough, the depression, the anxiety, all of your suffering is a resistance to what is in the present moment. All of your suffering is a resistance to whatever is happening in your life right now. It is a denial of your current situation.
Now, we teach that there are two states of being, primal states of being and powerful states of being. And these map perfectly to the sympathetic nervous system and the parasympathetic nervous system. When you're entangled with a limiting belief, you move into a primal state. States that don't feel good, like stress, anxiety, doubt, fear, and anger. And this is a signal that the mind has created too much velocity. And you have to down-regulate in order to get back into a powerful state and to get back into non-resistance. And this is hands down the most powerful practice that I've ever used to transform my limiting beliefs. It's not a meditation where you go sit in the corner and you close your eyes. It's a living meditation in the sense that it is a practice that you can engage with at any moment in time throughout the day. And it works like this. Step one is notice when you've moved into a primal state, right? Just notice that you don't feel good. This is very easy. You don't have to do anything. Just notice, oh, I've moved into some form of stress, anxiety, overwhelm, or fear. That's step one. Step two, observe the thinking that's taking place in that moment. So just notice what you're thinking, right? I'm thinking that I'm not enough. I'm thinking this is never going to work out. I'm thinking that I'm going to do it wrong. That's step two. Notice the thinking. Step three, in that moment, acknowledge the fact that if that's what you're thinking and it doesn't feel good, it's not true. This was one of the biggest discoveries we made over the years after 10,000 coaching conversations with clients. 100% of the time they were thinking something that didn't feel good, it wasn't true. It was a limiting belief. So acknowledge that whatever it is that you're thinking, if it doesn't feel good, it's not true. And step four is simply say to yourself, that's not true. I know that if it doesn't feel good, whatever I'm telling myself is not true. It's not in alignment with the path that I'm on. It's not God's will for me. It's not true. And that's why it doesn't feel good. It's a thought that's creating dissonant energy in my nervous system, and my system is telling me that it's not true. It's not true that I'm not doing enough. It's not true that I need to be perfect or I'll make a mistake. It's not true that this situation that I don't like is never going to change. If it doesn't feel good, it's not true. Now, you don't even need to know what's true. What's true will become obvious to you if you're no longer affirming the limiting belief in your head. If you can just let go of it for a few hours, a few days, the what's true will actually show up. The solution will show up and the path will unfold. So that's step number 5. We got to slow down. Now, I also have some practical tools for when I'm working and I've noticed I've sped up.
Whenever I've got a short break, I'll sit down and do 5 to 10 minutes of a really simple HRV breath, where I do a 5.5 second inhale through my nose, 5.5 second exhale through my nose. Down regulates my nervous system. Or I'll go catch a really hard workout. That'll rebalance my nervous system. Or I'll get a really hot sauna. Or even just go outside for a couple of minutes in the sunshine and walk and ground in the grass. The goal is to reset my nervous system so that I can get back into doing from a proper place of being, from a powerful state, and from a heart-centered place. And the reason why this matters is the mind will attempt to create velocity, and that creates an inefficiency in what you're actually trying to accomplish. Exercise the demons, right? This is the way that we become spiritually stronger. The inner demons are there to make you stronger, to help you build emotional, psychological, spiritual resilience. It's like going to the gym. You go and you lift the weights. It's resistance. But the more reps you do, the stronger you become. So there's nothing wrong with you if you're having negative fear-based thoughts. There's nothing wrong with you if they're materializing into the experiences of your life. You can transform your reality by changing the way that you think. And the way that we do that is we get into the spiritual gym. That's what this external reality is doing for us right now. There's a beautiful quote in scripture. It's in Romans. Be not conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. You don't have to stick with the fear-based reality that you've created. You can transform your own personal reality by changing the way that you think, building spiritual muscle. And man, I don't think there's any better game to play. I don't think there's any better game to play. And we now know how to play it. The crazy thing is, it's this thing called personal growth. Who would have ever thought that personal growth or mindset was actually the key to unlocking everything that you want in your life, to dissolving your problems, to stepping into your full potential. And as we do it individually, changing our lives, and as we do it collectively, transforming the world. I mean, the first personal development seminar I went to, I never thought, oh, this is the technology that's going to change the world. Guess what? It's not AI. It's not artificial intelligence. It's actual intelligence. And so this is the game that we're invited to play. Right? All the chaos you see out there, it's just reflective of the chaos we hold inside of ourselves. As we learn to manage ourselves more effectively, the chaos must organize into order. It must organize into order. And you have the opportunity to do that, not by trying to manipulate your external circumstances, but by managing your inner world. All right, guys, here's what nobody tells you about prayer. It's actually the way that most people pray that prevents their prayers from being answered. I'm going to say that one more time. The way that most people pray is the thing that prevents their prayers from being answered. Now, most people pray like this. And of course, most of my life, I did the same thing. There is some super being somewhere way out there in the cosmos. And if I just plead and ask and beg loud enough, literally shout my prayers out into the universe over and over, maybe the super being will hear me. Right? Please, God, give me money. Please, God, heal my body. Please, universe, send me someone. And here's the tricky thing. In a lot of ways, it actually feels right. Like, take a look at it, right? It feels spiritual. It feels like some form of devotion. But here's the paradox. Every time you ask for something, you're broadcasting the absence of it. I want you to think about this for a moment. When you ask, it implies that you don't have. You're telling the field, hey, I don't have this thing that I want. Bring it to me. And the universe, which is vibrational in nature, mirrors that signal back, right? Reality is a mirror. It doesn't respond to your words. It responds to the signal that you're broadcasting through your habit of thought and through your habit of emotion. And the signal of desperate prayer is a signal of lack. It is a signal of need, and ultimately a signal of fear. I don't have this, and I'm afraid I won't get it unless some supernatural being can intervene. And so I'll turn to God and I'll ask loudly and repeatedly from a place of desperation. So the irony here is the harder you beg, the greater the signal, the further away the thing that you want actually gets. Not because God isn't listening, but because your signal is keeping it at bay. And again, this is the great irony of improper prayer. The more desperately you ask, the more you reinforce the very condition you're trying to get away from. You're literally praying yourself deeper and deeper into the very hole that you're trying to climb out of. And this is why so many people end up losing faith. They go, hey, I don't understand. Like, I prayed for years and nothing changed, right? So therefore, God must not exist, or God doesn't care, or the universe doesn't function this way. But the problem was never God or the universe to begin with. The problem was the act of prayer. One of the great metaphysical teachers whose book, The Game of Life and How to Play It, who I absolutely love, Florence Scovel Shinn, she was around in the early 1900s. And one of the things she warned against was what she called adverse prayer, which she describes as praying from fear or worry or desperation. She calls this actually self-cursing, because you broadcast the very condition that you're wanting to escape. In the Bible, in James 4, James tells us that you ask and do not receive because you ask wrongly. The question is, if desperate prayer, the way that we've been doing prayer our whole lives, doesn't work, then what actually does? And the answer has been hiding in plain sight for thousands of years. The Bible tells us, the Quran tells us, the great metaphysical teachings tell us, every tradition points to the same framework of proper prayer. And they say that proper prayer is thanksgiving. Proper prayer is a giving of thanks, not thanking God after you receive, but thanking God before you receive, as if what you want is already done. So let me explain why this works, because there are two explanations at least, and they're both really important. So the first explanation is a psychological explanation. It's a psychological perspective. When you give thanks for the thing that you want before you actually seem to have it, you close the gap between the wanting and the having. So if you can actually convince yourself that what you want already exists or is already on the way, you stop paying attention to the absence of it and you start looking for or anticipating the having of it. So this is a psychological recalibration. This is a recalibration of your thoughts. It is a reorientation of your attention. You start having, in acknowledging that you already have something, different ideas. You literally start to perceive reality differently. And that psychological calibration aligns you with the creation of the thing that you want. A simple example would be, if you assume you already have the wealth that you want, then you start having wealthy or wealth-oriented thoughts. You start thinking like a wealthy person. You start noticing wealth-creating opportunities. And given a short period of time, wealth becomes the byproduct of that shift. Right? So that's how you create wealth, through the assumption of having wealth already. That's a psychological proof. This is not some sort of new age concept. This is how your mind actually works. Now, from, let's say, a new age or metaphysical perspective or a vibrational perspective, when you pray in thanksgiving, assuming what you want already exists or is on the way, you're putting off a frequency of already having the thing desired. And so the thing desired must reflect itself into your reality. Another way of describing this is, let's say you're now in vibrational coherence with attracting or manifesting the thing that you want, right? This is the fundamental idea of law of attraction, right? So you're attracting what you want by assuming you already have it, not by wanting it, by assuming that it already exists and giving thanks for it. And this is what the great mystic Neville Goddard meant when he talked about living as if the wish were fulfilled. And again, the Bible gives us direct instructions in Philippians. Do not be anxious about anything, but in everything, by prayer and supplication, with thanksgiving, let your requests be known to God. Notice this word, thanksgiving. Not wanting, not operating from desperation, but in giving thanks for what you know is already on the way. The Quran talks about the concept of what's called tawakkul, or complete trust in God's plan, after you've made your request, right? So you make your request and you have complete trust. You ask and you must receive. And what most people don't understand is that prayer and manifestation are really not two different things. They're the same technology through different languages. What is manifestation? It's living in the reality of your wish fulfilled. What is proper prayer? It's giving thanks for what you desire, knowing that if you've asked, you will receive. I want to share with you a practice that I use to get into the state of proper prayer or thanksgiving, to get into the frequency of already having what I want. And this practice actually came out of a desire I had not that long ago to have a more personal relationship with God. So I was really inspired by the relationship that the biblical David has with God. And, years ago when I got into working a 12-step program, I felt like I had found or I had established a relationship with a higher power. But God for me wasn't personal. It wasn't like I was having a regular conversation with my higher power. It was more like, I guess I'd describe it as having a relationship with the universe. The universe, though, is a what, right? The universe is a thing. It is not a who. And I really wanted to feel a personal relationship with my higher power, like this idea of a divine father, a father who takes care of me. So about a year ago, I decided I wanted a personal relationship with God. A few months later, I was inspired into this journaling practice that I want to share with you. And it has really helped me to build a more personal relationship with my higher power. So that practice is this. I sit down actually in this room where I broadcast my podcast, and I take out my journal and I write. And I start out every single entry with the same words. I start it with 4 words. Dear Father, thank you. Okay? And I start giving thanks. I start giving thanks for the things that have already materialized in my life. I start giving thanks for the things that I want that have not yet materialized in my life, because I realize they're one and the same thing. I realize that all things that I ask my higher power for, my God for, because my God is, by my own definition, loving, giving, omniscient, omnipotent, all-powerful, all-resourceful. Whether I already have the thing or whether I desire the thing, I give thanks for it, because I know that my God will give those things to me. So that's step 1. I see you. Dear Father, thank you for my family. Thank you for the home we live in. Thank you for my incredible wife. Thank you for my son. Thank you for my health and for my body. Now, are my health and my body exactly where I want them to be? No, but I know that I've already asked for certain things: better sleep, more vibrancy, more energy, less brain fog. And I know who I'm asking. I'm asking the Almighty. I'm asking the creator of the universe. And so I don't really feel that I necessarily need to ask for the things that I don't have. I just give thanks for those things, knowing that I actually already have them. They're on the way. I then ask like I imagine my son asks for things from his father, in almost a demanding way, right? I'm like, dear God, give me more influence in the world. Dear God, allow my book to be read by millions of people. Dear God, allow this podcast to be heard by hundreds of millions. Dear God, bring the right people into my organization so that we can continue to grow and scale our impact. Dear God, bring me the solutions that I need in order to sleep more effectively, right? Because I've had challenges with sleep over the years, which, by the way, have gotten much, much better. Thank you, God. So there's sort of this fuzzy area where I give thanks for the things that I already have. I give thanks for the things that I want as if I have them. And I have no problem asking God for more, like a spoiled child of the divine, knowing that God loves me, and for all of those things that are in his will, those things shall be given to me. So that's my first step. Give thanks for the things that I have. Second step is I start asking for things like a spoiled child of God. Step 3 is I ask for others. And what's interesting is, as I journal, I'm getting into this frequency of knowing this, knowing that what I ask, I will receive. And knowing that when I ask for others, meaning I pray for others, what I'm asking for is already done for them. Right? I ask for their health. I ask for their wellness. I ask for their overcoming of addiction. I ask for guidance for them in their business and their worthy mission in the world. I ask for harmony in their lives. So as I experience the people that I care about, who some I know well, some I don't know that well, I can ask for people who I see suffering in the world. I can ask for the ending of refugee crisis. I can ask for the ending of armed conflict, not for myself, but for others. But I know who I'm asking. I'm asking the God of my understanding, an almighty God, an all-knowing God, an all-powerful God, a God who is able to part the Red Seas, a God who is able to feed 5,000 from a loaf of bread and a couple of fish, a God who is able to, through his power, through us, resurrect the dead, heal the lepers. That's who I ask for, right? A miracle-performing God who performs miracles in and of himself, and who performs miracles through the power that he has infused inside of us, right? Our soul and our spirit. And so that's my process. It takes me, could be 3 parts, right? Thanksgiving, right? Bold asking for myself and bold asking for others. And every single time, I have to tell you, I finish this process, I leave this room in an incredibly high vibrational state. I literally feel like I just had a meeting with God, because I did. I spent 10, 15, 20 minutes in the frequency of thanksgiving and the vibration of asking and knowing that I will receive, and in the vibration of compassion and caring for others, seeing their future outcomes as positive and beneficial and already done. In fact, you could say, through this practice, I elevated myself into the God frequency, into a personal relationship with my higher power, because God is the frequency of gratitude. God is the frequency of receiving. God is the frequency of compassion and asking for others. So this is a process, a journaling process of proper prayer. And I promise you, if you do this every morning for the next 30 days, you will not recognize your life as the same. And you will realize that, in fact, all the things that you've been asking for, you already have. In today's episode, I want to talk about greatness. I know it sounds really cliche. If you're a high performer and you're somebody who's already trying to achieve great things and be successful, listen up, because you're going to learn a lot from this episode about how we've had greatness wrong. We've been taught all the wrong things about how to be great in the world and achieve your full potential. And if you are someone who is feeling like, look, greatness isn't for me, I just stumbled upon this episode. Number one, there's a reason you're getting this episode. So apparently you are destined for greatness. And number two, I don't care how long it's been or what you're going through or where you're at in your life, whether you're recovering from a divorce, you've been single for a decade or never had a serious relationship or experiencing chronic health problems or broke and there's way too much month at the end of your paycheck, you're destined for greatness. And I'm going to share with you empirically how that's true. And you're going to be able to take what I teach you in this episode and apply it to getting more clarity on what you're meant to do in the world and actually executing on it. One of the really important things that I've learned through my own experience and through studying greatness is that the greatest pains that we've experienced, they were not here to break us. They were here to build us into becoming legends. And the exact thing that has almost destroyed you is the very thing that qualifies you to change the world. And so today we're going to talk about what it really means to become what I call a phenomenon, a living legend, not because of ego, but because your soul came here with a mission and you are the only one who can fulfill it. So let's start by having a conversation. I like to call this the physics of purpose. And the concept of becoming a legend or becoming a phenomenon is not about fame, it's about impact. Everyone has this capacity and not everyone answers the call. Joseph Campbell talks about the hero's journey. It is a structure of the archetype of people who achieve greatness. And he looks at mythology, he looks at historical characters, and every single person has gone through the same process. But what we usually see is someone at their finish line, not at the starting line. And so we compare where we're at, which is normally towards the beginning or somewhere in the middle, to somebody else's end, and we get dismayed and we end up giving up. And what I'm wanting you to understand is that every single person has a significant purpose and mission in the world. And being obsessed with your soul's mission is not about being better than other people. It's not about having more social media followers. It's not about having more money. It's not about overworking or hustle and grinding, but being obsessed with your soul's mission is about devotion. The greatest devotion you can have is to what the higher power of your own understanding and you have agreed to in terms of what you would do when you come into this life. To fulfill on your fullest potential. I think that is the greatest fear. Now, having had between my team and I over 10,000 coaching conversations with people from all walks of life, entrepreneurs, business owners, people who want to step into their greatness, people who are already wildly successful in terms of what they've got on paper in their bank account. The biggest fear that we have as a community of people who come together in this show, in this episode, meaning if you're here, is that you're not going to achieve your full potential. Yes or no? If you're following along on YouTube, you can let me know. Maybe you disagree. Like Marianne Williamson says something like, our greatest fear is that we're more powerful than we could ever possibly imagine. I think that's beautiful and poetic. I don't think that's our greatest fear. Our greatest fear, if you're here listening to this, is that you're not going to achieve your full potential. And there's a reason for that. Because potential is the unlocking of latent gifts, the utilizing of dormant qualities for some sort of future usefulness in the world. That's what potential is. And fulfilling is to complete as promised or obligated or pledged. And so what I believe is that your soul, you, made a promise to fulfill on your potential. You pledged to unlock dormant qualities and supernatural capabilities inside of you in order to bring usefulness and goodness to the world. And that takes us to a concept that we teach called a spiritual vision, which is why you're here. And so the reason why you're here is there was something in the world that, a problem, we might call it, that needed a solution. There was a need in the world that you pledged to fulfill on. I believe in the physics of reality. Everything is cause and effect. You know, if you think about it, there's some cause. This video showed up in your news feed, or You got a reminder on the audio platforms that maybe I have a new episode, or you searched and found it. The effect is that you clicked. Cause and effect. Now that you've clicked, that's now a cause. And the effect is you're listening to this episode. You're going to listen to this episode. That's going to be the cause of hopefully some change in your life. If you actually look at your whole life, it's a series of cause and effects. This is foundational science. And so I believe that there is a cause that caused you to come into this time-space reality right here, right now, that it's not a coincidence. You incarnated as a response to something. There is a cause and you are the effect. Now, you could say, well, the cause was, my parents had a wild night out and here I am. Yes. On the third dimensional plane, that may seem like what happened, right? But at a deeper, more spiritual, more root cause level, you're here because there's a need in the world that you are the solution for. And your life is the intelligent design of the development of that solution as you. I'll say that again. Your life is the intelligent design of the development of that solution, which is you. You are the solution to something in the world right now that will create a betterment in the world. And again, this isn't some sort of like cliche or thing that goes on a bumper sticker. This is why life exists. Life exists to make life better. And life comes into life at specific, precise times in response to needs that are wanting to be fulfilled. And so you came in with a unique set of characteristics and qualities. If I were to say to your friends, hey, what makes you different? They'd have an answer. And most of them would probably pretty much say the same thing. Now, what they say might be surface level. The real gift that you are and that you came in with might be much deeper, right? But it might be that you can be trusted. It might be that you're authentic. It might be that you're vulnerable. It might be that you're committed and you put in the effort when there are things that are important to you. It might be that you know how to support other people. Now, there's a shadow side of this gift. You could become a people pleaser, right? You could be somebody who puts too much on your shoulders and carries it forward. But that's the work that we're meant to do. We're meant to transform the shadow into the gift. So you've got these unique gifts and qualities that have evolved into a personality in your own quirks. They're all designed for the mission. I mean, think about it. Think about the people who we see in cinema. My favorites are the superheroes who are here for the mission. They're all super quirky, right? Spider-Man, Iron Man, Thor, Captain America, super quirky, all unique qualities and characteristics. Black Widow, Black Panther, Doctor Strange, the Hulk, right? And so you came here with your quirks and with your superpowers for a purpose. And that purpose can be curing disease, helping people restore their gut and living happy, healthy lives. It could be helping to raise kind children, either your children or all children. Scale is irrelevant. The impact is personal. But the truth is that whatever it is, creating cool e-commerce products that help people improve their sleep, you're not just worthy, because I know that that's a big conversation we have here. I don't matter. I'm not worthy. I'm telling you, you're not just worthy. You are essential. You are essential. There are 8 billion essential people on this planet right now. Without you fulfilling your calling, there's a gap that remains unfulfilled in the world. Now, what's so interesting about this is that trauma, as we experienced it as children and we live through it as adults, is the resistance training that helps us become stronger and become the person that we're meant to be in order to fulfill on the mission. So the parents you were born to, the circumstances you were born to, the pain that you went through, none of it was accidental. It's like weights in the gym. Trauma builds the muscles you need to embody your mission. So for example, I've shared my story. It's like I came into this world born to parents who, based on their behavior, inclined me to believe that there was something wrong with me. Okay. But I chose my parents so that I could learn there's something wrong with me. Why? Because there's something wrong with me catalyzed my hero's journey. I've been spending the better part of my adult life learning how to work through the pain and the suffering and the resistance of there's something wrong with me. And as I do that, guess who I become? Someone who is authentically courageous. Someone who is bold but vulnerable. Someone who believes that not only that there's nothing wrong with me, but that I am whole and that I am complete and that I am love myself and I'm loved by my higher power or my God, and that frankly, I'm loved by most people. And when I'm not, it's their shit, not mine. And so that David that I've become as a result of that original wound is the David that is with you here today. It's the David that's able to show other people, not just intellectually and through my knowledge, but through my own personal experience and my becomingness, that like, I'm whole, you're whole. And we're on this whole journey together. I mean, I have a company called Whole Human. Like, so thank God for Ron and Ina Bear for holding their trauma and not processing it so that I could experience it, because those were very painful lives that my parents lived, receiving from their parents a bunch of trauma and programs, but it's been a part of the intelligent, beautiful design of my life. Like, I owe my parents a lot. Not a lot of resentment, but a lot of appreciation. And then there's the experiences that happen over the course of our life. There are these kind of monumental shifting moments. You know, the founder of Mothers Against Drunk Driving became the founder of Mothers Against Drunk Driving. Why? Because her daughter was killed by a drunk driver. And so you think about all the efforts that she has made and the legacy that she has created. She's a legend. And all the lives that have been saved as a result of her transcending through her suffering. Like, you are the one to do it. Why? Because of the challenges, because of the problems, because of the physical and sexual abuse, because of the abandonment, because of the poverty. You are the one. If you look at the stories of great people, you see this structure in place. The story of Gandhi is really amazing. If you read his autobiography, which is like an 800-page book, but if you take it on, Gandhi talks about how the moment he was born into the world, he suffered from extreme anxiety. The Gandhi who was born, if he was born today, would have been immediately put on anti-anxiolytics and medication. But because he had this anxiety, by the time he got into his, double digits, 10, 11, 12, he started seeking out a guru to help him find peace. And his guru taught him a mantra, Rama, Rama, Rama. And Gandhi for years started repeating this mantra internally because it calmed him down, Rama, Rama, Rama. And that calming down of that inner dialogue that was creating anxiety gave him an inner stillness. And in that inner stillness, he found God. And in that, he found his mission. In that, he found guidance. In that, he was led. That was a man who led a free and independent India out of the longest, colonial rule that, the world had ever seen in a large nation like that. He led the people of India into free and independence, guided by spirit. And he found spirit in that stillness, and he found stillness as the opposite of that anxiety. If it were not for his anxiety, he never would have been the Mahatma. We think these people they just had it all figured out. It's like, no, they didn't. If you go study them, they were as scared, they were as doubting as we were. And somehow they made it through, and they left clues for the rest of us. You look at the story of Beethoven. He was born to an abusive father, an alcoholic mother, really weird looking little boy, hairy hands. He had scoliosis, not socially accepted. At the age of 7, he picks up a clavicle, which I guess is some musical instrument, and he's an aficionado at it. He's a genius with all kinds of instruments. And so he becomes this musical prodigy in Europe, and as a result of that becomes accepted by the social class, the upper class. He has all these friends now, right? Think about it. He's finally made it. And this is one of the characteristics and qualities of the hero's journey. Right when you feel like you've made it, it seems like the rug gets pulled out from underneath you. And he starts losing his hearing. And he's like, shit, if I lose my hearing, I'm going to lose everything. How can I be a musical performer if I can't hear? How can I be a composer if I can't hear? And so he writes in his journals that as he was just losing the last remnants of his hearing, he's at a chateau in Vienna, and he's about to off himself. He's about to kill himself. And he loses his hearing, and then he writes in his journal, in those last moments of hearing, right before I moved into the silence of deafness, I heard the most beautiful symphonies that the world had never heard. In that silence, he became the greatest composer. He could literally hear, in that silence, the greatest musical compositions of all time. He became Beethoven. That's the process. So I'm sharing this with you because I don't want you to be like, oh, like woe is me, no matter where you are, whether it's been hard for a long time or whether you had it and you lost it all. The wound is the way. And if you understand it, then you can start actually working with it rather than feeling beaten down and betrayed by it. Moses is probably one of the best stories of all time. Like, this is a guy who's born into an era of trauma, right? Pharaoh says all of the Hebrew boys will be killed. Crazy, right? Just, can you imagine? So his mother has a different idea, puts him in a little basket, floats him down the river. And because life is always working for us and through us, Moses is found by Pharaoh's daughter. And Moses' sister's hiding in the bushes. And Pharaoh's daughter says, like, oh my God, like, what are we going to do with this baby? Who's going to take care of her? And Moses' sister goes, I know a woman. And she introduces Pharaoh's daughter to Moses' mom. And she gets accepted into the royal court. So Moses gets raised as Egyptian royalty, which, by the way, I think is how he went through the Egyptian esoteric rites and became so powerful. Like, they brought him into the inner circle of how it all worked, rose up through the ranks, but couldn't deny his heritage. So he sees a Hebrew slave being beaten, kills the slave master, gets exiled by Pharaoh. Now he's lost everything. The rug has been proverbially pulled out from underneath him, and he's shepherding sheep in this incredible design because he's about to shepherd 700,000 Jews out of slavery and into the promised land. And then his vision shows up as the burning bush says, hey, you need to go tell Pharaoh to free the slaves. He's like, what, are you out of your mind? I can't do that. Moses was known for not being particularly articulate. And the burning bush says, I'll give you all the help that you need. Turns out Moses' brother Aaron is extremely well-spoken, goes before Pharaoh's court, tells Pharaoh he must let the Hebrews go. Pharaoh says no, and then help shows up, because help always shows up when we're in our hero's journey. And so God brings the plagues upon the Pharaoh and the Egyptians. Finally, they crumble and they go, look, leave with the Hebrews, take the slaves. So what happens? Moses leaves them out. 700,000 Hebrews are going out into the desert, which really represents walking away from the old system into the promised land and the uncertainty of the desert. Pharaoh decides to pursue, and God says to Moses, Moses, stretch out your hands over the ocean. And Moses, being humble as he is, meek as it's described in the Bible, stretches out his hand. The Red Sea's part, the Hebrews walk across, and Pharaoh's army gets decimated. That's a story of greatness. That's what it means to be legendary. Being humble, following instructions, not bemoaning your situation. What they all had in common, they chose to rise through the challenge, not be conquered by it, not be defined by it. And so their lives became frequencies of truth and transformation. And really, I think with social media and the bombardment of information that we have today, it's wonderful because anybody can have a platform, but the world is full of experts today. But the real impact comes from those who live it, right? There's a lot of knowledge, there's a lot of information, but don't you just feel it when somebody's living it? Like when somebody's actually been where you are and gotten to the other side, it's a different frequency. They're speaking from experience. It's almost like there's no question that you can't ask them that they won't have an answer for. And this is why your story matters, because you are building that experience. This is why you're the only one who can be you. And so I'm sharing this with you because I want you to shift your perspective. I want you to know you're destined for greatness. I want you to know that you can be legendary and that that's what you came here for, to achieve your full potential. But you have to reorient yourself to your story, because the story you tell is the story that becomes your reality, whether it's true or not. And I want you to know that your story is a story of greatness. I also want you to know, because we talk a lot about it on this channel, that I want you to live in your joy. Every day is a precious moment. And I have to remind myself of that. And a lot of times I forget. Don't get me wrong. I get caught up in my head. I start worrying about shit. I move back into my old patterns, even though I know better. And even though I've built that into my nervous system, the ability to operate from a powerful state, I forget. It's part of the process. The goal is not to be perfectly powerful, nor were any of these great people. So I want you to live in your joy, but I also want you to know that your calling is serious. Like you're not meant to suffer through it, but to become it with reverence and enthusiasm. And being a legend is about honoring the assignment and being in your joy. A mentor of mine said, Dave, I just wake up every day and I say, thank you, God. What's your assignment? Reporting for duty, sir. And so that's the way. One day at a time. We can't see it from where we're at, but we look backwards. Steve Jobs has that quote, right? You look back and you see how all the dots connect. If you just believe that you're destined for greatness and you ask for more and you ask for clarity and you just ask to know your higher power's will, and each and every day you work up with the material that's in front of you, it won't make sense moving forward, but all of a sudden you're going to be like, man, how did I get here? How did I become this person? Because you didn't just stumble into this life. You chose to come now in this exact moment in history. And man, what a moment it is. Because there is something inside of you that the world needs. And not in a general way, in a very specific way. And all the pain, all the loss, all the mess, that was the resistance training. And you've already paid your price. The question is, are you willing to step into who you were born to be? Not someday, not when you're ready, but now. I have a very good friend, new friend, Cody Jefferson. He just emceed my big event. And I have just tremendous respect for him over a very short period of time, how powerfully he shows up. And I heard him speak at an event about how much death he's experienced in his life. And I heard him share that after I met him. And I was like, oh my God, that makes so much sense. Because he is such a bringer of life. Like he is so alive and he brings so much life and he speaks and pours so much life into people. The only way you're able to do that is if you've overcome the opposite. And so I just want you to know that now is your time. Like the world is waiting on the legend that is you. And because you've lived it, you are it. And people feel that. So let's get into it. And get into it together, right? Got so many other episodes on this channel that talk to you about, okay, how do I let go of that old story and transform it? Because as I say almost always now, this is not a do-it-yourself project. This is a do it with others, and I'm here to do it with you. So I appreciate you being here today. I hope today's episode has been inspirational for you and a little bit instructional, giving you some practical perspectives so you can start asking. And again, you may not know what your spiritual vision is. That's okay. Now you know you have one. So ask and be patient and pay attention to what shows up on a daily basis, because God will leave you breadcrumbs. All you need to do is follow him into your legendary self and into your legendary life.
Principle number 1, your life is a masterpiece. It's a tapestry woven from all different kinds of pieces, the good, the bad, and the ugly. But what's important to understand here is that the challenges that you've overcome have helped you become who you are and have set you up for a destiny that is worthy of a masterpiece life. I believe every single person has greatness inside of them. And oftentimes we use the challenges that we've had as explanations for why we're stuck in our life today. But the truth is, they are the catalyst for who we are becoming. No matter where you are today or how long you've been struggling with financial insecurity or your health challenges or feeling lost and confused or being alone or single, that can change in an instant. Your life is designed as a masterpiece. Every single person I know who has achieved some level of greatness, some level of success, some level of genius expression in the world went through the same challenges that you're going through. Those challenges are not a reason for why you're stuck. They're a reason for why you will live a masterpiece life. Principle number 2. You're one decision away from what you want. And I'm not talking about your decisions to do things. I'm talking about your decisions about things. Most people live in financial insecurity because they've made a decision that money is scarce or hard to make. When you shift that decision, your reality changes. People are living a life based on the decisions about life that they've had in the past, that they're not good enough, that they don't matter, that they can't trust people, that they have to control everything around them to be safe. And that becomes your reality. Thoughts become things and you are creating your reality. And so if you want your reality to change, you have to make a new decision. I was single for over a decade. And then one year, towards the end of the year when I was making my New Year's resolutions, I made a decision that I didn't know how, I didn't know when, but I was going to meet a beautiful Colombian woman and make her my wife. And through a series of crazy synchronicities over the next 2 weeks, I ended up in a city where I didn't live with people I normally didn't hang out with who connected me to Carol Gutierrez Bear, the woman that I'm married to today, a beautiful Colombian woman that I made my wife. One decision can alter the course of your life. But if you continue to react to your current circumstances, thinking the thoughts you have about your reality as it is today, that things never work out, that you have to work really hard in order to just get by, that becomes your reality and you get stuck in a Groundhog Day type of existence, living the same day over and over and over again. But if you're willing to make a new decision in the midst of your current reality, everything can change. And this is backed by neuroscience. The moment you make a new decision, you start to have different thoughts and ideas. The moment you make a new decision about your health, about money, about relationships, about yourself, you start to actually change the things that you notice in your reality. There's a part of the brain that's filtering out most of your reality, and it hones in on what it is that you've decided or you believe. And the moment you make a new decision, all of life begins to conspire to bring that decision into your material reality. Coincidences, synchronicities, rendezvous begin to occur the moment you make a decision. You're one decision away from what you want. Principle number 3, there was never any reason to worry. If I could actually go back in a hot tub time machine and tell my younger self something, it would probably be this: hey, don't worry. It's all going to work out. And you know what's really wild? You can look at your own life right now and look at the things that you were worrying about and see that some way, somehow they resolved themselves and you made it through it. And yet you'll still choose to worry today about the same types of things. And I get it, because worry is a habit. It's one of the most ingrained habits that we have because it's built into the nervous system in order to help us survive. We're looking for threats, but the truth is the threats rarely, if ever, materialize themselves. And so if I could go back in time, I would tell myself to just relax. Don't stress. It's all going to work out. Because the truth is, it will. And our joy becomes stolen by the worry that inserts itself in the experiences of our life. A vast majority of my life I didn't enjoy, and I still produced the results that I wanted or got through those challenging times despite my worry. So why not enjoy the ride as it's unfolding? There was never any reason to worry in the first place. Principle number 4, your greatest weakness is your greatest superpower. I remember when my parents went on their first vacation when I was a little kid. I was 7 years old. They went to Hawaii for a week, and the babysitter was taking care of me, and I was worrying that my parents were never going to come back. And in her unenlightened way, she shamed me by saying, "You're such a little worrywart." That always stuck with me, and I always beat myself up for being a worrier until I realized that worry is just a form of rumination. It's a type of deep thinking. And who I am today is a result of my natural capacity to take complex concepts and really think about them in a deep way and be able to break them down into simple concepts and explain them to other people. You know, the business that I built is a result of my fascination and rumination with how I could build a transformational company at scale in order to help end human suffering and to help as many people as possible. So there's something that you experience in your life right now, an aspect of your character that you may look at and be judging as a character flaw. But what I'm telling you is that's the seed of your superpower. As you go through your own hero's journey and the journey of your life, and as you mature and as you grow and learn, and as you commit yourself to transforming yourself and transforming your mind, that weakness will transform into your greatest superpower. Principle number 5, you chose your parents. So for a long time, I blamed my parents for the way that I was. I blamed my mom for making me a worrier because she was a worrier. I blame my dad for me feeling like I wasn't good enough because of the way that I experienced my father growing up. But the truth is that I chose my parents. I believe that we come into this life having learned from previous lives and deciding what it is that we want to learn and grow and expand into in this life. And in that, we choose our parents. Your parents were meant to install programs, the wounds or the traumas, into you, because one of the purposes of your life is to transform that trauma into who you're meant to become. We only become the light because we experience the shadow. We only become good because we experience bad. We only become confident and faithful because we experience worry and doubt. And so part of the process of this life is choosing your parents, knowing in advance that they're going to be installing some programs into you, that your life purpose is to transform. And so often we blame our parents for who they were for us. But in fact, if you look at it, oftentimes our parents carried their own wounds that they passed on to us. And before they leave this life, oftentimes they never let go of those wounds. They never transformed those wounds. They came in as soldiers of transformation, carrying their own burdens and pushing those burdens onto us so that we in this lifetime could unlock the power of those burdens and step into our greatness. Now, sometimes that's a hard pill to swallow when we experience abandonment or physical or sexual abuse. I'm not saying that we don't wish that these things hadn't occurred. I'm just saying that they did. And you chose these things so that you could transform the burden into a gift and be that gift for the rest of humanity. Principle number 6, all suffering is caused by your own thinking. When I was studying in India, this is one of my biggest takeaways that I received, that the suffering that I experienced in my life, forget about some of the suffering that you see out there, but the suffering that you experience in your own life, the stress, the anxiety, the overwhelm, I don't mean the physical pain, I mean the emotional and psychological suffering as a result of one thing and one thing only, and that is your own thinking. And when you really get clear on this, that it's not that I lost my job that is invoking my suffering, but it's my fear that I'm not going to be able to pay my mortgage at the end of the month and survive. It's my own thinking about losing my job. It's not that I don't have a partner in life or a soulmate yet. It's the belief that I'm going to be alone for the rest of my life that is causing me my pain and suffering. It's not the amount of money in my bank account. It's my belief that I'm never going to be able to have financial abundance and prosperity that's causing my personal suffering. You start to realize that all suffering is a self-inflicted wound. And you have the capacity within you to transform your suffering into a powerful state by changing your own thinking. We're not victims of our external circumstances. We're actually victims of our own mind, but that's something that we can control. All suffering is caused by your own thinking. Change your thoughts, and you can transform your emotional experience of life. Principle number 7, community overcomes challenges. This is something that I learned in my addiction recovery. If you want to create anything great in your life, or if you want to overcome any challenge, it is not a do-it-yourself project. It is a do it with others. And the reason for this is because in order to transform a problem into a solution, it requires energy. Energy transforms problems into solutions. And that energy comes from connectivity with other human beings. When you align yourself with other people who you have genuine, authentic relationships with, it creates a power within the nucleus of your own life. You start to bring in resources, thoughts, ideas, support that allow you to transform any circumstance or situation. I could have never gotten sober in my recovery program without other people. I could have never become successful as an entrepreneur without other people. I could have never become the person that I've become, the husband that I've become, the father that I've become without other people. And unfortunately, there's this idea oftentimes that we learn from our parents as we're growing up that we need to do it on our own, that asking for help is a weakness, but that's not actually true. Asking for help is a strength, because not only does it support you, but it gives other people the opportunity to be in service, and we start to connect as one human family. Community overcomes challenges. Principle number 8, authenticity unlocks greatness. I had the opportunity to speak at an event with somebody who I admired, another speaker, the Reverend T.D. Jakes. And as I was able to connect with him in the green room before I went on stage, I was letting him know that I really appreciated him, and I appreciated that when I was in my darkest times, I listened to his videos and his voice lifted me up. And I shared with him my experience struggling in addiction recovery, struggling financially, being alone for as long as I was. He actually got out on stage and said, I met an extraordinary man back there, and he's going to come out here and share his greatness with you. And the reason why he's so extraordinary and the reason why he's been so successful is because he doesn't throw his stars, he throws his scars. He said, when you are authentic and you allow people to see you, they see themselves. And in today's world, there are so many people, especially in the influencer, YouTube, Instagram, celebrity universe, who present a perfect picture that we can never actually accomplish. And that is a vulnerability, because then we're not actually being ourselves. Authenticity allows people to connect with you. One of the top 2 things that I hear on this show is that people love me not only for my ability to distill complex concepts into simple frameworks they can integrate, but because of my authenticity. Authenticity unlocks your greatness. And not being you requires so much energy to hold it all together, to be able to put that fake facade in place, and it becomes draining and not sustainable over time. So the beauty of it is when you're being yourself, it's easy, it's relaxed, it doesn't require a lot of energy, but it's actually what attracts and magnetizes people to you. Principle number 9, you are important. You are an essential perspective of God or infinite intelligence in the world. Right now, there are about 7 billion perspectives. Every single one is important. Every person is connecting and interacting with all other people in this incredible superorganism that coordinates the advancement of civilization and humanity. You're here for a purpose, and you may not know what that is right now, but that will become clear to you over time. And that clarity accelerates when you can acknowledge that you are important. You are important. No matter where you are in your life right now, no matter what you've accomplished or what you're struggling with, you're an essential part of the human family. And it's important for you to acknowledge this, that you are good enough, that you do matter, that you are important. I remember those times where I was living in depression and living in anxiety and feeling like, why did it even matter that I was here? And if I had given up then, I wouldn't be living the life that I'm living now. And if I didn't live the life that I'm living now, I wouldn't be able to impact so many people who have expressed that their lives have been changed by my work. And so don't judge yourself based on the chapter that you're in right now. Know that you're on your hero's journey and just decide that you are important, and in what way you are important will become clear to you over time. Principle number 10, what you make matter, matters. This was something one of my mentors taught me. She said, thoughts are things and they're creating your reality. And what you put your focus and attention on and how you put your focus and attention on it becomes reality. And this beautiful statement that she made was an articulation of how physics works. If you focus on the things that you want, they will materialize into your life. If you focus on your problems, those things will materialize as well too. What you make matter, matters. There was a book written on this called Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. It's the #1 best-selling success and wealth book in the history of the world. And Napoleon studied the most successful people in the world at that time, and he came up with 13 observations of the things that they did. But the central tenet was that they created their own reality, that what they thought became reality. What you make matter becomes matter. Principle number 11, everything you want is already on the way. Whatever your dreams are, those aren't hallucinations or simple imaginations. That's you tuning into a potential that exists right now in what would be referred to as the fourth dimension or the quantum field or the Akashic record. The ideas you have, the vision that you have is actually something that already exists. And by tuning into it, that activates that potential in the field, and that potential starts to make its way into your reality. What's required here is to be patient, but it's important to understand that the dreams you have, the vision you have, the imagination you have is not something that you're making up. It's something that already exists that you're tuning into. And so with a little bit of effort on a day-to-day basis, one day at a time, and holding that faith and vision, everything you want will materialize because everything that you want is actually already on the way. Principle number 12, when nothing's working, try doing nothing. This was a principle that I learned from a guy named Frank Kinslow who wrote a little book. And the title of the book is exactly that. When nothing's working, try doing nothing. There are times in our life where we experience a problem and we try to attack the problem and the problem just gets bigger. And the reason for that is, as Einstein said, we can't solve a problem with the same frequency that created it. When you're trying to attack a problem, you're in the problem frequency. And so oftentimes we have to step away from a problem, and that's how the problem resolves itself. This is very counterintuitive, particularly in high performance and entrepreneurship, where we're told in order to solve a problem, just work harder, wake up earlier, hustle and grind more. But when problems show up in my life and I'm not able to solve them, I step away from the problem. I go back to the solution frequency. Well, what is solution? Well, it's the things that you love in your life. Because at one point in time, those things were not there. And that was a problem. But you overcame that problem. And so now you live in nature. Now you have a bathtub. Now you have the money to buy a coffee. Now you have some friends. Go do those things. Be in the frequency of the solution and watch how the problem transforms. You'll have a new thought or a new idea to approach the problem differently from the frequency of solution. Oftentimes we step away from the problem and the problem resolves itself. So when nothing's working, do nothing. Principle number 13, God wants a personal relationship with you. I did not grow up in a religious family. My mom was Christian, my father was Jewish. We didn't go to church or temple. We celebrated all of the commercial holidays, Christmas, Easter, Passover, Hanukkah, but we weren't a religious family. I didn't grow up in a relationship with God. I found God in the rooms of Alcoholics Anonymous. In my 12-step program, I built a relationship with a higher power of my own understanding. I found that that personal relationship is very important. In fact, I prayed for that personal relationship. For a long time, I understood the concept of God, but I wanted to feel like I was with God. I wanted to feel the relationship with God that I never got with my father, because I wanted to have a divine father. I wanted the type of relationship that that little shepherd boy David had when he stood up in front of Goliath with full faith and conviction and said, "Today will be my victory, not yours." And I've shared this in other episodes. More recently, over the last year, I started praying for a personal relationship with God. And through a series of synchronicities, I was brought to a morning routine where I write to God on a daily basis. Not every single day, but I get up and I write a love letter to my Heavenly Father, the kind of relationship again that I wanted to have with my dad that I never got. And it's been really helpful now having my son, Gabriel, he's 3 years old, because some mornings when he wakes up and I wake up with him, he wants nothing to do with his baba. He wants to play with his toys, he wants to see his mommy, and he'll tell me, no, baba, I don't want you, baba. And it just brought to my awareness that that must be how God feels when he's waiting every single morning to have a relationship with us, and we say, no, baba, I'm too busy with work. No, baba, I'm too busy with worry. And so I decided that I wanted to have a personal relationship with God. And the beautiful thing about life is that when you ask, you receive. And it's important for me because there are always times when my mind will not get me through a circumstance or a situation, and I have to surrender it to a power greater than myself. There are things that I can control and things I can't control, and I have to be able to turn those things over to someone or something that I trust will resolve them, and I get that in my personal relationship with God. Principle number 14, there's no doing it perfect. So I still get anxious, I still worry, I still move into suffering, and I still say things that I shouldn't that I regret saying. But the point of life is not to be perfect. I like how the great teacher Abraham Hicks says, you never get it all done. We're continuing to learn and refine and grow and evolve as human beings. We're continuing to discover new character flaws or ways of being that we would like to work on and improve as a person. I think that's a big part of the journey of life. And so it's important to not move into self-judgment because there's no doing it perfect. And there's no need in order to do it perfect if you want to change your life. There's a passage in Scripture that says all you need is the faith of a mustard seed. Small changes in your mindset, small changes in behavior, and small shifts in daily action can move mountains. And so if you want to have a more abundant life, if you want to have a healthier life, if you want to have a more connected and clarified and spiritual life, it's not that far away. It just requires small shifts in the way that you're doing things and not putting the pressure of perfection on yourself. Principle number 15, there is no force more powerful than a changed mind. So if you want to change your circumstance or situation, it's not about trying to control your external environment. It's about looking at the thoughts that you're having and changing them. You know, your beliefs are dictating your destiny. You really are creating your reality. And so oftentimes people say to me, well, if what I believe is creating my reality, how do I become aware of the beliefs that are creating it that I'm not aware of? And my answer is always the same. Pay attention to the reaction you have to the problems in your life, the thoughts that you have about the things that you don't like. These aren't a reaction to your circumstances or situation. They're actually the thoughts and beliefs that you've been having and holding for a very long time that are creating the challenges in your life. Change those thoughts and you change your reality.
So what is a miracle really? Well, miracles are dimensional shifts, not divine exceptions. They're instantaneous changes that occur that are not random, but they're lawful. And there's an entire body of work dedicated to the performance of miracles, which you may be familiar with, called metaphysics. Metaphysics means the physics behind the physics. And it is what governs the formation of our material reality. Now, what's so exciting is that neuroscience and behavioral psychology and even human energetics are starting to explain what has been right in front of us the whole time in wisdom teachings from Christianity to Taoism to Buddhism to esoteric teachings, all the way up through modern day law of attraction. And that is the idea that you attract what you already are, not what you want. So it's very important if we want to start intentionally creating miracles to understand how reality works. And we live in a multi-dimensional reality. In fact, I recently did an episode on how you live in many, many, many dimensions. This, I believe, is what Christ was referring to when he said, my Father has many rooms in his mansion, and there is a place for you. You get to decide which room you stay in. And the idea is that in any moment, you're making decisions about life, decisions about your relationship, decisions about your health, decisions about your finances, decisions about yourself, decisions about time or your business or your career. And I want you to imagine sitting in the center of an infinite number of portals or doorways around you. And the doorways that are open that allow you to look through and perceive your reality are the doorways that you decide your life will be. In other words, what it is that you believe. If you believe that money is scarce, that's the doorway that you're looking through, the portal that becomes your real lived experience. If you believe that you can't trust people, that's exactly what you experience. If you believe you're not good enough or you don't matter, well, then that becomes your reality too. It's like Confucius said, the man who thinks he can and the man who thinks he can't are both right. But Romans tells us that you don't have to be conformed to this reality. You can change your reality by changing your mind. So I want you to think for a moment about a time where something shifted in your life so fast it felt like a miracle. If you're joining me on YouTube, you can add it into the comments below, because we've all experienced that when we make a new decision, when we shift a belief, when we decide that life will no longer be a particular way for us, life changes. There is a corresponding relationship between what we've decided or what we believe or the story we tell about life and the way life is. For many, many, many years, I lived in a life that was filled with desperation, with suffering, with financial insecurity, because I had decided that life needed to be hard. And if I wanted to be successful, I had to work hard in order to create success. And so that became my reality. I had multiple failed businesses, 2 homes in foreclosure, not a lot of money in my bank account, a tremendous amount on credit card debt. And that's when I started getting into this work. And if you know my story, I actually got into personal growth through the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. And the beautiful thing about the steps is that it allows you to start taking responsibility for your life. In the steps, you start looking at character defects. What are the things inside of me that are creating difficulty in my life, whether it's jealousy or indecision or fear or resentments, and to really work through those character defects and to start surrendering them and letting them go to a power greater than myself. And as I did that, my life began to change. I started creating more financial prosperity in my life. I started having more valued and intimate friendships. I overcame a 10-year period of time where I wasn't in a committed and serious relationship. And within 2 weeks of shifting my beliefs around relationships, I met my now wife. So everything began to change, and that sparked a curiosity in me, and that's how I got into personal growth. First reading a book on Buddhism called Awakening the Buddha Within by Lama Surya Das, and then a book on Christianity called Kingdom Principles by Miles Monroe. And all these books came to me in a series of synchronicities that were responses to a question, a desire, a praying that I had to really know more about how all of this actually worked. And then eventually I found a little book called Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill, and that really took me down the rabbit hole. But the point here is that miracles are not random coincidences or synchronicities. They're actually incredibly architected. And there's a formula for creating miracles in your life. And I'm going to elaborate on that formula throughout the rest of this episode. But the formula is pretty simple. Number 1, you decide that what you desire is done. You decide. Number 2, you start to live in that future experience or that future version of yourself. Neville Goddard says you feel the outcome or live in the wish fulfilled. And number 3 is you start living from the end. And so I'm going to break down each of these pieces for you to support you in making new decisions, living as if it's already happening, and creating an identity shift. So you're living backwards from the outcome, and you can start being your future self now. Now, I break this down in a multitude of episodes on this show, but wanted to put them all together into this structure or system for you in this episode. By the way, everything that we're talking about here, that you actually can just decide, start living in the experience fulfilled, and assume the new identity now, is actually backed by how the brain works. So the brain doesn't distinguish between reality and what's actually imagined. And so as you're willing to make new decisions about how your life will be, for example, that you are healthy, vibrant, and alive, that you have extraordinary relationships with incredible people doing amazing things in the world, that you matter, and that soon, you don't know how, you don't know when, but a real significant clarity around your purpose and the mechanism by which you can achieve it in the world will occur for you. All of these are decisions about life. And as you hear me share these things, you may notice they're the opposite of most of the decisions that we make. That money is scarce, that we may never have a purpose, or we may never achieve our purpose, or that we can't trust people. But the brain doesn't distinguish between reality and imagination. Every single moment you're actually recording your lived experience. And so if your lived experience is of the future, without needing to know how, a prosperous future, a healthy future, a connected future, a future where you're living your full potential, you actually start to build a memory of a future that hasn't happened yet. Your brain starts to record what you're imagining or what you've decided as if it's actually occurred. And this is very significant because this is the beginning of the change of who you are. It's the change in your identity. It's the change in your resonance. It's the change in your personality. You actually start to become the future version of yourself right here, right now. And this is essential. Most people become addicted to the current life that they're living. They base what they believe on the experiences that are showing up for them in the present moment. But if you're creating your own reality, which if you're listening to this show, you believe that that's true, then the reality that you're experiencing today was actually created by previous thinking. So you do not have to base your future reality off of what's actually occurring today. The amount of money in your bank account, how you feel, the job you have. You can just start deciding, and this is step one, deciding for a different future. And I'm not so much talking about your decisions to do things. Those are wonderful things. A decision to make $1 million over the next 18 months is a wonderful, prosperous, and abundant decision. But if you've also decided that money is hard to make, or money comes and it doesn't stay very long, or in order to have extreme wealth, you have to sacrifice your health and relationships, and you don't want to do that, then it's going to be very difficult to achieve the financial goal. So I'm talking more about your decisions about life, your decisions about yourself, your decisions about reality. There's a part of your brain that's called the default mode network. And it's a structure of how your brain functions, and it's in development over the first 21 years of your life. And over time, it becomes the fixed personality, embedded with all of your belief systems, your stories, your family trauma, your ancestral trauma, and it filters reality based on what it is that you believe. And so you're locked into a perception of your life right now that until you start to understand this conversation by listening to episodes like this or reading books that explain consciousness theory or the nature of reality or how to shift your reality, you'll be locked in to the same day over and over and over again, because this structure or system, this personality that has developed, consistently perceives reality the same way. And this is really helpful because it creates certainty. It's part of the survival mechanism of the brain, but it's not conducive to having an expansive life. And one of the reasons why, over the course of my journey into personal growth and human evolution, I began experimenting with things like ayahuasca or MDMA or psilocybin, what some people might describe as hallucinogenics, was because it brings down the default mode network. It allows the personality to drop and your traditional sense of perception to drop for the period of time that you're using the medicine. And so that gives you an opportunity to not only think differently, but to actually perceive differently. You know, a lot of people describe these medicines as hallucinogenic because people who, get into an ayahuasca ceremony or go through a guided therapeutic MDMA or mushroom journey end up experiencing really profound things like having a conversation with God or going back to past life experiences or being able to have conversations with people who are no longer here, who are deceased. And so the experience is described as hallucinogenic. I prefer the term entheogenic, which means an other than ordinary experience. And I believe that when we use these tools, and I'm not suggesting that these are some sort of panacea, because I'm going to talk to you about how you can actually restructure your perception and your nervous system in the same way that these tools do without needing the drug or the medicine. But when we use these tools, our perception expands. And we're able to see what was always there, but that we were blocked from being able to access, whether it's information, insights, clarity, conversations. And so the first opportunity is to start reorienting your reality with a new decision, right? A new decision that is equal and opposite from a limiting belief. I talk about the power of decision, that beliefs are actually decisions. And when you make a new decision, 3 really incredible things happen. Number one, when you decide, for example, that prosperity is your birthright and you don't know how, you don't know when, but you're going to make $1 million, you start to have thoughts and ideas in alignment with generating that outcome, healing your body, finding your soulmate. And so now all of a sudden, instead of thinking that money is hard to make or that you're going to be alone for the rest of your life or in chronic pain for the rest of your life, you start to have thoughts, ideas, inclination, inspiration, intuition that's in alignment with this outcome that is based on the new decision. Number 2, your perception of reality changes. So the moment you make a new decision, you start to notice evidence that supports the new decision rather than noticing evidence that supports the old limiting belief. And so this is something that we see all the time in our coaching programs because we work with entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs will transform their beliefs around themselves, their beliefs around business, their beliefs around money. And within a fairly short period of time, they'll say, you won't believe it. I generated a $15,000 client and it was somebody that was always in front of me. It was somebody that I already knew. And the reason for this is that you're experiencing a reality based on your belief systems. And so where you have limiting beliefs, you're preventing miracles in your life. When you shift your beliefs, it seems as if a miracle occurs, But really what you're doing is you're reorienting yourself to a version of reality, a dimension of reality that always existed, but you're choosing to open and step through a different door. There's a part of the brain, it's called the reticular activating system. It's that part of your brain that starts to notice a car that you just bought everywhere on the road. You're like, oh my God, everybody just bought the same car that I just purchased. It's not that the car became more popular. It's that the filter that you're unconsciously using to observe your reality has shifted. In fact, neuroscience tells us that 88% of your perceptive reality, in other words, what you are observing, you filter out of your conscious mind. The 12% that you pay attention to is only that which aligns with what it is that you've believed or you've decided. So I want you to think for a moment about what limiting belief you feel is filtering your reality right now, and drop it into the comments. Again, if you're joining on YouTube, if you're listening on audio, just take note. Because if you're trying to achieve goals and dreams and achieve your full potential in your life, the areas that are hitting a ceiling or where you might feel stuck are areas where you've made an unconscious decision that's not congruent with the outcome that you want. So what are we talking about here? We're talking about creating miracles, the laws of miracle making, manipulating or shaping physics around you. Your reality is reflecting back to you what you've decided reality will be for you. Now, significantly, what plays a significant role in all of this is your nervous system, because you can't receive a miracle if you're constantly in fight or flight, if you're in what we would call a primal state or a shutdown state. So the body has to be able to feel safe, receptive, and surrendered in order to receive the miracle. In other words, in order to allow life to reorganize and reflect back to you your new decision. You can't make a new decision, for example, around money and then constantly be moving into fight or flight because you're noticing your bank account. I teach an equation. It's called desire plus non-resistance equals desired result. And what this equation is essentially saying is that any miracle that you want to perform or shift you want to perform in your life or desire you have can be accomplished through one thing and one thing only, which is non-resistance. In other words, it's not desire plus figure out how produces the desired result, or desire plus hustle and grind equals desired result, or even desire plus have enough money or have enough time or have enough skills or be intelligent equals desired result. That's why what we're talking about here is miracle making. It seems like a miracle because all that you're being asked to be is non-resistant, both to the outcome that you desire and as you live your day-to-day life. Most of us, when we want to perform a miracle in our life, make a new decision, we create a vision board, but if you notice, the internal dialogue most of the day is in resistance to the vision. Questioning when it's going to happen, wondering if it ever will, judging ourselves, judging other people, comparing ourselves to other people, being in indecision, feeling like we can't get started unless we know the how. This is all resistance. This moves us into what we would call a primal state. So the real problem around creating what you want, in other words, what's preventing you from creating a miracle in your life, is nothing more than resistance. And when you drop the resistance, the result 100% of the time will materialize itself. And that's why we call it a miracle. You know, I look at how I met my wife. It was a miracle, but I had made a decision that I'd meet a beautiful Colombian woman and make her my wife. So life lined up a series of circumstances and situations that produced the outcome. And I look back on it and say, wow, that was a miracle. No, it was a decision plus non-resistance. I look at the first event that my wife and I ever did for this business. We decided we were going to have 300 people at our first Powerful Living Experience, the annual live event that we do. People said we were crazy. Nobody knows your brand. We can see other people. They're getting 20 people, 50 people, maybe 100 people at their first event. You have to work your way up. And we said, no, we understand that we are miracle makers. That's what we are, in cooperation with a higher intelligence. We get to ask, and then it is given. And so we decided we would have 300 people at our first event. We ended up with 330 through a series of really powerful coincidences and synchronicities that occurred a few weeks right before we started. So I have this story in my life over and over and over again. You know, my wife and I tried in vitro fertilization. We believed for a while that she was too old to get pregnant naturally, and I was too old to impregnate her naturally, one way or the other. And so she was 44 years old, I was 46 years old, and the in vitro fertilization didn't work out. We still had the desire to have a child. We gave up resistance around it, which really our pursuit of in vitro fertilization represented for us. 2 months later, we were pregnant with Gabriel, my son. So the body must feel safe, receptive, and surrendered in order to be able to receive miracles. You must operate in non-resistance, both in your belief to the miracle itself, but in general. And all of us operate in only one of two states of being. We call them powerful states or primal states. Powerful states are states of being that feel good. States of being like joy, curiosity, excitement, calm, peace, compassion. This is when you're in the parasympathetic expression of your nervous system, the rest and relaxation. And this is when you're connected to solutions. You're connected to God, your higher power, the universe, inspiration, intuition, health, vibrancy, money, presence, intimacy, relationship, purpose, clarity. That all exists and is received in a powerful state of being. And then there's primal states, states of being that don't feel good. States like stress, anxiety, overwhelm, anger, jealousy. This moves us into indecision, procrastination, feeling less than, worry, overwhelm. This is the sympathetic expression of the nervous system. This is fear. It's fight, flight, and freeze. And in this state of being, we're disconnected from solution. This is the resistance that I talk about in desire plus non-resistance equals desired result. Powerful states are non-resistant states. Primal states are resistant states. So if you want to mathematically and empirically perform miracles in your life, it's not a complicated formula. Step 1 is decide. Step 2 is move into non-resistance. And not just to the miracle itself, but in your day-to-day life. That's why so many of the episodes on this show, I talk about how to move from a primal state back into a powerful state. Because you're always in one state of being or the other, and you're never in two states of being at the same time. And the amount of time that you spend in a powerful state will directly correlate to the miracles that occur in your life. The amount of time you spend in a primal state will directly correlate to the blocks or the stuckedness that you experience in your life. Again, if you're watching the show on YouTube, and you can just notate this if you're listening on audio, I want you to come up with a number. If you were to add up all the time that you spend stressed, anxious, overwhelmed, in some fear of financial insecurity, comparing yourself to other people, judging yourself or judging other people, worried or overwhelmed, thinking you should have done something or shouldn't have done something, or thinking other people should or shouldn't have done something, or in any way, shape, or form entangled with that negative inner critic, that voice in your head that's telling you that you're not enough, you're not doing enough, you're not as far along as you should be. On average, how many hours a day are you spending in a primal state? You can just drop it into the comment box. Come up with your number. Because this is the indicator, this is the one measurement that you can work on to decrease, and as you do, you will increase your capacity as a miracle maker. The average amount of time, based on me asking this question to tens of thousands of people, is about 8 hours a day. Many people, like myself, start out 24 hours a day in what we would call a primal state. Some people only spend 1 or 2 hours a day, but even at 2 hours a day, it's 700 hours a year operating from the problem, operating in in resistance. So again, it's important. The body must feel safe. It must feel receptive. It must feel surrendered. And there's a lot of great tools out there, from toning your vagus nerve, right, which is the big nerve that runs through the center of your body, through your chest, that actually is, you can think of it as the switch that determines whether you're in a primal or powerful state. And you can tone this nerve through things like cold plunging or breath work or humming or chanting. There's somatic release to release the tension that's accumulated in your body that's moving you into a primal state, like shaking or emotional expression. There are affirmations. You could work at a psychological and emotional level to shift your beliefs, doing affirmations that resonate with your nervous system truth. Or beliefs work, like a lot of the work that we talk about on this show, or prayer, or learning, getting into heart-centered surrender practices, right? Again, miracles aren't something you force, they're something you receive once your emotional state of being and your field are coherent. And so I'm curious, because I want to learn from you as well. Are you using any of these tools? Are there some tools that you're using to regulate your nervous system and be in a receptive mode, to be in non-resistance? Because that's the second part of this formula for creating miracles. The third piece is living as the outcome fulfilled. Like living as the person who receives the miracle, right? Because when you're living that way, you don't chase it. You're living as if it's already done. And then the miracle arrives to meet you. And so how do you do this? Well, number one, you have to understand how reality works, and that you have been given an ability to simply decide and to then regulate your nervous system and then observe the shift as it starts to occur. Like if you don't get that this is the way that reality works, of course you're going to be operating from a primal state, confused, frustrated, wondering why your life isn't changing, living as the same reality day in and day out. I have referenced before the great movie Groundhog Day with Bill Murray, a comedic classic. And, in that movie, Bill Murray is living the same day over and over and over and over again. And it's a very funny movie, but it's not funny because he starts to find really creative ways to kill himself. And what most people are doing today are finding really creative ways to live a dead life, to check out through social media, drinking, drugging, pornography, living in anger, living in depression, medicating themselves, all as a result of simply not understanding how reality works. But there's an opportunity for you to ask a question, which is, what would it look like for me to live as the fulfilled version of myself today? In other words, if I know that I've already decided and I've asked, and that it's only a matter of time before through me and around me the miracle occurs and I materialize the desire that I have, how would you be living differently today? One of my good friends, Cody Jefferson, who emceed my annual event this year, has a saying that he shared with everyone, which was super powerful. He said, "This is who I am, so this is what I do." And he said, you get to define the identity that you're going to live into. In other words, if you were already healthy, who would you be? If you were already in your dream relationship, whether it's your existing relationship transformed or a new relationship that you've attracted, who would you be? If you had millions in your bank account, you living your purpose in life, and you were making a great impact and had amazing relationships, name that person. Give that future version of yourself a name. And then ask yourself, how would that person be showing up today? Because one of the fastest ways that you can create miracles is to close the gap between the person that you are today and the person who's actually received the miracle. If you start being the person who's received the miracle today, it is the fastest way for that miracle to actually materialize into your life. So simple formula. Number 1, decide. Number 2, make sure you support it in non-resistance, a downregulated nervous system. And number 3, live as that future self today. Hey guys, I was on a flight from Mexico where my wife and my son and I were taking a vacation after running one of our big coaching events in Antigua, Guatemala. Headed back to Puerto Rico. We had a layover in Dallas and we had to stay for the night. And so we landed in Dallas in the afternoon. I looked for a nice steak place to go out for dinner, and we headed out for a great meal. And when we walked into this restaurant, the hostess kind of looked at me in a funny way. And as she seated us at the table, she said to me, do you happen to be an author? And I said, well, I wrote a book. And she said, well, one of our employees, when he saw your name on the reservation list, said, I think that's the guy whose book I'm reading. And I said, well, I might be. I said, why don't you just send over your employee? I'd love to meet him or her. So this young guy comes over to the table, all nervous and super excited. And he's like, I can't believe this. He said, I've been listening to your podcast for the last couple of months. My mom gave me your book, and here you are. First of all, Mom, kudos to you for giving a changed mind to your son and directing him to this podcast. What an amazing opportunity to share in personal growth with your son and to do it together. But number 2, man, what a sign for this guy. He shared with me, he said, I really relate to your story and the challenges you've gone through and your stories of addiction and when you felt like you were purposeless. Like, I feel like that's my story. So many people say, I feel like that's my story because I went through a lot of suffering in my life. And so whether it's being single for 10 years or 2 homes in foreclosure or, struggling with drug and alcohol addiction, there's a lot to relate to there. But this guy's looking for answers, and all of a sudden, the person who writes the book and produces the podcast that he listens to walks in to a table in his restaurant. And I said to him, I pulled him aside and I said, look, man, I don't know what's going on in your life. He said, look, things have just been tough for me. I said, I get it, but you got to pay attention to this sign, because if that's not confirmation that you're on the right track, I don't know what is, right? The infinite possibilities and probabilities of me walking into that restaurant and meeting him and being a reflection from the universe or from God or Jesus or Allah or whoever your higher power is, that, man, you just need to keep going and you just need to keep on track. I mean, what a powerful sign. And so I want to talk today about these synchronicities because they show up in our life on a daily basis. It may not be, me walking into your place of employment, but a lot of times I have this experience where like I'm feeling a certain way, or I'm struggling with something, or I'm wanting clarity on something, and then like the power of YouTube just serves up this episode. It's like, I know they're already listening to us through the phone, but it's almost like they can read our minds. Have you ever experienced that? You've probably experienced that with a lot of the shows on this channel. And maybe even this episode. But I want to talk to you about how this works, because I really do believe that life is always lovingly encouraging us to just continue going forward. For me, I'm into numerology. My numerological sign is a 33. And so I kind of pay attention to 33s. And, sometimes when I'm struggling, all of a sudden I see a 33 on the license plate in front of me, or even a 333. And it's just a confirmation for me that, like, Dave, things are going to be okay. Dave, like, whoever they are, like, we are here with you, and you're going to get to the other side. And so I want to talk about this in this episode. It's really crazy too when I experience it with license plates, because sometimes I'll be driving for a couple of hours on the road, and I'll glance one time over to the side of the road, and there'll be a billboard with a 33 on it. So, these signs are energetic. And really, our reality is energetic, and it's important to understand that, because this is a scientific understanding of how synchronicities and coincidences are produced. Your thoughts are not passive. In other words, they're not just ideas. Thoughts are not a concept. They're an electrical activation in your brain, and they send off a vibration. I read a book, I forget the name of the author. It's not a book I necessarily recommend, but it was called Thought Vibrations. It was written in the 1800s. The point is that, even as early as the 1800s, they were talking about thoughts as a vibrational phenomenon. And Napoleon Hill talked about this. He said, thoughts are things, and they're creating your reality. And so when you have a thought, there's this electrical activation in your brain. There's a lighting up of neurosynaptic connections, and there's a vibration as a result of that. You think of it almost like a light bulb sends off a light. Your brain and your nervous system send off a vibration. They create energetic signals that then move into the field. There's a lot of different names that people describe this as: the field of consciousness. You could describe it as God. You could describe it as the akasha, or the ether, or the unified field. But it's this idea that, there's a field of intelligence that is permeating and underpinning all of reality, and it's hearing what you're vibrating. It's hearing what you're asking for. And so every desire, every prayer or thought is sending out a frequency. And when it does, the whole of life organizes around that frequency to respond. And everyone is influenced by your thoughts. That young man in the restaurant who had a burning desire to improve his life, and as a result found his way to this show and my book through his mom. He had a prayer. He has a prayer for change in his life, and I'm influenced by that prayer. When you are available and you do this healing work and you start to drop the resistance, you not only become available to the glory of your own life, you become available to be the glory in other people's lives. That's a really beautiful thing. And so, I'm scrolling through 30 different restaurants, and I picked this one steak place and happened to walk in there. That's not a random decision that I made. It was an unconscious influence by this worthy prayer, this ask, this desire that this young man had, and my availability and desire to be of service to other people. And so we all experience this. It's why suddenly resources show up, teachers show up, opportunities appear when you've been thinking about them. And so most people describe this as a coincidence. In other words, they think about like when their words line up with their thoughts. You think consistent and congruent, so you attract things. But really what's happening is your desire is pulling these answers to you. And life is leaving you these breadcrumbs along the way. The way that it works is that you have a desire. You want to make more money. You want to improve your career. You want to have more purpose. You want to just get out of the stuckedness of your life. That desire takes shape as a thought. You start thinking around these desires. There's this energetic resonance that you put out into the field, and then all of a sudden there's a response. This happens in really beautiful ways. I'm very clear that the topics that I share on this show and the way I communicate them are not my ideas. They are ideas that exist in the field, and they are alive and become active when I have a desire to put, high quality messages out there, and I receive these messages. That's also coincidence or a synchronicity, the little hunches that we have that guide us throughout our life. It's important to understand that 24/7, life is functioning around you to support you. And number one, you realizing you're on track. Nothing's wrong. There's a lot of support. All of life is working to support you in overcoming whatever it is that you're overcoming or materializing whatever it is that you desire. And the signs show up not only as thoughts that you have, but thoughts that other people have because of the desire that influences them, that comes from you, that starts to orchestrate all of these rendezvous. And so I want to talk for a moment about how to see the signs. The first thing is awareness. You have to slow down enough to notice the synchronicities. This is why I pointed this out to this guy. I'm like, hey, bro, let's just stop for a second and realize how amazing this is. And let's give a meaning to this, that you're going to be okay. Like, look what's showing up. Look how hard life has worked. My wife had to select this flight pattern with a layover in Dallas that we don't ordinarily do. We were going to order in room service, but decided we were going to go out. Of all the places that I could select, I select this place. Like, the universe is working for you. And I want you to realize the universe is working for you. It's working for you all the time. So you have to slow down and notice the synchronicities. For a while, I was doing a little synchronicity journaling, kind of like gratitude journaling. But I would sit down in the morning or sit down in the evening, and I'd write out all the signs that life was supporting me today. You know, all the things that showed up that were really quite miraculous when I slowed down to think about it. And not only did I have to become aware of them, but then I had to acknowledge them, right? There's a little framework here that's unfolding, right? I had to become aware of them and acknowledge them. I had to celebrate those small confirmations instead of just dismissing them and focusing on all my problems, which is what I would ordinarily do. Rather than looking at the gap and saying, well, why aren't these things here? I started looking at what was actually showing up. Again, the breadcrumbs, the divine croutons that life leaves for you, because they're evidence that you're being guided. And then as you're doing this, you start to align. You start to shift your self-talk and your thinking toward what you want, not what you fear, right? Because fear generates signals too, right? It's like Henry Ford said, the man who thinks he can and the man who thinks he can't are both right. The universe is agnostic or neutral in the sense that it's mathematical. It's responding to whatever it is that you're thinking, assuming that whatever it is that you're thinking is what you want. But our desires are broadcast equal to our fears. And so when we sit down and we say, hey, I know I'm guided, I know there's signs, let me look at the signs, let me be grateful for the signs and acknowledge them, we start to align our inner talk. We start to retrain our brain towards gratitude and appreciation as opposed to fear. And then from that space, we can be intentional and we can ask. We can actually put conscious questions into the universe and life will respond. You know, you can ask for things. I ask for things all the time. To me, that's a form of prayer, right? So what are we talking about here? Number one, become aware. Number two, acknowledge. Number three, align. And number four, ask, and life will respond. It's written in the good book, right, of the Bible, and is a law of metaphysics. Ask and ye shall receive. But be conscious of what you're asking for, because you could ask for your desires, you could ask for your fears. So most people, they miss the signs because they're too busy rehearsing the problem over and over instead of being present to the answers that are showing up. I want you to think about that. How often throughout your day, how much time do you spend rehearsing the problem versus being present to the answers that are showing up? You know, my coach told me, because I'm working on being more present in my life right now, and she had me go through this visualization where I'm in the pool with my son and my wife, and I'm embodying, I'm feeling in my nervous system what it means to be present. And she said, you know, notice there that problems can exist, but solutions exist too. Problems will always be there, but solutions are there too. And one of the things that she's encouraged me to believe, and I start to see it in my own life, is the moment that I notice a problem, a solution is already on the way. I want you to remember this. The moment you notice a problem, the solution is on the way. So start looking for signs for the solution rather than paying attention to the problem. This is really the only work to do. You know, if you really want to distill down personal or spiritual growth into something very binary, and I try to keep it simple in all the different episodes that I teach, taking these complex concepts and breaking them down into simple frameworks that you can actually use in your life. A simple framework would be stop rehearsing the problem or notice when you are and instead be present to the answer. And if there isn't an answer yet that you see, just move your attention to anticipating it. Your attention is the only thing that you can control, right? Attention, your consciousness, what you pay attention to, that's your soul. You're directing your soul. Direct your soul towards answers instead of problems. Problems will always be there. Notice them, but just know that the solution is coming, if not already there. So you train your mind every day because your thoughts are creating your reality, right? You got to train your mind every single day. I've heard people describe this as thought hygiene. Another great teacher had something like a 21-day mental diet. That's what he described it. So for 21 days, you make it your absolute priority to notice when you're focused on the problem and instead bring your attention to the solution, or bring your attention just to the joyful things in your life that you have gratitude for, because those are also examples of solutions that have shown up in your life. Now you think about it, like at some point you were single, now you've got a partner. Yeah, maybe there's some friction in your relationship, but your partner was the solution to your being alone. So be grateful for it. Be grateful for the solutions that have shown up in your life. You know, you've got a job that you like. At some point in time you didn't. And you asked, you prayed, and life heard you. You had a problem. It was the job. And the solution came up, which was another one. Or you started your own business. Now you have it. Yeah, there's going to be problems with that too, because problems are the seeds for solutions, but be grateful for it, right? So do some thought hygiene on a daily basis. Train your mind every day because your thoughts are creating your reality. Number two, emotional coherence is really important. It's not just how you think, it's how you feel. That's why gratitude is so important. And training faith and presence, like I told you about that I do with my coach, into your nervous system, right? You got to retrain your nervous system. So it's a psychological game that you're playing. It's an emotional game that you're playing, because fear tunes you into obstacles, right? And gratitude tunes you into solutions. Another really important thing here is being community. You know, I was in community even before I had community. In my community were guys like Les Brown, the Reverend T.D. Jakes, Wayne Dyer. You know, when I was feeling alone and playing this personal development game on my own for a while, which I don't recommend you do. I recommend you be in community. Those guys were my community through YouTube. I would listen to their voices every single morning. Like I really felt like I knew them, like they were my friends. So community is important. And then you got to eventually surround yourself with people, places, and environments that reinforce possibility and vision. If you want to get good at something, like the mental game and the emotional game, or the creating your own reality game, you got to get in a dojo or a gym with other people who are training that way too. That's why we have our event once a year, the Powerful Living Experience. You can check out the link in the show notes. Once a year, we have 1,000 people come together to train. We train for 3 days. Then some people decide to join our coaching programs, and we train for the rest of the year together. But if you want to get good at anything, you got to train. You got to get in the gym. I'm serious. Get your ass to the Powerful Living Experience. Check it out in the show notes after this episode. There's no reason why you don't come and join us and train for 3 days. Get your mental hygiene in place. Get your emotional coherence in place. Dial in your spiritual vision, right? Come up with a game plan and build it in a community, because this is not a do-it-yourself project. Yeah, there's some daily practices that you can do on your own: meditation, journaling, prayer, breath work, like whatever tunes you into your spiritual connection, your personal relationship with your higher power. That's really, really important too. Daily practice. But it's also important to do it with others. This is really the playbook that I'm giving you for transcending your current situation. This is how synchronicity accelerates and compounds. You're present for the solutions and the signs as they show up. You start paying attention to them more, so you develop a capacity to see them even more. As you're bringing your attention to see the solutions and the signs even more as they show up in your life, you're paying attention less to the problems. This is how you change your reality. This is the game. Yeah, I was just super inspired by this young man calling me forth into the restaurant where he was working, and how everything had to line up in order for him and I to have a synchronicity, a coincidence, a rendezvous. And how powerful that is for him, and powerful it is for me, right? For him, it's a sign of like, hey, bro, you're on track. A lot of times I get that from episodes. Like YouTube just reminds me through the signs and synchronicities, I'm on track. But it was such a great reminder for me too, that like, even when I get into my own headspace, and even when I'm focused on problems, the signs are there. I think about it like a Native American tracker, or like an indigenous person. You know, I mean, I've only seen it like in movies, but you know, they're able to go through the forest and see the broken leaf or the broken branch, and they're able to see the reality that most of us can't see. Well, you get to choose your reality. And most people are not seeing all the signs and the synchronicities, the divine croutons, the breadcrumbs that are being left to show us that we're on track and just to keep going, because the signs are already there. The answers are already on the way. And it's important to understand that synchronicity is not luck. It is the science of creation. It's how you're co-creating with reality and with everybody else on the planet. When you master it, every area of your life, your wealth, your health, your relationships begins to flow. So here's my challenge for you. This is my takeaway. I'm going to give you a little challenge. 24 hours. Notice 3 synchronicities. That's it. 24 hours, write them down. If you're a regular listener to the show, come back and post them in the comments when you're done. I'd love to see what they are. But pay attention. Pay attention and notice the synchronicities, because this is a practice. You're retraining yourself. Once you start seeing the signs, then you're never going to be able to ignore them again. And you're going to be able to see just how much life loves you and is responding to you in the most extraordinary ways. Really, miracles occur every single day. So I love you so much. If you haven't had the opportunity yet, subscribe, whether you're listening on the audio platforms or on YouTube. If you love this episode, share it with someone else. Leave me a comment or a thumbs up. I try to read as many of the comments as possible as I can. And like I said, if you haven't yet, check out our live event. We do it once a year. It's an extraordinary experience. You deserve it. Treat yourself. Give yourself that gift to joining us at the Powerful Living Experience. All the details are in the show notes, or you can jump on over to powerfullivingexperience.com and check out the tickets. I think right now you buy one, you get one free, so you can share the love with somebody else in your life. I love you so much. Thank you for being with me here today in this episode. I hope you have an extraordinary day filled with synchronicities that you notice, and I will see you in the next episode. Hey, it's David. Hop on over to davidbear.com. Click right here. There's also a link in the show notes, and sign up for our newsletter. You'll get immediate access to my free Mind Hack ebook, as well as a couple of trainings to help you master the inner game. This is a great way to stay informed and be a part of our community and be notified of special announcements. Click below, head on over to the website, get subscribed. If you loved this video, make sure you check out this one or this one, and I will see you in the next video.